Chapter 423. The county magistrate of Huaqing County, Huaqisheng, was also riding a donkey. The mountain road was not easy to travel on. When he heard Su Lai talking to his people, he also said, "You guys are the same. You spent so much effort to make us a mere figurehead. What about now? We haven't made you a figurehead yet. I'll give you a chance. If you think you have connections, quickly run away and find someone." When the officials of Huaqing County heard the county magistrate's words, they all shook their heads. They didn't dare to run away. If they did, they would be arrested. There was no one they could find. Those who knew them were the county magistrates of neighboring counties. If they ran into each other, they would at most have a meal together. Even if it was a normal matter, they might not help. Not to mention that the provincial governor of a province wanted to deal with them. Fortunately, they didn't have any lives on them. When they arrived at the provincial governor's place, they would admit their mistakes. Perhaps the provincial governor would let them go. They were indeed regretful. Who would have thought that the new provincial governor would be so tough? He had money and people, and he didn't show any mercy. They had also heard of Shen Guifu. He was a capable person in the capital, and he was the son of the emperor. If such a person could be dealt with, what were they worth? The news of the two counties being dealt with was deliberately spread by Zhang Zhong's people. He directly asked people to post notices in the two counties. The notice was written clearly. When the people of the two counties knew about it, they cheered for a while. However, the people who had the Shen family's mark on them were in trouble. The notice was written clearly that the two counties were to be taken over by the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. These people from the inner courtyard usually had some contact with them. When they came over, they had specially trained them. Although they were inexperienced, they had no problem holding up the place. The county magistrate of Huaqing County, Huaqisheng, and the county magistrate of Ninghai County, Su Lai, had nothing to do with the person surnamed Shin. The geographical location made it impossible for them to interfere with the salt pans. They didn't have to share the money. If they wanted to share, they would take more. They only took out a little to rope in the people under them. The purpose was to make them a figurehead bit by bit. They couldn't get the money, and they couldn't interfere with the matters of the salt pans. The two of them had been looking forward to this day ever since they knew that there was a new provincial governor. Finally, the day they had been waiting for finally arrived. Just like the heavy rain, the wind and clouds surged and came so quickly. The two of them gathered together and discussed for a while. Then they gathered their subordinates and asked them to come and surrender themselves. They said that the provincial governor might give them a lighter sentence because of their initiative. In fact, they just wanted to bring these people to the provincial yamen and let the provincial governor deal with them properly. Then they could do things with peace of mind in the future. It was raining heavily. A group of more than 30 people walked in the rain. They didn't feel cold or uncomfortable at all. The two county magistrates and several people who hadn't been bribed felt very happy. The others were still thinking about what to say when the time came and how the provincial governor would deal with them. In the heavy rain, the construction on the dock also stopped. The workers hid under the temporary shelter and drank hot soup. In order to hurry, they changed the 4 meals provided by Zhang Zhong into 2 meals a day. They ate 1 meal in the morning and 1 meal in the evening. Zhang Zhong still didn't know about this, otherwise he would never allow it. It was raining heavily outside. The person in charge of cooking boiled some hot soup and added a lot of ginger. The people who worked had different meals. Those who were assigned to work drank seafood soup. There was little ginger and little oil in it. Those who were paid to work drank chicken soup. In addition to ginger foam, there were some ginseng whiskers with a layer of oil floating on top of it. There were also some dry biscuits left for them to soak in. In Sanshui County, of course, the first kind was better. It was seafood soup. No one liked the second kind. There was no lack of chickens in Sanshui County, especially the Zhuangzi of Zhangzhong and Wang family. But it was different here. Where did the seafood come from? The people who were sent here fished it from the shore. Small crabs and conches could be fished up casually. The people who cooked didn't even wash them. They directly boiled a big pot of soup. It was salty, so they didn't need to add salt. The rain is good. It has washed away some dirty things. Ah no, eat quickly. You don't need to put the biscuits in the soup. Just bite off a little bit and taste it slowly. Then drink the soup. That's good. A person was looking for the best way to eat food. He looked at the people who were sent here not far away and said loudly on purpose to let them hear him. They usually should have 3 meals a day. Others had 2 meals, but they only had 1 meal. No one in the local people would think that it was wrong. It was good enough to drink some soup now. Who would give them biscuits? Those people also heard it. They couldn't tell what they were feeling. If it was before, how could they be so embarrassed? They ate and drank well. Unfortunately, they didn't enjoy enough. Everything turned into bubbles in the sea. They didn't know how long they would have to work here. Some of them were sentenced to 10 years of work. They were worried that they would have to work for 10 years. When they were free, they would probably be exhausted to death. The one called unknown was a young man of 16 or 17 years old. At this time, he was staring at a person on the other side. This person had beaten him more than once. He would find an excuse to beat him up. If it weren't for the whip marks on this person's body when he came over, he really wanted to go over and beat him up. He wanted to return the favor to him. In the end, he didn't need to do anything. That person was in so much pain that he wanted to die. When the marks on his body came into contact with the seawater, the taste was indescribable. The person who was being stared at seemed to feel this gaze. When he turned his head and saw that it was unknown, he sighed, turned around, and slowly drank the soup. Humph. He got off easy. Since he was whipped, then forget it. The last time he beat me, I was in pain for half a month. I was afraid that I would have to work even if the salt water came into contact with it. He deserved it. Ah Noam took a bite of the biscuit and muttered. The people from Kaifeng were eating with them. Because of Zhangzhong, the people from the 2 places seemed to be more pleasing to the eye. They gathered together to chat. When they worked, they also helped each other. They seemed to be very harmonious. The people from Kaifeng could drink any soup. In fact, they wanted to taste the seafood soup, but there was little ginger in it. They could only choose the chicken soup. There was a thick layer of oil on top. When they put their mouth on it and sucked, the oil was still thick. It seemed that they couldn't finish it no matter how much they sucked. Just as they were hiding under the shed and chatting, several figures appeared in the distance. They could not be seen clearly in the heavy rain and were very blurry. When the 7 figures approached, the local people immediately said to a woman who came from Kaifeng who was cooking, "Quickly prepare 7 bowls of soup. Add more ginger. These are people who came down from the mountain. They must have been drenched all the way here." The woman immediately began to serve the soup. In addition to the ginger, she also added some chopped green onions. She placed them there and waited for the 7 people to come closer. Among the 7 people, one of them was being supported by others. He was limping as he walked. By the time the 7 people reached the nearest shed in the rain, all of them had lost their strength and sat on the ground. One of them who was supporting an injured person even started to whimper softly. The injured person grabbed his thigh with one hand and touched the 14 or 15-year-old child beside him with the other. He said a few words that others couldn't understand. The older child finally stopped crying. Only then did the injured person turn his head and say to the person who brought the soup over, "Brother Liu, please don't blame me. Thank you. It takes 6 days to walk from our place to here. I don't know if it will rain or not. When I saw the place, it was raining heavily. I accidentally fell down and cut a big hole in my leg. I also sprained my foot. The fur and jade feathers I brought were all wet. I can't sell them for much money. Remember the money for the soup first. Oh, and the ginseng roots. Well, after selling these things, I will give you the money. Give me some of the burned wood ash. I will stop the bleeding. They don't understand what you are saying. Don't ask them. Are you going to build a dock here? This person's face was pale and he spoke weakly. Listening to his words, it seemed that he existed specifically to be a translator. The other 6 listened to this man in all matters. He said a few words to them, then picked up the bowl of soup and drank it in big gulps. When the woman passed them a biscuit, they took it and ate it without saying a word. Over there, someone had already started to make wood ash for this person. This was the most common method. After the wood ash was brought over, this person pulled the leather trousers hard. A 1-foot-long hole appeared on the outside of the leg. It was still gurgling with blood. The place beside it was washed white by the rain. Just as this person was about to smear the ash, a person from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family, who had come from more than 20 sheds, shouted, "Wait a minute, don't use that ash, I have something good here." The injured person stopped what he was doing. He looked at the person and said, "I don't have so much money to give you. Is this a seedling on your clothes? Why do you embroider this thing? We only embroider it on the body. We won't stab such a weak seedling." Weak seedling. This big brother, don't look at this seedling. How many people tremble in fear when they see it? How many people will feel at ease when they see it? Come, big brother, I will take a look at your wound. It's free. You came from the mountain, right? My master, that is, the provincial governor, has regulations. Anyone who comes from the mountain can send goods to the provincial government office. The government office will buy them at a high price. They will also send a set of clothes, 2 caddies of salt, 5 caddies of vegetable oil, 20 caddies of corn, and 20 caddies of wheat flour. If you are injured, no matter how serious it is, as long as you are not dead, you will do your best to save you. As this person spoke, he had already put the medical cotton into a bottle of alcohol. He asked the person next to him to open this person's wound. After taking a deep breath, he said to this person, "Big brother, it's very painful. Bear with it." Chapter 424. At this time, another person with rice seedlings embroidered on his clothes came over. He took out 2 pills from his backpack and put them in front of the injured person's mouth. He said to the injured person, "This is for pain relief. This is for reducing swelling. You will be fine after eating it." After he gave the pills to the injured person, the 6 people who came down from the mountain immediately became vigilant. The injured person said something to the 6 people, and the 6 people calmed down. After eating the 2 pills one after another, the injured person said to the person who gave the pills, "I told them that you don't need to use any poison if you want me to die. Just leave me alone. You can't stop the swelling with ashes. Even if you stop it, I might not be able to survive. You also have a rice seedling with an extra circle of thread on your body. You have 1 circle more than him. He has 2 circles, and you have 3. Does that mean your status is higher than his? Yes, I am a 3-star servant, and he is a 2-star servant. You came down from the mountain, right? When the rain stops, follow us to the provincial government. Your wound is too deep and long. Drink more soup. When we arrive at the provincial government, let the doctor examine you." The 3-star servant didn't hide his status at all. It was also his honor. The injured person nodded and asked, "Usually, when taking medicine, it is boiled and drunk. Why do you have pills?" The results of the medical school of Huayuan County are not much different from the pills of Yamacha County. They are only for pain relief and reducing swelling. After boiling the medicine, you can roll it into a ball with honey. It is convenient to bring it with you. You can eat it when the wound is healed. The 3-star servant explained. The injured person was already numb from the pain. Another person was bandaging his wound with gauze. He was very careful. He even wore a pair of gloves. He didn't need to touch the wound and gauze directly. After tying a knot, blood still oozed out. However, it did stop bleeding. The bleeding was not fast. With the medicine applied, it would be completely stopped in a short time. Why are you wearing gloves? You didn't lie to me just now, right? Is your master really willing to give you so many things? Or for free? Did he really say that the treatment is free? The injured man looked at his bandaged leg and felt much better. However, his body was a little cold. He only felt warm after drinking a few mouthfuls of hot soup. He asked the person who had finished bandaging him. Wearing these gloves that have to be washed after one use is like touching the dirty things on my hands to your wound. The things I use for you are the cleanest. Indeed, it doesn't cost me money. Now, am I asking you for money? What's more, these things belong to me. Even if others want money, I won't ask them for it. The medicine you took was his own. When you go back, you have to report it and supplement it. I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The 2-star servant said with a sincere expression. He then checked the place where the wound was bandaged and felt relieved. The injured man really did ask. He repeated the words of the 2-star servant to the 3-star servant. In the end, he asked, "Is it true?" The 3-star servant looked at the other person and nodded. It's true. Not only will you get a set of clothes, 2 gin of salt, 5 gin of vegetable oil, 20 gin of corn and 20 gin of wheat flour. If you are injured, you will be treated. I can also arrange things for you to do. If your people want to come down to work, the master will arrange it for you. No one will bully you. The wages will be the same as the others. If you do well, you will do better. When the 3-star servant said this, the 2-star servant secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, there was no such thing. It was all his own idea. The master would tell them some things. From the analysis, he deduced that the master wanted the people in the mountains to come down. Naturally, he had to give some benefits. Today, he finally had an opportunity. He first promised some benefits. When he returned, he would explain to the master. If he did something wrong, he would be punished. If he did right, he would be rewarded. Even if he was punished, he would still do what he had to do. His promise represented the master. Even if the master lost a lot of money this time, he would still pay according to what he said. He felt that he was very careful when he said these benefits. The 3-star odd job servant naturally couldn't undermine him. Competition was competition, but they were not allowed to use underhanded methods internally. They had to be unified externally. When he agreed, he added some benefits, telling the 2-star odd job servant that both of them would bear the consequences. This time, the injured man believed him. He looked at the people around him and found that these people seemed to be different from the people he met when he went down the mountain. Their eyes were clear and their faces were rosy. They were very energetic. They weren't like this in the past. He took a bowl of soup from the person beside him and ate 2 mouthfuls. He was puzzled and asked, "Are you guys building a pier?" "And it's a big pier. Could it be that a big ship is coming?" "This brother, they are already here. There are 18 big ships. There are many goods and people on them. You guys haven't come down for a long time, so you don't know. The officials here have changed. The highest ranking official has changed. What's his name, CI? Anyway, it's powerful. Listen, this name is not ordinary. The original county magistrate, Zhang Yi, has been arrested. Another one, Nian Wanzhou, has also been locked up. Those people who bullied us when you came down are all there. Look, they are drinking seafood soup. They don't have any biscuits. Each and every one of them has been whipped. Once they touch the seawater, they will die from the pain. There was a person in the crowd who liked to talk. He came forward and spoke to the injured man. He pointed in the direction of the people who were working for free. The people surrounding them opened up a path for them. The injured man looked over and saw that there were indeed a few people who were showing off and showing off. At this time, they were able to work. It seemed like it was just as the person in front of him said. They were arrested. There were even 2 people who he recognized. At this time, he forgot about the pain and said a few words to the 6 people behind him. The 6 people stood up and glared at him. What are you looking at? If you continue looking, I will dig out your eyeballs. I will stay here for half a year. After half a year, see how I deal with you, mountain barbarians. The person who was being stared at glared at them and scolded them. You still dare to shout? I will let you shout, shout as hard as you can. When the original provincial governor was here, half a year, I will let you do it for half a year. Later, we will take you back and interrogate you again. I will not lock you up for 8 to 10 years. I will write my name backwards. A man from Kaifeng who was in charge of these people saw that this person was threatening others and went over to beat him up. The people around him did not dare to come over and help. They could only watch him beat him up. The person who was being beaten did not have any shackles on him, but he did not dare to resist. He was beaten until he cried out in pain. There were still injuries on his body. Seeing this person being beaten up, the eyes of the 6 people behind the injured man lit up. They could not speak the language here and could not understand, but they could see. They knew that person. In the past, he had robbed them many times. Now that he was beaten, it meant that this place had changed. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Those bad guys in the past have all been dealt with. The person who spoke just now said at this time. Yes, I didn't lie. It has changed, really changed. In the future, when we go down the mountain, we will not be bullied anymore, right? Isn't the price for the furs fair? The injured man was in fear all the way. When he came, he had thought of giving away some of the fur for free so that he could sell the rest of the fur for more money. He could buy some things back, especially salt and cloth. Although this place was not far from the sea, they were also short of salt. It took 6 to 7 days to walk, and half a month to go back. There were 2 people on the mountain who were about to give birth. The children could not be wrapped in fur. They felt uncomfortable and always cried. Usually, they would come once a month. This time, it happened to be 1 month. They did not expect that he would be injured. They met someone to treat him, the kind that did not require money. In the end, they knew a big thing: the world had changed. After saying this, the injured man fainted. The people in the inner court checked and knew that he had a fever. They did not wait for the rain to stop and shouted to the people around, who is willing to help carry him to the provincial government. Lift the shed as well to block the rain. He is sick and has a fever. If we don't send him to the hospital, he will die. If it was in the past, no one would care. Many people who came down from the mountain died of illness. They did not even have a good life, so who would care about others? But this time, it was different. Maybe it was because they had a yearning for life, or maybe it was because they knew that the new good official would give them a good life. People also became kind. Immediately, a few young men stood out and made a rack to put the man on. Then, another 50 or 60 people lifted the entire shed up. They tied ropes around the pillars and threaded them with logs. Then, a few people lifted the shed up with all their strength. A group of people jogged towards the provincial government. Some people followed behind, waiting for the right time to change hands. The 6 people who came down from the mountain ran in the shed in a daze. From time to time, they would look at the only person who could speak the language. As they ran, someone started to shout, "Hey, hey, hey." Everyone followed along and adjusted the rhythm of their footsteps. Their speed increased a little. The 6 people who came down from the mountain also followed and shouted. They felt that shouting like this gave them strength. As they shouted, tears flowed down. They did not understand the language of the people here, but they were not fools. They knew that their own people were sick and these people were helping to find someone to treat them. Otherwise, they would not have to carry the shed and run together. If they wanted to find a place to bury them, they could just drag them there. "Zhang, do you think I will be punished when I go back this time?" "Just now, I promised a lot of benefits." The 2-star odd job worker asked the 3-star who was running beside him. "How would I know?" "Wang Xing, you are really bold. Do you know how many mountain people there are? If you give everyone like this, I guess the things we brought will not be enough. Anyway, I have boarded your pirate ship. We will bear the consequences together and enjoy the benefits together." Zhang Lu was also taking a gamble. If he did well this time, although the biggest benefits would go to Wang Xing, he would still get some. If he did not do well, he would only be punished, but he would not be chased out. Wang Xing laughed and said, "I guess I did the right thing this time. Even if the mountain people know about the benefits, they will not come down immediately. They will wait for some goods to be sent back and then come back. I guess they will have just made contact with the mountain people and be able to do some business peacefully. Think about it, it is impossible for all the mountain people to come down, right? They will only give one person who comes down once, and not a second time. There are women, old people, and children there. They will be able to hold on until the goods come back. If not, they will buy some from the surrounding places." Chapter 425. In the heavy rain, some were happy, some were sad, some were moved, and some were resentful. Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 were very resentful at this time. The 4 of them casually found a small tavern, ordered a few dishes, and warmed 2 pots of wine. Looking at the heavy rain outside through the open window, they were all in a bad mood. They still had their positions, but they did not have their authority. There were many things that they did not need to use their seals for. There were many things that the provincial governor's seal was still useful for. The judges were supposed to support the provincial governor. The matters that the judges could decide, the provincial governor could also decide. The matters that the judges could not decide, the provincial governor could also decide. The 4 of them reserved their seats, but the people below didn't listen to them, and the people above didn't need to listen to them. Lu Shaoqing looked at the wine and dishes on the table, and his anger rose again. These wine and dishes were all unloaded from the ship, and when he saw and thought about it, he felt the current situation. Zhang Zhong doesn't have the time to fight with us. What should we do when he has arranged everything else and is free to fight with us? Do we watch helplessly as we don't get any benefits from before? Do we have to compromise with him? Lu Shaoqing still picked up the dishes and drank a mouthful of wine. He looked at the puddle on the ground outside and said to the other 3. The 3 of them also thought of the same thing, but they couldn't think of a way. They had a little money on hand, but it was impossible to bribe others. Even if they added up, they couldn't compare to Zhang Zhong's family's wealth. Just this loan alone, they had loaned out about 13,000 strings of coins, and there were still 2 counties people who hadn't been loaned out. With only a 10% profit, they could only earn 13,000 strings of coins a year. If the 4 of them had this much money, how could they still lend money? Countless transactions were waiting for them. When they were transported to and fro, there was a difference of a few %. Now, they could not compare. If they wanted to use money to buy people's hearts, there was only one result. Without money, they would lose people's hearts. Other than this, there was also martial strength. However, martial strength did not seem to be necessary. The crossbows were already used, so what was there to fight? They were not the original provincial governor anymore. The last method was to hand in the memorial. This had been done once, but the next day, the memorial was placed in front of the door and stopped halfway. Say something. If you don't say anything, are you waiting for me to think of a solution alone? Who knows what happened to the booklet? Lu Shaoqing slapped the table and asked when he saw the three of them staring at each other. Lower your voice. What are you taking pictures for? Someone turned around and shouted. Do you know who we are? You dare to teach us a lesson? You. Lu Shaoqing pointed at the man and didn't know what to say. I told you to keep your voice down, so keep your voice down. Why do you have so much to say? Isn't it just a judge? Catch me. Tui, just think of it as the past. Then I'll slap the table to help you loosen your muscles. I've long found you an eyesore. The man spat in disdain, and the 6 people at the table followed suit. The 7 of them were stronger than normal people, and their faces were tanned. One look and you could tell that they were the kind of people who did manual labor. Lu Shaoqing didn't dare to make a sound. He knew that if he made a sound at this time, he wouldn't be able to find a place to reason with them. If Zhang Zhong knew about this, he would definitely laugh himself to death. He turned back and said to the 3 people, it's true that when a tiger falls to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. Don't pay attention to them, continue thinking of a way. He wanted to keep the peace, but the 7 people didn't want to. They couldn't find an opportunity. In the past, they were scared to death. Even if they did some work to earn some money, they would still be taken away. It was all because of these 4 people. Now that there was a new provincial governor, how could they not take revenge? The one who spoke just now stood up and walked to the 4 people's table. He said to Lu Shaoqing, what's wrong with you? Don't you know how to apologize? Do you think you'll be fine after slapping and talking? What else do you want? After all, we are judges. Aren't you afraid that we will arrest you? You are bullying us. You're right. We are just people from the outside. How did we offend you? You send people to take a cut of the work we do. You can bully us, but we can't bully you back. Are you a human and we are animals? The man clenched his fists as he spoke. It looked like he was about to beat them up. Chao Hurue at the side said, that has nothing to do with us. We are officials and have many things to do. Of course, there are things that we didn't consider. It won't happen again in the future. Don't worry. Do you think I'm stupid? I know that it won't happen again in the future. The new provincial governor is a good official. How can you be an official? What's there to explain? Are you scared? You really have 2 mouths. Apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me. I alone will take care of the 4 of you. If you don't like it, stand up. You didn't consider it thoroughly. Do you dare to say that you didn't get a share of the money? It looked like it wasn't easy for this person to find such an opportunity. He wanted to vent his anger. He came from the outside and it was tough. He wanted to make a fortune here. In the end, he almost died. He didn't even have enough money to go back. Sorry, it was our fault. Please be magnanimous and let us be quiet. Chao Hurue apologized and cried. It wasn't that he was afraid. So what if he got beaten up? It was because he thought that if he got beaten up, Zhang Zhong and the others would be happy. He couldn't take this beating no matter what. As a judge, he was forced to such a state. There was even a provincial governor waiting for him to make a move. He felt like he was going to die. The man was satisfied. He looked at Lu Shaoqing. What about you? I'm sorry, everyone. Let's be quiet. Lu Shaoqing didn't even look up. His face was as dark as the sky outside. Can you be more sincere? The man asked unhappily. Everyone, it was my fault. Please don't lower yourself to my level. I'm really sorry. Lu Shaoqing forced out a smile. And, it's good that you know you are wrong. Eat, continue eating. The man was satisfied. The other 6 people were also satisfied. Even if they were exploited for such a long time and robbed of so much money, they felt very good after these few words were said. It could be considered as revenge. They had a good time, but Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 didn't have a good time. How were they going to eat? Many people in the restaurant saw this scene. A secondary 6 official was bullied to the point of lowering his head and apologizing. Fan Jinshi couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up, threw down the money and ran out. He didn't care if the rain was heavy or not. The other 3 people also walked out. The 4 people walked along the road in the rain without any destination. Chao Hurui cried as he walked. In the end, the other 3 people also cried. The more they cried, the sadder they felt. The more they cried, the more they felt wronged. The more they cried, the more they hated Zhang Zhong. The people at the side occasionally saw them, but they didn't have any sympathy. Some people even scolded, crying, "You also have a day like this. Do you know how to feel? How many people have been exploited by you? Don't talk about crying, they even want to die. It's better for the 4 of you to cry than so many people crying. Cry, cry until you die." The scolding wasn't soft. The 4 people also heard it, but they didn't have the leisure to care. They were mainly afraid that the person who scolded them would also beat them. They knew very well what they had done. This won't do. I want revenge. Let's leave this place tomorrow and say that we're going out to take a look at the commoners. We'll go to Qinzhou and inform Governor Ning about Zhang Zhong. Jiang Huancher finally couldn't help but think of a person and said to the other 3 people. After hearing this, the 3 people hesitated. Lu Shaoqing asked, Tang, Governor of Ning has always been against us. When we asked him to transport salt, he didn't agree. He even blocked the road over there and asked us to give him some tributes. If we go to him now, he will definitely laugh at us. Also, it may not be useful. What do we have to negotiate with him? We are like stray dogs. Being laughed at by him is better than being dealt with by Zhang Zhong in the end. We will tell him that Zhang Zhong is rich, tell him what Zhang Zhong is doing here, and tell him that Zhang Zhong has a ship. Do you think he won't be anxious? Their whole family is in Qinzhou, and they are close to Luzhou. It has a lot to do with him. Jiang Huancher finally understood. Wasn't it just a matter of being laughed at? What could they do? It was better than being bullied here. Was it better to be laughed at by the governor or bullied by ordinary people? All right, we will go tomorrow morning. Come, let's go to my house for breakfast. We will let the 2 of them fight each other. No matter who loses, we will be happy. Fan Jinshi had also thought it through. She brought the 3 of them home. The other 2 could no longer object. The 4 of them were now in the same boat. Zhang Zhong did not know that the 4 of them were planning to deliver information to someone else. He was checking the accounts. The 4 judges were not simple. There was nothing wrong with the accounts. They collected what they should, and handed in what they should. There were more than 1,300 strings of coins in the mansion, and there was also food in the storehouse. Zhang Zhong could not find trouble with the 4 of them. He knew that this was the normal income, but there were some that did not. However, he could not find anything. The four of them are quite capable. It is impossible to find anything. I will wait for Xiao Bao to come back and ask Xiao Bao. His accounts are more complicated than this, but it is not bad at all. Zhang Zhong put down the account book and muttered to himself. He stood up and walked to the entrance. He looked at the rain outside and rubbed his face. He turned around and walked to the signing room. He wanted to see how the people in the inner court were doing. After all, this was the first time they were allowed to leave. At this moment, a group of people came running along the street. There was also a big shed. Their feet made splashing sounds as they stepped on the water. At the same time, there was also the sound of people shouting. Zhang Zhong stood at the entrance, wanting to see what was going on. The mansion's entrance was always open, just like the entrance of the county yamen. What if someone came to complain? As the footsteps approached, Zhang Zhong took a step back and waited for the footsteps to appear in front of the mansion's entrance. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He immediately asked, "What's going on?" "Wang Xing, tell me." Chapter 426. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He didn't have time to think about what Wang Xing said about making decisions. He immediately let these people enter the manor. Someone ran over to find a doctor. It was safer to treat this kind of illness. The main thing was that these people came down from the mountain and could be communicated with. No matter what, they had to be saved. The 6 mountain people who also came down from the mountain were arranged to bathe and change clothes. Some people also prepared some food. The people who helped didn't chase them out. They also arranged rooms for them to repeat the 6 mountain people's routine. The commoners were very happy. They sent these people back alive, and they were even allowed to stay in the manor by a good official. This wasn't a place that just anyone could come here. After they finished bathing and changed into dry clothes, they came to a hall to eat. They were even more excited. Now, they had something to talk about when they went out. At this time, Zhang Zhong was also listening to Wang Xing and Zhang Lu's report. After knowing that these were mountain people and the way they dealt with them, he nodded with satisfaction. Good, you did a good thing. Wang Xing directly promoted to 4 stars, and Zhang Lu also promoted to 4 stars. According to this promotion, go and receive your rewards yourselves. Thank you, Master. The 2 people said happily at the same time. They turned and ran to receive their rewards. On the way, Wang Xing said to Zhang Lu, "You have to treat me to a meal. Let's eat in a good restaurant outside." "Sure, the best restaurant is our Ocean Wave Pavilion. I can afford it. Let's eat seafood." Zhang Lu agreed readily. After all, it didn't cost much, and it was seafood. Zhang Zhong waited for the 2 people to leave. He sat there and began to think about the future. At the same time, he was very gratified. The people in the inner courtyard were much stronger than before. They could take care of things on their own. Although they didn't give out much, it was enough to make people feel that it was a lot. As long as the mountain people's matter was solved, this place would be stable. Someone, go and tell this matter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Tell them to come back quickly. Zhang Zhong stood up and prepared to check on the sick man. He shouted to the people in the steward's room. 2 people immediately ran over, putting on their straw raincoats and bamboo hats. By the time Zhang Zhong found the place for treatment, the 6 hill dwellers were already standing in the hallway of the house. They did not dare to enter and disturb him, nor did they want to be drenched outside. When they saw Zhang Zhong coming over and saw Zhang Zhong's official robes, the 6 people knelt down one after another. They were very respectful as they spoke in a language that Zhang Zhong did not understand. Zhang Zhong hurriedly helped them up one by one. Since they couldn't communicate with words, he would use his body to do it. Zhang Zhong smiled and lightly patted each of their shoulders a few times. He then pointed at the room for treatment and made a shushing gesture before he also waited. After waiting for an hour, he still did not see anyone come out. Just as Zhang Zhong was getting anxious, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran in. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 6 people and whispered to Zhang Zhong, "Father, how is that person?" "I don't know. The doctor is still treating him inside. Let's wait for a while. Only that person can speak 2 languages. Without him, I have no idea what these 6 people are talking about." At this time, one of the 6 people came over and said a few words to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong looked helpless. Zhang Xiaobao also frowned. If it was a commonly used dialect or a dozen commonly used languages in the world, he would have no problem at all. However, he had never heard of this dialect before. Wang Wan, on the other hand, came over with shining eyes and tried to say a few words to the hill dweller. The hill dweller shook his head and slowed down his speech to speak to Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned and also slowed down her speech. She began to talk to the hill dweller with her hand gestures. After talking for a while, the 6 hill dwellers knelt down and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. They seemed very happy and respectful. "Cuckoo, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. "I learned it." "What can't I know?" Wang Wan raised her head and said, "Actually, I came into contact with this language when I was doing a mission in the past. At that time, the place they were at was too torturous. The 2 neighboring villages spoke different languages. Fortunately, they all knew Mandarin. I stayed there for 3 months and learned from the locals when I was bored. When I was almost done, I left. I didn't expect the hill dwellers to speak the same language as the people there. Occasionally, there would be a difference in vocabulary. You'll know after a few gestures." Zhang Xiaobao understood now. He looked at his father and thought about how to explain it to him. Zhang Zhong was indeed curious. How could his daughter-in-law speak such a language? His daughter-in-law had always stayed at home. When did she learn it? Although he was curious, Zhang Zhong had already acquiesced to this kind of thing. He could accept even more unimaginable things. He had already gotten used to it over the years. What else could he do? His son was his, and so was his daughter-in-law. When he saw his son looking over, he touched his son's head and said, "Xiao Bao, in a while, when that person wakes up, when I talk to him and ask him to convey his thoughts to the 6 people, let Cuckoo listen by the side. Don't make a mistake." Zhang Zhong didn't mention why Cuckoo would say such a thing. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and didn't say anything. However, he was very touched. Although there were so many incredible things, his family never asked and always supported him silently. Wang Wan stuck out her tongue. Just now, she was anxious and excited. Otherwise, she wouldn't have talked to him. She stood at the side and thought for a while. She felt that she should be familiar with the vocabulary, so she started talking to the 6 people again. Before the person came out, Wang Wan had already understood a lot of things. She said to Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong, "He said that village. Tribe. There are some people, more than the people who sent them here, fewer than the people who work at the docks. They produce chuiyu there. They also said that they lack salt. 2 children are about to be born, so they came over to exchange for cloth and salt. They used the salt to rub the children's bodies and used cloth to wrap the children. They said that if they used fur to wrap the children would be uncomfortable and would always cry. They also said that the people here didn't treat them well in the past, but now the people here are good to them. They said that they don't need to give them so many things. They just need to buy the soaked fur at a normal price. They will buy things back. Every time they say that, the sun in the sky has to rise 6 to 7 times and set 6 to 7 times before they can arrive. They also said that they want to thank us for saving their people. Without that person, they won't dare to come out to buy things in the future. They want us to save their people. They can give us more things the next time they come. That's it. That's it. Zhang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. That's easy. I'm just afraid that they can solve everything by themselves. If they lack things, then give them. There are more people than the people who sent them here. There are more than 100 people who sent them here. They take turns to carry the shed. There are more than 1,300 people at the docks. It's hard to count. Zhang Xiaobao was also worried. Suddenly, he thought of an idea and ran out. After a while, he came back with a bag of money on his arm. He put it on the ground and gave Wang Wan a look. Wang Wan immediately started talking to the 6 people again and pointed to the copper coins on the ground. A person stood there, squatted down and played with the copper coins. He smiled and grabbed some of them in his hand. He added a few more, thought about it, and subtracted a few more. After a while, he added and subtracted a few more. About 300 people. Got it. Sigh. It seems that they don't count. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the number of copper coins that he caught. There were more than 300 copper coins. As for the number of copper coins that this person added and subtracted, it was not important. Wang Wan said a few words to this person. This person smiled and stood up. Wang Wan grabbed 6 jin of copper coins and stuffed it into this person's hand. After she made a gesture, this person happily kept it and put it in his arms. Along with the sound of the door, the doctor stood at the door and said to Zhang Zhong, "Master, he is fine now. These few days, give him 3 doses of medicine every day. After changing the medicine twice, he will recover." Zhang Zhong nodded, "Thank you, Dr. Feng. Go and rest." Dr. Feng was really tired, so he didn't say anything. He nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile and walked out. Zhang Zhong led the 6 people, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan into the room. A person was lying on the bed. He was a little weak, but he was awake. When he saw Zhang Zhong come in, he immediately turned over and bowed to him. Zhang Zhong caught up with him, supported him and said, "How do you feel? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I will find another doctor to come and take a look. These are your 6 clansmen. They have been waiting outside." At this time, the 6 people also came over and said to the person. The person was about to turn over and get down again. His eyes were red as he said, "Sir, you are also waiting outside." "Sir, I am just a mountain villager. I don't deserve you. You also helped to take care of the 6 of them. Sir, you are a great benefactor to my clan." "What mountain people? Since I am an official here, then they are all citizens under my rule. 6 young men, it makes me happy to see them. Recuperate well, and when you can move again in a few days, let the 6 of them carry the gifts that this official has bestowed upon you and carry you back. I heard that you have a child who is about to be born, so you must take good care of him. Having a new life is a good sign. When my son, Xiao Bao, was born, my family was overjoyed. Since then, our lives have been getting better and better. It's the same for you. Since I'm here, I can't just watch you suffer." Zhang Zhong put down his pride and chatted with the person. He even pulled Zhang Xiaobao in front of him to let the person see. Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew what to say. He called him uncle and smiled innocently. Zhang Zhong said this, but in his heart, he thought, "Your child can't be compared to my son and daughter-in-law. There is nothing they can't do." Chapter 427. Hearing the words of the injured aboriginals, Zhang Zhong felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that he had deceived these so-called barbarians who appeared ferocious but were actually kind inside. They appeared to be barbaric but were actually filled with yearning for life. Zhang Zhong's expression changed. Zhang Xiaobao, who was proficient in many kinds of psychology, immediately understood what was going on. He quickly said, "Father, I still don't know this uncle's name. When he has a child, I'll ask him to send her here. Then I'll have a younger brother or sister." Hearing his son's words, Zhang Zhong also recovered. He personally looked at the bandaged area and said to the villager, "You have to be obedient. You are all people under my rule. If you don't listen to me, how can I let everyone live a good life? How should I address you?" "Sir, my name is Na Shu." "Sir, can you really let everyone live a good life? You won't bully us, villager." It was the first time the injured villager had seen such a high-ranking official. He could not imagine how big the official was. After all, it was a very big place. Everyone had to listen to this person. In the past, he was disgusted with the authorities and hostile to the people here because he came down the mountain to do work and beg for food when he was young. The people here did not treat him well. He learned the language here and became an important person for the people here to interact with the people here. On the mountain, his position was second only to the chief. This time, he came down and was injured. He did not expect to benefit from this disaster. The small official bullied people, but the big official was so kind. He unknowingly approved of Zhang Zhong's ruling position. Zhang Zhong put on a straight face. "Na Shu, right? In the future, I don't want to hear the name of villager. In my opinion, we are all the same. You just live on the mountain. How can you send Yu to the state? When will the child be born? If it's too late, I'll send people to send the things needed. When the child is born, if it's a boy, I'll take him as my adopted son. If it's a girl, I'll take her as my adopted daughter. She can come down the mountain and live in the state capital. I'll give you land. If you don't come down the mountain, I'll send people up to teach the adopted son or daughter. My son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo will have a younger brother or sister." The tree knew a lot of things. After hearing Zhang Zhong's words, it couldn't continue to lie there. It suddenly sat up and looked at Zhang Zhong. It swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and spoke with a trembling voice, "Your Excellency, you really want to adopt my child. But, when I look at you, I can guess that the child in the future will be very likable. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo play together, but they don't have a companion. In the future, when they have a younger child, the two of them will have one more person to play with. Xiao Bao, have people prepare 100 bolts of silk, 100,000 coins, 20 kilograms of honey, 10 bolts of silk, and 1 bolt of cotton cloth used by the family. Send 100 frozen pork knuckles first, 20 jars of wine, and 10 kilograms of Longjing tea. As for the rest of the grain and oil, you can do as you see fit." Zhang Zhong praised Na Shu and ordered his son to prepare the things. Zhang Xiaobao agreed and left. Wang Wan stepped forward and said, "Actually, Xiaobao and I want to have a younger sister. Uncle, if you have a younger sister, send her to me as soon as possible. I will play with her and teach her to read and write." Wang Wan was afraid that others would prefer boys over girls. She had experienced it herself. The reason why she was thrown into the Zhang family was because she was a girl. But now, no one would look down on her. What made her happy was that Zhang Zhong, her future father-in-law, had never looked down on her. Perhaps it was because of her relationship with her future mother-in-law that she married Zhang Zhong, so Zhang Zhong did not dare to look down on her. At this time, she deliberately said that she liked a younger sister. If she really gave birth to a girl, Na Shu would not look down on her. Na Shu looked at the little girl in front of him, as if he had eaten a calming pill. Thinking back to the things that Rinpoche said to give, he felt a burst of excitement. He finally felt the ability of a high-ranking official. He gave so many things that he did not even dare to think about, but he did not hesitate at all. "Darren, isn't it a little too much for you to recognize a son or daughter?" Na Shu did not dare to accept the gifts. "What do you mean by a lot of things for you to recognize a son or daughter? Those are not things for your son or daughter when you recognize a son or daughter. They are things for your wife to nurse her body. How can this official recognize a son or daughter so simply? That will weaken the reputation of my Zhang family. Have you seen the boats at the docks? At that time, regardless of whether they are male or female, I will give them a boat first. The rest can be discussed later. Zhang Zhong wanted to make a good show. He wanted to let all the people on the mountain know how the provincial governor would treat them. Na Shu was so frightened that he began to tremble. No matter what, the gifts he mentioned earlier were only for his woman to use. His child was not even born yet. Renba Chen was going to give him a boat when his child was born. He had seen the boat before he fainted. It was because of the heavy rain that he could still see the boat. He knew how big the boat was. Even if he sold his entire clan, he would not be able to buy that boat. Yet, he was going to give it away just like that. He did not care about other things. His child was not a child. She was clearly a treasure. When Zhang Zhong saw that Na Shu was too agitated, he helped him lie down again. He advised, "Brother Na Shu, there's no need to worry. You'll know in the future that my family is not short of money. Even the combined wealth of the entire Lu Zhou can't compare to my family. My family is in the north of the capital. When you have the chance, you can bring your brothers and clansmen there to have a look. You'll truly feel at home when you're there. If you have a daughter, when she's slightly older, she can learn something here. If you have a son, your clansmen can move here. When the time comes, I can even let the son be an official." "Ha! Darren, if it's a boy, you want to let him be an official. Then, what about your Xiao Bao?" Na Shu panted heavily. He felt that he could not bear the good things happening one after another. When he thought of letting the son be an official, he began to worry about the other Xiao Bao. Zhang Zhong smiled. "I'm a 4th grade official. I'll be promoted to a higher position in the future. How can I let the son be an official? Even if I can only let one son be an official, I'll let my adopted son keep it. My son, Xiao Bao, doesn't need my help. If Xiao Bao becomes a general in the future, he'll be able to travel 1,000 miles. If he becomes a businessman, his fortune will be comparable to that of a country. If he becomes an official, then the corrupt officials of Great Tang can only wait for bad luck." Zhang Zhong felt that he was telling the truth. However, he realized that others might not believe him after he said it out loud. At this moment, Na Shu had no time to distinguish between the truth and the lies. At least, he knew that this new official's family was not ordinary. When he thought of this, he told Zhang Zhong about the matter that the 2 people from the inner court had mentioned. Zhang Zhong's smile did not change. "Brother Na Shu, to be honest, I haven't considered this matter. They said it themselves." "Ah. So those things are all. It's all true. As long as they say it, the Zhang family will admit it. If they make a promise to something that didn't happen, then it's the promise of the Zhang family. Brother Na Shu, you can rest assured," Zhang Zhong said seriously. Na Shu rubbed his temples vigorously. He really couldn't understand what was going on with this high-ranking official. The words he said and the things he did were incomprehensible. The first feeling he had was that he was rich, a lot of money. The second feeling he had was that he was kind, not only to mountain people like him, but also to his subordinates. A servant could make a promise on behalf of the master, and the master even admitted it. Na Shu did not think that such a high-ranking official would waste time to fool him. He could only choose to believe it. He would know when the time came. When the other 6 hill dwellers saw that this high-ranking member of their tribe was so agitated, they asked anxiously. Na Shu also told the 6 of them what he had told Zhang Zhong just now. After they finished, Zhang Zhong looked directly at his daughter-in-law. Wang Wan nodded and gave an affirmative expression. Zhang Zhong was relieved. At the same time, he felt an indescribable sense of pride. His son and daughter-in-law each had their own strengths. When the two children were together, all difficulties were no longer a problem. Wang Wan then asked Na Shu, "Uncle Na, is your surname Na?" "Ha, I gave this surname myself. There is no surname in the tribe. We don't even have a name. When the child is born, we just give him a name. Look at him, he's called Na Tuesday. He followed my surname." Even though Na Shu was wary of outsiders, he could not face Wang Wan's pure eyes, cute smile, and sweet voice. He answered all the questions and pointed to one of the 6 people and explained to Wang Wan with a smile. Wang Wan pretended to look at that person curiously and asked, "Uncle Na, don't you Zhuang people have a written language? Why don't you have a name?" "Zhuang people? What kind of tribe is Zhuang people? There is no written language. They can't even remember numbers. They don't want to go down the mountain because they are too different from the people here. They are afraid of being cheated." Na Shu was also confused. He had never heard of anything about the Zhuang people. This time, Wang Wan didn't say anything. She took a step back because she saw from the corner of her eye that Zhang Zhong was about to speak. Zhang Zhong sighed at his son and daughter-in-law's eyesight. He said to Na Shu, "I've thought about what brother Na Shu said. In the future, I will ask people to teach the people in the mountains some knowledge. Arithmetic and literacy are the simplest things. It's just that there is a language barrier. Brother Na Shu, you have to help them. By then, all the people in the mountains will be able to read and calculate. They won't have to worry about being cheated in the future. It will be convenient for them to live or do business at the foot of the mountain. What do you think, brother Na Shu?" "Really? If someone comes to teach, our tribe will give them the best food and the best house," Na Shu said happily. "It's true. But we can't send people over yet. My daughter-in-law is too young. We have to ask people to come down from the mountain. Cuckoo, talk to Uncle Na Shu." As soon as Zhang Zhong finished speaking, Wang Wan immediately spoke to Na Shu in the dialect that she was familiar with. Chapter 428. Zhang Zhong was shocked. Didn't his daughter-in-law just say a few words in a dialect? This person's reaction was too big, wasn't it? "Cuckoo, what did you say to him?" Zhang Zhong was puzzled. What did his daughter-in-law say to scare him like this? He didn't say much. He just said that there's going to be a flood and asked the people in the mountains to come down and hide. Even if they get washed away by the water, there's a boat that can take them to a higher place. If the mountain collapses, it's over, Wang Wan explained. How did you know that there's going to be a flood? Zhang Zhong's heart tightened. He could not believe what others said, but if it was his son and daughter-in-law, he had to believe it even if he did not understand. Even if his daughter-in-law said that the moon would fall tomorrow, he would still organize people to move, let alone a flood. Wang Wan saw Zhang Zhong's worry and said a little embarrassedly, "Father, it wasn't me who said it. It was Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang is Zhang Jiuling's butler. He's very good at martial arts and forced Xiao Bao to use methods that he shouldn't have used. Only then did he force him to retreat. He used to be a guard and even knows how to raise pigeons. Xiao Bao is still suffering. Ah. Xiao Bao is injured. Why didn't I see it?" He didn't say anything. Zhang Zhong forgot about everything else and only thought about his son. What's there to say? It's just sore and painful. Just bear with it. I'll give him a good massage before he goes to bed tonight. Wang Wan knew the pain, but she knew what kind of person Zhang Xiaobao was. He did not care about this little bit of pain. Then Cuckoo, you'll have to take care of him tonight. Do you know when he's going to have a flood? Zhang Zhong did not know what his daughter-in-law meant by using methods that he shouldn't have used. He thought that it was a demon or a celestial's method. Otherwise, how could two people force a former guard to retreat? He knew that his son could endure the pain. Presumably, the two of them had their own ways of dealing with it. The thing that worried him the most was the flood. He had heard of Zhang Jiuling before, but he didn't expect that his family would be here. It wasn't easy for the state's middle school to improve. If it was washed away by the flood, everything would be gone. This was especially true for the crops planted here. It was almost time to harvest, and they could continue to plant crops. They could harvest twice or thrice in a year. It all depended on what they wanted to plant. If the rice that they had prepared at home were to be washed away by the water, there would be a shortage of food for this season. Wang Wan was also a little worried about the flood. It would delay a lot of progress, but she was not afraid. She still had a few days to prepare. The loss of property was a small matter. It was fine as long as the people were fine. Dad, there are still about 5 days left. Grandpa Zhang didn't calculate it himself, but some old people here said it. Some said it would be 7 days later, and some said it would be 5 days later. Many old people said so we have to believe it. At least 5 days, at most 7 days. Wang Wan summarized what the old man said when they left and said to Zhang Zhong. Dad, everything has been arranged. But when I came here just now, I heard that the river that we prepared to drain water from the artesian well has risen a lot. Hurry up and arrange for the disaster relief. This time, we are really going to lose money. Some of the money that we borrowed was used to buy the shops. We can't let the people who damaged the houses bear the cost of the flood. Zhang Xiaobao came back at this time. He was in a bad mood. He calculated and calculated, but in the end, he could not calculate a natural disaster. That tree, who was standing at the side, heard everything the three of them said. When he heard that it was a flood, he immediately became anxious. The tribe would be flooded once every year. No matter how they changed the location, it was useless. When the flood came, it would not go back to the original location. Zhang Zhong was also worried. When he saw that tree looking at him, he said to him, Brother Tree, don't worry. Send people back immediately. Don't bring anything with you, just some food and water. It should take less than 6 days. Go back and ask people to cut trees and make rafts. When the water is big, they can come down. That tree had no other choice. He could only say a few words to 2 of the 6 people who were faster. The 2 people turned around and were ready to run out, but they were stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. His movement was very simple. He was 1.2 meters tall. He jumped up from the ground and jumped 1.2 meters in the air. He flew 2 feet in a row, and the 2 people had to retreat. What's the hurry? Take the things with you before you go. Wang Wan rushed to the door. Zhang Xiaobao was half a body's height. Wang Wan happened to stand beside Zhang Xiaobao and said to the 2 anxious people. Only then did the 2 people realize who they had offended. They knelt down and kowtowed. Get up. Get ready immediately. Remember to go back quickly. Even if you die, you have to spread the news. Wang Wan said to the 2 people again. She ran out with Zhang Xiaobao to arrange food and water. This was simple. They just had to find a guard. They had things that they always prepared. The 4 slow people and the injured tree were left in the house. They anxiously waited for news from the other side. It would take at least 10 days. Zhang Zhong had no time to chat. He said a few words and left in a hurry. The notice was written in the blink of an eye. He asked people to hold umbrellas and read it loudly in the provincial government for the people to hear. The content was to let the people be prepared to leave at any time. The small boats on the 18 big boats were all lowered. The guards of the prince's mansion and the strong people in the inner courtyard all went out to cut trees. The people followed suit. The construction of the docks stopped. People evacuated and made rafts. The things in the houses that should be moved were moved to welcome the arrival of the flood. The honesty of the provincial government was different from before. The people did not doubt. Some families who knew how to read the weather responded positively. In the midst of the busy work, Fan Jinshi and the other 3 people were secretly laughing. They hoped that the water would be bigger and stronger. They hoped that all the houses would be washed away. Even the houses behind the unfinished provincial government would be washed away. Zhang Xiaobao held his chin with his hands. He looked outside at the rain that showed no signs of stopping. He blinked and said, "The sky is falling, okay, don't memorize these things. It's not easy for you to learn. Keep them. Think of a way to reduce the loss." Wang Wan crossed her arms. She heard Zhang Xiaobao mumbling and nudged him. Zhang Xiaobao stopped. He looked at Wang Wan and asked, "Do you want fame or money?" "I can't make up my mind now." "What fame and money?" "The flood is coming. It's terrible. Fame and money are too far away. Think about how to save the lives of the people in the province." Wang Wan was worried about the coming flood. In this kind of situation, some experienced people were more accurate than the weather forecast. After checking the weather, they could say when the flood would come. Zhang Xiaobao pinched his thigh hard and said, "I'll listen to you. If you want lives, prepare to take other people's lives and let them come over to develop. This move is a little immoral, but we have to make up for the loss of our side in the flood, and it's also a good thing to save people. It's a pity that there are not enough boats. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have let the cooks and workers go back so early. I'll let them stay for a few more days. Now start to collect the ropes. Be quick." Wang Wan was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Comrade Xiaobao, you don't want to calculate when the flood is coming, do you? You just watch those people be drowned by the flood. You just watch the children cry alone. How can you do this? You want to make money from the national disaster? How did your grandfather, the dean, get you promoted in the first place?" Wang Wan was really angry. Usually, she would accept Zhang Xiaobao's calculations. However, at this time, based on Zhang Xiaobao's words, he wanted to make up for the loss. He wanted both money and fame. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and said, "It's a misunderstanding. How can I forget that scene? I was thinking whether I should ask them for money after saving them or treat them well to gain a good reputation. When you said that, I made up my mind. We need people. Lu Zhou's population is too small." "What do you mean? I don't understand." Wang Wan was still angry. "Nothing much. It's just that this rain is not normal. When I went to arrange according to my father's instructions, I heard someone say that they had picked up a few big fish in the county. They fell quite heavily. Why do you think the fish fell? Could it be that they found it too lonely in the water and flew into the sky?" Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes and said. Wang Wan paused for a moment before she asked tentatively, "Could it be a typhoon? Isn't this the wrong season? A typhoon is coming. What's the right season? Let's go and make arrangements. We'll save more people. To be honest, I hope that everyone will be safe. However, this is only a wish. Let's do our best." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan and rushed out without opening an umbrella. 15 minutes later, a new announcement was made in the provincial capital. The servants were also shouting in various places, asking the people to demolish their houses and pack up their belongings, especially those with roof beams. They were to unload the logs and use strong ropes to make wooden rafts. They did not want the other miscellaneous items in their houses. If they could be packed, they could be put on the wooden rafts and get people to prepare more ropes. The fast horses could only spread the news in Wulei County and Yushan County. The 2 counties further away could not do anything. Although they had sent people there to make preparations, they did not have time to demolish their houses. Everything was prepared. The entire province was under martial law. The 2 counties further away might not be able to do it, but the 2 counties here had no problems. At the same time, the matter of loans was also announced. All loans would be waived. All goods that had been paid for in advance would be given away for free. After all, nothing would be left behind in the end. The Zhang family would bear this loss alone. The people also understood that this matter was serious. The new good official gave up so much money directly. He was definitely not lying to them. The people in the 2 counties began to demolish their houses according to the announcement. They tied up the wooden rafts one by one and took their belongings with them. They waited for the good official to make the next arrangements. At this time, there were still some people who were in a hurry. Along the way, they met people on fast horses who came to announce the announcement. When the horses reached dangerous places, they could not run. The people on the horses could only give up on the horses and run to the 2 counties on foot. Do you want to live? If you want to, follow me and run quickly. When you reach the provincial capital, help organize. If you do well, maybe Governor Zhang will spare you this time. Chapter 429. On the 2nd day, most of the houses in Wulei County had been demolished. The people who had lost their homes did not complain about the good officials at all. They just waited for the good officials to make arrangements for them. All the tents on the ship were taken out. There were also temporary sheds. They moved slowly towards the seaside. The people followed the tents and sheds. Occasionally, there would be some hidden bad guys who wanted to cause trouble. When they were discovered, they would be killed immediately regardless of whether they were guilty or not. The rain was still falling. The people from the Zhang family's inner court had already spread out and went to various places to buy things, especially Qinzhou, which was the closest to them. They used money to pave the way and bought a large amount of herbs, food, and cloth back at a price several times higher. It was also raining heavily in Qin province. It was the same for the neighboring provinces as well. Occasionally, there would be people who would pick up the falling fish. In some places, the houses were blown away by the wind. In this era where information was not up to date, all of this had been forgotten. The 4 judges who wanted to leave had no choice but to stay because of the state of martial law. They didn't intend to listen to the notice, but the house was still demolished. The 4 of them took the deed and wanted to go to Zhang Zhong to argue, but they couldn't even meet with him in person. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, in this era of power, what could you do if your house was demolished? A place that was constantly promoting the rule of law could be demolished just like that. Moreover, the nature was different. This was not for personal gain. If it was not demolished, it would be flooded in the end. It was a pure waste. The rain these 2 days was too heavy. Some old people said that they had encountered it before. The Dragon King was angry. They had encountered it once a few decades ago. At that time, the people here ran to the mountains. Although they were not flooded, the mountains collapsed and many people died. Zhang Xiaobao was ready to take a gamble. At most, he would just spend money. Why would he need so much money? If he could not keep his father's position, who would be able to keep his money? Go on with all your might. Zhang Zhong, this time you will lose tens of thousands of strings of money. Isn't his family rich? Let's see if his heart aches or not. Ha ha ha, let's see if it's bigger. Even though Lu Shaoqing's house had been torn down, he was still with his family. The servants had made a wooden raft and a shed. His family and the other 3 families had gathered together. The 4 judges were eating and drinking under a shed. When they saw the heavy rain and found out that the Zhang family had given up on all their loans and goods, they were all as happy as if they were celebrating the new year. Chao Hurue took a sip of the warm wine and said with an undisguised smile, This time, not only did the Zhang family lose money, but Zhang Zhong's position is also in danger. Such a big disaster, if the emperor knows about it, he will report it to the heavens and punish himself. How can the officials under him think about it? You can't say that. Some people said that the Zhang family scattered and went to different places to buy things. If they buy enough things and reduce the loss, maybe the emperor will consider it. Jiang Huanche was also happy, but she was a bit worried that Zhang Zhong could escape this time. Fan Jinshi, who had been silent all this time, said, "The Zhang family is rich. If they can buy things, the price will not be low. I know this. Recently, they bought the most things in Qinzhou. The price is 5 times higher than usual. So what if they buy things? The house is gone. Will the Zhang family repair it? I don't believe that the Zhang family is so rich that they dare to repair the house for more than 7,000 people in Qinzhou." The 4 people talked, and from time to time, there was laughter. This news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After Wang Wan heard, she curled her lips and said, "In the beginning, we left them alone to deal with them slowly because we thought they had some ability. I didn't expect them to be so bad." When real politicians are in conflict with each other, they will not gloat when the people are suffering. They don't even understand what politics is. Yes, we can make use of them, but we definitely shouldn't be so happy. If I were them, I would look for my father and tell him about this matter. Conflicts are conflicts, but when facing external forces, we have to compromise. They've already broken the jar. After this matter is over, we'll deal with them. Zhang Xiaobao was also very angry. If this kind of thing happened in the current imperial court, they would find a way to deal with it even if it was a conflict. The imperial court in the past was not too bad. There were not many parties fighting. Even if there were, they would not use the people as a bargaining chip. After all, they were still influenced by some ideas of governance. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan said, "Xiaobao, I can't wait. I want to deal with them as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaobao first thought about the typhoon and the flood, and then his hand touched his face. Wang Wan was relieved after seeing this. She knew that the 4 judges were going to be unlucky. If Zhang Xiaobao was good at making money in construction, then he could be said to be a top figure in calculating people. Continue to move to the seaside. Start making food in large quantities. Don't extinguish the fire. As long as the fire is big enough, wet firewood can still be burned. It's just that there will be more smoke. There's also a reserve of fresh water. Boil it all into water and put in some salt. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and stopped. He walked to the door and gave orders to the person who was there to deliver the news. The series of things Zhang Zhong did a few days ago were reported. Under his orders, basically all the people obediently followed and did whatever they were told to do. Even if they did not understand at the moment, no one objected. All the troublemakers were dealt with. Pancakes were baked one after another, steamed buns were steamed one after another, and pots of water were boiled and filled into water bags. While the commoners were working, they were also moving towards the seaside. There were only 8 ships left out of the 18 that were on the seaside. These 8 ships were enough to squeeze in a few thousand commoners. See, this is the strength of the government. As long as the government officials are capable, they will definitely not be afraid of disasters other than earthquakes. Wang Wan said with her chest puffed out. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and said, "This is the responsibility that we dare to bear, okay? What strength of the government? My father has the final say in Lu Zhou's government. There's no secretary or army to make trouble. Of course, it's up to him to say what he wants. Which government official is willing to throw in the money of his family like we are doing?" When Wang Wan saw that the people were doing things smoothly, she relaxed and began to argue with Zhang Xiaobao. "Isn't it because we have to keep our position? Whether we keep our position or not, at least our family is really taking money out. You can say that we are pretending. Who can say that we are pretending for the rest of our lives? Well, I still have to ask someone to find some dry wood and a big fish net. Then, let the flood wash them away. The grains that were originally planted here are also gone. After the flood, I will transfer 100,000 strings of coins here and start all over again. It will be more convenient to plan. Zhang Xiaobao also made up his mind. Since they could not keep their position, they would start all over again. It was fine as long as the people were fine. It was just money. Not to mention that the Zhang family could withdraw enough money now, even if they could not for the time being, they could go to the capital and ask for cooperation. Countless rich merchants would be willing to join them. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was encouraging her and using this spirit to influence others, but she still felt reluctant. She ordered a person next to her, "Pick out the strong people who have nothing to do and help me harvest the rice here. Get as much as you can." "Yes." The person from the inner courtyard responded. After finding someone to make the arrangements, he came back and asked Wang Wan, "Miss, your order just now seemed to be useless. According to the rules, the orders of the young miss and young master must be unconditionally carried out. But after carrying out the orders, you can ask." "Miss, what do you mean?" "Nothing. If we don't eat the people, we can use it to feed the pigs, poultry, and fish. It's better than throwing it away. If we can reduce the losses, then reduce the losses. Those seedlings are not harvested yet. The bottom is green and can be used to make fodder. Do you understand now? Don't be too excited and busy because now is the time to distribute water. You have to deal with things without any emotions. This is planning. Busy but not chaotic, anxious but not angry." Wang Wan was quite satisfied with this person. He would carry out what needed to be carried out and ask if he did not understand. The people from the inner courtyard should be like this. After the person heard this, he thanked, "Thank you, young miss. Young master, can you tell me why you want the people to make so many wooden rafts? We don't need so many at all. Just 1/3 is enough for the people to live. We still have the boats, so we don't even need 1/5. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the person from the inner courtyard asking him, he looked at the rice seedlings on this person's chest. There were 4 circles. He thought for a while and said, "I shouldn't let you know. You are only a 4-star. Let me remind you. Our family has lost a lot of money this time. Do you think we should earn it back?" "Yes, we definitely have to earn it back. This kind of loss is too sullen. The heavens insist on messing things up, but this little one believes that the young master and young lady are even more powerful than the heavens," the person from the 4-star inner courtyard replied. He was not deliberately flattering them, as he also thought so in his heart. That's natural. How can my family look at the losses and do nothing? Then let me ask you, can we earn back that money from the people in our prefecture? Zhang Xiaobao wanted to give the person from the inner courtyard a strong impression. No, could it be that we have to earn the money of the people in other places? The person guessed. Something like that. Think further. Think carefully. Once you understand, you can be promoted to 5 stars. Don't just think about this and delay the proper business. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao did not tell this person why, and this person did not ask anymore. He knew that the first 4 stars only needed to make contributions or be outstanding during the examination. However, it was not so easy to be promoted to the 5th star. A 5-star inner courtyard person could be sent out to take charge. This could only be thought about by himself. The people of the 2 counties were busy. Not only did they have to take care of themselves, but they also had to wait for the people of the other 2 counties to come and help. Chapter 430. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Water began to flood everywhere. A few provinces were almost completely covered by the ocean. Even if there were mountains, it was useless. Those who hid in the mountains did not have to worry about being washed away by the water. However, the mountains would slide. No matter how much vegetation there was on the mountains, as long as the soil was saturated, something would happen. The valleys in the mountains were also filled with water. The heavy rain was still falling. From time to time, people would float by with a board. Qin province was flooded, Sumaozhou was flooded, Lian province was flooded, Shaanxi province was not far away, and Feng province was also in the area where the heavy rain fell. The typhoon landed on Luzhou. The people who had long been prepared moved to the valleys. The big ships were also far away. Only one ship was slightly slower and was stranded. The typhoon circled around Luzhou's bay and gradually dissipated. An old man who knew how to look at the sky told Zhang Zhong that it was just one dragon. There were no other dragons. Zhang Zhong did not care about the dragons anymore. He sent out countless small boats to pick up the people who floated over from the other two counties and the neighboring provinces. The people who lived by the sea might not be good in other aspects, but they had absolutely no problem in swimming. Those who went to the sea to catch big fish and those who lived near the sea all knew how to swim. Children of 4 or 5 years old dared to dive into the water to find things. All of them knew what to do when the flood came. Even those who were good at swimming did not swim on their own. Usually, they would find something floating and hold on to it. Ninghai and Huaqin counties had been notified. They made their own wooden rafts and put their belongings on them. However, they did not tear down their houses or prepare so many ropes. When the flood came, families paddled the rafts toward the state capital. This was their only hope. Father, Mother, can our family still survive? Why don't we go up the mountain? It's higher there. The further we go, the lower it gets. A little boy of 8 or 9 years old was holding his 3-year-old sister in his arms. He wiped the rain off his face and held a big leaf in one hand to block the rain for his sister. He said to his parents who were paddling with all their might, "Luo Luo, people died on the mountain too. What if we go up the mountain and come down later? What if the new good official doesn't recognize us? Carry Bei Bei, we're going to find the official." The father used all his strength to row the wooden raft, enduring the onslaught of the rain. His son said. The mother also helped to row, crying as she rowed. Her home was gone, and her land was gone. She didn't know how she was going to live the rest of her life. The only thing she was thankful for was that the high-ranking official had sent the news early and returned the wooden raft. Her family was fine. The little boy nodded as if he understood, and said to his 3-year-old sister, "Bei Bei, we'll have something good to eat in a while." The little girl who was 3 years old could not understand the pain of the adults. She reached out to touch the leaf that was blocking the rain and called out happily. After a while, the little girl was no longer so excited. She pursed her lips and said that she was hungry. The boy took a bite of a steamed bun, chewed it in his mouth, spat it out, and put it into the girl's mouth. "Be good, Bei Bei. Eat quickly. You won't be hungry after eating. When we get there, we'll have hot soup to drink." The girl ate half a steamed bun and was finally full. She curled up in her brother's arms and fell asleep. The boy thought for a while and put away the other half of the steamed bun. The family had brought food this time, but it was all raw. There were only a few dry steamed buns. It was better to leave them for his sister. He could eat the raw ones. The family of 4 sat on the wooden raft and floated in the direction of the state capital. As they floated, a large tree that had been washed down slanted and crashed into them. The couple tried to avoid it. In the end, they dodged the tree above the surface of the water, but the branches under the water hit the side of the wooden raft. With a cracking sound, the hemp rope tied to the wooden raft could no longer withstand such a large force. 3 of the ropes snapped in succession. "Husband, you take Luo Luo and go. I'll carry Bei Bei and follow behind." When the woman saw that the wooden raft had cracked, she shouted at her husband and was about to carry the little girl. The man was good at swimming, and so was Luo Luo. If something happened to the family, they would have to leave behind descendants. The boy was their descendant. The woman was already prepared to give up. "I can't leave my sister behind. I know how to tread water. Mother, the 3 of us will take turns treading water and carrying the wooden raft. We can't leave our sister behind, but we can't be without our mother." The boy immediately understood what his mother meant. He hugged his sister tightly and refused to hand her over no matter what. "Luo Luo, it's useless. The water is so big. You can't turn around with the wooden raft. You'll be washed into the sea. Follow your father. The 2 of you can cross." The mother was also reluctant, but she had to give up at this time. "Don't say any more. Row. The water hasn't scattered yet. I'll carry her." At this time, the man climbed onto the wooden raft. He used his hand to grab a piece of wood and his leg to clamp another piece of wood so that the wooden raft wouldn't scatter completely. However, every time the water hit, the wood would squeeze against each other, causing the man to feel pain. The woman nodded with tears flowing down her face. She said to the boy, "Put Bei Bei down and row with me. We're almost there." The boy hesitated for a moment. He took off his pants and put his sister on his pants while naked. He then put the leaf on his sister's body. Only then did he pick up his father's wooden raft and row with all his strength on the other side. The wooden raft moved forward for another quarter of an hour. The man's feet and legs were already bleeding from the friction. The fingernail on his left hand was accidentally squeezed by 2 pieces of wood. 3 fingernails fell off and blood seeped out. Just as the woman was about to grab her daughter and jump down in despair, a few black spots suddenly appeared in the water in front of them. The black spots were moving very fast, and at the same time, they were accompanied by splashes of water. While the woman was in a daze, the black spots were already getting closer. When she looked carefully, she found that they were actually 6 people's heads that occasionally popped out of the water and then sank back down. The splashes of water were also caused by the 6 people swimming. The boy also saw it and was stunned. He was a good swimmer and could step on water, but he definitely couldn't swim that fast. The 6 people's movements were almost the same. They seemed to be wearing black clothes, and even their heads were covered. Their heads sank and floated for a large distance. When they sank, their heads dove into the water. When they floated, their heads moved left and right. When they didn't encounter waves, their 2 hands alternated in front of them. When they encountered waves, they immediately changed their movements. Their 2 hands should be stretched forward and just happened to pass through the waves. The 6 people swam to the front of the wooden raft. One of them took out a rope from the bag in his arms and said to the person on the wooden raft, "Don't be afraid. We are the new provincial governor. We are the guards of a good official. We have been ordered to provide support everywhere. Get up, don't lie down." As the man spoke, the 6 people surrounded the wooden raft. One of them climbed up and began to tie the wooden raft again. The man was already out of strength. He lay there on his back and kept saying thank you. The woman cried and carried the girl up. The boy looked at the 6 people with admiration. He asked the person who tied the rope, "What happened to you guys just now? How did you swim so fast?" "We were using the most standard freestyle and butterfly swimming. Freestyle swimming is fast, and butterfly swimming is easy to pass through the waves. We practiced it regularly." This person was easy to talk to. He explained to the boy while tying the rope. The boy didn't know anything about swimming. He only knew that the 6 people were really not slow. He asked curiously, you guys are from the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team, right? I heard that 56 people jumped off a very high ship a few days ago and nothing happened to them. They can swim in the water for a few hours without getting tired. Is this how you guys swim? Boy, you are smart. We are from the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team. When it comes to swimming, other than some local people here, no one can compare to us. Master was afraid that something would happen, so he sent us out. You guys are the 12th wooden raft to be saved. Usually, when we train, we have to learn a few standard swimming postures, but we don't usually do that. Everyone has their own comfortable swimming postures. Today is not the time to show off. We can only use the most standard swimming postures. It takes more effort, but it is the fastest. This person's movements were very fast. In just a few sentences, there was only one wooden raft left. He tied it while talking to the boy. The boy looked at the 6 people with serious faces. He didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he was very calm. The 6 people's cold and handsome expressions made people know that they were very resolute. It seemed that no difficulty could beat them. Big brother, can I join the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team? I want to be like you guys, rushing from so far and so fast to save people. You guys are wearing beautiful clothes. The boy asked with a look of yearning. The person from the protection team tied the wood and buckled it. He smiled at the boy and said, "It's not that easy to enter. First, you have to sign a death contract, then you have to undergo training. That kind of pain is unimaginable. Sometimes, you even want to die, but you can't. If you want to enter, you have to learn how to read first. Do you know how to read? Can't read?" The boy shook his head regretfully. He didn't expect that these people were not only good at swimming and looked good, but they were also literate. Then you have to learn well. First, learn how to read and write. Then, you can participate in the training. When you are used to the hardship, you will become better. This person encouraged the boy. At the same time, he thought of his own training. He still hadn't finished training. It was not a normal kind of hardship. Then, big brother, are you the people who can bear the hardship the most? This. Compared to those 2 people, we are still far behind. If those 2 people fell into the water at the place just now, there is no need for anyone to save them. They can easily go back. If they are willing, they can stay for a few more days. Their food can be taken care of. This guard thought of the young master and young lady. He was one of the people who accompanied the 2 people into the old man's house. Thinking of the 2 little ancestors' reaction and ruthlessness, he couldn't help but tremble. The boy nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 27, The wooden raft can also contribute, corrected 5. The man lying on the raft spoke at this time. You are indeed worthy of being a good official's personal guard. You are really good. That small boat in front is yours, right? There is also a person on it holding something and looking around. You guys don't look tired at all after swimming so far. Big brother is right, we are not tired. We are already used to it. This is nothing. Our usual training is much farther than this. Moreover, we have to carry weights. Big brother, don't move, let me take a look at your injuries. The person on the raft came over and said to the man. At this time, the sound of a whistle came from the other side. 1 long, 1 short, 1 long, 2 short. The 5 people around the raft immediately left the raft and swam in another direction. They were still switching between freestyle and butterfly swimming, and they were still as fast as before. Big brother, don't worry about them. We found someone in danger again. Don't worry, they won't die. As long as they are still alive when the people on the boat see them, they can be saved. Even if they drown, they can be saved in time. As the man spoke, he took out things from the small bag at his waist one by one. Finally, he took out a piece of oilcloth and said to the boy, "Come here and help me hold it. Hold it above my hand. Don't hold it blindly. It won't be easy to treat if it gets infected." The bodyguard first took out a needle and wiped the needle with an alcohol swab. He then wiped the place where the needle was to be inserted and gently inserted the needle into the wound. With a push from both sides, he opened up the extravasated blood and squeezed the extravasated blood out. Then, he cleaned up the other wounds and bandaged the 3 fingernails that had fallen out. After all these were done, there was only one place left. There was a 2-inch long cut on the calf by the wood. The wound was so deep that the bone could almost be seen. The bodyguard dipped the cotton pad in alcohol and said to the man, "This is my own first aid kit. In order to keep you awake at all times, there is no anesthetic in it. Bear with it and bite it." As he spoke, the guard broke off a piece of wood and stuffed it into the man's mouth for him to bite on. Then, he rubbed the cotton wool dipped in alcohol on the wound. Even though the man was biting on the wood, he still cried out, tears flowing down his cheeks. "It'll be over soon. What's this wound? You didn't see someone who dislocated his own shoulder and put it back with his own body. That person's expression didn't change at all. He was still attacking when his shoulder was dislocated. What's wrong with rubbing alcohol? I'm going to stitch it up later. Don't make a sound again. I'll treat you as a woman. You're not even a woman." The bodyguard listened to the man's shout and frowned. He carefully rubbed the dirty thing out of the wound and said. He remembered the short battle between the young master and the old man. The young master used the detoxification technique. The body connected to the young lady behind the iron bridge turned 180 degrees and the sound made by the wrist bearing the force. Then, he thought about how the two of them could still continue to attack at that time. How much pain did they have to endure? In the end, the two of them didn't have any additional expression at all. They could smile after a little recovery. The man didn't know who the bodyguard was talking about. He didn't expect that the bodyguard would be so respectful to the two children, not only because of their identity, but also because of their strength. But this man was still a man in front of his family. He held on. Even when the bodyguard sealed the needle for him, he didn't make a sound. He bit the piece of wood in his mouth, and his face was pale. He held on. After treating the man, the bodyguard didn't stay any longer. He said to the family, "Continue forward. There will be a patrol boat in front to guide you. In less than 3 hours, you'll be safe. There are places to eat, drink, and sleep. There are also doctors." After saying that, the bodyguard sealed his bag again. His body tilted, and he fell into the water with a splash. "Father, the good official is so amazing. The bodyguards can save us. Father, are you still in pain? This time, my sister is finally safe." The boy was happy. He paddled and said to his father. The head of the family also breathed a sigh of relief. It was painful. It had always been painful. But he could hold on. There was hope. No matter how painful it was, he was not afraid. He looked at his son with relief and said, "Those people are not ordinary bodyguards. Did you see their bodies in the water? Their chests were above the water. It wasn't done deliberately. They just stepped on the water like that. These people should be the good official's elites. The good official sent them out, so there must be fewer bodyguards around him. It's all our fault. We clearly sent people to tell us, but when we were making the raft, we didn't think about what we would encounter." The boy didn't think too much. When he heard his father say that the good official sent out his elites, he began to worry about the good official. If someone was up to no good, who would protect him? Thinking of this, the boy paddled harder, forcing his mother to paddle harder as well. While paddling, the boy said, "When I get there, I will stand by the good official's side. If anyone dares to hurt him, I will fight to the death. 6 hours was not a long time, but after 4 hours, they discovered that the sky was already dark and the rain was still falling. The family of 4 was still rowing with all their might on the wooden raft. Fortunately, from time to time, a boat with a lantern would appear in front of them. When they reached another boat, the family rowed the raft over. The boy asked the people on the boat, "How much more time do we have? I'm so tired." "You'll need more than an hour to paddle. Are you hungry? Come, have some hot soup." There was only one person on the boat with a lantern pointing the way. She was looking at the charcoal stove. When she was talking to the boy, her eyes were looking at the man lying on the bed. 3 bowls of pork and ginger congee were served. A hook was released from the boat and hooked onto the raft. 3 bowls, 1 for each of the 2 adults. 1 bowl for each of the 2 children was enough. The 2 adults didn't care. The boy's bowl was given a spoon. "Little sister, it's time to eat." The boy carried his sister over and used the spoon to scoop up some congee. He blew on it for a while and licked it with his tongue. When he felt that it was not hot anymore, he brought it to his sister's mouth. The girl was very calm the whole way. She didn't cry or make a fuss. When she woke up, she opened her eyes and blinked. Now that there was something to eat, she smiled at her brother and put the spoon in her mouth. She took a sip and the spoon was clean. She waved her small arms and said, "It's delicious. Big brother, eat. This little one is very interesting. Come, give this candy to the little one." The person on the boat looked at the brother and sister and took out a piece of candy and put it in the boy's hand. The boy fed his sister a dozen spoons of candy before he started to eat. He put the candy in his sister's mouth. The girl seemed to know how to eat candy. She didn't swallow it but kept it in her mouth. She moved it back and forth between her cheeks. She blinked her big eyes and was curious about everything. She didn't even notice that saliva was flowing out of the corner of her mouth. The wooden raft moved forward again. It was said that it would take more than an hour, but in fact, it only took half an hour. The family saw the scenery on the other side. The boy was like his sister. He opened his mouth and let the saliva flow out. After a while, he rubbed his arm and pointed to the other side and said, "That's the state capitol. It's full of lanterns." The 2 parents were also confused. There were countless lanterns in front of them, but that wasn't the most important thing. What made them stunned was that under the illumination of these lanterns, there was actually an endless stretch of flat land made of wooden rafts. There were wooden rafts next to each other, and people were walking back and forth on them. These connected wooden rafts moved with the waves, but they definitely wouldn't break. How many wooden rafts were needed to make such a flat land? In the middle of the wooden rafts was a big boat. The boat was also brightly lit. What made the family most shocked was that there were sheds on the wooden rafts. "Father, did we come to the wrong place? How could it be like this? Could it be that this is a piece of land made by the Sea Dragon King?" The boy finally wiped off his saliva and said to his father. The father was indeed dumbfounded. This scene was a bit too big. It made people look like a piece of undulating land. A big flag with cute seedlings painted on it was propped on the big boat. It made people know that this was the new good official's property. Row over there. The good official is indeed not ordinary. He actually made a piece of land here. Alright, don't worry. No matter how big the flood is, it won't be able to break the connected wooden rafts. The father said to his son and daughter-in-law. Finally, he was relieved and fainted. "Father, what's wrong?" "Mother, hurry up and row. There will be a doctor when we get there." The boy looked at his father and rowed with all his might. Without waiting for them to row to the place, a patrol boat came over and pulled their wooden raft over. When the wooden raft was connected to the land, the doctor rushed over first and began to treat them. The boy carried his sister and mother and was brought to a stable place. This wooden raft was also connected and repaired by someone, making this piece of land a little bigger. At this time, there was no need for Zhang Zhong to appear. There were many people trying to redeem themselves by doing good deeds. Registrar Yin was one of them. When he saw people coming over, he quickly came forward and said to Luo Luo's mother, "Madam, did you come here alone with 2 children?" "Ah, Registrar Yin, you are." The woman was so scared that she took 2 steps back and looked at the registrar in front of her in disbelief. "You know me. Then you must be from Ninghai County. Don't be afraid. With the provincial governor here, you will have a good life in the future. This time, it's just a little water. The governor has already made preparations. Ninghai County, follow me. I will arrange a place for you to rest. Look at this little child. How nice, looking at me without blinking." Registrar Yin didn't dare to show off his power at this time. It would be easy for him to be shot dead. He smiled and said to the family. Chapter 431. Registrar Yin's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, he didn't expect the boy's mother to help him. She slapped the boy's head and scolded, "Kid, you don't know any better. Why are you telling the truth?" Before the boy could do anything, his sister started crying. She called her brother and reached out her little hands to rub her brother's head. Registrar Yin wanted to jump into the water and suffocate to death, but he knew that as long as he jumped, he would be shot to death by the crossbow in the air. He couldn't get angry and redeem himself. Who asked him to accept 45 strings of coins? He used to think that it was a lot and couldn't earn that much in a few years. But now, he regretted it very much. 45 strings of coins was nothing. The provincial governor had already said that the first 100 people who did a good job in the disaster relief this time would be given 100 strings of cash each, provided that the people who had made contributions to atone for their crimes were excluded. People like them had no money at all. They could either do a good job or die. There was no third choice. Those who didn't believe that the provincial governor dared to do this had already been dyed in blood. The remaining people were those who believed that the provincial governor dared to kill their people. When people were killed, there was no trial, no evidence, and no one cared what time it was. It was very simple. You could move the crossbow and say that they were drowned. No one pursued, and no one dared to. The girl cried and stopped. Then, she giggled and opened her arms. Zhang Zhong, his son, and daughter-in-law were walking around. They looked around and happened to see this girl. Zhang Xiaobao liked children. When he saw that this girl was so cute when she cried, he opened his arms and welcomed her. The girl really gave him face. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao, she smiled and also opened her arms to let him hug her. "Aya, you're really heavy. What's your name? How old are you?" Zhang Xiaobao hugged the girl and asked happily. In the end, before the boy and mother could say anything, the girl stretched out 3 fingers and said, "Baby, 3 years old. Brother, 8 years old." The first one was referring to herself, and the second one was pointing to the boy. This was nothing. At least, Zhang Zhong could accept that his son and daughter-in-law were better than this. But when the girl pointed at Registrar Yin, she could kill. Bad, wah. The girl only said one word and pointed at Registrar Yin. Then, she burst into tears. Registrar Yin was stunned for a moment before he knelt down with a thud. "Little young master, I'm so resentful. I didn't do anything to them. I was laughing the whole time. Young master, don't kill me. I really didn't do anything. I was just picking up the people from our county. I already know that I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I only took 45 strings of coins. I really didn't do anything bad. Young master, please spare me. Registrar Yin was most afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was different from other people when he killed people. Other people were either cold, angry, or smiling. Zhang Xiaobao's expression when he killed people was pure and cute. When the deputy magistrate of Huaqing County was killed, it was Zhang Xiaobao who did it personally. That scene was unforgettable for many people. Zhang Xiaobao held a crossbow with great effort and pointed the arrow at one of the deputy magistrate's eyes. He said, "If you feel pain, tell me. It's my first time using it, so it's not very accurate. I'll be fine after practicing more in the future." There wasn't any killing intent in the deputy magistrate's eyes. He was just curious. In the end, the crossbow went in through the deputy magistrate's eyes and came out from the deputy magistrate's temple. The deputy magistrate didn't die. Zhang Xiaobao held another crossbow with great effort and pointed it at the deputy magistrate's other eye. He said innocently, "I moved just now." "It's a lie. This time, I won't move. Tell me if you feel pain." In the end, this crossbow also missed. In the end, the deputy magistrate didn't know whether he bled to death or died of pain. Anyway, he didn't die a quick death. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a child? The deputy magistrate's death wasn't unjust at all. He once raped a woman in the county. This time, he met her and wanted to do something with her. In the end, the woman didn't agree and he slapped her. With this one slap, everything was revealed. Because of this, Wang Wan was angry with Zhang Xiaobao for a long time. She said that he made the deputy magistrate die too quickly. Zhang Xiaobao sincerely apologized and said that the next time he met the deputy magistrate, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. In the face of such a person, Registrar Yin would be lying if he said that he wasn't afraid. Zhang Xiaobao smiled innocently. He looked at the trembling Registrar Yin and asked, "Let this little girl give you 2 big slaps, okay?" Okay, hit her with all your strength." "Thank you, little young master. I will remember your kindness for life." Registrar Yin didn't care about whether it was embarrassing or not. He was overjoyed. Not to mention that the little girl had grown up, even her mother would do. It was better than the little young master doing it himself. Bei, hit him. He's a bad guy." Zhang Xiaobao carried Bei in front of Registrar Yin and taught him. Registrar Yin moved his face closer to Bei. "Bad guy, hit. Bei waved her small hands and hit Registrar Yin's head twice. She didn't know how to hit the face at all. She stretched out her hands and smiled at Zhang Zhong, saying, "Hug." Zhang Zhong also liked children. He took Bei over and kissed her hard. Unexpectedly, Bei took the initiative to kiss Zhang Zhong again. She giggled. The surrounding commoners looked at Zhang Zhong with even more respect. Their thoughts were simple. The little girl didn't know anything, but they could tell who was good and who was bad from the little girl's attitude. The little girl's heart was the purest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect Bei to be like this. Zhang Xiaobao was actually more depressed. He said to Wang Wan, "I was hoping to have a little sister called Bei in the future. I'm Xiaobao, and she's Wang Wan. Together, we're a treasure. There are many people with the same name. You're surnamed Zhang, so is everyone else surnamed Gongchang. I've never seen someone like you. Look, Bei is so cute." Wang Wan didn't agree with Zhang Xiaobao this time. She strongly objected and pointed at Bei for Zhang Xiaobao to see. At this moment, Bei kissed Zhang Zhong again. She pouted and pointed in the direction she came from. It hurts. Daddy hurts." Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He suspected that Bei was someone who came from another place like him and Wang Wan. However, he felt that it wasn't the case. Unless this person was more powerful than him and Wang Wan, and hid more deeply. What kind of person could she be? Wang Wan also stared at her carefully. In the end, she said, no, she's just born intelligent. She'll gradually forget about it after she's 5 or 6 years old. Why would she gradually forget? Is it because of the development of her brain cells? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something very important. He still remembered when he was carried to the orphanage. Other people were different from him and would always forget. He could even remember every single one of his brothers and sisters in the orphanage. Wang Wan thought for a moment. She didn't walk in that direction with Zhang Zhong. He was just an injured person. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, that should be the case, right? According to scientific theory, human cells also undergo metabolism. Then why can a 100-year-old person remember things that happened when she was in her teens? Could it be that she didn't undergo metabolism at this time? Zhang Xiaobao asked. What are you trying to say? Theology. Wang Wan's education made her reject this kind of theory. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, no, what I want to say is science. In the narrow sense of science, theology will appear, but in the broad sense of science, there is no such thing. We just don't understand. I think the process of searching for the truth is science, not after discovering something. Then are you searching or discovering? Wang Wan felt a little cold from Zhang Xiaobao's words. You and I are both experiencing. We are neither searching nor discovering. Do you think our arrival is science or theology? If it's theology, where is God? If it's science, how can it be explained in the narrow sense of science? The simplest question is, where is the edge of the universe? You don't know, right? But we still exist and are still researching. After researching and researching, one by one, the people who invented the definition have all become religious and believe in God. What does this mean? Zhang Xiaobao began to analyze things in this world for the first time. Wang Wan was also confused and muttered, what does this mean? What does this mean? Could it be the existence of God? Wrong. It shows that our science is not advanced enough. Some people deliberately limited science. What our science couldn't understand back then, some people attributed it to superstition. According to me, there is no materialism, nor is there idealism. There is only selfishness. Or it can be said that materialism should not be separated from idealism. Idealism is also a material. In the process of idealism, there is the transmission of electricity and the metabolism of brain cells. As long as there is this, how can it be idealism? When materialism separated idealism, it was no longer materialistic. Zhang Xiaobao thought deeper and deeper. He put all his attention on this. He really wanted to know how he had come here. At this time, Wang Wan said, since everything is real, we have to cherish the real things. Since everything is fake, let's treat the dream as reality. At least there's you and me. Whether it's science or superstition, I pinch you and you hurt. In this material world, what should you do now? Wrong positioning. I don't want to position science and superstition. I want to position why babies don't have a sense of height, just like sleepwalkers. Why babies forget some things when they grow up. Why can babies be preserved for a period of time after leaving the mother's body? Why can a placenta be used as medicine? Why can umbilical cord blood help treat leukemia? What exactly happened to us when we came out of the mother's body? Don't be afraid. What I want to say is that children have a very strong memory before they are sensible. Take vocabulary for example. I don't know how good you are when you learn it. I think I am a genius, but I have to memorize it at least 4 or 5 times before I can remember it. It is even more difficult to correct pronunciation. However, this was not the case for children. For some children, as long as you taught them how to call their mother once, they would be able to remember it. What was taught to the child at the age of 1, when the child grew up, was it because of the infinite repetition or the hidden memory of the child that played a role? I have been thinking about it for a few years. Our joy and fear are more from when we are babies, before the age of 6. So I want to set up a baby class, but I don't know if the parents will be willing. Zhang Xiaobao finally said his idea. He wanted to set up a nursery that was different from other places. Do you want to train people who can be used or who can promote the development of science? Actually, I understand what you are saying. Take hypnosis for example. It is a joke to ordinary people, but we live in a hypnotic environment all the time. As long as people's metabolism can't be separated from the chloride ion, they will be affected by the flow of electrons. Put a normal person in a group of mentally ill people and listen to the screams of the mentally ill people every day. Very few people are unaffected. Of course, people like you are an exception. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. He wanted to bring out the essence of a baby as much as possible. He didn't want this essence to be deliberately destroyed later on, but to promote his development. Let's start with Huaiyuan County. I only thought of this when I saw Beibei. Beibei's mental waves should be greater than ordinary people's, and he should be able to feel everyone's attitude towards him. I feel that it would be a waste to form a system for him, but it would be a pity to give up on him. Zhang Xiaobao was in a tough spot. He was quite proficient in this aspect. The simplest example was when he had personally gone for an interview in the past. He had purposely made the room big. The place where he sat was like the throne of a palace, while the person being interviewed was surrounded by empty space. Especially behind them, when a door was opened, it was actually an open window, and it was at a place above the 10th floor. There were some sophisticated instruments on the chair. Some of the interviewees were afraid, some were empty, some were angry, some were calm, and some even turned around and left. Then you should do as you say, right? You made it so mysterious and scary. Wang Wan actually didn't want to get involved with things that were too realistic. You also feel afraid, right? I actually feel cold all over when I think about it. The more I think about the origin of a person, the more I feel insignificant, especially when it comes to the creation of the universe. Therefore, I decided that in order to not let those 4 people mess with me, I will let them know some things that we can't understand. Zhang Xiaobao didn't mention the child. He talked about the influence of spirit and thinking, and specifically targeted the 4 people. What about the child? Wang Wan asked at this moment. Children are divided into different age groups, and we use building blocks and drawings to cultivate them. It's a pity that technology can't keep up. Find a few people to talk about their own things next to the child, and it's all the basics. Where the child is willing to climb to listen, we can analyze according to probability. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the black and white water outside, and felt that some things were really hard to grasp. Chapter 432. Zhang Zhong carried Bei in his arms. Since he did not have time to open an umbrella, he could only stuff Bei into his clothes. Then, he went to check on Bei's father. This man was usually an honest man, so honest that it made people feel that he was a little cowardly. However, this time, he stood up straight. After receiving treatment from the doctor, he ignored his injuries and busied himself with the others to collect the fallen trees. These trees were used to build sheds, and now, the sheds were leaking. On the land formed by countless wooden rafts, the people who could not do anything tied themselves to the rafts. The wind and rain did not stop, and the waves were surging. With each wave, the land formed by the wooden rafts would rise and fall. There were many ropes that could be used, and they were firmly tied. The safety island in the hearts of the people was not broken. From time to time, the boats released would pick up the people who were washed into the water. Those who had their own rafts or boats would point out the way. The people of Luzhou were not the only people who were rescued. The mountain people and the people from other provinces were also rescued. When dawn came, only 200 to 300 people of Lu Zhou's 7,000 people had not arrived. It was unknown whether they were dead or not. Many mountain people were washed into the water and were also arranged on the land. They were vigilant against the people around them, and they did not refuse the food they were given. When Zhang Xiaobao, who had not slept all night, received the data of the missing people of Lu Zhou, he closed his eyes in pain. Wang Wan, who was beside him, also had a heavy heart. Although the two of them killed without batting an eyelid, they only killed bad people. They could not bear to kill these people. They knew too much about the darkness, and they always wanted to leave a pure land where the people could live like a family. Xiao Bao, expand the search area. Maybe some of the people ran to the mountains, and maybe some are still floating in the water. The 4 guys who were gloating are also here. What should we do? Wang Wan said as she massaged Zhang Xiaobao's head. After a day and a night, she finally saw the planning and calculation ability of an international swindler. The people of the inner court were sent out to collect information. All kinds of requests and information were reported. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge, and he arranged everything just right, no matter how big or small. He was able to take care of everything from the search area of the fleet to the injured and sick people. After arranging the search method, he would occasionally ask if someone's fever had subsided. What method did he use? All he had to do was ask a child whose mouth was injured if he could eat, and everything would be under his control. He would even ask about what the officials were doing to atone for their crimes. All the messy information would be sorted out in front of him. This was what it meant to have no empty seats under a great reputation. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed exhausted. He had not done this for a long time. Even though he knew he was tired, he could not stop. At this time, it would be a sin to not use his ability. Perhaps what he saw was just data, but in reality, they were living people. One less person would be an unbearable pain for a family. Hearing Wang Wan's suggestion, he nodded and said, "No need. Continue with your work. We'll just need to take a nap for 1.5 hours. Let our 56 people expand the search area. At this time, we can only use them. We've trained them for 1,000 days to use them for 1 day. Let's see how their training has turned out." Those 4 people also came. Good. Tell the cook not to give them food. Aren't you just waiting to see a joke? Even if they starve to death, don't let them build a shelter. Let them stay on their own wooden raft. They are not allowed to come close to this land. If they have the ability, they can row elsewhere. Zhang Xiaobao said it casually, but Wang Wan knew that if they did so, it would be equivalent to giving the 4 people and their families a death sentence. The gale had only come once, and it was because of the geography of the bay. There were still other gale after that. If they were not connected, the small wooden raft could be overturned at any time. Wang Wan picked up the whistle and blew it rhythmically. At this time, the sound of the whistle traveled the furthest. Once it was passed down, the 56 people would know the new order. Xiao Bao, are you really going to let the 4 people and their families die? There are still some servants. Wang Wan asked as she squatted on the wooden raft where water flowed out and down from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Who said we're going to let them die? They still have land and money at home. This time, they will connect the wooden rafts by themselves. But food will be a problem. I don't believe that they are as well prepared as we are. When the time comes, we will sell them food. Do you think it's expensive to sell a steamed bun for 50 copper coins? It's too cheap. Vegetable steamed buns cost 100 copper coins each, and meat steamed buns cost 300 copper coins each. Let's get them to pay first. When they run out of money, we will write a written agreement. They have a salary and land at home. They can slowly pay us back later. Wang Wan did not have any intention of showing mercy. If she did not take this opportunity to teach the 4 people a lesson, they would not know how powerful she was. As for their families, Wang Wan did not think that they were innocent. If their families could persuade them normally, the 4 people would do the same. After receiving the order, the 56 people began to regroup. The original group of 6 or 7 people became a group of 2 people. They rowed the boats and used the clairvoyance to expand the search area. They also did not rest for the whole night. Most of the time, they were soaking in the water and did not eat anything. They were always ready to save people. Fortunately, this was part of their daily training, allowing them to work at high efficiency for 24 hours straight. One by one, they took out the black poppy ointment from their bags and took a small bite. The reaction was very fast when it entered their stomachs. It did not take long for them to feel that their stomachs were warm and they were energetic. They also knew that this was called overdrafting their physical strength, but they had to do it. Their lives were as heavy as a mountain. Even if they died, they had to complete the mission first. Needless to say, after expanding the search area, they really did find some people in need of help. Some people even climbed up the trees with their whole families. They were shivering from the cold and did not dare to jump into the turbulence. After being rescued and put on the boats, they knelt on the boats and kowtowed to the people who saved them. It was not only the people from Benzhou, but also the people from Qinzhou, Shaanxizhou, and Fengzhou. These places seemed to have experienced the flood earlier. Some people carried logs and floated over. Some people were even able to persevere and swim. The rescue guards were shocked. These people were really good at swimming. On a large log that floated out from the mountains of Qinzhou, a simple and honest-looking man kept talking to the 5 people on the log who had almost lost the confidence to survive. Don't worry, Zhang Dashin, will never be wrong. Don't be fooled by the flood everywhere. If we continue to float forward, we will reach my master's territory. My master is not like the other officials who wait foolishly and do nothing in the face of the flood. My master is definitely prepared. Dashin, don't lie to us. If what you said is true, your master is the provincial governor in Luzhou. He is being bullied miserably now. If you have a master who is the provincial governor, why would you be here? You just bought a shop, and you lost all your money, right? Now that the shop is flooded, how are you going to live in the future? If you are washed away by the water, you will be washed into the sea in the end. If, and I say if, we can survive, you can come to my place and be an assistant. I think you are a good person, so you should be good. A man in a Sioux-embroidered robe who was sitting on the log said to Zhang Dashin. He liked this guy very much. Zhang Dashin shook his head vigorously and said, I am not going to your place. When I find my master, I will ask him what to do. If the shop is gone, then so be it. Look at me, I am carrying a big bag with me. Inside are the things that will keep me alive. Before I came out, I brought 10 smoked chickens for my master. You must be hungry, right? You are lucky. 3 people can eat 1, and we can eat 2 first. This smoked chicken is not afraid of getting cold. It can be eaten even after it has been watered by the rain. I came here by land on the Zhang family's cargo ship. I wanted to open a shop here, and if I had the chance in the future, I would look for my master and give him some smoked chickens to eat. But as soon as I opened the shop, I was hit by the flood. Now I have to look for my master and ask for his help. I am so stupid, don't you think? When I find my master, he will give me money to open the shop. I have received a favor from him once, so I am embarrassed. The 5 people on the log didn't believe what Zhang Dashin said at all. It was full of loopholes. But at this time, it was really good to listen to it. At least they didn't feel so lonely. Zhang Dashin really took out 2 smoked chickens from the big bag. He first tore off 2 chicken claws, 2 chicken wings, and 1 chicken head. He gave the rest to the 2 people next to him and let them divide it among themselves. The other whole chicken was given to the other 3 people. People who didn't know how to eat would eat the chicken breast and the chicken thigh meat. Zhang Dashan, who dealt with chickens all day, was naturally not so stupid. He tore off the best part of the chicken and kept it for himself. He didn't feel anything when he took a bite. He was used to the taste. But it was the first time for the other 5 people to eat chicken. They had never tasted smoked chicken before, so they ate very quickly. The person who said that he wanted to ask Zhang Dashan to be his shop assistant had an idea and said to Zhang Dashan, "Dashan, if you can really survive, I will give you money to open a shop. When the time comes, we will split it 50-50. You tell me the recipe, and I will give you 30% of the shares of the branch I open. How about that? I already said that I am not short of money when I come to find my master. I don't even know what the recipe is. I just brought a lot of seasonings and carried them all on my back. Why do I want to open a shop here? I just want to wait until I see my master and get the seasonings from his house. Otherwise, there will be a day when I run out, and it will take a lot of effort to go back." Zhang Dashan wasn't lying, but the others didn't believe him. He patted the big bag on his back and emphasized again that he was a person of an organization. As they were talking, a sharp-eyed person suddenly pointed to the front and said, "Look, someone is swimming over. Save him." Zhang Dashan also looked over and said happily, "What save? He is here to save us. Our Zhang family's most powerful guard is here. Hee, the master is really powerful." Chapter 433. While the other 5 people still thought that Zhang Dashan was talking nonsense, Zhang Dashan waved at the person swimming over and shouted, "Pang, come here and tell me how the master is. I'll give you a chicken. I just smoked it when I came here. I put more salt, so it's refreshing. Pang, good job, you swim fast." Seeing the main house's guards, Zhang Dashan was no longer worried. It was as if he had met someone from his hometown on a trip. He talked to them very easily. As expected, the person in the water sped up. When he swam closer, he wiped his face with his hand and glanced at the person on the log. He said to Zhang Dashan, "Dashan, who else came with you? Where is he? Can't find him, right? Tell us the place and we'll go and rescue him immediately. It's just me. Come here and hold the log. It's big and can't be heavy. How's the master? Where's the madam? How's the master and madam? Our young master and young lady are doing well, right? Here, this chicken wing is for you. It's salty. I made it like this on purpose. I was afraid that it would float for too long." Zhang Dashan waved his hand and asked Pang to come over. He stuffed a chicken wing into his mouth and asked happily. Pang held the chicken wing in one hand and the log in the other. He ate 2 mouthfuls and praised, "Not bad, Dashan. You've trained your skills. It's delicious, even salty. It's been 2 days and 1 night, and I've only eaten hardtack. I've been vomiting acid. Finally, I've eaten something decent. How much do you have? Take it all out and share it with the brothers. The master is fine. The young master and young lady are exhausted. They didn't sleep the whole night and only ate hardtack. You'll know when you get there. Why are you here? Do you have water? Give me a sip. I don't want to drink the rainwater in the river." Zhang Dashan took out the water and gave Pang a few sips. He only gave him a chicken claw and didn't give him any more. "I still want to let the master taste it. You guys eat hardtack. I don't believe that those hardtack will make you vomit acid. There's meat and vegetables in it, and it doesn't lack salt. Does our Lu Zhou have a lot of water?" "What do you mean our Lu Zhou? You're from Sanshui County, okay? The water is huge, and everything is washed away. Master has brought the people of the province to build a platform with wooden rafts. It's not bad. Do you want to continue on your own, or do you want us to carry you? If you can walk on your own, then walk on your own. In another 2 hours, you will be able to drink the hot soup provided by the temporary supply ship. We still have to continue patrolling. Give me that chicken claw of yours. Now that Pang had something to hold on to, he felt much more relaxed. He extended his hand as he spoke. Zhang Dashan handed over the chicken claw in his hand and said, I told you that my master would definitely be prepared. Sure enough, wherever my master is our home. We will go there ourselves. You continue to save people. There are still people being washed over. All right. Let's go. Pang let go of his hand. With a chicken claw in each hand and a chicken wing in his mouth, he walked forward in a relaxed manner. How is it? Did you see that? These are the most powerful bodyguards of our main house, the members of Team 0 of the Vigorous Protection Team. In the water, they are just like on the ground. What is this called? Yes, it's like walking on flat ground. Seeing them means that we have entered the coverage area of their patrol, so we don't have to worry anymore. Zhang Dashan only had a chicken wing and a chicken head left in his hand. As he ate them in small bites, he puffed out his chest, looking very proud. It was impossible for the 5 of them not to believe him this time. The way they looked at Zhang Dashan changed. The person who had been waiting for things to settle down to recruit Zhang Dashan also sighed at this time. He already knew that with the power of that official's family, it was impossible for Zhang Dashan to be roped in by others. At this time, the old man of the father and daughter pair asked Zhang Dashan, Dashan, you are a farmer. How did you have the money to open a shop? Now that the money is gone, will your master really give you the money? Of course, my master is good to us. I borrowed money from him first, and I will return it when the time comes. In fact, as long as I can go home, I won't be short of money. We are different from other farmers. We have 40 pigs, more than 300 ducks, and 200 chickens, so we don't lack money. Although we are farmers, we live in a 2-story building, and we have dozens of strings of cash at home. Last year's bumper harvest, our family earned a lot. We have people in Zhuangzi who are sick, and we don't need money for treatment. We also have people who make clothes for us. When we earn more money, we will go back and find a wife. When we have children, we will send them to the school in Zhuangzi. When Zhang Dashan talked about Zhuangzi and the main house, he became even more proud. He told the story of his family bit by bit, making people feel that he was not a farmer, but the main house in Zhuangzi. He lived in a 2-story building and raised so many things. His family was not short of money at all. No wonder he was not worried at all about the house that he had just bought being washed away. The old man was satisfied. He held his daughter's hand and said to Zhang Dashan, Dashan, what do you think of my daughter? She said she would be your wife. As long as you are good to my daughter, she will marry you after she settles down. Father, I won't marry, so I will accompany you, the girl said shyly. Her words showed that she did not agree, but her eyes kept glancing at Zhang Dashan. She was very satisfied with this simple and honest man, especially the chicken that had not been eaten yet. It tasted so good. Zhang Dashan looked at the girl and said to the old man, my Zhuangzi is different from other places. If she marries me, she will have to sign a death contract. I don't know if your daughter is willing to study. If she is not, I will not agree no matter what. We farmers need to be literate. Dashan, you can read too. The 5 people were surprised. They did not expect a farmer to be literate. How can I open a shop if I can't read? I can do accounting, and I'm not slow. The accounting books I use are taught by the main house. If there is a loan, there is a loan, and if there is a loan, there must be an equal return. It took me a lot of effort to learn, but in the end, I learned it. Zhang Dashan felt that knowing how to do accounting was also a skill. Ordinary girls were not good enough for him. The woman couldn't take her eyes off Zhang Dashan. This man was simple, honest, and knew how to cook delicious smoked chicken. He was literate, and his family background was not bad. He even knew how to calculate. His body was strong. Thinking of this, the woman squeezed her father's hand. The old man immediately understood what his daughter meant. She had taken a fancy to him. Unfortunately, he was very capable and had high requirements. He even wanted to sign a death contract. Dashan, no one in my family has ever learned to read. If I give my daughter to you, can you teach her? Why do you have to sign a death contract? The old man did not want to give up such a good son-in-law, so he asked Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan smiled honestly and said, I don't need to teach her. There is a special night school in Zhuangzi, and there is an invited teacher to teach her. The death contract must be signed. Otherwise, there are many secrets in Zhuangzi, and if you learn them and tell others, how can you do it without a death contract? The old man did not know what secrets Zhang Dashan had in Zhuangzi, but he could not bear to let his daughter sign a death contract. He hesitated. His daughter next to him did not care about the death contract. She felt that Zhang Dashan was not as flustered as others during the flood. Moreover, he was very casual when talking to the main house's guards, which made her feel very safe. His family was not bad. He could read and do accounting. He was honest and responsible, and the main house was so powerful. If she followed such a person, she would not have to be afraid of a hard life in the future. Her father was old and needed someone to take care of him. All these factors made the girl feel tempted. She squeezed her father's hand again, but when her father looked over, she turned her head away. The old man knew what his daughter was thinking. He looked at Zhang Dashan, who was eating the chicken head, and said, Dashan, I can agree to what you said. What do you think of my daughter? Me? I don't know. I have to go back and ask my mother. Why don't we go and ask my master? If he says yes, then yes. If he says no, then no. Zhang Dashan had not come into contact with women outside, so he was also very shy. He chewed the chicken head until it was crushed, but he still could not make up his mind. The old man really did not understand. Zhang Dashan looked simple and honest, but he was actually quite clever. Why did he have to ask the main house about this kind of thing? Why would the main house care about such small things? He asked, what if your master is wrong? Master will not be wrong. You don't know how powerful the main house is. The main house never does anything wrong. There is a boat in front with the main house's flag. Let's go and see. As Zhang Dashan spoke, he saw a flag with rice seedlings in front of them. It made him feel very familiar. With rice seedlings, there was no need to worry. The 6 of them paddled the water with their hands, slightly changing the direction of the log, and headed towards the boat. As soon as they got close, the people on the boat were preparing hot soup, which was actually hot porridge. When they saw Zhang Dashan, they said in surprise, Dashan, is that you? What are you doing here? Come here and drink some hot soup. The person guarding the boat was Su Si, who was now also a member of the inner courtyard. The matters of the market had been handed over to Ergo, so he had other uses. When he saw Zhang Dashan, he was a little surprised. Su Si, you're here. Let me see what soup you made. The soup you made is really hard to compliment. How is this soup? There's so much minced meat. It's almost like meat porridge. Add more chopped green onions. If you don't want any, then add some ginger. You've really tortured me these past 2 days. Zhang Dashan saw another relative. He took the soup and gave it to the other 5 people first. When it was his turn, he put in more ginger. Brother Dashan, my father and I also want some ginger, the woman said softly. At this time, she had already decided to marry Zhang Dashan. Not to mention other things, the power of the Zhang family made her think so. In front of them, there were guards patrolling the water, and on the way, there was a boat of the Zhang family providing hot porridge. From Zhang Dashan's 2 interactions with people, she knew how capable the Zhang family was. She would have a good life with such a person. Zhang Dashan scratched his head and said to Su Si, "Add some ginger for them too. If it doesn't work out, put it on my tab. Give them 1 egg too. These eggs are mine. Others don't have them. Since I met you, the Zhang family has to treat our own people differently from others. That's why I took them out. There are only 2 of them. You decide for yourself." Chapter 31. Some are happy, some are sad. When Su Si added ginger to the other 5 people's bowls, he also put a tea egg in Zhang Dashan's bowl. He thought that the Zhang family's treatment must be better than others. He didn't expect that Zhang Dashan would take a fancy to the woman and ask for one too. Seeing that another herbal tea egg had been placed in the bowl, Zhang Dashan used a spoon to scoop it into the old man's and the woman's bowls. He didn't have any for himself, so he said to the old man, "Uncle, you eat it. This herbal tea egg can't be eaten by most people. The real herbal tea egg smells like Xinyang Maojian." After saying this to the old man, Zhang Dashan said to the woman, "You try it too. The food cooked by the Zhang family is definitely not bad. Brother Dashan, I'll share half with you." The woman bit off half of the egg in one bite, spat it into the bowl, and brought the other half back with a spoon. "No, no, you eat it," Zhang Dashan said as he took the other half of the egg. Su Si was such a smart person, so of course, he didn't make a mistake. He smiled at Zhang Dashan and said, "Dashan, you have the ability, but you have to think carefully. You have to sign a death contract. Otherwise, not only the main family won't agree, but we also won't agree. You know how valuable the things produced by the Zhang family are." "No, no, Brother Su, you're wrong. Not yet. We have to wait until we go back and ask the master." Zhang Dashan didn't dare to look Su Si in the eye and lowered his head. The woman dared to love and hate. She said, "Brother Dashan, don't worry. I'm willing to sign a death contract. I can see that being a farmer in the Zhang family is better than being a rich person outside. At least when there's a flood, the rich people won't have the ability to send people to help. They also won't have hot soup and eggs on the way. The Zhang family's farmers can do it. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Brother Dashan, you can still come out. The Zhuangzi's management is not strict. Isn't it just that they don't tell outsiders what they see and hear? I can do it." Su Si looked at the woman and was very surprised. She was really unusual. He nodded and said, "Well, at least I agree. Just like what the young master and the young lady said, it's better to be a dog in peace than to cause trouble. But even in troubled times, the Zhang family and the Wang family are still people. The Zhang family and the Wang family are different. Here, sister, this is for you as a brother. Eat it quickly. You may not have it when you go to the next place. It's beef. You can't eat it normally." As he spoke, Su Si handed over a beef bun. It was a palm-sized bun with a lot of beef, coriander, chopped green onions, chili sauce, and sesame oil. The woman took it graciously. She knew the value of beef. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. The Zhang family was really good. They were rich and generous to make such food for the people they sent. Holding the beef bun, the woman first said to Zhang Dashan, "Brother Dashan, you take a big bite. I'll give the rest to my father." Zhang Dashan shook his head. "You guys eat. If I want to eat, I just have to go there and tell the master personally. If the master has beef, he will give it to me. The master treats the farmers very well. Brother Dashan, take a bite." Otherwise, we won't eat. The woman handed the bun forward again. Zhang Dashan had no choice. He took a small bite, chewed it in his mouth, and tasted it. He asked, "Who made this? Is the meat not boiled? Why are you so nosy? Boiled? Is there so much wood?" "The young lady made it." "What are you trying to say?" Susie glared at him and asked. "It's delicious." "So it was the young lady who made it. It's good that it's not boiled. It has a special taste. It's fresh. No wonder I drooled so much. I won't be able to eat anything better in my life." Zhang Dashan immediately followed the conversation. Even if the food was hard to swallow, he wouldn't dare say no to the young lady's cooking, let alone the fact that it tasted good. The woman next to him let her father take a bite first. Then, she took a small bite and tasted it. She said to Zhang Dashan, "Brother Dashan, I think it's delicious." "Well, it's delicious, but it's not boiled. The taste of this beef, it's really delicious." Zhang Dashan really didn't know what to say. Susie laughed and patted Zhang Dashan on the shoulder. He said, "This is made by the locals. How could the young lady make such beef? If it was really made by the young lady, you won't be able to eat anything else in the future. How could the young lady forget to boil it once? Not only does the young lady know how to boil it, but she also knows how to braise it once. Drink the soup and leave quickly. Leave the bowl for me." Zhang Dashan looked at Susie gloomily. He had just tasted it and found the taste of laxative. That was why he said that the meat was not boiled. Now that he heard Susie's words, he couldn't say that it was bad. He could only say to the woman, "This meat is really bad. When we get there, I'll cook it for you personally." The person who cooked it didn't put in any effort at all. Zhang Dashan's mouth was picky, but others weren't like him. The old man took a bite, the woman took a bite, and the other 3 people each took a bite. The woman slowly ate the rest by herself. Although it was just a single beef bun, it was very precious to the 5 of them. The soup was also good. After drinking a bowl, they were basically full. The 6 of them said goodbye to Susie and continued to paddle to their destination. However, they were in a different state from before. Previously, the 5 of them were prepared to wait for death. Now, they were full of hope for the future. At this time, a person who had been silent all this time spoke. "Zhang Dashan, is your master really Lu Zhou's provincial governor? I really envy the people here. I think many of them will be saved. I wonder if your master will agree to people from other provinces coming to live here." "Yes, he will definitely agree. Master is not afraid of too many people. As long as you want to live here, master may even give you some land. You don't have to worry about the rent. This year, there was a flood here. Not to mention the rent, even the tribute will be exempted. When the water recedes, at least you can plant some crops. The master won't collect rent this year. If he collects rent next year, when everyone is done planting, it will be much easier. You don't have to worry about the master charging more. The Zhang family is not short of money. The master won't care about that little thing." Zhang Dashan knew the master's family very well. The more people, the better. When the time came, they could arrange for people to work. Otherwise, if there were not enough people, many things could not be done. The person who asked the question was relieved. He just wanted to take root in Lu Zhou. With such an official, his life in the future would be easy. At this time, the person who wanted to rope in Zhang Dashan also asked, "Zhang Dashan, do you think your master will do some business with me after the water recedes?" Zhang Dashan turned his head and looked at him. "How much capital do you have? If it's too little, don't think about it. You have to have at least 1,000 strings of coins." "All right, 1,000 strings of cash it is. I can still raise the money." When we reach the place, you have to put in a good word for me. When the person heard the offer of 1,000 strings of cash, he did not hesitate at all and directly agreed. Although he did not have that much money, he could borrow it. As a businessman, he felt that this was an opportunity, a great opportunity. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The 6 people relaxed and began to chat. Most of the time, it was Zhang Dashan talking. He talked about Zhuangzi, between the clouds and the water, and the situation in the county back then and how it was now. The 5 of them listened attentively. They were very eager to go there and take a look. The woman put all her heart on Zhang Dashan. She listened and watched there, imagining her life in the future. As she thought about it, her face turned red again. The 6 of them were happy, but 4 of them were unhappy. Fan Jinshi and the other judges worked together and built many wooden rafts. Their family members and servants were on these wooden rafts. More than 30 wooden rafts were used to load all the things and people in the family. Who knew that after they arrived, the people here did not allow their rafts to get close. The wind was strong, so more than 30 wooden rafts had to be connected to each other. When it was almost night time, they found an important problem. They did not prepare ready-made food. There were raw things, but how were they going to eat raw rice and noodles? In order not to starve, Fan Jinshi personally negotiated with the people on land. In the end, they came to a conclusion. A steamed bun was 200 coins, a bowl of egg drop soup was 100 coins, 2 spoons of soy sauce was 50 coins, and 1 head was 100 coins. The price was dozens or even hundreds of times higher than usual. The 4 of them were dumbfounded. This is too expensive. How can they ask for so much money? They must be doing it on purpose. They are deliberately tricking us. Fan Jinshi stomped her feet and said to the 3 of them. The 3 of them also knew that the price was very unreasonable, but there was nothing they could do. They had already thought that Zhang Zhong was deliberately tricking them. If they went to Zhang Zhong now, it would not end well. Lu Shaoqing said with a gloomy face, then buy more. When we have enough, we will not stay here. We will go directly to Qinzhou. With his instructions, the servants ran over to buy. When they came back, the 4 of them found that the things they bought were only enough for everyone in the 4 families to eat 1 meal. Just this meal alone cost more than 100 strings of coins. What about the next meal? Lu Shaoqing asked the servant who bought the things. In reply to Master, there is nothing for the next meal, only this meal. They said that they would wait for the price to come out before they can continue to sell. It seems that the amount of money for each meal is different. The servant respectfully replied. On purpose, they are doing it on purpose. Damn that Zhang Zhong. He must be afraid that we will leave, so he only sold us a few things. How about this, we can let the others eat less, or starve for a few meals and save up. When we get to Qinzhou, we will be fine. Chapter 434. Provincial Governor, I would like to discuss something with you. Can you allow me and the other 3 families' raft teams to join this large group? The wind is too strong. It's easy for something to happen with the rafts together. Lu Shaoqing really had no other choice. They could save some food, but they couldn't guarantee their safety. Compared to their small piece of land, the big piece of land was like a small island and the big land. Nothing would happen to the big land in the storm, but the small island could be submerged at any time. After hesitating for a while, he found Zhang Zhong, who was still busy looking around, and wanted to cooperate with him. His attitude and the way he addressed Zhang Zhong had changed, as if Zhang Zhong was really a provincial governor in his heart. Zhang Zhong no longer had any expectations for this person, especially after knowing that the 4 of them were gloating in the heavy rain. He couldn't wait to push the 4 of them into the water and drown them. Seeing Lu Shaoqing come over to join them, he thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. I'll arrange for people to join your rafts together in a moment. You don't have to worry. Thank you, Your Excellency. There's one more thing, and that is to eat. We came out in a hurry and didn't bring anything cooked. If we eat too much uncooked rice and noodles, it will hurt our stomachs. Why don't Your Excellency get someone to collect our food and then give us something cooked according to the same amount? Lu Shaoqing asked. His idea wasn't bad, but Zhang Zhong wasn't a fool. He looked at him with a smile and said, why don't you send the rice, noodles, and other oil over, as well as some wood that can be used to burn the fire? Our people will do it for you. You just need to pay the processing fee. How about that? Dry wood that can be used to burn the fire. Sir, we don't have that kind of thing. It's all wet and can't be lit at all. The fire here is strong. Even if it's wet, it can be dried out. Why don't we send you some wet ones and give you 10 strings of money as the processing fee? What do you think? Lu Shaoqing sounded aggrieved, but in fact, he was cursing Zhang Zhong in his heart. If there was fire, would he still need to look for you? Zhang Zhong simply didn't want to think about how the four of them would scold him. In any case, he didn't plan on letting them have a good time. After hearing Lu Shaoqing's words, he regretfully shook his head and said, it's not that this official doesn't want to help. It's just that the smoke from burning the wet wood is too big. How about this, you bring the wet wood and all the food and money here. Every day when you have your meals, come here to collect a portion of it. I guarantee that you won't starve to death. The four of you are quite united, even eating together. Not bad, this is how the officials should do their jobs for the common people. This matter is settled. In a moment, this official will arrange for people to go to your place to collect the things. You must prepare everything well. Otherwise, even if this official agrees, so many people may not agree. Lu Shaoqing was a bit dizzy. The wood and food were sent over, but he still had to give money. Especially that sentence, if they didn't starve to death, wouldn't they be able to eat their fill? Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing could only thicken his skin and continue to plead with Zhang Zhong. Sir, we don't need the money, so there's no need to take it out. Also, our families are used to eating their fill. If there's a time when they don't eat their fill, it won't be good if they cause trouble. Don't you think so, sir? Lu Shaoqing, are you threatening me? The four of you added up to less than 200 people. Don't worry, if one of you causes trouble, I'll kill one. If two, I'll kill a pair. Even if the four of you cause trouble, this official won't show any mercy. If you don't believe me, you can try. You can leave now. If you want to eat cooked food, do as this official says. If you want to cause trouble, be careful of your own head. Also, this official doesn't want to hear the same words coming out of your mouth in the future. Otherwise, this official will tie you to a stone and sink you into the water. Take it as your loyalty to the country, humph. Zhang Zhong didn't care about the four people's bad habits. It was good that they caused trouble. He was just worried that he couldn't find a reason to kill them. After saying this to Lu Shaoqing, he snorted coldly and walked in another direction. Sir, you can't do this. This humble one said something wrong. This humble one will change. Sir, what are you doing? Lu Shaoqing wanted to chase after them and shouted. Suddenly, 2 knives were placed on his neck. He stopped there and didn't dare to move. He asked the 2 hostages. The 2 hostages were guards of the prince's residence. They didn't care about a magistrate at all. One of them moved his knife forward and stared at Lu Shaoqing. He said, "Hurry up and stay away, otherwise you will die." As he said this person even gave Lu Shaoqing a sinister smile. Only then did the 2 hostages put away their knives and left behind Zhang Zhong. Lu Shaoqing stood there and didn't dare to continue following. He turned around and looked in the direction of the 3 hostages. he didn't know how to explain it. It was all his fault for saying the wrong thing. Of all things, why did he mention the matter of causing trouble? He had angered Zhang Zhong. Now, if he wanted to eat hot food, he had to send over everything, including money. Otherwise, he would have to eat raw food. Causing trouble was just an excuse. He didn't dare to cause trouble. Zhang Zhong killed people without blinking an eye. Whoever jumped out would die. With a sigh, Lu Shaoqing returned to the three expectant people and said to them, Zhang Zhong doesn't agree to do things for us for free. He wants us to hand over everything and someone will do it for us. But at the same time, he wants us to send all our money over. What do you think we should do? I tried my best to get Zhang Zhong to agree to connect our wooden rafts to that place. I can't do anything else. You see who's better. Let's talk about it. Don't think about causing trouble. Zhang Zhong already said that if anyone dares to cause trouble, they will be killed. Lu Shaoqing first talked about the food. Naturally, he didn't mention that he had accidentally offended Zhang Zhong. Instead, he brought up the matter of connecting the rafts. This made the three people think that he had done his best. The three people didn't think that Lu Shaoqing was lying. They thought that it was true. After all, Zhang Zhong had always been at odds with them. How could they miss this opportunity? Chao Hurue angrily slapped his thigh and cursed, "Damn Zhang Zhong. He better not fall into our hands. He actually wants us to send over all our money. His family suffered a loss this time. Do they want us to help them make up for their losses? Dream on. I've decided. Let the servants eat raw food. What's there to be afraid of? They won't go bad if they eat it. Don't tell me that people who live in the mountains can eat cooked food for every meal. Let's connect the rafts first. What do you think? I think so too. We can't send the money over. Our 4 families have a total of 10,000 strings of cash. Why should we give it to Zhang Zhong? Let's eat raw food. Don't we still have some fruits? The 4 of us and our families will eat some fruits. Let the servants eat raw food. We have to tell the servants that it was Zhang Zhong who harmed them. Jiang Huanche was also very angry. She shouted and didn't agree to give the money away no matter what. One of the other 2 said something wrong and didn't dare to say anything else. The other saw that the other 2 didn't agree and could only agree. The 4 of them advanced and retreated together. The matter of the grain was like that. The 4 of them ordered the servants to move the wooden rafts to the side of the larger area. Who would have thought that as soon as they reached the side, the guards standing there would shout at them, "Who allowed you to come here? Move, move quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." At this time, Fan Jinshi stood up. He went to the front and said with a smile, "This is Lord Zhang. Governor Zhang asked us to move the rafts to this side. We waited for Governor Zhang's order to return them. Lord Zhang asked you to move here. He didn't ask you to move here. Follow me. There's already a place. There's no one around. It's quiet." As the guard spoke, he walked to the side of the rafts. The big rafts here also moved. As they walked, they came to the side facing the outside. There was no one on the rafts here, only some stones. In addition to the stones on the rafts, there were also stones tied to the rafts with ropes. In this way, if the waves came from the other side, they would have to pass through here first. The waves were originally big, but after passing through here, they would become much weaker. This way, the people on the rafts wouldn't have to bump very much. However, this place wasn't what the 4 wanted. After seeing this place, Fan Jinshi couldn't help but ask, "Why here? Isn't this just making us wait to suffer?" "No, not here. Let's go to the place we just went." The guard sneered and said to Fan Jinshi, "You said no, so we can't." Like before, you float your rafts and we float ours. Or, listen to the order and move the rafts here. Hurry up. What do you want to do? We don't have time to waste on you. I'm going to ask, sir. It's impossible. Lu Shaoqing didn't want to be moved by the waves at the outermost side. After saying this, he quickly ran away. After looking around, he finally found Zhang Zhong, who was talking to an old man. Zhang Zhong was already very sleepy. After saying a few words, he yawned twice and forced his eyes to stay open. The one who talked to Zhang Zhong quickly said his opinion on the weather so that Zhang Zhong could sleep early. Sir, you have to help us. Your guard really didn't listen to the order. He actually arranged our rafts to the place closest to the sea. Lu Shaoqing found Zhang Zhong to complain. Zhang Zhong yawned again and said to Lu Shaoqing, no one disobeyed the order. It was this official who arranged it for you. Go over there and tie your raft securely. Then you can change those rocks to your rafts. That way, you won't be at the outermost side. Chapter 33, Love Sometimes is Too Sudden, Aw. Is that so? Thank you very much, sir. This little one will do it right away. Lu Shaoqing understood this time. He lowered his head and walked back. As he walked, he cursed in a low voice, damn Zhang Zhong. He actually arranged for us to be at this place. If a storm really comes, won't those rocks flip over and smash our heads? Thinking this, Lu Shaoqing also said this to the three people when he returned. The three people thought about it, but none of them agreed. After some discussion, the four people decided to move the rafts to the front of the large wooden array. If they were there, they wouldn't have to worry even if there was water rushing down from upstream. If a storm really came from behind, they would let Zhang Zhong and the commoners endure it first. The small rafts began to move forward again. Zhang Xiaobao stood beside the large wooden array and watched the rafts move. He smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Wan frowned and asked, Xiaobao, are we just going to let them go like this? It's still raining. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and said. Wang Wan understood this time. She smiled and pulled Zhang Xiaobao over to rest. The two of them were a little tired. Even if they slept for an hour, they would recover a lot. Zhang Zhong was also tired at this time and couldn't stand. He had to find a stool to sit down and talk to others. As he talked, he fell asleep. No one next to him complained. They just felt that the adults were working too hard. When it was almost nighttime, Zhang Dashan and the others also came over. A thick piece of wood directly hit Lu Shaoqing's group of more than 30 wooden rafts. Immediately, 3 of the rafts fell apart. Lu Shaoqing stood up and scolded Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan didn't care about others at all. He said to Lu Shaoqing, shut up first. Tell me, where is my master? My master is the provincial governor here. I'm here to find him. Lu Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed again and said to Zhang Dashan, you're from the Zhang family. Okay, come with me. I'll take you to find the Lord. But you broke our raft. Shouldn't you pay for it first? What broke it? Zhang Dashan asked. Of course it's this piece of wood, Lu Shaoqing replied. Then you go find the wood to pay for it. Don't look for us. We were also hit by a piece of wood. We were staying there fine, but the wood hit us and we came here. I'll let you clean up this piece of wood first. After you're done, I'll clean it up. I'll use it as firewood to chop it up, Zhang Dashan said to Lu Shaoqing with a look of hatred. He even kicked the wood a few times. Lu Shaoqing smacked his lips and nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He said, Lord Zhang is over there. You find a way to get there. Lord Zhang won't let us get close to him. Oh, that's good. Is there anyone from the Zhang family? I'm Zhang Dashin, a farmer from the Zhang family. Someone come and take us over. Zhang Dashin looked simple and honest, but he wasn't stupid at all. He knew that this person was trying to make things difficult for him, so he shouted in that direction. Soon, a boat rowed over. Zhang Dashin and the other 5 boarded the boat and looked back at Lu Shaoqing. The expressions on their faces made Lu Shaoqing feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Master, we've finally found you. Zhang Dashin led the 5 people around and found Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had just woken up. He looked at Zhang Dashin with sleepy eyes, shook his head vigorously, and asked curiously, Are you Zhang Dashin? Yes, master, it's me. I'm here to see you. I was going to Qinzhou to sell smoked chicken. I didn't expect a heavy rain, so I came over. Master, how are you? How are old master and old madam, and young master and young lady? Zhang Dashin said excitedly. The 5 people standing next to him immediately knelt down. This was a high-ranking official, a very high-ranking one. Get up, there's no need to kneel. There's water on the wood. Dashin, who came with you? This was what Zhang Zhong was most concerned about. Don't worry, master, I came alone. There's no one else. Master, these people are new to me. They came here together on a big log, and they even broke a few of the wooden rafts in front. Master, there's someone who wants to join Zhuangzi. It's this woman. Master, what do you think? Zhang Dashin knew what master was worried about. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the 5 people who came with him and emphasized that there was someone who wanted to join Zhuangzi. Zhang Zhong understood immediately. He looked the woman up and down. At first, she was a little shy, but later, she went all out. She stood up straight and let Zhang Zhong look at her. Zhang Zhong looked at her for a while and didn't see anything. He ordered someone next to him, Go and call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo here. After the man left, Zhang Zhong said to Zhang Dashin, In a while, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be here. If they say it's okay, then it's okay. Yes, master. Zhang Dashin was a little nervous. He stood next to the woman and said to her, Don't be afraid. Master's family is good, especially the young master and young lady. They will definitely do it. How much betrothal gift is your family preparing this time? I need to prepare in advance. The woman was also nervous and nodded. When she heard Zhang Dashin mention the betrothal gift, she said a little shyly, We're all poor people. A few hundred coins, a few bolts of cloth, and some odds and ends will be enough. That won't do. How can you add so little things? Let me think about it. No matter what, I have to make your family look decent. Otherwise, the neighbors will look down on you. Zhang Dashin also had some feelings in this regard. In the past, he had seen Zhuangzi farmers marrying off their daughters. In the end, the betrothal gift was very little. The girl didn't pick anything, but the people around her felt that it was too shabby. Now, Zhuangzi's daughters were no longer marrying outside. The daughter who had been married off had begun to be bullied by her in-laws. Ever since Zhuangzi had risen, she was like an ancestor. When she returned to her mother's house, her in-laws would send people over to protect her carefully. She didn't have to be bullied anymore. The woman was the most hopeful in this regard. When she heard Zhang Zhong say this, she was even more satisfied. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over. After listening to Zhang Zhong, the two of them looked up at the woman. Seeing the woman's heroic spirit, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Xiaobao said, Zhang Dashin, are you here to do business this time? Then do it. After the new year, when you go back next year, the family will prepare a betrothal gift for you. Since you're here, you can help out a little. The people in Zhuangzi can rest assured. Zhang Dashin was happy when he heard this. He smiled at the woman next to him and ran off to help out. When the woman saw that everyone was looking at her again, she blushed and ran off with Zhang Dashan. Xiao Bao, do you think this is love? Isn't it a little too fast? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Dashan and the woman's reactions and was very puzzled. This should be considered love, right? At least both of them are willing, and it looks good. Love, as some people say, always comes too fast and too sudden. Don't think about them. Doing business together here first is also a test. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't understand. He also hadn't experienced love. He shook his head, turned around, and walked away. The rain was a little scary. If it continued like this, there would be a bigger flood. Wang Wan followed next to him, still thinking about love. Later, she was confused and asked Zhang Xiaobao, how many people do you think the 10 ships can take this time? Are those people willing to stay in the state? I don't know. It depends on the situation of the two states. If the officials of the two states respond in time, not too many people will be washed away. Otherwise, there will be a lot of people. The 10 ships that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking about were the 10 ships that left out of the 18 ships. 7 ships went to the coast of Lianzhou, and the other 3 went to the coast of Sumaozhou. Sumaozhou's coastal area was smaller and didn't need so many ships. Chapter 435. The citizens of Lianzhou rejoiced as they sat in the cabin. It felt good to be alive. The people on the ship were also happy for them. They had personally rescued the people, so the rescuers were satisfied. An old man who had just been fished out of the water vomited half of his stomach. After he could speak again, he kowtowed to the people who had tied him up and fished him out. Then, he asked, "Are you people from the state capital? You look like you are wearing the same clothes." "We are from the Lu Zhou mansion. We knew that there was going to be a flood, so we came here in advance to wait. We can't do anything inside, but we can save as many people as we can." The rescuer helped the old man up. Then, someone placed a bowl of steaming hot soup on the table in the cabin. In fact, it was the simplest egg soup. There were a few egg blossoms, a few pieces of vegetable leaves, some ginger foam, and oil. That was all. However, even a soup like this was extremely precious at a time like this. Most importantly, it was hot. The old man blew on it and drank a mouthful. As he chewed on the ginger in his mouth, he asked the person who had rescued him, "How are things in your state? You sent ships to save us. Aren't you afraid of people dying?" "I don't know how it is now. When we came out, there was no flood. However, there is no need to worry. There are 8 big ships like this. Our provincial governor has made preparations in advance. I don't think many people will die." "Old man, don't you know that it is going to flood?" the rescuers explained. Actually, they were also worried. However, the order was given, so they had to leave and wait here. The old man nodded and then shook his head. He said, "Your provincial governor is good. He can think ahead. This is not good. There is no one here. I know it is going to flood, and I know the Sea Dragon King is angry. However, what can an old man like me do? I can't run even if I want to. How far can I run in a few days? What's more, it was raining heavily outside. I could only make a wooden raft in advance and move some things onto it. When the flood came, I called a few people from my neighbor's house to get on the raft. In the end, a wave came and I was knocked down. I don't know what happened to the people on the raft. Usually, I fish in the sea, and the fishing boat is used by another neighbor. In fact, the boat in this era is not as good as the raft. If I had known earlier, I would have tied myself with a rope. At that time, I was afraid that the raft would overturn, so I just sat on it. You must look carefully here, there are still people alive. As the old man said, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and lowered his head to drink the soup. The one who saved people also felt very sad. At the same time, he felt very helpless. He knew that he was not good at swimming. If he could compete with the dozens of guards in the provincial governor's residence, he might be able to save more people. Seeing that the old man drank the soup, he stood up and said to the old man, "Old man, stay here first. I will continue to go out and see if there are people who don't have the strength to climb up. Old man, don't worry. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Go. When the time comes, send people to this cabin. Even if they don't have any breath, send them to me. Maybe I can save them." The old man's face that was full of vicissitudes of life forced a smile. On Su Maozhou's side, it seemed to be the same situation. Many people were washed over and then saved. Although these 10 boats were not many, they saved many people's lives. When the heavy rain reached midnight, an even bigger mountain torrent rushed down. This time, it wasn't just water, but also some mud and a large number of uprooted trees. They swirled in the water as they moved towards the defensive line formed by the wooden rafts. When Zhang Zhong, who was already prepared, saw that the water was getting bigger, he immediately asked the people in front to retreat to the middle of the position. He left the wooden rafts in front empty and waited for the trees to hit them. The big boat also moved to the 2 wings in front of the position. If the wooden rafts in front could not withstand the water, they would need to use the boat to block them. Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 people still did not know what was going on. They were eating fruits and letting the servants eat raw rice and noodles. These things were hard to swallow, but the servants did not dare to say anything. If they did not eat, they would be hungry. They could only bear with it and eat little by little. When the first big tree hit this small area of wooden rafts, Lu Shaoqing and the others finally understood why the 6 people had that kind of smile in the evening. It was not safe in front. Previously, 3 wooden rafts were damaged by the wooden rafts. Now, not long after they were repaired, 5 more were damaged. This small area of the position was also pushed back by the trees to the big position behind. After a while, Lu Shaoqing shouted to the servants, "Don't eat first. Quickly repair the rafts. Quickly." Fan Jinshi also shouted, "Quickly, row to the back of the big wooden rafts. You can't row in front. Quickly." The servant paddled a few times and shook his head helplessly. He said to Fan Jinshi, "We can't paddle anymore. It's stuck. Our wooden raft is stuck in their wooden raft. Unless we can push it out first. Then hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Jiang Huancher shouted anxiously. "It's too late." As soon as the servant said these 4 words, the rafts shook again. 2 more trees hit the rafts. 3 people jumped down from one of the trees. The 3 people jumped onto the rafts. They looked around and thanked Jiang Huancher and the others. Then, they ran towards more wooden rafts, where there were more lights. Seeing the 3 people running away, Chao Hurue spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and cursed, "They must have known about this, but they didn't tell us. All of you, retreat to the back and leave the front open. Bring me some clean water. Do you have any medicine?" I bit my tongue. The 3 people jumped down from the trees and ran all the way to Zhang Zhong's side. Seeing that many people were here, they laughed happily. They hid in the shed and asked, "Who is the good official? We kowtow to the good official first. You are so awesome. You have a piece of land here." The 3 of us thought we would ride the trees and rush into the sea. The good official doesn't have time to wait for you to kowtow. Drink the soup first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if you get sick. A local citizen came over and placed the wooden bowl in front of the 3 people. There was only one bowl, a big bowl. It could hold 5 small bowls. The 3 people were indeed hungry, tired, scared, and cold. They lowered their heads and drank a mouthful. When their stomachs were warm, one of them pointed at the road they came from and asked, "The good official can't be there, right?" "Just now, the three of us came from there. That's where the bad official is." They thought that if they ran in front, they wouldn't be overturned by the waves. In the end, they hit the trees. They have food and money, but they don't want to take them out. Let's see if they hit the trees again. If they do, the things won't belong to them. This commoner hated Lu Shaoqing and the others to the core. Even their family members and servants hated them. In the past, the family members and servants of these four families often went out to buy things without paying. They even hit people when they walked. Now that they saw them suffer, it was needless to say how happy they were. The three people were stunned. The one who had just spoken said regretfully, "If I had known, I wouldn't have thanked them." Anyway, they hit the trees. "Brothers, drink quickly. We can't just wait to be saved. The three of us still have strength. In a while, we will help the good official do some work." The two brothers nodded at the same time and drank without caring about the heat. The three people looked very optimistic. They were washed away by the flood, but they rode the trees and could run and jump. Once they had stabilized, Lu Shaoqing's side could not hold on any longer. The servants were repairing it as fast as they could, but there was a large number of people rushing down one after another, making it impossible for people to stay in the front. Occasionally, people would come down from the trees, some riding on them, some carrying them. Everyone who came up was very happy. Under the light, they looked at the land in front of them that was connected by wooden rafts and ran to the side where there were more people. Chao Hurue sat on the wooden raft and saw that there seemed to be a black shadow in front of him rushing over. He was in no mood to avoid it. After a while, he said to the three people next to him, "Why don't we go over too? If this continues, we will lose our lives. Why would we want money? If they want it, we will give it to them." The other three people didn't have the mood to care about money. They had wanted to go for a long time, but they were afraid of losing face. Since someone suggested it, it was easy to talk about. Lu Shaoqing gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's go and discuss with Zhang Zhong. Give it to him, give it all to him. He is sucking blood." The four people all agreed. They brought their family members and servants, as well as the supplies and money, and went to the large array of wooden rafts. Hearing the continuous crashing behind them, they felt a lingering fear. When the four people found Zhang Zhong had just slept for an hour. His eyes were red and swollen, and his face was haggard. This was because he usually ate a good combination of food. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. "Sir, we thought about it and decided to do as you said. Sir, the things are here. Please take them all." Lu Shaoqing said to Zhang Zhong very unwillingly. Zhang Zhong glared at him and said, "Who let you come up? You have your own wooden rafts, and you still want to squeeze in. Everyone is counted. Every person who comes up has to pay 50 strings of coins. Your things and money are just for you to use." "Ah. 10 strings of coins per person. My family of more than 60 people is more than 3,000 strings of coins. Sir, we don't have money." Lu Shaoqing didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so ruthless. He sat there, feeling wronged. "If you don't have money, then write a promissory note. Owe it first and pay it back later. Do you want to write it?" Zhang Zhong asked with a sullen face. "Yes, sir. If you want to write it, then we'll write it." Chao Hurue said on the side as if he had accepted his fate. Owing money was better than being kicked out. Staying alive was more important. The other three people didn't want to resist. They followed Zhang Zhong to a shed. Someone had already prepared the ink, pen, and paper, waiting for them to write. The four people's hearts were bleeding. Their hands trembled as they wrote the promissory note. After writing it, Chao Huruei asked Zhang Zhong, "Sir, the things are here. Can we eat?" Chapter 436. The heavy rain stopped after 3 days, but the flood raged for another 5 days. Zhang Zhong finally collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, there was no life-threatening situation. He lay there snoring, and no one would disturb him. Everyone looked at Zhang Zhong with special expressions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had also lost weight. The two of them had just woken up and were eating and drinking. They put the roasted meat into their mouths and chewed. There was also wine beside them, which they would occasionally take small sips of. There were now more than 20,000 people living on this piece of land made up of wooden rafts. Other than the people from their own province, there were also people from other provinces who had rushed over, as well as the mountain residents. The mountain residents were not so xenophobic now. They knew who had saved them, so they helped out a little these days. The sun came out, and the dark clouds finally dispersed. When the first ray of sunlight shone down, some of the people who had lost their loved ones cried softly, some were silent, and some were sitting there looking at the surrounding scenery in a daze. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were full. They stood on the wooden raft and looked up at the sun. Zhang Xiaobao shouted, "We made it through. When the water recedes, we will begin to build our new home. The Zhang family will pay for it. Those who are willing to stay can get a piece of land here." With his shout, the local people were happy. Those who had been saved temporarily put down their grief. After all, they were still alive, so they could not beg others to give them happiness. After the flood passed, there was still a new life. Most people were willing to stay. Some people even wanted to go home and see if there was anyone. If there was, they would come here. If there was no one, they would pack up their things and come back. At this time, the mountain residents did not know how to choose. They did not speak the language here, and there were only a few people in each tribe who could speak the local language. Seeing that the people here were preparing to rebuild, and thinking about the days on the mountain, some mountain residents also wanted to stay, but they were afraid that the people here would not agree. According to the tribe, these mountain people gathered together and began to discuss. In the past few days, they already knew that the mountain people who went down the mountain for the first time would receive a lot of things. After some discussion, someone who was good at talking found Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was still asleep when he was woken up by the mountain people. He rubbed his eyes and looked puzzled. "Milord, we're going to stay behind. We'll also send people to look for those who haven't been washed down the mountain. Will Milord go back on his word and give us those things? Also, we don't know how to farm. Can you send someone to teach us?" The mountain man asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong came to his senses. When he heard that the mountain man was willing to leave the mountain, he nodded. "Of course. But I can't give you those now. Wait for them to be delivered from elsewhere. As you can see, there's nothing left here. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Don't worry about farming. This province has a lot of empty land. Not only will I send people to teach you how to farm, I'll also teach you how to speak the local language and recognize the words here. You don't have to pay any rent this year, so just live a good life here." "Thank you, milord. I'll go talk to them now. It's fine if they give us fewer things first. As long as we can eat, we won't ask for so much. Milord, can you really teach us how to read and write? Others look down on us." The mountain people were very happy. "You're not mountain people, you're all citizens under my rule. Go and talk to them quickly. It'll be fine when the time comes. At this time next year, I guarantee that you'll all have new houses to live in, new clothes to wear, and meat to eat every day. 1 year. Just give me 1 year and I'll be able to do it." Zhang Zhong promised. He had the confidence that others couldn't do it. If his family wanted the money and goods, it would be very easy for them to build a new place. The mountain people happily left and returned to their tribe to tell others. The other mountain people also came over one after another. Zhang Zhong repeated what he had just said and answered each and every one of them correctly. Only then did he eat the food that was brought over. It was very simple. It was braised pork with rice and some salted vegetables. Zhang Zhong ate very happily. He had solved a big problem. He then looked at the higher ground and saw the traces left behind by the receding water. He said to the people beside him, "Now there's fertility. Let's first plant the rice that my family brought and see how it grows here. Then we'll plant the white fold seeds. As long as the white fold seeds grow, we won't have to worry about money anymore." Master is right. The things made from the white fold seeds will definitely be bought by people who are willing to pay a high price. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Also, the sea fish here can be made into salted fish and shipped over by ship. We can sell them for a good price. Not only can we eat the fish, but we can also use it as salt. Zhang Zhong and the people around him echoed. They were full of yearning for the future of this place. They had settled down and were only waiting for the water to recede. When the time came, they could start the construction. The surrounding provinces were not in such a good mood. One by one, the provincial governors wrote down the disaster that had happened to their province and sent a memorial to ask for forgiveness. The military couriers and horses were fast. It wouldn't take too long for the documents to be sent back. Whether they lived or died would depend on the emperor's decision. Zhang Zhong also wrote a memorial, but he didn't ask for forgiveness. He didn't think that he was guilty. He had just arrived and didn't have time to do anything before the flood came. If he was given half a year, he would definitely be able to fix the irrigation works. He only wrote down the disaster situation here. At the same time, he also wrote down the preparation work this time in the memorial. In the whole province, after the flood, the statistics showed that only 121 people died. Those who went missing were considered dead. His subordinates searched a large area, but they still couldn't find them. Basically, there was no possibility of survival. When they were washed into the sea, even if they didn't drown, they would die of dehydration or even be eaten by some fish. This loss made him very sad, but there was no other way. He had done what he had to do. His family also suffered a lot of losses. 12 of the 18 ships were damaged. Fortunately, they didn't sink. They were all stranded. A lot of water entered some of them, which was because they hit the reef. Some were stranded on the beach. This was easy to deal with. He just had to ask someone to get them into the water. The money borrowed and the materials paid for in installments couldn't be recovered. A lot of the things on the ships were also consumed. Including the repair of the ships, in half a month, his family lost more than 50,000 strings of coins. If it were an ordinary rich person, they would have gone crazy. However, the Zhang family and Wang family were indifferent. The loss was bad, but it didn't affect the foundation of the family. The profitable business was in the capital. The reaction of the two families made Lu Shaoqing and the other three very depressed. They hoped that more people would die, but only 100 or so died. They hoped that the Zhang family and Wang family would be sad about the loss of money, but the two families didn't have any reaction. It was as if the loss wasn't tens of thousands of strings of coins, but just a few copper coins. What made them even more uncomfortable was that the family's money was all gone, and they still owed a lot of debts. The least owed was 3,000 strings of coins, and the most was more than 4,000 strings of coins. How were they going to pay it back? It seemed that they could only slowly pay it back from the Yongye field. There was also the salary that should be given. Zhang Zhong said that only enough money was left for their family to eat and wear clothes. The rest was to be collected in debt. As for the servants in the family, they could be sent out to do some work outside to support themselves. They wanted to see if they could still be as arrogant as before. The four of them didn't dare to say anything. Now was not the time when they threatened the provincial governor's life. Now that their lives were in danger, no matter what Zhang Zhong said, they nodded and agreed. After another 2 days, the water receded, and all the wooden rafts fell to the ground. Zhang Zhong began to get busy. He had people dismantle the wooden rafts and some trees that had washed down. He began to build houses. The ground only needed to be plowed a little. He planted the rice seedlings and cotton seedlings that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent out. Li Sun also got busy. He first wrote a letter to his father to report that he was safe. He also sent 150 guards to help, leaving only 50 people to be responsible for the safety of Zhang family and his family. After a few days of work, the second batch of 10 ships sent out from the capital arrived. When they arrived, they didn't know about the situation here. They didn't carry any food. They only carried some handmade products, cloth, and some frozen mutton. There was still some food in the local area. The ships that could move had already sailed along the sea to Zhejiang and Hangzhou, preparing to buy food there. The mutton from the new ships became good food here. The handmade products could also be used, and the cloth could be used to build tents. The flood had caused the other provinces to suffer heavy losses. It had increased Luzhou's population to more than 20,000 people. Some of them were sent to the seaside to dry the salt. This was the first time the people in charge of drying the salt had seen such a method. All they had to do was dig some ponds, and they would be able to produce a large amount of salt if there were any crystals in them. When they found out that they could produce a large amount of salt quickly, they became more confident about the future. With salt, there was money. This matter couldn't be kept a secret. Lianzhou, Sumaozhou, and Xian and province, which was further west, also found out about this matter. They were surprised and sent people to inquire about it. Zhang Zhong received the people from several provinces and told them the method of drying the salt in detail. He had already written the method in a booklet and sent it to his superiors. Xiao Bao, it seems that many of the plans have to be postponed. At this time, there was a flood. Wait for us for a few months. By then, everything will be stable. Seriously, Wang Wan said sullenly as she put the plan she and Zhang Xiaobao had prepared on the table. The flood had disrupted the rhythm of the two of them, and people had died. This kind of thing was very difficult to accept. Zhang Xiaobao was also depressed. Although it was only a few months, the overall delay was much more, especially the construction of the docks. They had to start from scratch. Naturally, it was the same for the docks. Everyone was building houses and farming. How could they have time to build docks? I can accept the delay. However, when several provinces are affected at the same time, it will be difficult to sell our goods. How can we have spare money to buy goods from the capital? In a while, I will ask people to form a large number of caravans. If we can't sell them, we will buy as much as we can. After buying the goods here, we will ship them to the capital to sell. We can also sell some in Kaifeng. When the surrounding provinces have money, won't they develop faster? Chapter 437. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation spreading the news between the clouds and the water, free. Once Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind, the Zhang family's money was spent like flowing water. The people in the province finally knew how wealthy the great governor was. He spent a shocking amount of money. He bought marine products and local specialties from the mountains from their own province, bought them from other provinces, and had the other provinces form their own caravans to send the goods over. The road was not easy to travel on. The roads in their own province were repaired first and the roads in other provinces were repaired by others. Otherwise, they would not be able to buy anything. Merchants were indeed different. Even though they had encountered a flood, there were still many capable merchants who were willing to spend money to buy local specialties. Then, they would pay to repair the roads and send people to deliver the goods. The Zhang family spent thousands of strings of coins every day. They spent a month, but nothing happened to the Zhang family. The new fleet transported 30,000 strings of coins. Together with the original fleet, they could still spend another month and a half. Countless people were shocked. Countless merchants who came over were jealous. They began to send people to the capital to find out who this new provincial governor Zhang was. The people, on the other hand, were happy. They could fish in the sea and sell their goods. They were paid for their work, and they could use the money to buy the goods unloaded from the ships. The main reason was that the people were not worried that the great governor would be greedy and increase their taxes. With the great governor's wealth, he would not care about the small amount of taxes they paid. More than 20,000 people were tied into a rope. They had fought side by side in the flood, and now, they were building together. No one was lazy. Each of them exerted all their strength, hoping to see a new Lu Zhou. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to get busy again. Every day, data was sent to them from various places. Wang Wan was in charge of the manpower while Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the accounts. Then, the two of them combined the new plans and details and sent them to Zhang Zhong. Then, Zhang Zhong would issue orders one after another. No one questioned Zhang Zhong's orders, and every plan was firmly carried out. Everyone was united in building their new home. Such a situation was rare elsewhere, but miraculously, it happened in Luzhou. The people in the surrounding provinces who were also affected by the disaster were envious and jealous. They did not have many talents. The disasters in other provinces were not as light as Luzhou's. Moreover, they had made preparations in advance. There was a loss of population. In some provinces, even the county magistrate and the others had drowned. Most of Luzhou's people were still around. There were also those from the inner court who learned from the Zhang family and the Wang family. Although there were too many of them, it was not a problem for each of them to command hundreds of people to complete a project. Under such circumstances, Luzhou's construction progress changed day by day. Every 3 days, Zhang Zhong would write a report on the construction progress in the province according to his son's instructions and submit it to the military station. It kept the military station very busy. Between the clouds and the water, Sanshui County. In the pavilion and the water, 2 people were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. There were a few letters on the table. The old man was reading a letter in his hand. Lu Zhiro slowly drank her tea. After the old man finished reading the letter, she said to the old man, "Brother Zhang, you've been reading the letter for a long time. Old minister, what do you think? Do you see it? This is the ability of the Zhang family." So many provinces were affected together, but Lu Zhou was the one who suffered the most. All the water flowed to him. What's the result? In the end, only 100 or so of them died. He had just arrived at that place and didn't even have the time to do anything when he encountered such a huge disaster. If it were someone else, Lu Zhou would have to go to 9 out of 10 households. It seems like it was the right decision to send him there. Otherwise, that place would be in danger. The old man said with emotion. He knew when Zhang Zhong had arrived. He had just arrived. In just a few days, the government affairs had not been sorted out yet, and a great disaster had fallen on his head. However, it was such an unbelievable young provincial governor who had withstood the sudden great disaster and reduced the losses to a minimum. Lu Zhiro had the same idea. She patted the letter and said, "Amazing. The emperor is very happy. He said that Zhang Zhong can be in charge of a province, so he has no worries." However, Lv Yenzhuo was angry. He didn't know that Zhang Zhong wanted to go there himself. He thought it was him who sent him there. He didn't expect that not only did Zhang Zhong not suffer any losses there, but he also shocked the whole court. Many people asked the emperor to transfer Zhang Zhong back, saying that it was a pity to leave him there and that Zhang Zhong should be given a higher official position. Fortunately, the emperor knew the Zhang family's thoughts. He didn't listen to them. Instead, he said that only Zhang Zhong could build that place, and he would talk about it later. So, he suppressed the matter of transferring him back. What do you think? Do you miss those two kids? Hearing Lu Jiro's words, the old man was also happy. He didn't expect that the expert behind the Zhang family was so powerful. He nodded and said, "Yes, the two kids wrote me a letter a few days ago, asking me to take care of myself and wait for Lu Zhou to finish the construction. They said that they would take my family there to play. Unfortunately, it's too far away, so I can't see them. I even dreamed of them at night." The old man thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. As he spoke, tears flowed down his face. In fact, Lu Jiro also thought about it. She didn't think about the two kids, but the things of the Zhang family. Now that they were there, no one was watching them. She didn't know how many good things they could make. It was a pity that she couldn't leave the past. Otherwise, if she really wanted to follow them, she would be able to get something good. "Old minister, why don't you go and have a look now? Take your family there and meet Zhang Juling along the way. Zhang Juling is raising pigeons to play with. Send people to learn from the two little guys." Hee. Lu Jiro began to persuade the old man. The old man thought for a while, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll go and have a look. I can help." Chapter 438. See, I ask you, why are you so blue? The sea answers with a smile, "I hold the blue sky in my arms." Xiao Bao, we have to have a heart like the sea. We have to understand tolerance and forgiveness. I don't know if Huzi has forgotten that today is the day we collect money from Lu Xiaoqing and the others. We collect every half a month. They don't have anything to do usually, so they help copy books and do some embroidery for their families. Slowly, they pay back the money. Wang Wan stood on the boat, moving up and down with the waves. She opened her arms, looking for feelings like the sea. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. He also felt that his heart had broadened, like the sea, like the blue sky, letting the seagulls fly freely. When he heard Wang Wan's last words, he said, "The four of them actually signed a death contract with their servants." You don't say, when there are so many of them, they can do some small business together. This is the fourth time they've paid back their debt, right? Last time, Lu Xiaoqing's family paid back 30 strings of cash. That's quite a lot. I reckon that his family can keep some for themselves and wait until they feel that it's about time to pay back the money. According to this, it should be about a few years. There's also the salary and the Yongye field. The rice we brought here is growing well, and the output should be higher than the original one here. The sunshine here is long, and our seed species grows slowly. It's estimated that the local species can only grow 3 times a year, but we can only grow 2 times a year. I don't know if this species can adapt. The taste of the rice is better, and the price is higher. The 4 of them have also planted it in their fields. What should we do? Zhang Xiaobao was worried. He knew that the 4 of them had done a lot of bad things, but he couldn't find any evidence. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to use the original method. As long as he believed that the person had committed a crime, and the person himself knew it, then he would convict him. However, if he did so, it would gradually breed a kind of desire when judging people, and it would be easy for him to lose himself. He and Wang Wan didn't want to do that. They wanted to enjoy life, and not always struggle in the struggle for power. Therefore, when they couldn't find any evidence, the 2 of them adopted a method to collect debts. They wanted to let the 4 people who had once caused harm to the local people and their families have a taste of the feeling of not being able to live in peace. Wang Wan was also clear on this matter. If this continued, the four of them would be able to pay off their debt in a few years. Then, they could continue to be carefree. She thought about it and said, "This won't do. We have to think of a way." The Hai should have many ideas in his mind, such as strong winds, torrential rain, and tsunamis. Alright, let's not talk about how vile the sea is. I was too busy back then and actually forgot to write down the interest rate when I was writing down the agreement. If I had written down the interest rate, it would have been 90% to 13%. Month by month, the interest would have accumulated and they would never be able to pay it back in their lifetime. Let's not think about it for now and slowly pay it back. Let's fish. Zhang Xiaobao put the bait on the fishing rod and threw it into the water, letting the boat float on the sea. Wang Wan used the clairvoyance to look at the scenery in the sea again. She also wanted to see if there were any strange fish jumping out of the sea at this time. While looking, Wang Wan suddenly said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, let's go back quickly. Next time, get someone to bring a bigger boat. Each of us has an oar. Quickly row." Wang Wan sat next to Zhang Xiaobao, grabbed the oar, and started rowing with all her might. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about the fishing rod and followed suit. Fortunately, it's not far from the shore. Otherwise, it would be a contribution to the marine life. The two of them rowed to a place in shallow water and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. There was a shark that turned around and went back. Damn shark. Tomorrow, get someone to catch 2 more. Keep the shark fins. We'll eat the meat first. The shark skin can be eaten too. Don't swimmers wear imitation shark skin clothes? Let's do it for real. The bones are delicious too. In short, the whole body is good stuff, especially good seasonings. It can even be used to make decorations. Zhang Xiaobao said with lingering fear. He didn't think that he and Wang Wan could deal with a shark in the sea with only a fishing rod. If they were really caught, only one of them could escape. Looking at the shark leisurely moving away, he was angry and scared. Wang Wan was also very angry. She didn't care about protection anymore and said, "We must kill more. Prepare 2 sets of clothes for each member of our Team 0. We're not an animal protection association. There are so many sharks. Why don't we kill them? Also, get a big boat to kill whales in the future. With our technology, we won't be able to kill enough even if we kill for 10,000 years. Sea creatures are all treasures. It would be a pity if we don't get some. Forget about dolphins, I can't do that. But we can think of a way to raise some in our bay. Do you know how to do that?" "No, this knowledge is too profound, but we can give it a try. For example, we can find someone to play the piano in the bay, forbid fishing in the bay, and make some fun balls that can float on the water. Maybe we can attract dolphins. Who knows?" Zhang Xiaobao also had a good impression of dolphins. He used to let people raise them at home. Now that he was here, he also wanted to make a big pond and connect it to the sea to attract dolphins. Just like the swallows at home, after the dolphins were familiar, they would swim over to take a look when they had nothing to do. They would play with people for a while and eat some small fish. Wang Wan shook her head regretfully. She also didn't know how to do it. She could only try according to Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't know whether it would succeed or not. But when she thought that people here also knew how to catch dolphins, she suggested, "When we go back, let your father make an announcement that dolphins are not to be caught anymore." "Okay, that's easy. The locals are more obedient. Whatever my father says is what it is. Let's go home and do something." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to take any more risks. Not only for himself, but also for his family. If something happened to him and Wang Wan, what would happen to the 2 families? "What are you going to do?" Wang Wan jumped off the boat. Naturally, there were people in charge of setting up the boat. She asked curiously. You will know when we go back. It's about making money. It's very profitable. Zhang Xiaobao said happily and walked to the car waiting for the two people in front. Selling cakes. Who wants to buy cakes? Selling them at a cheap price. There was a marketplace beside the road that had just been repaired in the state capital. 4 or 5 people were standing there. They were using wooden hammers to hit the cooked glutinous rice back and forth while shouting to the people passing by. How much? A little boy and a little girl were attracted when they passed by. Looking at the cakes with bean flour, they were a little greedy. The little boy touched the 2 copper coins that he had just earned and raised his head to ask. 2 copper coins for 3. The seller stretched out 2 fingers and then changed it to 3. He gestured with his fingers. What is this? It's too expensive. I don't want to buy it. 2 copper coins can buy 2 big sugar figurines. Without waiting for the boy to speak, the girl pulled the boy to another place. 1 copper coin for 2. The seller helplessly lowered the price. The girl stopped and pulled the boy back. Looking at the cakes, she said to the seller, Give us more bean flour, or we won't buy it. We will buy 2. If you don't want to buy, then get out of here. The seller finally couldn't bear it and shouted at the girl. The girl wasn't afraid at all. She pointed at the seller and said, Are you trying to scare me? I know who you are. You are Lu Shaoqing's servants. I will go to the government office to report you. Now is not the time for Lu Shaoqing to be arrogant. Come, let's go to the government office. The girl pulled the boy and walked away. The seller was shocked and quickly ran to stop them. Let's talk nicely. 1 copper coin for 3. Give more face to the bean, okay? We don't have money. We want to eat more. 2 each. The girl was insatiable. The seller pulled a long face and said, Aren't you bullying me? Why don't you pay for things? Yes, who doesn't pay for things? My family used to have a bun shop. You went there a few times, but did you pay? It's not enough for you to eat, and you want to take a whole tray with you. Are you going to give it to me? The girl's eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes. Yes, it's karma. I admit it. 2 for each. Put more bean flour, right? Come, I'll give it to you. The seller couldn't say anything else. He knew what he had done. Brother Mu, give him 1 copper coin. We're not like him. We're good people. Bargaining is one thing, but you can't rob us. 2, put more bean noodles. The girl wiped her eyes with her sleeve and still chose to buy 2 for 1 copper coin. Seeing the 2 children each take a piece of lamb and leave, the seller stood there speechless for a long time. The 2 children ate the cakes in small mouthfuls. The boy said to the girl, Tomorrow, continue to help deliver water. You help to light the fire. Then you can earn 2 more copper coins. Buy some cakes for our 2 families to try. Well, this just started today. I'm late. The other children can only earn 3 copper coins at most. Actually, we can help for free. I don't know why they have to give us money. The girl licked the bean flour and said happily. I know. The good official said that we can't go to school because we don't have a school now. We can go to school when the school is built. Now, we help deliver water and light the fire. They give us money to let us know that we will be rewarded if we work hard. Heaven rewards the diligent. The boy went a little earlier and heard this. The girl didn't know what heaven rewards the diligent meant. She nodded and said regretfully, Then, when we go to school in the future, will we have to spend a lot of money? Can we not go? You can't not go. You don't need to spend money to go to school. As long as you are a child from our province, you don't need to spend a single copper coin. If you are from a far place, you can live and eat. I asked around today. Let's go to school together. The boy was very happy when he talked about this. Even a girl needs to go. Yes, as long as you are a child from our province. I heard that even the stupid ones need to go. The good official paid for it himself. The boy told the girl what he had heard. Chapter 439. When night fell, a bright moon rose from the sea. Some people fell asleep while others were still working with torches. It had been 2 months since the flood, and all the residential areas had been repaired. Rice, vegetables, and cotton had been planted, and some of the vegetables had grown and were ready to be eaten. The roads in the residential areas were repaired, and people were working at the docks. Some roads leading to the surrounding provinces were also being repaired. The laborers only rested for 8 hours a day, including the time they had to eat. They worked in shifts to build their own homes. While the other provinces were still waiting for the relief food to arrive, Lu Zhou had already sold a lot of goods. He directly traveled from Zhejiang to Hangzhou to Shandong. Zhang Xiaobao was not stupid enough to sell fish and prawns there. He sold some specialties from the mountains that were not available there, so he bought a lot of food from there. Part of it was reserved for the people, and the rest was sent to the surrounding provinces. He used the food to hire people to build roads and bridges. The other 5 provinces were not as kind as the Zhang family. Even though the provincial governor of Qin province was from a big family and had always been in Qin province, his family would not fork out so much money to build roads or buy food. They were all waiting for the imperial court to come to their rescue. Even Akshan province, which was slightly further away, was also affected by the disaster. The provincial governor did not fork out his own money either. Since the imperial court did not fork out money, the people had to find their own way. They could not starve to death. Without food, they ate some tree bark, wild vegetables, and other things to get by. The 3 provinces next to the sea were eating fish. They worked while eating. When they had collected enough specialties from the mountains and caught enough fish, they would form a caravan and come to Luzhou to trade for food and daily necessities. Zhang Zhong did not deliberately lower the price. He traded at the usual market price. It had been 2 months. Now, the Zhang family had gotten rid of the situation where they could not make ends meet. They began to sell the goods they collected. They also sent ships to deliver the dried salted fish to the capital. In another month, the dried salted fish would be profitable. It could be said that Lu Zhou had relied on the strength of Zhang Xiaobao's family to prop up the 6 provinces. He had given the people in the 6 provinces a way to survive. Once the food was replenished, the other 5 provinces could take a breather. For a time, Zhang Zhong's reputation was second to none in the 6 prefectures. Almost every family had set up a longevity shrine for him. The people of the 5 prefectures had recovered slightly and were able to eat their fill. The mountain products, fish that were salvaged, and the tributes that were offered increased. Only then did the merchants outside and the local merchants begin to purchase them. They offered the same price as Zhang Zhong. They had considered the cost of transportation and thought the people would sell the goods to them. However, the people had already approved of Lu Zhou's deal. When they had the goods, they formed a caravan and came to trade with the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaobao checked the accounts. Then, he looked at Wang Wan and said, "This is great. The 6 provinces are affected by the disaster. All the taxes this year are waived. The provincial capitals can't collect the goods at all. The people are working harder than before, and the goods are flowing to our province. All the good goods here will be stopped from now on. Now, the price of goods in the capital and other places should be doubled. The east of Lingnan Circuit is Guangzhou. The east of Jiangnan Circuit is Jiangnan Circuit, which is Zhejiang and Fujian Circuit. When our fleet came and went, we also bought a lot of coastal specialties. Fortunately, we sold some of the goods. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a single copper coin. Let's see how many times the goods will increase this winter. You said that my family is stupid. Let's see who's the fool when the time comes. As long as the family has money, we'll stock up on the goods. If we don't earn 5 times the money, it'll be intolerable. Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for this day ever since the flood. After losing so much money, it was not Zhang Xiaobao's character to not think of a way to earn it back. When she thought about the things in the warehouse that were about to become very valuable, she was very happy. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Should we ship them to more remote places like the Turks in Tufan?" "No, those places aren't suitable for us. We'll sell them to some people and let them sell the goods there. The price will be higher, and we can't sell too much. We'll just sell them a portion of the goods. We'll spread the news that there's a lot of goods here. We'll ask the people from those 2 places to bring their local specialties to trade. When they come, we'll do our best to push down the price of their goods. We'll raise the price to a level that is slightly lower than the price that those people sold to the Turks in Tufan. This way, the people from those 2 places will be able to earn money, but they won't be able to earn much. In order to get more benefits, they will continue to raise the price when they return. We can use a higher price to sell to those people who sold the goods from the Turks in Tufan. We'll bring the goods from the Turks in Tufan to the coastal area to sell. This way, we won't have to bear the risks when we go to those places. Others won't scold us for the high price of the goods. After all, the price will follow the market." Zhang Xiaobao explained the plan as if he was talking about a tongue twister. Wang Wan was not stupid. She understood. It was to use a small amount of precious goods to increase their own value. It would give people the impression that the goods they sold would follow the market price, but in reality, it was them who pushed the price up. When others were risking their lives to sell back and forth, the ones who earned the most were the suppliers and not the middlemen. They used the selling price in other places to increase the price of the local goods, especially when there were many tribes competing with each other. This reminded Wang Wan of the time when they bought iron mines in China. Zhang Xiaobao knew that such a thing would happen. Therefore, he gathered all the goods in Zhuangzi and negotiated with the merchants outside at the same price. The reason was that it was a transaction. If they weren't willing to do it, then forget it. They could just look for merchants themselves. Wang Wan felt that this method was indeed good. Just as she was about to say something else, she suddenly reacted. She turned Zhang Xiaobao's face around and looked into his eyes. She asked, "Xiaobao, is this your entire plan?" Zhang Xiaobao blinked his eyes. "Of course not. It's not like you don't understand me. How can it be so simple? Our goods and the 2 places are not a transaction of money, but a transaction of goods. When the goods are shipped here, we can try to make it popular. You don't have to ask anymore. I will continue. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after the value of the goods by the sea increases, the goods here will also increase. I plan to tell this news to the people in the surrounding prefectures. At the same time, I will increase the purchasing price and force the merchants in the surrounding areas to increase their prices. This way, the local people can earn more money. Those merchants who didn't help us in the past hate us, so let them hate us. What do you think will happen in the end? The result will be that our purchasing price will offend many merchants, and the people will earn money." Wang Wan added. At the same time, she also felt that this was the case. This was the Zhang Xiaobao she knew. As long as he had a plan, it would never be as simple as it seemed. It's not that simple. Think about it in the future. We are not afraid of offending people, but some merchants. We are also merchants. Why should we be afraid of them? When the people have money in their hands, they will naturally want to buy things. The goods shipped from Tubo and Tujue can be sold at a higher price. Zhang Xiaobao did not hide anything this time and told them about his plan. You can do that. Then, Xiaobao, tell me more. What's next? There must be more. Just like when you pushed Sanshui County to become a Shang County and joined the 7 counties to become a prefecture. Tell me quickly. How else are you going to calculate? I like to see you here plotting against others. Wang Wan's biggest hobby was to find out Zhang Xiaobao's plan. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao's plan, other people's plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone was too simple. Zhang Xiaobao always made a move when others were confused. As long as he made a move, it would be the end. Zhang Xiaobao did not do this on purpose. It was mainly because when he was thinking about things, he would unnaturally combine things that could easily cause problems and things that were related to each other. It was just a habit. After hearing Wang Wan's question, he could only say, there is one more thing. Being enemies is not our goal. Instead of making enemies, it is better to make friends. When the time comes, I will reduce the amount of goods we buy and give a portion of the profits to other merchants. We will cooperate with them to do business in Tubo and Tujue. We have common interests outside, so we can reduce our conflicts here. As long as the profits from these 2 places are sufficient, they will definitely compromise and give in to us. My father's development will be much smoother, and we can even get them to invest. They have money, for example. The Ning clan of Ginkgo is only stronger than us, not weaker than us. It's just that their foresight for investment is lacking. Zhang Xiaobao wrote a few names on the paper. Wang Wan understood. These were all merchants in the form of clans. Any one of them could compete with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in terms of wealth and power. The difference was that they had developed for a long time, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had just risen. These clans were seeking stability. They were not as good as Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao used cash flow. If Zhang Xiaobao was given 100 strings of cash, he would dare to use the money as leverage. If he grasped the slightest opportunity, it would be a fulcrum. He could leverage a few hundred strings of cash. At this time, he was already restrained enough. He still knew how to develop his business. If it was in the past, he would have cheated all the way. No, he would have invested all the way. Wang Wan didn't want to admit it, but she had no choice but to admit that when Zhang Xiaobao came up with the plan, the way he moved the world with a wave of his hand and the light smile on his face was very charming. Perhaps the best thing that Li Longji did was to send Zhang Zhong here, so that when disaster struck, 6 provinces were saved. Perhaps the worst thing that Li Longji did was to send Zhang Zhong here. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao came along. The sky was high and the emperor was far away. The sea was vast. Who would look after Zhang Xiaobao? Wherever he pointed, the sea and sky would change. Thinking of this, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you are a good person, right? You have extreme nationalistic thoughts, right? Cuckoo, do you think that I will betray the country?" "Don't worry, I won't. I am indeed a little nationalistic. But my people are not a single race. Just like our leader's guards, they are a big family. Actually, I really have a backup plan. I will let these merchants be roped in and become spies for the Turks and Tibetans." Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 440. Wang Wan didn't understand what Zhang Xiaobao meant. She stared blankly at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's explanation. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, "Cuckoo, you know that I've never been worried about money. What I'm really worried about is the hearts of the people. Look at the villagers. They also have selfish motives, but they have signed an irrevocable contract. The master is good to them, so they have to be grateful and respectful. What really makes them not dare to rebel is not these 2 points, but my father's official position. Especially now, my father is a fourth-rank official. Most of the villagers of the Zhang family and Wang family are actually very good, but you can't make everyone like that. Only a small portion of them will be obedient under this kind of fear and gratitude. Is what you said true? There are really people who have other thoughts when they're living a good life? Wang Wan asked. It's not like you don't know what I used to do. It's such a big business. Do you think that everyone will obediently listen to me? I don't want to talk about it. I just want to keep that familial affection and warmth, but I can't not be on guard. Today, I'm telling you, but I don't want you to participate. I alone am enough. It's easy to deal with those with unstable thoughts. Not to mention that they don't have much ability. Back then, I had many capable people under me. Who would dare to betray me? Benefits and fear are enough. These kinds of small matters can be left to me. I don't need to worry about others. What I want to say is that the villagers are so simple, but there will be people who have other thoughts. Do you think that these businessmen will be so patriotic? When others say that it won't affect the interests of the country, they will comfort themselves. As long as they take a small step, they won't be able to turn back. I want them to be bought. This kind of person is easier to control after being bought. It's better than those foppish people. You forget how much effort the two of us put in to get him to tell the truth. And that was when he was injured, drunk, and at his weakest. Zhang Xiaobao finally said something that many people didn't know. Wang Wan exhaled, you've been controlling it all by yourself all these years. She still had to think about how to make money, how to provide for her family's basic necessities, and how to deal with various schemes. Xiaobao, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. You are too selfish. You don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It would be a waste for a peerless talent like you to participate in such a small matter. Leave it to me, and I'll clean it up as I play. How about this, I'll leave the matter of scheming to you in the future. You know how to do it too. There are only a few methods, and they're always the same. If you feel that it's boring, just reject it directly. Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel tired at all. In the past, he was in charge of such a large fraud group, and he also had to manage some secret investments in the country. He was also able to avoid capture. Now, this small matter was nothing. Wang Wan thought about it, and finally agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words, tell me about your difficulties in the future, and I'll share them with you. This family doesn't belong to you alone. Okay, but this isn't a problem. I'll leave the matter of spying to you. The second bureau should have the ability to do so, Zhang Xiaobao promised. You're saying that we should send people to infiltrate? Then the people that we can trust the most are the people in the inner court, Wang Wan said after thinking about it. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly, is your second bureau that poor? Must you put your own people in such a dangerous place? Just spend money. Bribe the subordinates of these businessmen. Some of them might take the money to send false information, but with enough people, there will always be real information in front of us. Then I'll go arrange it. First, let those businessmen come over, then give them some benefits. I'll make your father appear very strong, only then will he not be suspected. Wang Wan understood and said happily. Under such beautiful moonlight, many people had no intention of sleeping. Some people were working hard, and some people were telling their children about the past and the present. There were also people who gathered together to think of bad ideas. In a renovated house, Chow Hurue was in front of a bowl of tea brewed from an unknown leaf. There was salt, sugar, vinegar, chopped green onions, ginger, and even a few pieces of garlic that were cut into slices and boiled together. When the tea was almost done, Chow Hurue poured a bowl for the other 3 people sitting next to him. He picked up a bit of coriander and put it in the bowl. He took a sip and said to the other 3 people, according to this situation, if we want to pay off the debt, it will take at least 10 years. Zhang Zhong's lousy seeds grow so slowly, but someone actually listened to him and planted a lot of white rice. Could it be that they want to sell flowers? Fortunately, we were careful and didn't plant those flowers. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to pay it back in 20 years. I've already thought about it. After planting the rice this time, I'll plant the rice next year. At that time, I'll say that I planted the wrong one. Zhang Zhong can't make me pluck it, right? The other 3 people nodded. They were also almost unable to bear the pressure of being forced to pay off the debt. Everyone in their family had gone out to do business, and they still had to copy books or write some simple annotations of the Analects of Confucius. Their family members were not idle and were all working. They had never thought about this kind of thing before, but now it had fallen on them. Especially Lu Shaoqing. He had found the method of making cakes in the book with great difficulty. He thought that with this, he could get more money and pay off the debt first. Who knew that after a day of selling, he only earned about 100 coins. Everyone could bargain. The people sent out were used to bullying people. How could they bargain? As long as they felt that they were not losing money, they would agree to sell. This kind of income was beyond Lu Shaoqing's imagination. He thought that with the things that had just come out, he could earn a few coins in a day and even more in the future. After all, this thing was not supposed to appear here. He had looked up a lot of books before he found it. Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing said sullenly, "We still have to find Governor Ning and tell him the situation here." Beside him, Fan Jianxi, who was also drinking tea, said, "You can find him, but we don't need to talk about the things here. I think the surrounding places all know about the things here, especially Zhang Zhong's original place. They must know more than us. It is useless for us to talk about it. It is better to go directly and surrender. There is one more thing I want to say. Brother Lu's family has a new thing, cakes. I later looked it up and knew that it was made on the other side of the sea. Since there is such a thing, why don't you discuss it with the 3 of us? How much can you sell by just setting up a stall? Look at what Zhang Zhong's family does. They always set up many stalls at the same time. Brother Lu, don't hide it. Tell the 3 of us the detailed method. Tomorrow, each family will set up 10 stalls. In this way, as long as the price is fixed, you don't have to worry about the less money." After Fan Jianxi said this, the other 2 also looked at Lu Shaoqing and waited for his reply. Lu Shaoqing actually didn't want to hand over the recipe. He thought that it was very difficult to find this recipe. If he gave it to others, it would be a loss. However, looking at the 3 people's attitude, if he didn't hand it over, he would be isolated in the future. He had to nod and say, "This is actually very simple. Just use steamed or boiled glutinous rice and use a wooden hammer to beat it back and forth repeatedly. Finally, just sprinkle some bean flour. Since the 3 of you all want to do it, tomorrow morning, each of our 4 families will take up 4 places." The other 3 were satisfied. They all smiled and drank the tea. However, as they drank, Jiang Huancher was not satisfied again. She said to the 3 of them, "Do you know where Zhang Zhong got the money these days? I have sent someone to inquire. It is from selling tea. His tea is different from ours. The people I sent out have tasted it. They said that the taste is lighter than ours, but also stronger than ours. The lighter taste is due to some salt and ginger, while the stronger taste is due to the tea leaves. Our tea is gone after one taste. His tea is not directly drunk, but continuously soaked with water. The best tea can be soaked 7 or 8 times and still have the taste. The worst tea can only be soaked 3 or 4 times. Do you know how much it costs to buy the worst tea? It is not calculated by catty or tael. It is calculated by money. 1 tael costs 2 strings of coins. He only sells half a catty every day. People are crazy about it. It can be said that there is a price, but no market. The three of them really didn't know about this. When they heard Jiang Huanche's words, they all became excited. They usually drank a lot of tea. If it was expensive, of course, they also drank a lot of tea. However, they definitely couldn't sell it at such a price. What kind of tea could be so expensive? Even if they didn't want to believe it, they still looked at Jiang Huanche curiously. Jiang Huanche liked this feeling very much. She smiled, took another sip of tea, spat it out deliberately, and said to the three of them, "This is what I want to say. I heard that their tea is also picked in Kaifeng, Chuzhou, Zhejiang, and Hangzhou, but the way to make it is different. Our tea is made into a tea ball. The quality of the tea depends on the timing of making the tea ball and picking the tea. On the other hand, they directly sent someone to buy the tender tea and made it after they came back. I don't know how they made it, but it is better than the one we drink. The taste is also different. It is light, but with a strong taste. What do you think will happen if we tell this to Tang, governor of Ning? Tang, governor of Ning, must be very angry about this flood. Usually, it would be fine. Everyone is the same. However, Zhang Zhong did something he shouldn't have done. He saved the people of Luzhou. As long as we tell him about this, we can help to plan." Jiang Huanche laughed heartily at the end of her words. The other three people were stunned for a moment, but they also laughed. Chapter 441. As the sea breeze blew, the canals were dug to create flowing water. The 100,000 mountains gave birth to many things, and the rain gathered. Luzhou was in danger. Zhang Zhong planned to stay in Luzhou for another 2 years. He was worried that there would be another heavy rain next year or in a few days, so he ordered people to dig the canals in advance. There were some small rivers in the province, but they were too small. Behind them was the 100,000 mountains. Usually, they provided the people with many trees, fruits, meat, and furs. The flood this time also provided the province with a lot of water. If there was a big river there, it would not have been washed away so thoroughly. Zhang Zhong planned to build 2 big rivers to connect to the mountains. There, he could get the spring water and rainwater from the mountains. When there was another heavy rain, the water would not be saturated before it rushed out. Instead, it would flow directly into the sea through the 2 rivers. Then, he would build a few tributaries that connected the 2 rivers to the mountains. When the time came, all he had to do was to protect the banks of the 2 rivers. Even if he was no longer an official here in the future, as long as the new official was not a fool, he would understand the function of the 2 rivers. In addition to reducing losses during floods, the 2 rivers also served another purpose, which was to allow the mountain dwellers, or those who hadn't come out of the mountains, to transport things out of the mountains faster. When Zhang Zhong's order was passed down, the people did not object or question it. They immediately threw themselves into the project. The children helped with the fire, water, and food. In order to save time, the people did not need so many dishes. The more convenient the better. Zhang Zhong initially wanted to provide meat, vegetables, and rice for every meal. However, for the first time, the people were disobedient. They refused to do anything and did not have time to stop and eat. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao came up with an idea. They would spread pancakes, stir-fry shredded meat, stir-fry shredded vegetables, smear sauce on them, put some pickles, and a green onion in them. If there were people who wanted to eat seafood, he would put some crabs and sea hares. The people liked to eat such things. In this way, they would not waste too much time. When they were thirsty, they could drink water. When they were hungry, they could grab one and eat it. If it was not because it was difficult to steam the dough, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to give these people steamed buns. Later on, he realized that it didn't work. The rolls could be eaten when they were cold, but the oil inside the buns would coagulate when they were cold. There was no fixed time for food like the burrito. The children ran back and forth between the various places where the burrito was made and the sections where they were working. When the workers were hungry, they would eat one burrito at a time. The good thing was that they didn't have to worry about not being able to work when they were full. With this method, everyone found that they could eat more. At the same time, they also had more energy to work. It wouldn't take too much time. A well-rolled pancake could be eaten in a few mouthfuls. The commoners were very happy that such a good official was considerate of them in this regard. When some people were happy, there would definitely be others who were unhappy. Lu Shaoqing and the other three were in a good mood in the morning, especially the other three who had obtained the recipe for making cakes. Each of them formed a small team and went outside to make cakes. In the end, only an hour later, bad news came. As soon as they arrived at the place where they sold cakes, they heard the sound of people hawking cakes. When they went over to take a look, they were all dumbfounded. There were already people selling cakes here. 1 copper coin for 3 cakes, and they were measured by weight. Not only were there glutinous rice cakes that they wanted to make, but there were also millet cakes. At the same time, there were also cakes with fillings, bean paste, white sugar, and jujubes. It could be said that there was a dazzling lineup and a variety of things. Especially the sellers, their clothes were very clean and tidy. Many people took out money to buy some cakes to try. The money was all from the various transactions with the Zhang family over the past 2 months, and a part of it was the wages. The people who were sent by Lu Shaoqing and the others to sell cakes did a little calculation and found that if they sold at this price, they would need to sell 30 copper coins in order to make 1 copper coin. They couldn't make much money in a day. These people had no choice but to come back and tell Lu Shaoqing and the others about the matter. I can't stand it anymore. Zhang Zhong's family is too much of a bully. I found the method of making cakes in a book with great difficulty, but they secretly learned it and even sent people to sell it. They clearly don't want us to pay back the money. Lu Shaoqing didn't need to ask to know that it was the Zhang family's doing. Only the Zhang family had the ability to find a recipe and spend a lot of effort. Besides the Zhang family, who else had the ability to make more cakes? Chao Hurue sighed and said, their reaction is too fast. They can make more cakes in 1 day. This shows that they already knew about it, but they didn't take it out. Everyone, think about it again. What else can we do to make money? I don't believe that they can learn to make everything. How could there be a good prescription? They don't want to give us a way out. Let's go, we'll leave in a while. We'll go to Qinzhou and tell Zhang Zhong there that he has a good recipe for making tea. Then, we'll watch the 2 of them fight. Jiang Huancher whispered to the 3 people. If they wanted to leave, they had to sneak away. There were people patrolling outside, so they were afraid that they would run away. However, there was a tunnel here that was dug a few years ago that led to the outside. After it was washed away by the flood, even if there was something blocking it, they could still dig it out. The 4 of them didn't have anyone to build a house for them, so they found a place to build it themselves. It turned out that this tunnel was Zhang Yi's outer residence, which was at the edge of Zhou Mansion. When the 4 of them came back, they didn't want to build a house for them, so they moved here. With Jiang Huancher's suggestion, the other 3 also made up their minds. At worst, their families would help them out. They thought that Zhang Zhong wouldn't do anything to their families. They could only leave as the 4 of them. If all of them left together, it would be easy to be discovered. Just as the 4 of them made their decision, the guard of the large courtyard hurriedly ran in and said to Lu Shaoqing, Master, the Zhang family has sent a steward. He says that he wants to see Master and discuss a business deal with Master. Discuss a business deal? What business deal? I don't have anything here, what does he want to discuss with me? When Lu Shaoqing heard the servant's words, his first thought was that Zhang Zhong had come to cause trouble again. After hesitating for a moment, he saw that the other 3 people also didn't understand. He said to the servant waiting there, "Let him in." Following the sound of footsteps, the four people looked over and saw that there were only 2 circles on the person's chest. Their expressions immediately turned ugly. The Zhang family actually sent a 2-star steward over. They knew this 2-star steward. 5 stars were the highest. According to their status, even if they didn't send a 5-star, they should at least send a 4-star steward. This steward was only a 2-star steward. He was clearly looking down on them. "Master Lu, I am here to discuss a business deal with Master Lu. I wonder if there is anyone in Master Lu's family who is free." The steward didn't show any flattering expression to Lu Shaoqing, nor did he look arrogant. It was just like 2 ordinary people who met on the street and talked to each other. Lu Shaoqing snorted coldly, "Do you think that a 2-star steward like you can make the decision? Bring your master here, then we can talk about it." The steward smiled, "Master Lu, you have misunderstood. This is my own business deal. It has nothing to do with my master. You do business with me. Ha 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 ha. Good, that's great. Did you hear that? A servant from the Zhang family came to do business with me. Tell me, what gives you the right?" "Ah. What gives you the right? Let's hear it. How can a servant do business with a judge?" When Lu Shaoqing heard the steward's words, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed out loud and pointed at the steward for the other 3 to see. The other 3 also laughed. Chao Hurue looked at the steward and said, "You better go back and do your work. Otherwise, if your master finds out about this, he will break your leg. This business deal isn't something you can do. You can't lie to us either. Listen to me and go back." After he finished speaking, the 4 of them also laughed. Only then did the person speak, "I have 200 strings of coins myself. I can also borrow 200 strings of coins from my family. That's a total of 400 strings of coins. How much money do the 4 of you have?" 400 strings of coins. As long as I do this business, I will earn more in the future. At that time, Master Lu will also earn more. Since Master Lu feels that I can't do business with you, then I will leave now." The steward turned around and left after saying that. The 4 of them were stunned. Lu Shaoqing quickly shouted, "Wait, where did you get the money from? What kind of business do you want to do? Tell us." The servants from the Zhang family are different from the servants in your family. Other than the monthly salary, they also get extra money. They don't need to spend their own money on food. The business I want to do with Master Lu is very simple. Master Lu will make prawn sauce for you. You will catch the prawns and get the salt yourself. If you have enough servants, you can catch a lot of prawns a day and put them in the jars. I will come back to collect them 1 month later and pay all the money. This time, I want to buy 200 jars of 20 jars. Each jar is 500 strings of coins. I will pay you 20 strings of coins first. If I do well this time, I will increase the number of jars next month. I will make money, and you will also make money. Master Lu, think about it. Do you want to do this business or not? If you want to do this business, you must produce 200 jars a month. Some of the prawn sauce can't be done when you deliver the goods." The steward stopped and told Lu Shaoqing about the matter. He looked at Lu Shaoqing and waited for his reply. Lu Shaoqing thought about it and looked at the other 3 people. He asked, "Can you tell me why you want to buy so much prawn sauce?" "What I do has nothing to do with Master. If Master agrees, I can do it. I don't have much capital. The 20 strings of coins is enough to buy the jars. Even if I don't come back to collect them 1 month later, Master will not compensate." The steward straightforwardly refused to ask what he wanted to do with the prawn sauce. Lu Shaoqing thought about it and gritted his teeth. He said, "Do it. What about the money? Let's write the agreement." He had thought it through. Even if the steward didn't come back to collect them in the end, he could sell the 200 jars of prawn sauce slowly. He wouldn't lose money. Seeing that Lu Shaoqing agreed, the steward turned around and walked out of the door. He and another person carried a box in. When the box was opened, there were exactly 20 strings of coins inside. It was more than 120 jars. One person couldn't carry it. Lu Shaoqing was also straightforward. He wrote the agreement and signed it on both sides. The deal was done. Chapter 442. Do you think that the servants of the Zhang family are doing this? Does Zhang Zhong know or not? After the people of the Zhang family left, Lu Shaoqing looked at the box of copper coins and asked the other three people. Although this deal was signed by him, when he really wanted to do it, he naturally had to bring the other three families along. In order to pay off the debt, the four people had now put down their dignity. As long as it was something that made money, they would do it. After a month, they would make at least half of the money with 300 strings of coins. If they counted the free work of the servants in the family, they could make even more. No matter how they looked at it, this deal was not a loss. It was hard to figure out for a while. They were a little happy, but at the same time, they were uncertain. Chao Hurui walked around the box containing the money twice and said, he probably doesn't know. Otherwise, why would he ask people to look for us? Even if they have fewer people, it's not too difficult to get some people. I always feel that something is going on here. The deposit has been given and the receipt has been written. Even if they don't accept it, it's the same if we sell it ourselves. We have to quickly get people to buy the jars and catch the prawns. Otherwise, if we can't send them out, we will have to compensate them. Lu Shaoqing really couldn't think of anything that could go wrong. Seeing that there was money to be made, he turned around and asked people to do the work. He didn't even sell the cakes and kept them for his family to eat. The other three people also made the same arrangements. The servants in the family dispersed to do their work. After an hour, the people who went to buy the jars came back first. There were no carts behind them with many jars. They only had 2 jars in their hands, which added up to more than 30 jars. Master, we couldn't buy the jars. When we went to the place where the jars were sold, they were all sold out. We bought the jars from some people's homes. These jars, which usually cost about 10 copper coins, actually cost 50 copper coins. Some even cost 100 copper coins. We thought it was expensive, so we didn't buy them. After the servant came back, he carefully put the jars on the ground and reported to Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. He looked at the jars on the ground and asked, then you didn't ask where the jars went? When will they have the next batch? Didn't you take a look at the place where we burn jars? Yes, they went to the kiln where the jars were burned. Right now, they don't allow the outside to burn jars separately. They are currently burning the Dahaguan, no, Zhang Zhong's request, so there are no jars. The place that sells the jars also brought in the jars from there. Now that there are no more jars, it will probably be half a month before there are more. As for where the jars were sold, I also asked. They said that the young master and young lady of the Zhang family wanted to grow flowers, so they bought the jars to store soil. Why don't we go to the Zhang family and ask? The servant replied carefully. He knew that the master's temper was not very good these days. Bullshit. What kind of flowers are you raising? Why would you use a jar instead of a flower pot? They're doing this on purpose. They bought the jars on purpose. Half a month, then there's still half a month before the shrimp paste can't be made. Quick, go and buy them. Buy them for 100 copper coins each. Otherwise, how are we going to compensate them? Lu Shaoqing finally understood. No wonder the servants of the Zhang family came here to talk about a deal and even gave a deposit. It turned out that they were waiting for them here. Sure enough, they don't have good intentions. A jar costs 100 copper coins, and 20 strings of coins can buy 200 jars. But we have to pay for the salt first. It's not easy for the family to save some money, and we have to take it out again. Hurry up and make the jars. Otherwise, it's too late. There's still no shrimp. Chow Hurue finally knew why he felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. The people in the family bought the jars and caught the shrimps. All their energy was used on this. The jars were bought at a high price. In the evening, the people who caught the shrimps came back empty-handed. There was no boat out to sea and no net. Even if they wanted to catch the shrimps at the seaside, they would not be able to catch them even if they were exhausted. It was possible to fish for shrimps, but the problem was, how many shrimps could they catch in one night? Who would be willing to make shrimp paste with the shrimps that could be caught? The real place to catch shrimps was Chinzhou Bay, but fishing was not allowed there. It was said that the shrimps were reserved for the dolphins to eat. The four people were dumbfounded. The stupidest was Lu Shaoqing. He was the one who wrote the receipt. If he could not hand in the things when the time came, he would have to pay. He did not have the money to begin with, and if he had to pay again, it would be even worse. Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing looked at the other three and said, "Think of a way. It's best to get a few boats and some nets. Otherwise, we will have to take out all the money this time." The money owed to Zhang Zhong and this receipt are two different things. Zhang Zhong's money can be paid back slowly. If this is not done well, we will have to become the servants of others. This matter needs to be considered at length. After all, Brother Lu wrote the receipt in a hurry. Otherwise, it would not be like this. We still have to catch the shrimps, but in terms of money, I can only take out 10 strings of coins to buy some salt. It should be enough for dozens of jars. Chow Hurue found that the matter was not easy to handle. His eyes flickered. He proposed to take out 10 strings of coins. This money was a lot for ordinary people, but for catching shrimps and making shrimp paste, it was still far from enough. Perhaps he knew that he was being a little disloyal, so Chow Hurue added, "I will leave the servants in my house to Brother Lu. I will think about it later. If I come up with a solution, I will tell Brother Lu." After he said that, the other two people also took out 10 strings of coins each and handed the servants in their house to Lu Shaoqing. Since they said that they would make arrangements, it was naturally Lu Shaoqing who was responsible for the meals. Lu Shaoqing looked at the faces of the three people. The expressions of the three people were very natural and he could not see anything. Lu Shaoqing understood that they were all the same. If he were in the position of the three people, he would also do the same. But he was really bitterly disappointed. It was not good to say anything else. Lu Shaoqing nodded and said, "Thank you very much. When I make money, I will definitely not forget the three of you. At that time, everyone will be more relaxed." Well said, well said. Brother Lu, don't worry. If you don't have a boat, you can make a raft out of wood and go to the sea to catch shrimps. There are usually a lot of shrimps at night. Fan Jinshi comforted him. The other two people also agreed. They said comforting words and did comforting things. Lu Shaoqing no longer had the energy to deal with the three people. He casually said a few words and returned to his room to think of a solution. In the manner, Wang Wan looked at the jars piled up there and asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile, "Xiaobao, there are so many jars. What are we going to do?" Wang Wan was really happy. Zhang Xiaobao could still find time to scheme against Lu Shaoqing and the other three people when he was handling the overall plan of a province. This time, he only managed to scheme against one person, but things were not so simple. To make shrimp paste. The vegetables here grow quickly. The grown vegetables are directly made into pickles. When the time comes, we will send them to places with less salt and sell them at a cheaper price. There are edible vegetables and salt. I believe there will be a lot of people who will buy them. Then, we will start to pick the smaller vegetables to make pickles and use shrimp paste. This is how the Jinzhou vegetables are made. To be honest, I think it is ordinary, but many people like to eat it. Just like the kimchi. I am not talking about the kimchi from Japan. It is the most authentic one from Sichuan. Many people buy it. I don't care about eating such things. I just want to find more work for the locals. The baskets that the locals use to weave the Jinzhou vegetables are not the plastic ones that will be used in the future. They are made of rattan. In such a place, there is so much shrimp paste. How can we not make good use of it? As long as a brand is formed, this place will be controlled by our Chamber of Commerce. We will be able to provide long-term work for the locals. Zhang Xiaobao had already started to arrange things in advance after his father left. To build a place, he had to provide something that could sustain the development of the place. He was not the kind of person who would leave after taking advantage and making money. He had wanted to take on some responsibilities in the past, but he did not have the time. Now that he had the opportunity, he had to take on the responsibilities of society. He could not live his life in vain. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao the most for this. A person who specialized in playing with money was willing to develop an industry. This was a great sublimation of thinking. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaobao's ability, it would be easy for him to make money. However, without productivity, the more money he made, the more people would suffer. Wang Wan's evaluation of Zhang Xiaobao was that he was not a bad person. If she said that he was a good person, many good people would not be willing. If she said that he was a saint, she would be punished by the heavens. Xiaobao, do you have the heart of a bodhisattva? At least that's how the people see your father. Unfortunately, they don't know that everything was done by you. I'm not a bodhisattva. Some people can run to hell and guard it. I don't have that ability. Since I'm going to hell, then I'll repent myself. My Buddha said, Amen. Zhang Xiaobao casually thought of a way to scheme against others. He was also very happy. There were really stupid people. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she was happy and said, Xiaobao, you are the bodhisattva in the journey to the west. You are full of evil tricks. You made them go through so many hardships to obtain the scriptures. You even found a decent excuse to push them down the mountain and then use them. You are clearly playing with them like monkeys. I know your arrangement this time. Don't look at it as a small scheme, it's not simple at all. Dividing people and creating conflict between the four of them. This is called having ulcers on the top of your head and pus on the soles of your feet. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Don't worry. Take it slow. I will make the conflicts between them grow bigger and bigger. Tomorrow, I will find someone to talk to Chao Harue about the business. You are still like a child. You always play pranks. Forget it. They deserve to be unlucky. When your father came here, they did not directly surrender. Wang Wan did not doubt Zhang Xiaobao's ability at all. Today, he deceived one. Tomorrow, he would deceive another. The four people would be finished. Zhang Xiaobao had not deceived people for a long time. He took it as a relaxation. Sometimes, he was addicted to deceiving people. Thinking of the four people's plan, he said, There are two more. Let them go. If they can really cause some trouble for my father, that would be great. Chapter 443. Lu Shaoqing couldn't think of any other way, so he could only send out the servants of the four families. When he sent them out, he had his servants and the servants of the other three families split into three groups. His servants' main job was to supervise the servants of the other three families. Lu Shaoqing was afraid. He was afraid that the servants of the three families would eat the food he provided and not work for him seriously, so he could only use this method. He had already thought it through. If any of the servants of the three families dared to delay and not work, then he would directly send them back the next morning. At that time, the servants who didn't work would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. It was just right to use this as a deterrent to the other servants. These servants added up to a total of 130 to 140 people. Each family had to leave a few to do work, so naturally, not all of them were sent out. They were divided into 3 groups and went to find prawns at night. Lu Shaoqing didn't listen to other people's suggestions. What was the point of making a wooden raft? Releasing a wooden raft at night, was it looking for prawns or looking for death? During the day, who would dare to release a wooden raft into the sea? Lu Shaoqing arranged for people to be busy, but the people elsewhere were also busy. Zhang Zhong didn't go home these 2 days and had been guarding the construction site. He didn't know that his family had already made a move on Lu Shaoqing and the other 3. One by one, torches were lit. The people digging the river had already been replaced by well-rested people. They worked hard there. It was easy to get sleepy working at night, but everyone wanted to take their turn at night. The main thing was that the people working here at night could drink some wine. Although it wasn't far, it was very humid. In addition to the damp soil when digging the river, normal people couldn't bear it. After sweating, it was easy to catch a cold. Therefore, the people working at night could not only drink some wine, but the children who also took turns to deliver things didn't send water anymore. Instead, they sent soup. No matter how bad the soup was, it was better than boiling water. Especially the ginger in it, it could be used as a side dish with wine. The vegetable leaves and minced meat in the soup became the favorite things of those who worked at night. It was soothing and comfortable, and they worked even harder. Originally, they should have been more efficient during the day than at night, but now, they were back to work. What made some people feel regretful was that they couldn't work at night just because they wanted to. The high-intensity work of 3 shifts would not be at night the next day, but in the afternoon. "Master, are you hungry? Why don't you eat something?" While Zhang Zhong was still walking around, a person from the inner court beside him spoke up. Zhang Zhong's stomach was already growling. He stopped and said, "Then eat some, not too much, or else I will be sleepy." "Master, what do you want to eat?" "There are fried fish wrapped in flour and stir-fried vegetables here." The servant asked again. "What do they eat?" Zhang pointed the people working people. "Others are eating pancakes." "Master, that dish is specially made for you." "Oh, then I'll eat the pancakes too. Put more chopped green onions and less meat if it's too fatty." Zhang Zhong didn't want to eat on his own side. If that was the case, the prestige that he had built up with great difficulty would be weakened. But he didn't know that although his choice was simple, the other side had already prepared something not simple. At least, it was better than what the common people ate. The bread was cut open, and the cooked meat was chopped into half fat and half lean. Then, they put more chopped green onion and coriander and stuffed them into the bread. After making 5 in a row, they stopped and brought it to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong didn't think too much. He took it and ate it, but after 1 bite, he was stunned. He turned his head to look at the person who brought the bread and asked, "Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are also here." "Master, how did you know?" the person asked in surprise. He was a member of the Zhang family. If it were another servant who dared to say that, he would have been beaten to death. "How do I know? The meat in the rujiamo I just ate was processed in 9 ways. There was 1 to remove the smell, 1 to make it more delicious, 1 to add flavor, and 1 to stop vomiting. There were 16 kinds of spices in it, so it tasted very light. Except for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who has the ability to make it. Especially the coriander and chopped green onion. The coriander was all used in the small area in the front, the chopped green onion was white, and the few drops of oil were made with sesame oil to make the pepper. You can't find another place in the Tang Empire that can make it. Why aren't you two sleeping yet? As soon as Zhang Zhong tasted it, he found that the taste was not right. It was too familiar. It was exactly the kind of food that he liked very much. The choice of ingredients was very particular, and it was even more difficult to make it. He had never tasted this taste anywhere else. His son and daughter-in-law were carefree and never told others how to cook it. They couldn't eat it in the restaurant between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County, so they could only eat it at home. A little bit of heat and seasoning would change the taste. Not to mention that other people didn't have the chance to taste it, even if they did, they couldn't learn it. This simple rigiamo required 2 people to make at the same time, each with their own division of labor. The servant didn't dare to lie anymore. He said with a smile, "Master, you're really amazing." You can tell that this was made by the young master and the young lady at one bite. They deliberately made the bread more alkaline. Master likes to eat this kind of food the most. That's why the young lady and the young master can be so meticulous. Master, here's a salted goose egg. The young master said that if you taste it, he should give it to you. The young master also said that you can tell who made this rigiamo after one bite and ask. Master, here you are. I've already opened it. As the servant spoke, he handed a salted goose egg that had been deliberately marinated and smelled bad to Zhang Zhong. It didn't smell good, but Zhang Zhong liked to eat it. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could make an egg that was not salty and oily, not to mention a stinky salted egg. Zhang Zhong didn't want to give himself special treatment. The menu was fixed every day, and he couldn't eat like that when he came here. But when he saw what his son and daughter-in-law had prepared for him, he couldn't refuse. There happened to be a person who had just been pulled up from the river. He was eating a roll and drinking a mouthful of wine. Zhang Zhong went over and said to him, "My son and daughter-in-law prepared something for me. The 2 kids are good at it. Have a taste." The servant was very reluctant to hand over a rigiamo, but when he saw that person take it with trembling hands, he could only pretend that nothing had happened. He knew that the young master and the young lady didn't cook casually, and only cooked for some important people or family members. However, as long as it was something made by the 2 little brats, the taste would definitely be different from what they usually ate. Everyone in the inner courtyard like them had eaten it before, but the most they had eaten was 3 times, and the least they had eaten was 1 time. Who wouldn't feel distressed when they saw such a good thing being given to an ordinary person by the master? Everyone in the inner courtyard knew that when it came to cooking, the food made by the young master and the young lady was the most delicious. No matter how good the chef between the clouds and the water was, the food made was the same. The servant didn't stand on ceremony. He took the rigiamo with a smile and said to Zhang Zhong, "Great official, I'm willing to eat the food made by my children, no matter how bad it is. Let me try it." I. Great official, this is the most expensive thing in the capital, right? Why does it taste better than what I ate when I went to celebrate County Magistrate Zhang's birthday? The servant only took 1 bite to find the difference. He had eaten many rolls, and they tasted good. Compared to the meat in the rigiamo, it was much worse. The meat in the rigiamo was fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. It was so fragrant that he couldn't wait to eat it every day. Of course, the young master and the young lady are very capable. If the master can't eat it, it's mine. You snatched it, and you still have the nerve to praise it. What capital? You can't eat this kind of thing in the capital. It's very particular when it's made, and you can't buy it with money. Can the food made by the young master and the young lady be measured by money? The servant in the inner courtyard could only think about this in his heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud. If he really said it out loud, he would be demoted from a 3-star chore to a 1-star chore. Zhang Zhong didn't know that the servant in the inner courtyard had so many thoughts. He waited for the rest of the rigiamo to be praised. He laughed happily and handed another rigiamo to the servant in the inner courtyard, who was reluctant to part with it. Eat more if it's delicious. I made 5 in total. 2 for you, 3 for me, 1 more than you. I can't help it. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know that I eat less, they won't be happy. The eyes of the commoners who were working lit up, and they took the food without any hesitation. The one who had taken a bite began to eat vigorously, smacking his lips as he ate. The people in the inner courtyard could only pretend that they did not hear anything. When the servant finished one rujiamo, he handed the other one to the servant in the inner courtyard and said, "Lord Zhang is really extraordinary. When I took the rujiamo, I deliberately touched your hand with my dirty hand, but you didn't have any reaction at all. You seem to be very normal. Your servant in the inner courtyard also wanted to eat, but he let me have it without saying anything. You have the final say in the whole Luzhou. The master of the main family is amiable, and the servants in the inner courtyard strictly follow the rules. No wonder the master kept praising Lord Zhang before we came out. Lord Zhang really cares about the people, and his servants are great too. They won't make trouble for the master." When Zhang Zhong heard this, he understood many things. This servant shouldn't be a local. Then how did he come here? The servant in the inner courtyard didn't take the rujiamo, but he was not that greedy. When he heard the servant's words, he leaned over to the master and whispered a few words. Zhang Zhong understood now. He nodded with a smile and said, "You are the servant sent here by old Master Zhang, the second steward of Zhang Juling." "Good, a steward can do this kind of work. Zhang Juling's family is not bad at all. Maybe in the future, you can be a minister of His Majesty. Go back and tell your master that the road is expensive, and you don't have enough money. Just let me know, and I will send the money immediately. In half a month, my family's fleet in the capital will come here, and there will be another 30,000 to 40,000 strings of coins. You can take out another 10,000 strings of coins and continue to send them. If you have a chance to make a better life for the people in your hometown, don't miss it. You don't have so many chances in life." Chapter 444. Zhang Zhong didn't have his own intelligence department. To be precise, he didn't have anyone who was qualified to be an intelligence officer. Usually, he would only send the news when something happened. Usually, his intelligence was provided by his son and daughter-in-law. His son had wanted to give him the intelligence department several times, but he refused. He knew that he wasn't good enough. His son and daughter-in-law's intelligence officers were indeed good, but they were only intelligence officers, not people who could summarize the information. When there was too much information, there were both useful and useless ones. The truly powerful ones were the summarization. Zhang Zhong himself knew that he would be confused when he saw too much information. It was better to leave it to his son and daughter-in-law. The information sent by the two of them was sorted out, and it was very comfortable to read. The second steward of Zhang Jiuling's family didn't expect that Zhang Zhong already knew something as soon as he said something. He didn't look at Zhang Zhong, but looked at the person from the inner courtyard next to Zhang Zhong. At this time, 2 children, a boy and a girl, came jumping from a distance. They held hands and jumped over. As soon as the two of them arrived, the girl pointed at the second steward of Zhang Jiuling's family and said with a surprised look, "Wow! Xiao Bao, look, this person looks so much like the second steward of Zhang Jiuling's family that Grandpa Zhang mentioned. It's a pity that he is a person who usually works." Zhang Xiaobao also looked over, nodded, and said, "Yes, if Grandpa Zhang knew, he would be very surprised that there is someone who looks so similar. I heard that Zhang Jiuling is also a high-ranking official. If we didn't know, we would have thought that such a good official deliberately sent someone to investigate the situation. We almost thought wrong. This person really looks like the second steward that Grandpa Zhang mentioned. Those who know will understand, but those who don't know will think that Zhang Jiuling, that high-ranking official, didn't discipline his family well and sent someone who didn't get in touch with my father. Instead, he deliberately came here to investigate secretly. If that's the case, Zhang Jiuling is not a good person. He didn't discipline his family well. If his family's steward could be like this, then he himself can be imagined. Don't the children in Zhuangzi often say that if the son doesn't teach, the father is to blame? If the teacher is not strict, the teacher is lazy. Based on this, one could guess. Did Zhang Jiuling's family not teach their children well, or were they not strict enough? Was it master's fault, or did master not teach his servants well? It's too scary. I'll ask Grandpa Zhang later to see if the second steward he mentioned is here. Where is he? Don't you think so, Cuckoo? A few simple words from the two of them immediately stunned the second steward. The two little kids, every word they said could be said to be sharp, and immediately took the initiative. If he didn't admit it, then he would be like a coward. In the future, when others spread the news, not only would he be finished, but the master's face would also be lost. If he admitted it, then he would be even more finished. The two little kids said that Zhang Jiuling would not do this, because Zhang Jiuling was also an upright person. If it was an adult, it would not be a big deal. The master would just laugh and let it go. But if two little kids suddenly appeared one day and questioned him, wouldn't the master die of shame? Just when the second steward was asking questions, Zhang Zhong played the good guy and helped him out. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, aren't you sleepy? Go to sleep." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the second steward, who was relieved of Zhang Jiuling, and said to his father, "Father, Cuckoo and I are not sleepy." "Father, you are really too kind. They sent people to secretly collect information, but you still protect them. In a while, Cuckoo and I will ask Grandpa Zhang. Let's see what Grandpa Zhang says. If Grandpa Zhang says that he knows about this, then we don't need to send money to them anymore. This is not helping each other. No matter how much meat we have, we can't feed an untrained wolf." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, the second steward immediately knelt down in front of Zhang Zhong. He kowtowed and explained, "Lord Zhang, I know I was wrong. Please punish me. I made the decision to come here. That's not what the master ordered." Zhang Jiuling's second steward did not think highly of Zhang Zhong just now. After all, the master was also an aristocratic family, and Zhang Zhong was just a newcomer. So when he spoke just now, he used a condescending attitude to evaluate Zhang Zhong. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he did not dare to do it again. As long as this matter was spread out, the master would be finished. If a servant in the family could do this, no one would believe that it was the servant's idea. They would definitely think that the servant's master did not teach him well. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to let go of the servant who looked down on his father so easily. He said to the servant, "This should be what Zhang Jiuling taught you, right? Once you're found out, just say that it's your own matter and get the main family out of it. Wan Wan, come with me. First, we'll ask the commoners if they believe this. Then, we'll ask Grandpa Zhang and see what he has to say. I don't believe that any random person can get involved." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan and was about to go somewhere else. At this time, a voice that was not loud but very penetrating came from the opposite side. "Xiaobao, do you have to force the second steward and me to death before you are willing to give up? This old man arranged for this person to come in. Go ahead, 40 whips. First, the second steward, then me. Grandpa Zhang, you are here. How can Grandpa Zhang be beaten? If someone really dares to beat Grandpa Zhang, Xiaobao and I will do our best to protect Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang is a good person. He will not hide things from me and Xiaobao. Grandpa Zhang must be deliberately helping this person." Wang Wan also shouted to the opposite side. The penetrating power of a child's voice was very clear. There was no need to practice at all. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also asked the second steward, "You said that Grandpa Zhang arranged for you to come in, right? You must have come in by yourself. There is no reason to offend your superiors. You should be beheaded." For Zhang Jiuling's sake, go back and get 20 whips yourself. When the time comes, tell Uncle Zhang Jiuling that there are 2 children who are not sensible and dare to say anything. They are not clear about the rules and will offend people. Tell Uncle Zhang Jiuling not to lower himself to the same level as these children. In the future, my father will definitely learn more from them and teach them well to avoid causing trouble. Zhang Xiaobao said this deliberately, not only because of the second steward's arrogance, but also because he was targeting Zhang Jiuling. In the future, Zhang Jiuling would be the prime minister. If he boasted about being a gentleman, then it would be a good opportunity to bully him. In this way, Zhang Jiuling would owe his father 2 favors. One was to give him money to fix the road, and the other was to help this second steward. The old man also heard this from the opposite side, but he could not say a word. Who told his master to be this kind of person? The second steward was so embarrassed that his expression changed again and again. He lowered his head and let others speak. This time, he finally knew how powerful the Zhang family was. He secretly regretted saying too many things that he should not have said just now. Seeing his son being so aggressive, Zhang Zhong could only smooth things over. He said, "Who cares who he is? He helped a lot. Xiao Bao, you only prepared a little of the rujiamo for me to eat. Father, if you say you don't care, then you don't care. Father, how can you only make so little? You used a lot of precious things, so naturally, you have to make more. Father, do you still want to eat?" Zhang Xiaobao asked knowingly. He really did not want his father to give away the rujiamos, which had used a lot of materials. Nobody knew a son better than his father. Even though Zhang Zhong could not keep up with his son's thoughts, he knew what kind of person his son was. He touched his son's head and said, "Is it enough to give one to each person? If it's enough, take it out. It's not easy for the people. It's not enough. There are more than 3,000 people here, and I only have more than 300. It's enough to give one to 10 people. I still want to go back and give it to Grandpa, Grandma, and Mother." Zhang Xiaobao missed out on a few dozen. He knew that his father would not keep the 300 portions. Sure enough, as soon as he finished, Zhang Zhong said, "Then give these 300 portions to the people who cook. Let them be more serious when they cook and try to make good food for others." "Oh, I'll arrange it," Zhang Xiaobao said and winked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan quietly gave him a thumbs up. When she and Zhang Xiaobao heard what had happened here, Zhang Xiaobao had thought of everything. That was why he had kept some for his family. She could not help but admire his grasp of human nature. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. Zhang Zhong looked at the second steward, who was still kneeling there, and said, "My son was just joking. Don't worry about it. Get up quickly. Lord Zhang, this lowly one knows that he was wrong. I underestimated you just now. Your son must be unhappy. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. This lowly one will go and work. Since this lowly one came in, this lowly one must finish the work. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to say if I will go back." The second steward was not stupid. He finally understood why his attitude was not good just now. Even if Zhang Zhong did not come from a good family, he was still a level 4 steward. He could not be suppressed by others. While they were talking, the second steward jumped down and continued to work. Zhang Zhong did not stop him. One more person meant one more job. The old man on the other side shook his head helplessly. He was not surprised at all. Bai Go had said in the letter that the 2 children valued family the most, especially Xiao Bao. It was not a big deal to offend him. He would forgive them. But if they offended his family, it would be big trouble. With the Zhang family's ability here, it was impossible that the 2 children did not know what had happened to the second steward. The old man secretly cursed the second steward. He jumped over and chased after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He knew the two children's ability. No one could resist their naivety, especially when they questioned you naively. It was worse than being cut by a knife. The old man jumped over. He first bowed to Zhang Zhong and then chased after them. At the same time, he shouted, "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, leave some for me. I want to eat too." Chapter 445. When the sun rose, it rained and a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky. The beautiful scenery made many people happy, but it also made many people unhappy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan belonged to the unhappy kind, not because the rainbow was not beautiful, not because it was not fresh after the rain. The main reason was the sun rain. The cabbages they had planted were already 3 inches tall. They were preparing to pick some cabbages and plant them out today, leaving some for eating so that the cabbages would have enough space to grow. After the sun rained, the two were busy. They had to think of other ways to mix lime water. Lime water alone could not completely kill or prevent aphids. "I heard that garlic juice is good. Why don't we mix some garlic with lime water and sprinkle it on the cabbages?" Zhang Xiaobao suggested. He had not eaten the pickled cabbage he made last year. It tasted good to stir-fry it with fatty meat. The cabbages in the field could not be abandoned. The yield was large and there were many ways to eat them. Stir-frying them with carrots was also a good dish. Wang Wan waved her hand. "No, garlic is too expensive. I heard that chives are also good. Why don't we sacrifice some of the chives and use the lime water mixed with the lime water to prevent the honey flush? Then sacrifice the chives. One portion of the field is enough. Let's dig up the roots. It is easy to rot the roots when cutting chives in the rain." Zhang Xiaobao could only give up some of the chives for the cabbages. What if the roots are not rotten? There must be some bacteria in the rain that entered the chives. Also sprinkle some lime water. After cutting this portion, use something to cover it and not let it see the light. Wang Wan was still hoping that the chives would grow out in batches. They could eat chives when they were covered. Like garlic sprouts, Wang Wan liked to eat them. While talking, she took 2 chives and 1 for each of them. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and ran outside to cut the chives. Lu Xiaoqing was also in a bad mood. He was in a state of endless regret. How could he have been so obsessed with writing the agreement? Why didn't he think carefully when he wrote it? It was all because he wanted to leave and thought that someone had found out. Where could he get 200 jars of prawn sauce? Last night, the people he sent out came back and said that the Zhang family was also asking people to catch prawns. It seemed that the Zhang family wanted to make prawn sauce and had come over to trick him. After buying the jars at a high price, they still had to buy salt. Otherwise, they would have to arrange for people to boil seawater and dry the salt like they did in the saltworks. In the past, they could have as much salt as they wanted. As soon as Zhang Zhong came, he immediately controlled the supply of salt. The people of the state were given salt on a monthly basis. Other than food, if he wanted more, he would have to spend money to buy it. Otherwise, he would have to find seawater to boil it himself. He didn't care as long as he didn't cook it in the salt pan. Men. Lu Xiaoqing finally decided to cook the salt himself. He sent out some people to cook the salt. He wanted to save as much as possible. Someone had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When he heard Lu Xiaoqing shout, he quickly ran in. His footsteps were very light. He was afraid that he would make the master unhappy and let the master vent his anger on him. "How is the matter of catching prawns going? Send some people to cook the salt." Lu Xiaoqing didn't like anyone now. He sat there and looked up at the servant who came in and said. The servant tried his best to not be so afraid and replied, "Master, the people who are catching prawns are still doing it." The wooden raft didn't dare to go too far, so they didn't catch too many prawns. They can probably make 5 jars. According to this calculation, they will be able to catch 200 jars of prawns in about 20 days. Master, you can rest assured. It's mainly the servants of the 3 families who didn't work hard. I will send someone to cook the salt in a while. Master, do you have any other orders? I can rest assured. How can I rest assured? 20 days. Then can they still make prawn sauce in the remaining 10 days? They didn't work hard, right? Good, send people over quickly. I won't let them eat lunch today. As for the prawns, as long as they catch enough prawns to make a jar of prawn sauce before the evening, they will have food to eat. Lu Shaoqing shouted. The tea bowl in his hand had been raised and was ready to drop, but it stopped in the air. In the end, he didn't want to waste it. This kind of bowl cost 5 or 6 copper coins. He couldn't waste it. He looked at the servant who was standing there in fear and waved his hand. You can leave. Just do as I say. Yes, master. I will leave now. The servant was as if he had been pardoned. He agreed and quickly left. When he was out of the door, he let out a breath of relief. He was scared to death. Lu Shaoqing was angry. He was angry with Zhang Zhong, angry with himself, and angry with the other 3 people. There was no need to talk about Zhang Zhong, but he didn't take any precautions. Chao Hurue and the other 2 people only took out a small amount of money at the crucial time. It seemed that they wanted to stay out of this. Chao Hurue was in a good mood. He sat at home and didn't think about the 4 people gathered together. It was mainly because he didn't want to face Lu Shaoqing. After all, this time, he and the others shrank back and didn't want to pay for it. It was fortunate that they didn't write a receipt together. The rainbow in the sky could be seen from the window. It was very beautiful. It was said that if you could find the head of the rainbow, you could reach the sky. However, no one had ever found it. Perhaps the person who found it was no longer in the mortal world. Master, there is a steward from the Zhang family outside. He said that he wants to talk to you about a business deal. Chao Hurue was looking for joy in his misery when a servant quickly walked in and reported to him. Chao Hurue immediately trembled. He looked at the servant and asked, "Is there a 2-star chauffeur?" He was frightened by Lu Shaoqing's matter and was extremely vigilant against people who came to find him. The servant Wei Wei shook her head and replied, "It's not a 2-star chauffeur. It's a 5-star chauffeur. Master, do you not want to see him? Let him leave quickly. Let him come in. Let's see what he wants. I won't be fooled this time." Chao Hurue hesitated for a moment, but still chose to meet and listen. The servant quickly led the Zhang family over. Chao Hurue didn't greet them in the living room. Instead, he stood in the small courtyard outside. He was prepared to let them leave after listening to them. He didn't want to be fooled. "Master Chao, my master asked me to come over and discuss something with Master Chao. The fishing company is a little understaffed. He wants Master Chao's servants to go over and help. Master Chao's servants will pay the same wages as normal people. They don't need to sign any documents. They can quit at any time." The 5-star chauffeur stood in front of Chao Hurue and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chao Hurue didn't immediately agree. He had to think about this matter clearly. He didn't think that Zhang Zhong would be so kind, but this matter didn't seem to be scheming at all. Especially since they didn't need to sign any documents. At most, they could quit. No, this matter couldn't be so simple. Otherwise, Lu Shaoqing wouldn't have been fooled. There must be something unexpected. Chao Hurue thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He sneered and said to the chauffeur, "My servants are all busy with important matters. I don't have enough manpower. Are you trying to sow discord between the 4 of us? If we take away the manpower, what about the prawns over there? Master Chao, you misunderstand. No one is trying to sow discord. We are indeed short of manpower. How about this? If Master Chow agrees, we won't give those who go over to help with the fishing. In the end, we will give them some prawns that are suitable for making gorge sauce. This way, Master Chow will have an easier time. The Zhang family chauffeur still had the same calm expression as he explained to Chow Harue. You're really willing to give them prawns? And provide food like others? Can they leave at any time? Chow Harue was finally tempted. With such conditions, he couldn't think of anything wrong. It should be impossible to be fooled, but why did he feel a little uncomfortable? The Zhang family chauffeur nodded and replied, Master Chow is right. Not only that, the Zhang family will also make new clothes for the people who go over. No other requests? Chow Harue asked again. No, absolutely not. If Master doesn't believe me, I will go and discuss with the others. We are short of 30 people. Let's see if they can give up. The Zhang family chauffeur didn't turn around and leave this time. Instead, he stood there and waited for a reply. Chow Harue had to think about it carefully. He stared at the Zhang family chauffeur and pondered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I will transfer some people over. As we agreed, I want prawns, 3 meals a day, new clothes, and a receipt. The Zhang family chauffeur didn't refuse. The two of them finished the receipt and emphasized that they could leave at any time. Master, if it's possible, I hope your people can arrive by this afternoon. I will take my leave first. The Zhang family chauffeur put away his receipt and said to Chow Harue, then turned around and left. When the chauffeur was gone, Chow Harue still stood there and pondered. He couldn't think of anything, so he turned his head and asked the servant standing next to him, Do you think there is a conspiracy in this matter? How could his family servants understand these things? In his heart, he was envious of the 30 people who were able to pass. He was unable to pass and needed to wait on this side. He thought hard and said, Master, this lowly one also cannot think of anything. Could it be that Zhang Zhong suddenly became kind-hearted? I don't think so. Anyway, it's nothing. I can just quit. Well, that's the only way. Send someone to call our people back and let them go to the Zhang family to help. It's almost noon. Hurry up. Don't eat there. Go to the Zhang family to eat. I heard that the Zhang family's food has always been good. Let them eat as much as they want. The more they eat, the better. Chow Harue couldn't think of anything, so he just played along with the Zhang family. With the receipt in hand, he wasn't afraid of being schemed against. The servant immediately ran away. There weren't many people here, so he basically didn't have anyone to rely on. Usually, he had to do it himself. Looking at the figure of the servant leaving, Chow Harue turned around and walked into the room. He muttered as he walked, What is going on? Are they really not here to scheme against me? They don't need to do business, and they don't need to worry about the servants not letting them go. Why is that? Chapter 446. That's good enough. If there are more honey worms, we can only endure it. Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he saw the servants help to water all the cabbages. The servants didn't know what was the use of doing that. Since the son of a good official asked them to do it, they just did it. They didn't work for nothing. When they left, they brought some chives and egg stuffing. They could eat whatever they wanted when they got home. They could stir-fry or wrap the stuffing. If they didn't have noodles, they could stir-fry it. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan cut so many chives, they felt that they didn't need to mash the chives and soak them in water. The water that flowed out when they were chopped into stuffing was enough. Therefore, they asked the servants to bring more than 100 scrambled eggs and mix them together. That was their pay. After that, the two of them made pies with 3 delicacies stuffing at noon. While some people were full, others were hungry. In order to get as many shrimps as possible to make shrimp sauce, Lu Shaoqing adopted some methods that he thought were reasonable. Those who couldn't catch enough shrimps didn't get to eat. He told them to wait and see at night, but his servants started to carry out the plan at noon. Last night and during the day today, these servants had just learned how to catch shrimps. To be precise, they cast the net. They couldn't judge where there were more shrimps and could only rely on their luck. Lu Shaoqing's servants were required to catch according to the total number of shrimps. Didn't he say that one person could catch a jar of shrimps at night? Then he should have half a jar at noon. Even some things that Lu Shaoqing didn't consider were thought out by his servants. A jar of fresh shrimps couldn't make a jar of shrimp sauce. After mashing the shrimps, it would probably take 3 times as many shrimps to fill a jar. That was to say, these servants had to catch at least half a jar of fresh shrimps in the morning. It was indeed a bit too much. In the past, these servants relied on the master's family to bully the common people outside. Now that they couldn't bully the common people, they began to bully the people around them. The servants of the 3 families were under the control of one family. Lu Shaoqing's servants naturally did what they did in the past. When the others were working, they would watch from the side. If anyone didn't do a good job, they would go over and scold them. They didn't go to the point of beating them. However, when the master's words came, these people found a way. When they were scolded, if they didn't listen, they wouldn't give them anything to eat at noon. The servants of the 3 families were already dissatisfied with Lu Shaoqing's family. At first, they thought it was a joke to scare them. Who knew that at noon, Lu Shaoqing's family really only prepared food for them, and no one cared about them. When the servants of Lu Shaoqing's family began to eat, the servants of the 3 families knew that this matter was true. Immediately, they could not accept it. They were here to help, and their masters did not write any receipts. Not only did they give money, but they also sent them over. In the end, the people who should be in a hurry to do things were given food to eat, while the people who helped were given nothing and were even reprimanded. This was not treating them as humans at all. I'm not doing this anymore. You guys can catch your own prawns. Take a rest and look at the sea. A servant of Fan Jinqi's family threw away the net in his hand and sat on the wooden raft. Looking at the sky and the sea in the distance, he stopped moving. The others followed him. They threw away the things in their hands and waited there. Let's see who could outlast the other. When the people eating on the shore saw others stop, they were not willing to continue. Their thoughts were simple. You guys came here because your master promised our master. Since you are here, you should be obedient. How dare you stop? Hurry up and eat. Teach them a lesson after you finish eating. Our master is so anxious. How dare they not work? Not to mention lunch, they won't even have dinner. Let's see how long they can endure. Hurry up and eat. A servant of Lu Shaoqing's family glanced at the sea. He took another mouthful of rice in his mouth and swallowed it. When the conflict was about to break out, Chao Hurui's family came over. He asked his family members to go to the Zhang family's place to catch shrimps so that they could help Lu Shaoqing get through the crisis. When he arrived, he saw that there were only about 30 people eating and about 90 people sitting on the raft doing nothing. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Before he could ask the person who was eating, a wooden raft on the surface of the sea quickly moved towards this side. On it were several servants of Chao Hurui's family. This person just stood there and waited. As soon as the raft reached the shore, the people on the raft jumped down and ran to this person and said, "They don't do anything. They just look at us and say that we must catch at least 1.5 jars of prawns in the morning. Otherwise, they won't give us any food. Go back and tell our master that we quit. We are here to help, but we still have to endure this." After one of them spoke, the others began to speak as well. The more Chao Hurui's family member heard, the uglier his expression became. He had been discussing with his master how to help, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. They didn't give them food, they didn't work, and they made the helpers work. Were the people of the Chow family so easy to bully? He was angry. He was going to go there and complain. He didn't need to complain. He could just take them away. The people of the Chow family didn't need to be controlled by the Lu family. He wanted to leave, but some people came to the seaside. Some people of the Zhang family rushed over. As soon as they arrived, they set up a pot and prepared firewood. Under everyone's curiosity, a person came over and said to Chow Hurui's people, "Our master said that since the written agreement is written, we should start working. It's noon. According to the custom of the Zhang family, the food of the people who work will be provided by the Zhang family. We came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. Eat something." The person in charge of Chow Hurui's family was very surprised. He didn't expect the Zhang family to come. They really provided food according to the written agreement. It happened that his family members hadn't eaten yet. It was fine as long as they could eat. He quickly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all. The Zhang family has always done things this way. Wait a moment. When the water boils, you can eat after a few scoops." The people of the Zhang family said politely and went back to work. "Brother Ziyu, are they people of the Zhang family? Do we have any business with them?" The servant of Chow Hurui's family who spoke first listened to the two people talking and looked at the busy work over there. "Yes, there is business. From now on, you will work in the fishing house of the Zhang family. They will provide you with 3 meals a day and make new clothes for each of you. They will also pay you. When we came here, Master wanted to change it into shrimp and give it to Lord Lu. I don't know now. I have to go back and ask Master. You can learn from him first. The more fish you catch, the more money you will get." The small steward of the Chow family didn't hide it. Although he didn't get along well with the Zhang family, he naturally had to put down some of his hatred for the time being if he could make money. The people of the Zhang family worked quickly and didn't have too many dishes to make. 1 dumpling, 2 cold dishes, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and some wine. Usually, when other people worked at the beach, they didn't give wine at noon because it would affect their work in the afternoon. However, these people didn't care. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to let them do any work. Although there weren't many dishes, these dishes were like the new year for the servants of the Chow Hurui's family. They could only eat some salted vegetables these days to save money and repay their debts. The dumplings with 3 delicacies were very normal. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both ate this at noon. Naturally, others couldn't change it. The cold dish was cucumber mixed with tofu. The meat dish was pig head meat, which was cut and piled in a bowl. Beside it, there was a big bowl of garlic sauce and coriander. The wine was ordinary rice wine with some aged vinegar for people who were willing to drink. The people of the Chow Hurui's family were looking forward to it. The people of the Lu family were curious. The people of the other 2 families were also puzzled. They didn't know what was going on with the Zhang family and the Chow family. While they were thinking, the dumplings were ready. The people of the Zhang family called the people of the Chow family over. The servants of the Chow Hurui's family didn't refuse. Since they made the dumplings, they dared to eat. They didn't believe that there would be poison in the dumplings. There were no tables or stools, so they put the food in a bowl and placed it on the sand. The people of the Zhang family didn't eat the food cooked by them. Those who were not busy ate with the people of the Chow family. There were no plates, only a wooden bowl. He poured some soy sauce and vinegar into it, picked up a dumpling, dipped it in it, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed hard and breathed out hot air. He said to the people of the Chow family, "Eat, there are more dumplings over there. You have a good time today." Do you know who made the filling for these dumplings? Young master and young lady, In order to make dumplings for you, the young master and young lady went to the chive field early in the morning. This may be the only time you can eat dumplings in your life. The people of the Chow family didn't know how good the dumplings made by the young master and young lady were. They were relieved when they saw that the person who made the food was also eating. They all picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. When they ate, they found that the dumplings were indeed different. They tasted better than the best dumplings they had ever eaten before. In addition, there were 2 cold dishes and wine. They ate happily, which attracted the people of the Liu family. The people of the Liu family didn't know what was going on. When they arrived, they saw dumplings, 2 cold dishes, and wine. One person who was stupid thought that if the Chow family could eat, they could also eat. She looked around and saw that the chopsticks were on the table. She didn't pick them up and directly reached for the bowl of dumplings. She picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed twice, but before she swallowed, she felt a pain in her stomach and her body flew backward. She couldn't hold the dumpling in her mouth anymore and spat it out. Who allowed you to eat? Are you from the Liu family? Don't you know the rules? The Zhang family didn't say that they would give you the food, but you dared to eat by yourselves. This is the first time. Spit out the dumplings. If there's another time, I'm telling you, it won't be just dumplings. I'll make you vomit blood. The guards of the Zhang family also came. When they came, they had been told to take action when there was an opportunity. They would let one side eat well and the other side couldn't. This was an opportunity. They kicked the people of the Zhang family away and threatened them. Their goal was achieved. Chapter 447. 2 hours later, a fast horse brought the news to the mansion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about the weaving machine. Both of them knew that there was a weaving machine that was very useful and understood the general principle, but when they saw the weaving machine, they felt a little dizzy. This place is where the line goes. When there is an extra thing to let the line go through, the direction of the line changes. This place is where the shuttle is sent. The line goes around from there. Wang Wan was thinking about it bit by bit while muttering. Zhang Xiaobao was even worse. He was trying hard to imagine a picture of a weaving machine. Xiaobao, it's better to find a few more people to think about it. When we see it, we will find that it is different from the picture. Tomorrow morning, there will be skilled craftsmen. It's not a difficult thing. We just need to give them more money. I don't know if the students from the engineering school can do it. Zhang Jiuling has connections there. Discuss with the old housekeeper here and help send a letter. What if they come up with something and don't know where to use it? Let's give them some advice. Wang Wan was also confused. She could think of a human-powered propeller, but this weaving machine was a little difficult. The main reason was that she didn't know the weaving process, so she decided to give the idea to others and let them come up with a research project. 2 pigeons will fly back and forth. It's impossible for the pigeon to fly back. A long-distance letter can be said to be a life-saving thing at a critical moment. We have to give some benefits to the old housekeeper here. Zhang Xiaobao was a little worried that Zhang Jiuling would not agree, so he prepared to take some benefits. Wang Wan thought of the money donated and the time when Zhang Jiuling's family looked down on Zhang Zhong. She suggested, he still owes us twice. Use this to pay. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly shook his head. Remember, he doesn't owe us anything. Don't mention it. This is a passive favor. Unless there is really a day when there is no other way, just wait for him to think about it himself. We haven't come up with the method of hatching chicks yet, so let's hatch more pigeons first. It shouldn't be difficult to use a pigeon to exchange for his help. He's not the Prime Minister yet. Once our pigeons are bred and the communication network is built, we'll be able to make a lot of money. We'll specialize in delivering urgent news to rich people. What about the commoners? Wang Wan asked. Ordinary people. What urgent news did the ordinary citizens have? Even if there was a letter, it would be useless. For example, if there was a student from a humble family who was rushing to take the exam and left from here, the family here had urgent matters to attend to. They said that this person had left home for 5 months and wanted us to send a letter to them. How would we do that? We usually send letters to aristocratic families and merchants. It's less common for aristocratic families. Aristocratic families have their own means, but merchants are different. If they open a branch outside or have dealings with a merchant, we'll send letters to them. Zhang Xiaobao attached great importance to the matter of the carrier pigeon. If he knew some news in advance, he could make preparations in advance, especially when it came to making money. Wang Wan felt a little regretful. Many good things were invented to serve the military. Then, it was the rich's turn. When the rich had better things, it was the poor's turn. She felt that she should be considered rich now, so she should be more concerned about the poor. Xiao Bao, do you know how to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor? I don't know. The simplest way is to play fight the landlord and fight the tycoons. But I'll tell you this, as long as the landlord and tycoon can still live like other people after they're done playing fight the landlord and the tycoon, no one will restrict them. Then, a large portion of them will still become rich and surpass others. Zhang Xiaobao had specially thought about how to make ordinary people earn more money. In the end, he realized that only those who were unwilling to accept the status quo and dared to take risks could become rich. Some took bigger risks, some took smaller ones. Some were not capable and had bad luck when taking risks. Some were done for. Some succeeded. It was too difficult for people who were content with the status quo to succeed. Wang Wan felt a little regretful. Then forget it. Let's live our lives well. If we can help others, we will. We are not saviors. The two of them stopped studying the loom and began to talk about some philosophical thoughts. At this time, the person who was investigating the situation came over and reported to the two of them in detail. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Xiaobao, what rotten idea did you come up with this time? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's innocent smile and knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask the kiln to sell the remaining jars. Then, we'll start to buy the shrimp paste. Each jar contains 20 caddies of shrimp paste. We'll buy all of them in cash. No deposit, no receipt. We'll just spread the news. I want to see if a person's heart can withstand the test of money. In 3 days, we'll buy all of them in cash. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked out. The person who delivered the bill had come. He had to clear up the account. Wang Wan followed behind him. She could help as well. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao's back and shook her head. Zhang Xiaobao had been working too hard recently. He had to think about everything. He even talked in his sleep at night. If one listened carefully, they would hear him talking in his sleep. When the two of them arrived at the study, Wang Wan asked as she ground an ink stick, Xiaobao, do you hate those 4 people so much that you want to teach them a lesson? It's not that I hate them. I don't have concrete evidence, but they did what they did. I mainly treated them as chickens and killed them as a warning to the monkeys. When Lu Zhou's construction is done, someone will come to pick the fruits of their labor. It's time for my father to leave. Your father can't always stay in his position as a 7th grade official. This time, I'll give him some credit. Even if the court knows that he didn't do much, they still have to give him face. It's also good to give your mother a better title. A tree lives with skin, and a person lives with dignity. My mother won't have to worry about it. Even if my father doesn't fight for it, there will be others who will. If they don't raise your family status, it'll be difficult when you marry me. Zhang Xiaobao flipped through the account book and said. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face and asked, who said I'm going to marry you, little brat? Tell me, who's the monkey? Zhang Xiaobao stared at the account book. He flipped through it again and said, I don't know who's the monkey, but I want those who can be the monkey in the future to be careful. Those who are capable, step forward. Those who aren't, step back. After we're done with Luzhou, my father still can't enter the capital. He's still young. What kind of place is this? Who's doing the accounts in Huaqin County? Are you trying to scare a fool? You were fine yesterday, and yet, you dare to falsify the accounts for me today. It seems like some people didn't teach you a lesson last time, and they're tempted again. Are they getting restless after seeing summer? What's going on? When Wang Wan heard that something was up, she curiously leaned over to take a look. It's nothing. The river is connected to the bay, and there's a total of 1,200 people. We used 550 caddies of grain. It's normal to eat this every day. We should at least let them eat their fill, right? It's enough if we add vegetables. The vegetables are 600 caddies of spinach, and they'll shrink when they're stir-fried. We used 5 caddies of salt. This seems a little too much, but it's normal. After all, we made salted vegetables. The salt and water consumption of the people working is high. We also have salt water to replenish our bodies when we don't eat. It's normal to use 400 caddies of firewood. I'd believe him if he said he used 1,000 caddies. What if the wind is strong, and the firewood isn't good? What do you see? Wang Wan knew how to check the accounts as well. She did not see anything else after looking through it. The accounts for water and wages were in another book, and it had nothing to do with this. Thinking that there was a problem with the other book, Wang Wan also found the account book. She carefully looked at this place, shook her head, and said, there's no problem with this. It's very clear. The difference with yesterday's account is within the usual range. Let me look at yesterday's account book. The only difference is that the place where they dug is different. Today, they dug through the bay here. Yesterday, they were still a little short, but the consumption is the same. Yesterday, they used more firewood than today. That's the mistake. It's a rainy day today. Don't you think they used too little firewood? You also said that it's not a problem to use 1,000 caddies of firewood. I won't say anything if you use 5,000 caddies of firewood. Look at this account book for water. It's a separate account. Compared with yesterday's, it's actually less water than yesterday's. The wages of the workers are less. Zhang Xiaobao took out several accounts books and showed them to Wang Wan. Chapter 47, The Calculation of the Secular World continues. Wang Wan took a look and still did not find any problems. She said to the worker who delivered water, it's not as hot today as yesterday, so they drank less water. How can it be less? They eat so much salt and work so hard. Aren't they thirsty? Huaqin County's Deputy County Magistrate Qi Dong is in charge over there, right? This time, he will be able to get 2 strings of cash. 2 strings of cash is not a lot, but I can't let him be greedy. As long as he succeeds this time, who knows what will happen next time. Other people will also feel lucky when they see this. How can I have time to chat with them? We still have work to do. I don't know what they are thinking by making false accounts in front of me. Kill a chicken first and let others see. Back then, for the sake of the disaster relief, he organized better and gave him a chance. But he can't control himself anymore. Zhang Xiaobao was most annoyed by the petty tricks of his subordinates. For 2 strings of cash, they made the accounts so well that even Wang Wan, who was from the special second department, could not see through it. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's certainty, but she still did not understand. How can he be greedy for so much money? Because of the amount of work. Look at the progress in the accounts. According to our estimates, the amount of soil and rocks dug out is about the same. But it rained today, so the soil is easy to dig. Also, the area near the bay is easier to dig. You have seen that area. It's not rocks, but sand. How much did the labor do? Just like what you said, the firewood is not valuable, but it can be used to cook salt. We paid for it, and he cooked the salt himself. In order to make up for this, he made salted vegetables. How many people here can calculate so clearly? Let him try it in Sanshui County. The people can directly calculate how much salt he took. Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain to Wang Wan. At the same time, he really admired this county deputy, Qi Dong. It was not worth it to use his ability on 2 strings of cash. Then why didn't he increase the amount of water? Wouldn't that be easier to calculate the consumption of salt? Wang Wan asked again. He calculated the consumption of cold water for other people. If I'm not wrong, those water delivery boys earn more than other places. Boiling salt is hotter, so he took out 100 copper coins to make up for the water delivery boys. Then the money for the water and the water delivery workers was calculated separately. Go to another person's account. Isn't it enough to give some money to this person? The account is recorded by Huaqing County's knife brush officer. Give him half a string of cash, which is 500 copper coins, and I think he will agree. In this way, Qi Dong earned about half a string of cash in a day. This person is really not ordinary. He calculated according to the weather and was willing to spend money. If you don't believe me, you can find a worker there and ask him. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated. He was a talent. For such a small amount of money, he calculated so many steps. As long as he was given a wider sky, he would definitely be able to spread his wings and soar. However, if he did not stop this trend, others would follow suit. He could not spend too much energy on such a small matter, right? Wang Wan thought for a while, then gave Zhang Xiaobao a thumbs up and said, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, as expected, you didn't diminish your reputation. So many people wanted to catch you but couldn't. It wasn't luck. To be able to see so many calculations just by looking at the account books, I really want to say to that Qi Dong, it's not that you didn't do well enough, but that you met the person you should not have met in your life. Just like Song Jinggong back then, he calculated and tricked so many people. In the end, when he reached the small bridge, I don't know if he hesitated when he crossed the bridge, but I know that he walked very slowly. After that, there was one less liar in this world. I think, in everyone's heart, there is such a bridge. The bridge of helplessness between heaven and hell. How many people can turn back at that time? How many people can stay at that time and not drink that bowl of Granny Meng's soup? I still admire Mi Fan more. At the crucial moment, he knows how to compromise. Zhang Xiaobao listened for a while and finally understood. He said to Wang Wan, you want me to let Qi Dong go? Actually, it's fine to let him go, but there are many ways to do so. For example, if my father is an official here, other than normal people, who would take the initiative to come here? This is a place of exile. If it was Qi Dong, we could also use this method. It's good that he has the ability. I'm really not afraid of him causing trouble. I'm prepared to exile him to the capital. He can forget about being a deputy county magistrate. How about he go to Sanshui County to be an official? He can do whatever he wants there. Okay, then it's settled. Let's scare him first. Wang Wan also couldn't bear to part with a talent. There weren't many people who could avoid her checking the account books. Although she didn't have the patience to check bit by bit, she still checked. Zhang Xiaobao only glanced at it. Others didn't know that in the prefecture, there were 2 children talking about someone's life and death. The sun still rose and set, just like the tide. Those who were supposed to eat, those who were supposed to wear, and those who were supposed to wear, wore their clothes. Chao Hurue could be said to be a drop of water in the vast sea of people. When he was thinking hard, he probably didn't think that there were many people who wouldn't care at all if they encountered such a thing. He also didn't think that there was someone who calculated every move he made. Chao Hurue was also very angry when he heard about the incident at the seaside. He was angry at Lu Shaoqing. He felt that since he handed Lu Shaoqing over to him, he should treat him well. His own servants didn't work, but let others do it. He didn't even give them food. Who was helping who? Who wrote the note? Was it possible that he had to ask others to help him when he was helping others? If you, Lu Shaoqing, were a powerful provincial governor like Zhang Zhong, it would still make sense. But you, Lu Shaoqing, are the same as us. We're all judges. If we help you, it's out of friendship. If we don't, it's our duty. In the past, it was indeed beneficial for all four of them. They shared the benefits equally. But now, what about the debt? No one said that they would help others bear the debt. Those who had more servants also had more. After earning money, they had to pay their own debts. Since this was the case, how could Chao Hurue's servants be worse than others? Those who helped were reprimanded and didn't have food to eat. The ones who were really anxious were the supervisors. There was no reason for this. Thinking of this, Chao Hurue became even more angry. He shouted outside, "Someone, prepare the carriage. We are going to visit Magistrate Lu's house. Bring a gift box." The servant hurriedly complied and ran out to prepare. He understood in his heart that the master was angry. The four families were close to each other, and there was even a connecting door between the courtyards. The master had even brought out a carriage. He said that there were official positions, and he even wanted to bring a calendar. This was clearly going according to the official position. Thinking about it, the servant didn't dare to be negligent. He prepared everything and came to greet them. Chao Hurue went out and took the carriage. He made a circle and arrived at the Lu residence in less than half an hour. The purpose of making a circle was to let people know that he was going to pay a formal visit. The other party could prepare according to their status. As expected, Lu Shaoqing was prepared. The main door was wide open. In fact, it wasn't closed. Two people just came and did this. Jiang Huanshe and Fan Jinqi also wanted to ask how they were going to cooperate. They couldn't just casually send people here to do manual labor and then not have food. That wasn't cooperation. Bullying the servants was bullying the master. Lu Shaoqing already knew what happened. He beat the servant who made the decision without permission half to death. But this didn't solve the problem. People would think that he deliberately made a scene for others to see. Wasn't it just the trick of injuring oneself to gain sympathy? Many years ago, there were people who used it again and again. Lu Shaoqing naturally knew what the third person meant. He personally went to the door to welcome him. As soon as Chao Hurue got out of the carriage, he hurried to the front and said with a smile, "Brother Chao, you must be here because of the servant in my family. Please come in. Brother Jiang and Brother Fan are also here. That servant of mine offended all three families at once, and I didn't mention how to beat him up. In the end, it was my mistake this time. I hope Brother Chao can understand. Brother Chao should also know that I can't even protect all three families, so how could I bully you? If you want to die, you can just find a rope. Why do you have to do this?" In fact, Chao Hurue didn't come here to make trouble. He mainly used this as an excuse to let his servant work with the Zhang family. He wanted to make more money and pay off the debt as soon as possible. Hearing Lu Shaoqing's words, he chuckled and said, "Brother Lu, I'm not here to denounce you. My servant was bullied and can't eat. These are all small matters. Small matters. I came here this time to discuss the matter of the shrimp paste with Brother Lu. I'm sure Brother Lu already knows about today's situation, so I won't hide it from you. Brother Lu, look, this is the contract written by the Zhang family. As long as I send 30 people to work there, their final wages will be exchanged for prawns that can be used to make prawn sauce. I think that in a few days, Brother Lou will have enough prawns. It usually takes a month to make shrimp sauce. Normally, there isn't enough time, but the Zhang family didn't say that if they can't make it in a month, they will immediately compensate. You said in the agreement that you will receive it in a month. You can just find some reason. Even if you don't have a reason, you don't have to be afraid. The length of the shrimp sauce depends on the temperature. If it's hot, the time will be shorter. You can let people light a fire around the jar and keep it hot. That way, it won't take a month. In the past, when the weather was good, it would only take 20 days. What do you think? Lu Shaoqing did know about today's matter, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He heard a useful piece of news and said happily, "Brother Chow, I'm sorry. I'll kill that person later to give Brother Chow an explanation." "You're going to kill me. Let's do it like this. When Brother Lu makes money, don't forget that we are still in debt." Chow Harue pointed out the most important thing. "Brother Chow, don't worry. When we sell the shrimp sauce, you get 60% and I get 40%. Lu Shaoqing happily divided the profits. Chapter 448. In the middle of summer, the old man between the clouds and the water finally could not stand it anymore. Even with the fan blowing, he was still very irritated. The students of the academy were more serious in their studies. There had never been a case where the rich students bullied the poor students. The old man knew that it was not that the rich did not want to bully them, but that they did not dare to. The Zhang family hated internal strife the most. The Zhang family developed too fast, so they did not have the time to care about internal conflicts. As long as there was a sign of trouble, they would deal with it. After the academy expelled 4 people in a row, all of them became obedient. They were expelled as the academy said. It was useless no matter who interceded. The rules were there. If they wanted to test, the result would not be good. "Grandpa, I can't write anymore." Xan Air stopped writing in the pavilion. Looking at the dragonflies flying around the lake, she felt even more irritated. "Then go and play with the kids from Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi." The old man was also annoyed. Even if he had caught more than 10 fish, he was not in a good mood. Xan Air pouted, "No, they only want to play when they are playing, and only want to learn when they are learning. It's better to play with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They can play and learn at the same time." "Grandpa, when will they come back?" "It's still early. How about I take you to them? Arrange the things in the academy and then leave." Since the old man left Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he always felt that he had lost a lot of things. At first, he thought that the 2 little guys were close. Later, he realized that it was because of the lack of good students. The students in the academy were not bad, but compared to the 2 little guys, it was different. When he asked the 2 children to memorize the same thing, they were always able to memorize it on the second day. Furthermore, they were able to understand it. The smarter students were able to barely memorize it, but the more stupid ones actually required 3 days. After explaining it over and over again, they still had questions. If this went on, he would fall sick again. It was better to find the 2 little fellows and take a look at the situation over there. It was always better to see with one's own eyes than to know from one's heart. Xan Air only felt that it was too lonely. She didn't expect that one sentence would make her grandfather suggest the idea of going over. She nodded happily and said, "That's great, grandfather. Then let's hurry up and go. I want to see how much Lu has learned." All right, let's go. Let's go back and make some arrangements." The old man couldn't sit still any longer. He put away his fishing rod and walked back. When they were about to leave the gazebo, someone shouted with a splash, someone jumped into the water. "Look, it's really a leap of heroism, like a summer water. The old man looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in the middle of the intersection between the main building between the clouds and the water and the adjacent building. He looked down and saw a person struggling in the water. The old man sighed. He didn't know which stupid person had jumped into the water. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to jump here. He stood on the highest 3-story building and jumped down with his head down. There was no need to jump into the water. Even if he didn't die, he would be fine. Xan watched from the side and was also not worried. The rescue team had already gone over. She looked at the person who was still struggling to get down and said, "Grandfather, isn't this Lu Feidong? The one who kept nagging all day and didn't learn anything." Sure enough, it's the second time. He wanted to enter the Zhang family to learn something. The Zhang family agreed and arranged for him to learn here. It seems that he didn't learn well. We'll take him with us so that he won't jump again and again. After all, he is Minister Lu's nephew. The old man didn't have good eyesight. He took out the clairvoyance and saw clearly. He said helplessly. Lu Feidong, who was rescued, was still shouting, "I can't learn anything. Let me die, let me die. If you want to die, go somewhere else. Don't stay between the clouds and the water." The rescuers didn't show any mercy and didn't try to persuade him not to die. Several people held him down, tied him up, and sent him to the shore. Xan, go and tell Lu Feidong about this. I'll go to the academy to arrange it. The old man said to his granddaughter and quickened his pace to leave. The old man in the academy taught more easily. There were only 2 hours of classes a day. There were many good teachers here. He just needed to assign them to one person. Along the way, the old man saw that the students were wearing clean clothes and their faces were glowing. He was relieved to leave. Since the Zhang family agreed to make clothes for the students, they had been doing it all the time. Some time ago, they even found people from other academies to compete again. In the old man's opinion, winning or losing was not important. If they lost, they would know their shortcomings. If they won, they would know their strengths. Most importantly, the competition gave them half a year's worth of supplies needed by the students. He didn't need to worry about these things. The people from the Zhang family between the clouds and the water would take care of it. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the students' lives when he left. As this place became more prosperous, the advertising fees would become higher and higher. He wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money in the future. After making all these arrangements, the old man finally embarked on his journey to Luzhou. He brought his granddaughter and the guards of his family and took a small boat to the capital. He wrote a letter to the people at the docks in advance. When they arrived at their destination, there was already a big boat waiting for them. It was a newly built ship. Before the old man boarded the ship, he deliberately looked at the back of the ship. Sure enough, there was a propeller. The current propeller was much better than before. It wouldn't break down in 2 to 4 hours. It was mainly because the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had put in a lot of effort. Grandpa, isn't Lingnan the place to be sent to? Many people have said that the journey is a narrow escape. I don't think it's that dangerous. There are willows by the shore and fish jumping in the water. A gentle breeze comes, and the sky is high and the clouds are light. Sigh, it's time to return to the boat. The sun is setting. It's not a bad journey, Xan said to the old man as she stood on the ship and looked at the fishing boat reflected by the sunset. The old man chuckled. Xan, our journey is different from the people sent to the prison. They travel by land and have to cross mountains and ridges. We travel by land and on a big ship. Of course, it's easier for us. Oh, so the people sent to the prison also have to take a ship. Then, they won't have to worry about dying on the way. Xan thought of things in a positive way. The old man didn't say much. How could it be so easy to sit on a big ship? How many people could specially call for a ship and travel so far? If they could run, it would be better to take a trip to the cargo ship and earn a few hundred strings of coins. The Zhang family was rich and generous, and the two children were good friends with him, so he arranged a ship to send them off. There weren't many people on the ship. Other than the people who raised and lowered the sails, there were also people who stepped on the wheels below. There were also 2 chefs who were in charge of cooking along the way. Other than the old man and the others, there was also money on the ship. Copper coins were strung up and placed properly. Not only could they be used to send supplies to the other side, but they could also be used to weigh the ship. There were also cloth, silk, and some miscellaneous goods. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave the ship empty, but they were afraid of encountering strong winds at sea. If the ship was empty, it would be dangerous. While the ship was moving, a fleet suddenly appeared in front of them. The flag that was hung fluttered in the wind, and there was a large rice seedling embroidered on it. "Grandpa, it's the Zhang family's fleet. They're back." As soon as Xian saw the flag, she shouted happily. She thought that the Zhang family's people were back. Now, there was no one here who didn't know which family the ship with the rice seedling flag belonged to. The news had already spread. As long as one inquired a little, they would know that it was the ship of last year's top scorer. Even if the top scorer's family had always emphasized that they didn't do business, others also knew that this was the case. If they didn't do business in the name of the family, they wouldn't be regarded as businessmen. Among those aristocratic families, how many of them didn't do business? They were already used to it. The incoming fleet also noticed the ship. After a series of flag signals, when they passed by each other, a ship in the fleet threw a large bag of things over and hit the deck of the old man's ship. Before the dust settled, Xian ran over and looked at the big bag that was taller than her when she was standing and wider than her when she was lying down. She was full of curiosity. She waved at the people next to her and said, "Open it and see what's inside." Even if she didn't shout, they would still open it. As soon as the bag was opened, Xian rummaged through it. This was because the words on the bag said that it was for Grandpa Bai, who was also her grandfather. "Grandpa, Grandpa, come and see. I want this bracelet, this necklace, and this hairpin. There are too many of them. I can't pick them all. Grandpa, there's also grilled fish slices. Let me try them first." Xian looked at them one by one. She picked and chose. In the end, she took a bite of the fish slices. The fish slices she ate were small. There was also a large dried fish that was 5 feet long. If the bag was any smaller, it would not be able to fit them all. The old man walked over slowly. He knew that these were Lu Zhou's local specialties. He looked at the bracelets and necklaces and said to his granddaughter, "You're a hawksbill turtle. Do you know how much these things cost?" 100 strings of coins. Xian casually said a number. She thought that 100 strings of coins was quite a lot. Usually, her pocket money was only slightly more than 100 copper coins a month. She used it to buy food when she went to the market. "Your bracelet is already worth 100 strings of coins. All the things added together are worth at least 3,000 strings of coins. They must have been specially prepared by the two of them. This is the capital of the other side. If you sell them here, it's normal to sell them for 6,000 or 7,000 strings of coins." The old man looked at the things that were supposed to be offerings and said to his granddaughter with a sigh. Xian was shocked and almost threw the bracelet in her hand away. She looked at the crimson and crystal-clear bracelet in her hand under the sunlight and muttered, "This thing is worth 100 strings of coins. Oh. And a single-colored bracelet. Xian, this is not just 100 strings of coins. If you shout that you're selling it for 500 strings of coins, many people will rush to buy it. You can't accept this gift. You can choose one of the other things. When you get there, return this bracelet to the owner. This single-colored bracelet can buy the rest of the things. Chapter 449. The newly built ship was still sailing as usual. Compared to Aksayan, who only liked some fun things, the old man paid more attention to those local specialties. Anyone who was willing to inquire about the disaster in Lu Zhou's area, including the surrounding provinces, knew about it. According to the timeline, this was only the second time these things were sent here. The old man knew that the first things were also local specialties that were secretly left behind by some local officials. However, this time was obviously different. Not only were there specialties from Lu Zhou, but there were also specialties from the surrounding provinces. If it were someone else, the old man would think that these things were obtained by chance and were sent here. However, the Zhang family basically did not do anything by chance. This meant that the people in those provinces were living well. The old man knew Zhang Zhong's character. He would not ignore others after he made a fortune. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before the 5 surrounding prefectures would send in their reports. The greater the contribution, the more powerful Zhang Zhong would be. Who didn't know what was going on over there? Even if they praised the 5 provinces on the surface, they would think more highly of Zhang Zhong in their hearts. Grandpa, there are also pictures. There are words written under the pictures. Let me read it to you, Grandpa. On the 17th of June, it was raining heavily. There was a vast ocean around. 6 houses were washed down. Wooden rafts formed land and rippled with the waves. On the 19th of June, there were floating corpses. He was very anxious and sent the strong Team 0 to search against the current. There was a child lying on his back on the water. When he rushed to the wooden raft, he thought it was a floating corpse. Xiao Bao entered the water and carried the child up. He blew air into the child's chest and lungs. Then, a cry was heard. Everyone who saw it was very happy. The child opened his little hands and babbled. On the 22nd of June, there were people in the upper reaches of the province who came to save them. More people came later, including the mountain people. They called for help from time to time. Unfortunately, the Team 0 was too small and could not expand the search area. We did not know how many people were in the sea. On the 24th of June, the rain did not stop. Xin flipped open a page and read a page. After reading for a while, she couldn't read anymore. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Among the things she read, there was sorrow, helplessness, sadness, joy, and anticipation. Although she was young, she knew that life was precious. The old man took the book with the picture and looked at the special drawing method on it. He looked at the clear scene in the picture and said to his granddaughter, Xin, this is the real definition of great wisdom and courage. Your Uncle Zhang is a man without trees. Although some people died, there are more people who survived because of him. Without that undulating wooden array formation, there would be more ghosts on the other side. Xin was still sad. She nodded and asked, Grandpa, why didn't Uncle Zhang divide the wooden raft into smaller pieces? That way, there would be more space for him to block. Why didn't he make more wooden rafts? Silly girl, the wind and waves are strong at the seaside. Even if the rafts are connected together, they will still rise and fall. Look at this picture. It's a picture of a big rock pressing down on the wooden raft. It's a good place to be hit by the waves. Even so, the wooden raft is sometimes lifted 10 feet high. If the ropes were not tight and loose, the people on the raft would have fallen into the water. He also wanted to arrange it earlier, but he didn't have so much time. At that time, he had just arrived and didn't have time to do it. If he had half a year, there wouldn't be such a disaster. Look at this picture. It's a picture of 2 rivers to be dug. I think they are already digging now. The old man naturally knew more than his granddaughter. From these pictures, he could see the situation on the other side. Not only were there wooden rafts, but there were also big boats helping to block the wind and waves. He could imagine what kind of scene it was at that time. For this flood, the Zhang family did everything they could. Xan finally understood. She snatched the picture book back and continued reading. When she finished reading the last page, she asked again, "Grandpa, if Uncle Zhang and his family were not there, what would happen?" "They wouldn't. Nothing will happen here, but a lot of people will die over there. Even after the disaster, there will still be people who will die. Even more people will flee. Your Uncle Zhang's family is not ordinary. Don't underestimate them because they only have one province. They support the 5 surrounding provinces. Without him there, those 6 provinces will be finished. There are already few people there. Without the Zhang family, there would be even fewer people there. This is the right way to do things for the country and the people. Don't worry. When we get there, you'll see a different Lu Zhou from the picture." The old man looked at the river in front of him and said to Xan with emotion. He believed in the Zhang family's ability to do things. A lot of money had been shipped there. Others thought that it was a dilapidated place, but if it was the Zhang family, they would be able to make money at that time. Xan did not care about the difference at all. As long as no one died, and as long as she could see Sister Lu, Wang Wan, and Zhang Xiaobao when she got there, she was satisfied. She waved the picture book in her hand. "Grandpa, this thing is really fun. It has pictures. It's not fun. It's very useful. If something similar happens in other places, you can copy it. It talks about how to save people who fell into the water, how to bandage wounds, don't drink unboiled water, and eat more garlic. Think about it. If the Yellow River flooded, wouldn't you be able to copy it?" The old man saw more knowledge from such a thing. "Yes." Xan nodded in agreement. "You can't take this book with you. You have to leave it for the people here and send it to the emperor," the old man said as he extended his hand. Xan reluctantly handed over the beautiful book. When she saw her grandfather instructing people to send it away, she said reluctantly, "The beautiful picture is gone. When we get there, I'll take a look at it with my own eyes." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that the old man had come over. In the past few days, the two of them had checked the accounts and found that Qidong would think of ways to be greedy every day. It was a lot of money for ordinary people, but for Zhang Xiaobao, it was just a drop in the ocean. He's been greedy for 10 strings of coins. Isn't it time to do something? Otherwise, others will be greedy when they see that there's nothing to do. Wang Wan finally learned a thing or two. She checked the accounts very carefully. In the past few days, Qidong was greedy. It could not be said that he was greedy. It should be said that he was using public power for private purposes. He kept all the benefits for himself and kept 10 strings of coins. She advised Zhang Xiaobao to clean it up. Zhang Xiaobao had been very relaxed these few days. He was playing games with Lu Xiaoqing and the other 3 people. 2 of the 4 people were directly schemed against, while the other 2 were affected. The affected people did not lose much, but they offended people and earned less money for a few days. Since Zhang Xiaobao raised the purchase price, the shrimp sauce had changed from the usual multiples to a jar of 8 strings of coins. Chao Harue had already agreed with Lu Xiaoqing that they would use the shrimp to exchange for wages. When the time came, they would split the profits 40 to 60. Because of the increase in the shrimp sauce, he changed his mind. Normally, if they worked hard, the 30 of them would be able to earn more than 30 jars of prawns in a day. However, Zhang Xiaobao was not going to let these 30 people do anything. He would make new clothes for them, and there would be alcohol for every meal. How could they still want to work after drinking? After reluctantly following the team for a round, the 30 people could only get 5 jars of shrimp in a day. They did not care. They could eat and drink well every day, even if they did not get paid. As a result, Chow Hurue's hope was dashed. He thought that 5 jars of shrimp sauce could be made into 2 jars of shrimp sauce. If 1 jar sold for 8 strings of coins, it would be 16 strings of coins a day. Moreover, the price seemed to be increasing. When the shrimp sauce was made, would it not increase even more? After thinking about it, he did not want to send the shrimp to Lu Shaoqing anymore. Instead, he asked someone to send some money. He said that the 30 people in the family did not know how to do work and did not get paid these days. The money sent should be used to buy shrimp and boats. He could not say such words himself, so he could only ask the steward and the family to do it. After hearing the steward's description, Lu Shaoqing's face became gloomy after hearing such words. However, he still thanked him and accepted the money. Knowing that the shrimp sauce could be sold at a high price, Chow Hurue sent the other servants in the family out to catch shrimp in the sea with wooden rafts. They could use the shrimp sauce to make shrimp sauce and sell it when it was ready. Fan Jinshi and Jiang Huancher also felt that sending people out would make less money, so they found reasons to ask their servants to come back. They also went to catch shrimp in the sea. Lu Shaoqing could not say anything. It was profit. He could not find fault with others for letting the 3 people who worked together to stay away from him. After all, it was his family who did not give others food first. He said that it would be settled at night, and it was the kind of fresh shrimp that 1 jar. The servants in the family changed it on their own accord. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. The servant in the family was beaten for a while every day. If he was not killed, he would be whipped once a day. In fact, it was to tell the people in the courtyard that they should do what the master told them to do. If they did not do it, they would be whipped. When he beat the servant, he also sent all the servants in the family out to catch shrimp. At this time, there were already 26 jars. However, for 200 jars, it was far from enough. When the time came and they really could not hand it in, they would have to pay twice the amount, which was 600 strings of coins. Lu Shaoqing also had a good idea. He wanted his family to make 70 to 80 jars. When the time came, he would sell them. The money would be enough to pay for it. As for the 3 ungrateful people who only cared about money, they could earn money by themselves. In the future, if there was a good thing, he would not ask them. There was no difference between not giving coal in the snow and hitting a person who was down. Thinking that the 3 people also owed money, it was reasonable to do so. Lu Shaoqing comforted himself. He could think this way, but other people didn't, especially the servants in his family. When they were catching prawns at the seaside, they could see people from the other 2 families catching prawns there every day. Their speed was much faster than before. Chapter 450. The servants from Chow Hurue's family came here on purpose. Not only were they on paid leave today, but they were also given some food and wine in food boxes in the morning when they went to work. Zhang Xiaobao guessed that they would come looking for trouble. If they were wrong, he would just treat them to a meal. When these people came, they began to look for a place where the Lu family ate. They wanted to see where they were going to cook, so they went to the side and ate their own food. Normally, fishermen would not have a place to cook on the shore when they went out to fish. Usually, they would bring rice dumplings from home. There were also rice dumplings that were similar to rice dumplings. The rice was steamed, and some vegetables were rolled up. If it was better, some fish was rolled up, and the outside was wrapped with vegetables. In this way, there were meat dishes and rice. Some liked to eat sour food, so they added some vinegar. Some liked to eat sour food, and some liked to eat it because the weather was hot. When the food was taken out, it would be a little fermented and sour, and it would have a different taste. The Liu family was not used to it, so they specially arranged for people to cook on the shore. They wanted to learn how Zhang Zhong's family treated the working people. For example, when they were working, there were people cooking for them. Now, even if it was not a waste of time, there were people who would give them rolls or GMOs. If they did not have a place to cook, wouldn't they be worse than the ordinary people? In fact, their status was not comparable to that of the ordinary people, but they did not think so. They deliberately learned from the ordinary people and asked people to spread a few pancakes, fried 2 vegetarian dishes, and put in some shrimp, small dried fish, and other things to eat. It was only a little different from what the ordinary people ate. They replaced the meat dishes with vegetarian dishes. The servants from Chao Hurui's family also knew about this, and deliberately came to laugh at the Liu family. Today, the food that Zhang Xiaobao prepared for them was very good. Smoked chicken made by Zhang Dashan, pig head meat, and in addition to these 2, there were even 5 caddies of spiced beef. Beef was amazing. Normally, they would not even dare to think about eating it, let alone eat it. They made some coriander and garlic sauce for themselves, and found a place to sit not far away. They looked at the sea, which they had long been bored of, and listened to the noise of the waves. Now and then they glanced at the sun, hoping that it would leave soon and that it would be noon. After waiting for a long time, they were all dazed by the sun. Finally, noon came. All the people who were fishing in this area came up at the same time. The Chao family was a little special. They did not have anyone to cook, so Chao Hurui brought them big steamed buns with vegetable fillings. According to Zhang Xiaobao, these were good things that could replenish a lot of vitamins. He used fruits to replenish himself. If he ate steamed buns, he wanted to replenish his protein. There was more salt in the steamed buns. Firstly, it could prevent the steamed buns from being sunburned. Secondly, it could save the steamed buns from being dipped in soy sauce. Originally, they were told to bring the steamed buns with them and eat them when they were hungry. However, they gathered all the steamed buns together and put them on the shore so that they could rest for a while. As soon as the people of the Chao family came ashore, the 30 people who worked for the Zhang family shouted at them and asked them to come over and eat there. These people who were catching shrimps on the wooden raft also knew that the 30 people were different from others. They wore new clothes with rice seedlings embroidered on them. They did not eat with them at night like before. Instead, they ate 3 meals a day at the Zhang family. They ate well with meat and vegetables and drank wine. These days, they had been envious. At this time, when they saw that they were called over, they did not hesitate and took the steamed buns to the side where the Liu family servants were eating today. Xiao Xia, come here. Here is some wine for you to drink. Don't you usually say that you want to drink some wine? I brought it here. There is also beef. Eat as much as you can. When we are working there, we can drink wine and eat meat if we want. Our master is the best. Others can't. One of the 30 people shouted at the thin and weak person coming over. His voice was very loud, so loud that the servants of the other 3 families could hear him clearly. Naturally, the servants of the Liu family heard him the most clearly. As he spoke, he opened the bamboo tube that contained the wine and took out the cut meat. He looked in the direction of the servants of the Liu family and pinched a piece of beef. He slowly put it into his mouth and gently chewed twice. Only then did he take a sip of wine. His movements were not small. It was as the saying went, 1 mouthful of food and 1 mouthful of wine. It would be a lie if the Liu family servants said that they were not greedy. They could only catch some fish to cook at home. They could not taste other meat at all. Even if they brought fish back, they could only see how much oil there was on the fish. If there was no oil, the master would not give them too much oil. They would not care about salt. They could eat whatever they wanted. Looking at the people of the Chao family eating, the people of the Liu family could only pretend that they did not know. Some people quietly scolded them for being shameless. The Master family and the Zhang family were at odds, but they still went to the Zhang family to do things. The people of the Lu family could not eat it. They could only smell the fragrance that drifted over. However, the people of the Chao family were different. Everyone had a master. Since they were called over, they would definitely be able to eat it. If they were not called, then it would be another story. The person who was called Xiao Xia was the first to come over. He smiled at the person who called him and said, "Brother Big Fish, you guys are really capable. You can eat such good food and drink wine. Brother Big Fish, are you really going to let me eat it? My name is Diyu, not Big Fish. Remember, next time you call me by the wrong name, there will be no food to eat." The person who spoke just now corrected him. In fact, he was used to being called Big Fish in the past. Now, he felt that his identity was different. His real name was Big Rain. He did not know where he heard it. There was also a powerful person called Diyu, so he changed his name. Of course, Xiao Xia did not dare to argue about this matter. If he did, there would be no food to eat. He smiled even more amiably and said, "Brother Diyu, do you think people like us can also go to the Zhang family to do things?" Diyu was happy to be called. He pinched 2 pieces of beef and placed them in the palm of Xiao Xia's outstretched hand generously. Then, he handed the bamboo tube over and said, "For this matter, you have to find the master. The master is very capable. He can talk to the people of the Zhang family. Maybe it will work. Compared to the masters of other families, our master is more than 100 times better. What can other masters do? They will be deceived." Yes, the masters of other families can be deceived. Yes, the meat is really delicious. The wine is also good. Xiao Xia echoed. He drank 2 pieces of meat and a mouthful of wine, making him feel comfortable from inside out. Who are you talking about? Which family's master was fooled? Say it clearly. Who is the more capable one? One of the more hot-tempered people from the Lu family finally could not hold it in. It was fine that he smelled the fragrance of the wine and dishes, but he actually dared to talk about his master. He stood up and pointed at Big Fish. This person was half a head taller than Big Fish and was also stronger than him. If it was before, Big Fish could only endure. But now, it was different. He was originally sitting, but he also stood up and shouted at the person who came, "I will talk about whoever comes over. What can you do? Do you dare to touch me? I work for the Zhang family. If you touch me, I will say that I can't do it anymore. I will ask the people of the Zhang family to come over and teach you a lesson. Now that I have told you, I will talk about you. I will say that your master is stupid and was deceived. You think you can take advantage of him? So what? If you can't get the shrimp sauce, you can wait to lose money. My master is capable. Look at the food we eat, and look at the junk you eat. Capable, this is capable. Do you understand?" This person from the Lu family really wanted to make a move, but when he heard what Big Fish said, he could only clench his fists tightly. He was indeed afraid of the Zhang family, not only because Zhang Zhong was the provincial governor, but more importantly, because those people from the Zhang family really dared to kill people. He had a straightforward personality and did not dare to make a move now. When he heard Big Fish proudly belittling his master, he almost cried in anger. The other members of the Lu family also did not dare to come over and cause trouble. They stood there and felt waves of sadness in their hearts. Their master had been deceived. That person surnamed Chao went to the Zhang family to enjoy life. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious. But who could they blame? On their side, the people from the Chao Hurue family were happy. They ate and sipped some wine, and kept talking about the Lu family. In any case, there was nothing good to say. The people from the other two families acted as if this matter did not concern them. They were jealous of the Chow family, but they were also happy that the Lu family was being talked about. They had never forgotten that the Lu family did not give them food to eat in the past. The Lu family began to eat. The people of the Lu family began to eat in silence. One of them was quite ambitious. He said to the people beside him, "Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, go catch prawns. No matter what, we have to deal with this matter. We can't count on others. When we go back, we will tell Master. All officials are the same. Master will not be inferior to anyone. Only shameless people would hug the thigh of the Zhang family." After he said this, the people from the Lu family really gained some morale. They ate faster. The people from the Chow family ate very slowly. The main reason was that they could not bear to eat too quickly. That way, they would not be able to taste the wine and food. They all looked at the people from the Lu family with mocking expressions on their faces. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also eating lunch. The two of them did not know that their strategy of sowing discord had achieved very good results. The two of them came out in the morning and rode on the same horse. They ran towards the project that Qi Dong was in charge of. On the way, they slowed down a little to look at the surrounding scenery and the situation of the grain planted on the ground. When it was almost time for lunch, they arrived at the site. The two of them not only saw the pile of firewood used to cook salt, but also saw the people cooking salt by the sea. At this time, the meal was ready. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a place to eat. There was no table, and Qi Dong did not make pancakes. For the sake of greed, it was better to cook normally. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan carried their own plates and walked casually to Qi Dong's side. They squatted there and began to eat. As they ate, they stopped to look at Qi Dong. If it was a normal person doing this, Qi Dong would have already become angry. However, he did not dare to provoke the two children of the provincial governor's family. He could only force himself to endure. "Cuckoo, with so many pots used to cook salt, how much salt do you think can be cooked for several days? Is the salt enough for the people working here?" Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to let Qi Dong eat peacefully. He asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan swallowed the food in her mouth. "With so many pots cooking, if the people working here eat the salt, they will probably die. Since it is cooked, why can't I see any salt? Where did the salt go these past few days? Xiaobao, do you know? If you don't know, ask your father. I will ask him later." Chapter 451. Qi Dong Fang looked at the two children and thought they were very interesting. At this time, he couldn't find his previous thoughts. Listening to the two people casually talking, Qi Dong's sweat flowed even faster. He found that the weather was not so hot, and there was a kind of coldness from inside out. If possible, Qi Dong really wanted to strangle the two children to death, but he could only think about it. Not to mention that there were guards standing beside the two children. Even if there was no one beside them, he wouldn't dare to do it. He naturally knew who the two children were. One was the son of the provincial governor, and the other was his future daughter-in-law. If anyone dared to harm them, the people here would tear them apart before the people with the crossbows could do anything. Since he couldn't do it, he could only use other methods. Qi Dong thought about it. He didn't have anything on him that could attract the children, so he grabbed a handful of mud from the ground. There was a lot of sand, so he rubbed it vigorously. He first rubbed out the large grains of sand, and the rest was barely enough to make something. While the others were eating, he made a small stick of grass and made and sculpted it. Soon, the two hands holding each other's hands made a small clay man. Its face looked similar to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Ignoring the uncomfortable feeling of his clothes sticking to his body due to the hot weather and the nervousness, he smiled and brought it closer to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were eating. "Little young master, do you think it's fun?" If it's fun, I'll make it for the two of you. I can make whatever you want. This was the only method Qi could think of, and he hoped it would be useful. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put down their chopsticks and looked at the clay man, then looked at Qi and nodded. Without waiting for Qi to say his purpose, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. It's fun. I didn't expect that not only are you good at calculating, but you're also so skillful. Can you really make whatever we want? Yes, absolutely. Little young master and little miss, I'll make it. Seeing that there was hope, Qi hurriedly promised happily. Wang Wan looked at the place where the salt was boiling and said with a smile, I want a clay man like that. What kind? Qi asked. A good deputy county magistrate who is always considerate of the people and won't try his best to make money from selling salt every day. He needs to have a heart that is purer than gemstones, a pair of clear eyes, and a sense of justice. Even if his nose is a little flat, even if he is a little short, even if his eyes are a little small, he is still tall in the eyes of the people. He is as lofty as a mountain and as vast as the sea. I wonder if you can pinch him. Wang Wan said to Qi with a smile. With a clatter, the clay figurine in Qi hand fell to the ground. Then, with a plop, he knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His face was full of fear, and his body was trembling. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to eat as if they didn't see it. From time to time, they would give each other their favorite food. They looked like they were innocent. The people nearby also heard Wang Wan's words. As long as they were not stupid, they would know who Wang Wan was talking about. At this time, they realized that County Magistrate Qi had been lying to them to cook salt for the past few days. He said that it was for others to eat and to save money for the provincial governor. In fact, he kept it for himself. They were so angry that they stopped eating. They stood up and surrounded Qi. If it weren't for the fact that little young master and little miss didn't do anything, they would have boiled Qi like seawater to see if they could get a heart that was purer than gemstones. I'm guilty. I know I'm wrong. I'm guilty. Qi thought that he had done a good job and no one would find out. Now he understood that the provincial governor must have found out and sent the two kids here. While saying that he was guilty, he kept kowtowing. Zhang Xiaobao put the last grain of rice into his mouth. He smacked his lips and rinsed his mouth with water. He looked at Qi who was kneeling there and said, My father asked me to ask you if you can't do things peacefully because of gambling debts. No, I never gamble. Qi shook his head and answered. Do you have family members who are sick but don't have money to treat them? Do you need good medicine? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. No one is sick. Everyone is fine. Qi continued to shake his head. Do you have children who are married? My son is only 10 years old and my daughter is only 7 years old. How can they get married? No. Since you don't have children, then your crime of corruption can't be reduced. How will you be sentenced? If you are not as good as the law, you will be flogged 70 times. If you are not as good as the law, you will be flogged 100 times. If you are not as good as the law, you will be a disciple for a year. If you are not as good as the law, you will be punished. If you are the one who lost the ransom, you will be punished. If you are the one who begged, you will be punished. If you are the one who gave, you will be punished. If not, you will be sentenced to both. I'm confused. Are you talking about Deputy County Magistrate Qi? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Qi and asked. When Qi heard these two crimes, he shivered. No matter which one he was sentenced to, he wouldn't be punished. Some things couldn't be said. For example, according to the calculations, the new provincial governor's family should have been killed countless times. Bribery, doing business for personal gain, disobeying the rules, having too many servants in the family, privately appointing officials, and some other things that he didn't know about. None of these things would end well. However, no one cared about the provincial governor. He was caught. It didn't matter how serious the crime was. What was important was that he was convicted. Qi Dong, who didn't dare to say anything, could only kowtow and say that he was guilty. He didn't say anything. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao would not sentence Qi Dong to death. He was clever and talented. That was a small account. If he was properly groomed in the future, it would save him a lot of trouble. It would not be a bad idea to let him check the accounts of other departments. Now, what he was thinking about was to let other people see and give an explanation to the people around. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao ordered, "Come, tie Qi Dong up and send him to my father. Flog him 100 times and lock him up for a year. If he doesn't die from the flogging, consider him lucky." When the guards arrived, they had already received instructions. When they heard the order, they tied Qi Dong up without another word. Qi Dong did not struggle either. He was frightened by the 100 beatings. With so many beatings, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive, not to mention that it was intentional. He clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao didn't have the authority to tie him up, but he didn't dare to say anything. It was good that he wasn't taken away. Otherwise, when Zhang Xiaobao and the others left, the people would eat him up. At that time, with so many people beating him up, even if he died, it would only be a light punishment. Zhang Zhong probably wouldn't give a heavy sentence to a citizen who beat someone to death. You dare to take bribes and bend the law? Do you think that there aren't any accounting experts in my residence? Everyone, the bad guy has been taken away. Let's all continue eating. Oh, there's also a scribe. Come, take him away too. After Qi Dong was taken away, Zhang Xiaobao said something to the people around him. He also took away the scribe who cooperated with the crime. Only then did he and Wang Wan send the plates of food to the washing place and leave happily. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried that other people with thoughts wouldn't know. The speed at which the people spread news was unimaginably fast. In less than a day, everyone in the province would know of this matter. As for how the rumors spread, it didn't matter. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leave, the people who knew of the situation let out chaotic cheers. They began to excitedly tell the people who didn't know the matter. The more they talked, the more ridiculous it became. While the people hated Qi Dong and the scribe, they also admired the good official even more. He was able to see through everything. Doing a little trick and he was caught. The news spread very quickly. By the time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rode back to the residence, the people who were working and the management staff all knew of what happened at noon. There were indeed a few who wanted to learn and do it. At this time, they were all frightened. They were glad that they hadn't done it yet. They were also glad that the provincial governor had acted early. Otherwise, when they learned and did it, there would be no chance for regret. Zhang Zhong also heard of this matter. He really didn't know that there was someone who falsified the accounts. After understanding the details, he sighed for Qi Dong. This was a bad idea. The falsification of the accounts reached Xiaobao. This was purely courting death. The accounts of the family were all managed by the son. There were countless transactions and it was very easy for him to manage. A mere deputy county magistrate dared to falsify the accounts for his son. Qi Dong was not escorted to Zhang Zhong's residence. Instead, he was directly escorted back to the residence. No one beat him. He was also not locked up in a cell. Instead, he was locked up in the woodshed and thrown into a corner. He was left alone. He was locked up until night time. No one came to bring him food or water. The weather was hot and the woodshed was stuffy. After being locked up for half a day, he was a little exhausted. The main reason was not physical problems, but psychological pressure. He didn't know how he would be judged. He also didn't know what his family would do when they heard the news. He spent the whole afternoon thinking about what went wrong. The most clear thing was that the salt that people ate and boiled did not match. However, if it was just checking the accounts, it might not be found out. Unless there was a shrewd person who came to check. Could it be that a commoner could calculate it? Moreover, it was deliberately arranged here. Was it related to the provincial governor? He didn't know that it was because he had made the accounts too detailed and considered too many things. There was also a slight loophole. This was troublesome, especially when it came to firewood. Even if he didn't record it, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't say anything. Different wood and different cooking methods use different amounts of firewood. Firewood was not valuable, so it was fine if he didn't record it. However, he had written down the amount of firewood used by others. It was purely superfluous. Who knew what he would think if he understood? Xiaobao, are you just going to lock him up like this? How long will he be locked up? I'm afraid his body can't take it. After returning to the residence, Wang Wan glanced in the direction of the woodshed and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Give him some water at night. As for going to the toilet, he will find a way himself. Otherwise, he will have to endure it. When he understands why we didn't beat him and what he should do, then let him go. For the first 3 days, we can only give him water. He won't die. Chapter 452. When it was a cloudy day at the beach in summer, the sea breeze would bring along the moisture of the sea. The closer one was to the beach, the more uncomfortable their skin would feel. Even if one didn't do any exercise, they would still feel stuffy. Furthermore, the sweat that came out of their bodies would feel hot to the outside, but when they touched their arms, they would feel cold. At this time, the best way to relieve the heat was to take a shower with warm water. Never use cold water. One person would easily get sick, while the other would feel even hotter after this. If the conditions at home allowed it, then they would dig a swimming pool. It was convenient and fast. They could dive in and come out, and it would be cool. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan repeated this action. It was good to have an artesian well. After a flood, they didn't know what happened underground. The water in the artesian well could actually shoot up more than 10 feet high. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't investigate this phenomenon. Instead, they made use of the fountain and built a large pool. They didn't even need a swimming pool. They dug a river and connected it to the river 3 li away. No one objected. Compared to the original provincial governorship, it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. In the entire manor, other than the front area for official business, the back area was designed into a garden by the two of them. 2-story bamboo buildings stood there. There were ponds, small lakes, all kinds of pavilions, corridors, and canals in the surrounding areas. They also raised some fish and planted flowers. Newcomers would get lost in this garden. Unfortunately, there weren't that many villagers who came to play. Even if they opened the door at the back of the manor and posted a notice for the commoners' children to come and play, no one came. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spent a lot of effort to design the original courtyard into a children's playground with a small wooden house, a slide, a swing, a seesaw, and a water carousel. However, because no one came, it became a decoration. Only Li Sun, the older child, came to play from beginning to end. Then, the 3 of them sat in the pool that was less than 2 feet deep, staring at the fake fish carved out of wood in a daze. At noon today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally couldn't stand the sultry weather. It looked like it was going to rain, but there was no wind. For the whole morning, not a single drop of rain fell. They were too close to the beach, and their bodies were wet and sticky. They asked someone to guard the door of the fountain and jumped in to soak. Underground water was indeed different. It was bone-chilling. After soaking in it for a while, it would come out and warm up. It was a little addictive. It's been 2 days. Qi Dong has been locked up for 2 days. After a while, it will be 3 days. He has been drinking water all this time. Should we send him some food? He must be feeling terrible today. Wang Wan finally stopped feeling stuffy. She shook her wet hair and reminded Zhang Xiaobao. There's no rush. We'll see tomorrow. If you still can't figure out what to do, just give him something to eat. I think a steamed bun a day should be enough. What's the reaction of Lu Xiaoqing and the others? Send someone to ask them later. Zhang Xiaobao estimated that as long as Qi Dong had enough water and didn't commit suicide, he wouldn't die in a short time. On the contrary, he was more concerned about Lu Xiaoqing and the others. He didn't get any information today, so he didn't know how the division plan was going. When the two people's hair was almost dry, the person who went to inquire finally came back. Little master, little miss, nothing happened. The 4 of them have been in their own houses for the past 2 days. Although they are close to each other, they don't have much contact. The servants in their houses seem to have become well-behaved. Even if they meet every day, they just don't talk. They haven't fought. The person who inquired about the news came back to report. Hearing this news, Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied and said, "It's good that things are stable. Otherwise, if they fight again, the hatred that was accumulated with great difficulty will be released. Small conflicts are easy to solve. Only when the accumulation reaches a certain level, will it be uncontrollable and continue to the next step." Lu Xiaoqing was still in a worrying situation. His subordinates had tried their best to catch prawns, but the amount was far from enough. There were only 100 jars. If they could get all the prawns caught by the other 3 families, it might be enough. But now, Zhang Zhong had ordered people to spread the news that a jar of prawn sauce would be sold for 10 strings of coins. There were a dozen or so people who happened to have a jar in their houses and had already gone to exchange it for money. The 4 families were catching prawns and waiting to sell them when they were ready. They originally wanted to see if any other people were catching prawns and buy some at a high price. In the end, all the people were busy. Some were digging the river, some were building houses, and some fishermen had already joined the Zhang family's fishing business. There were less than 20 days left. Even if it was heated manually, it would take a long time. If there were no more prawns, they would have to wait to lose money. We gathered for profit, so why should we complain about profit? If there is wealth in the dynasty, we will leave without profit. Sigh. Good move, Zhang Zhong. Oh Zhang Zhong, what a good move to sow discord. You clearly saw through it, but you couldn't avoid it. Lu Xiaoqing sat there. It was unknown whether it was the gloomy weather that made his mood bad, or he suddenly thought it through. He muttered a few words to himself. He wasn't the only one who understood. Chao Hurue also knew that this was Zhang Zhong's plan. But even if he knew about the plan to sow discord, he had to jump into the trap in order to be able to pay off the debt as soon as possible. How could he not earn 10 strings of coins for a jar of prawn sauce? Chao Hurue found a reason for himself when he betrayed and felt a little better. Master, good news. Master, the price of prawn sauce has increased again. The Zhang family's people came out and said that a jar of prawn sauce is 15 strings of coins. Pickled vegetable store will only accept 1,000 jars of prawn sauce. Master, hurry up and make it. Chao Hurue's servant hurriedly ran in and happily told his master, who was sitting in the middle of the courtyard and feeling a little better, what he saw just now. 15 strings of coins. Tell those 30 people who only know how to drink to do their jobs properly. They can't be delayed. Chao Hurue's heart was beating a little faster and a little unsteadily because of this news. He knew that those 30 people ate and drank well in the Zhang family and rarely helped out. It was fine if it was in the past, but not now. Money. Time was money. The Zhang family gave them a high salary. If they really worked hard, they could make 2 jars of prawn sauce with the salary of 1 person a day. They would only accept 1,000 jars of prawn sauce. This promise was made. For the sake of their reputation, the Zhang family would not go back on their word. 30 people would make 60 jars a day. 600 jars in 10 days. How much money would that be? 9,000 strings of coins. They would still have money left after paying back all the money. The servant hurriedly ran over and hurriedly left after receiving the order. When the news of 15 strings of coins for a jar was released, some of the people were tempted. They wanted to catch prawns to make prawn sauce in their free time. However, Zhang Zhong posted another notice saying that he was going to build a seawall to prevent typhoons and tidal waves from destroying the houses. When the people were given a choice between money and Zhang Zhong, most of them chose Zhang Zhong. Only a small number of them chose money. When it was their turn to work, they did not work hard. When they were resting, they would go catch prawns. For 2 days in a row, a small number of people did not work hard. This made Zhang Zhong feel a little sad. He had done so much for Lu Zhou. Under the circumstances where he was not forced, his words could not be compared to that little bit of money. The people who had just destroyed their homes and those who did not want to face the disaster. This is human nature. Never think of others as how they should be. Who can you blame for that? This notice is a touchstone. Yes, between heaven and hell, the outcome is decided when you make the choice. Those who don't work hard are not needed from tomorrow onwards. Let's catch prawns. When Zhang Xiaobao received the news, he did not look sad at all. He only felt sad for those people. 15 strings of coins for a jar of prawn sauce. Prawn sauce. They were all waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. Wang Wan also felt that it was not worth it for those who chose to catch prawns. There was no such thing as 15 strings of coins. It was all a scam. Apart from the pickling line, the fishing line was almost done. Many people thought that the pickling line belonged to the Zhang family and the fishing line belonged to the Zhang family. Therefore, the prawn sauce they received was not from the Zhang family. They were too naive. Various industries shared shares and settled accounts separately. Even if that was not the case, they could just find someone to buy the prawn sauce from the fishing line and sell it to the pickling line. At that time, those who wanted to cry would cry, and those who wanted to laugh would laugh. They would be able to see the various forms of life again. If the wind does not blow, the leaves will fall. If the water does not ripple, the fish will live. If the heart is not calm, there is nothing to be done. The sky is cloudy and there are many floating clouds. Wangwan Mishzhuangzi, where the Zhang family and the Wang family lived. There were not many worries there. Every time the farmers made a choice, they would listen to the master, and the master had never disappointed them. Help, help. I know what to do. Help. Bang bang. I know what to do. Help. Xiao Bao, did you hear something? Wang Wan suddenly heard someone shouting for help. Zhang Xiaobao had locked Qidong up for nearly 5 days. He finally heard something and pulled Wang Wan over. I heard it. Qidong is banging on the door. He has figured it out. Let's go and ask him what he knows. Do we need to call a guard? Wang Wan was afraid that Qidong would suddenly attack them. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Let's go. There is no need to call a guard. He ate a steamed bun yesterday and has been drinking water for the past few days. Who do you think he is? Without salt, a steamed bun can heal him. His legs are still tied. Help. I know what to do. I will do whatever you want me to do. I can even fake the accounts. I can't take it anymore. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived outside the woodshed, they heard Qidong's weak voice. You don't say, he's really smart. He knows how to do what he's told. Wang Wan praised. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. How many fools would be willing to spend so much effort to fake the accounts? Let's have a good chat with him. The two of them stood outside the door of the firewood shed. Qi Dong, who was inside, noticed that the crack in the door was dark. He peeked out with one eye and immediately said happily, "Young master, young lady, quickly tell His Excellency. I understand what His Excellency means. I will listen to him." Chapter 453. The news of Qi Dong being exiled spread. Only a few people knew that he had been exiled, but not many knew where he had been exiled to. Many people did not know where would be more suitable than Lingnan to be exiled. In short, this person was no longer in Luzhou. Even his family had left with him, making it impossible for those who wanted to find him. With such an example, all the people in charge became obedient. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that things were on track, he and Wang Wan led the 56 members of the No. 0 protection team to train. This time, the place they chose was a little far from the state capital. They were going to enter the 100,000 mountains to hunt for prey. The most important thing was to train the guards to fight in the jungle. Zhang Xiaobao was personally in charge of this. Although Wang Wan was trained in martial arts, she was not as good as Zhang Xiaobao when it came to fighting in the jungle. Zhang Xiaobao had learned a thing or two in prison when he was in China. When he was abroad, he specially found a place with a lot of jungles to train hard. The instructors he hired were all people from the special forces. There were people from various countries, and each country had its own characteristics. This was especially true when they entered Africa, which was still in turmoil. Some of those people had even lived in the jungle since they were young. This allowed Zhang Xiaobao to learn a lot, even though he was not as good as the experts who had lived in the jungle for most of their lives. With such a good thing happening, Li Sun also came to join in the fun. When he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to bring people to the mountains, he deliberately prepared his backpack, which was filled with the things he used to train in the wilderness. He also made sufficient preparations for the 50 guards he was going to bring this time. Each of them had a backpack. However, when he met up with Zhang Xiaobao and the others at the entrance, he found that they did not have any backpacks at all. They were wearing different clothes, which were yellow and green. There were many pockets on their bodies, and there were some things stuffed in them. It did not look like much, and each of them was holding a black machete in their hands. There was nothing else, not to mention that he was carrying a crossbow. Xiaobao, that's not right. Where's the backpack? Why didn't you prepare it? Don't you have to organize everything in advance to survive in the wilderness? What are you going to eat when the time comes? Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao. Who said that we have to prepare everything in advance to survive in the wild? If I give you time to prepare, you can do it. If you don't have time, where will you go to prepare? Just like that, we put on the leg bindings and set off. We have to hurry all the way. This place is 320 li away from the mountain. The requirement is that we reach it in 3 days and 2 nights, which is 30 hours. Young Master Li, when you can't run anymore, you can ride with me and Cuckoo. Zhang Xiaobao began to put on the leg bindings. Li Sun didn't say anything. He waved to the people behind him, and the guards of the Wang mansion also began to put on the leg bindings. Li Sun also trained them normally, learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 50 people who were selected listened to the distance and estimated the time. They felt that this was an impossible task. After the leg bindings were done, the people of the protection team put their swords behind their backs, warmed up their legs a little, and stood in 2 rows to start running. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun followed behind the 56 people. There were more than 10 horses beside them, and they also ran with them. Li Sun's guards were at the back, so that the 3 people in the middle would not be in danger. This time, Li Sun also understood. It seemed to be different from the survival in the wild in the past. When he was running, he could still keep up at the beginning, but he didn't dare to speak. He adjusted his breathing and pace using the method he learned from Zhang Xiaobao. This kind of speed was acceptable for adults, but it was a little difficult for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them used a quarter of an hour to run nearly 7 miles. They left the team and jumped on their horses. This kind of speed was too slow for adults. They ran more than 3 kilometers in 15 minutes. However, for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, this was already the limit. Even if the two of them had been training very seriously and constantly improving themselves, they couldn't run further, let alone reduce their speed to less than 3 minutes per kilometer. They couldn't even vomit blood. Moreover, they could only persist for such a long distance, and it was on the road that had been repaired. This had already frightened Li Sun. He followed the team's speed, but he couldn't continue after running for 3 miles. He sat on the horse at the side and panted. He regretted carrying a backpack. The things inside were very heavy. The guards of the prince's mansion were not relaxed either. Not only did they carry backpacks, but they also carried knives and crossbows. It was very heavy. However, the people of the Sprout Protection Team could persist. They usually had to carry weights during their training. Now that they didn't carry weights, it was naturally not so tiring to run. Slow down. Don't run so fast. I'll let you run for a quarter of an hour to feel comfortable without weights. Do you really think you can keep running? You can run 7 miles in a quarter of an hour, 28 miles in 2 hours. Can you run 140 miles in 10 hours? Today, you have to run for 14 hours, 100 miles. Adjust yourselves. Rest in the middle is also included. Wang Wan, who was on the horse, saw that the people of the Sprout Protection Team were in a frenzy. They were preparing to compete with the prince's mansion's guards on foot. She quickly shouted for them to slow down. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything else after running for 2 hours at this speed. Wang Wan knew in her heart that 100 miles in 14 hours was not a lot. When she looked at historical materials in the past, the People's Liberation Army's fastest forced march could run 100 miles in 14 hours. They also had to carry heavy weapons and ammunition with them. They could go into battle after a little rest. They were inhuman existences. It was also at that time that she decided to enter the military academy. This time, it was 320 miles. In fact, it was similar to the 345 miles in the other world. In 2.5 days, they should be able to carry 3 days' worth of food, a knife, rope, and salt that didn't take up much weight. It should be very easy. The people of the Sprout Protection Team were used to the doctrine that military orders were absolute. When they heard the young lady's words, they immediately began to adjust themselves. The prince's mansion's guards had been suppressed just now. Now that there was a chance, they rushed up and ran in front of the Sprout Protection Team. Li Sun originally wanted them to slow down. But after thinking for a while, he felt that it was better to let them run. When they couldn't run anymore, he would take care of them properly in case it happened again in the future. Come on, hurry up, overtake their boat. Overtake one more boat. There are more in front. In the canal from Chuzhou to Hangzhou, a boat with full sail was moving fast all the way. Perhaps it felt that this speed was not fast enough. The wheels on both sides of the boat were also rotating. At the same time, the back of the boat turned over at the same time. Xan Air stood at the bow of the boat and shouted excitedly. The guards next to her didn't know what "come on" meant. When they heard her shout, they asked curiously, "Young lady, what do you mean by come on? Don't you know how to come on?" Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sometimes shout like this. The propeller at the back needs to be turned like an axle. It needs some oil, otherwise it won't be able to turn. So you have to come on. Xanr explained to the guards seriously. At this time, the boat overtook another boat, which made the people on the boats look sideways. They didn't know where the boat came from. It was so fast. When they saw the rice seedlings on the flag, they knew that it was a boat from between the clouds and the water, the kind that could easily travel the sea. The human-powered propeller below had been working for 6 hours, but it was still not broken. The things made by the Ministry of Works were indeed better than those made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's family. The ones made by the Zhang family usually didn't dare to use, as they had a backup plan. Usually, it was good enough to guarantee that they could keep the propeller running for 2 hours. Although the propeller was not as fast as the one that burned diesel, or rather, it couldn't be compared at all. The speed of rotation was slow, and it didn't work even if lever was used. However, for a boat at this time, it had some effect if the sail and wheels were used together. Today, there was a good wind, so they could sail at full speed. Xanr wanted to reach the destination early, and the old man also wanted to see how it looked like when the boat was at full speed. The wheels on both sides started to rotate, and the propeller below also started to rotate. The boat overtook all the way like this. Some boats were not convinced, so they used both the sail and the oars to compete, but they were left behind even more. Quick, quick, there are 2 more boats. They are overtaking them too. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. Xanr felt very happy today. She jumped and screamed, scaring the people who were protecting her. The 2 boats didn't seem to want to be overtaken, so they also rowed with all their might. However, the distance between the 2 boats was constantly closing. After a while, the boat caught up to the tail of one of the boats. No one knew what the people on the 2 boats were thinking, but suddenly, the boat in front of them started to turn to the side and slow down. If the boat still followed the original route, it would definitely hit the side of the boat. Even if it was an ordinary boat now, it couldn't change the direction. Even if the sails were lowered and all the oars were leveled, it would still be useless. The old man stood on the deck and scolded, "Whose boat is so arrogant? You want to risk your life? Lower the sails, stop the propellers, reverse the 2 wheels, and put up a stick." Following the old man's order, the sails quickly lowered, and the propellers behind also stopped. The people on both sides of the boat began to struggle to stop the pedals under their feet. Then, they began to reverse the pedals. The axles of the wheels on both sides of the boat made a squeaking sound. A few holes on the first floor of the boat were pulled open, and a thick piece of wood stretched out from the holes. The old man took out his clairvoyance and looked at the boat in front of him. He wanted to know who was on the boat, but he couldn't see it from the stern. Even if the boat in front of him turned a little and made preparations to intercept, he still couldn't see the front deck. The ship finally slowed down as its 2 wheels reversed. However, it did not completely stop, let alone reverse. Just as it was about to collide with the ship suddenly reversed its direction and accelerated again, leaving the ship behind. The old man now understood that the people on the boat deliberately made such movements to scare people. Thinking of this, he became angrier and ordered, "Chase after them. If they slow down again, just hit them directly." Chapter 454. Once the boat switched to the jib sail, it could go against the wind. However, there was a prerequisite, which was that the waterway in front of them was wide enough. Otherwise, if they went in a zigzag pattern, they would hit the banks on both sides. This broken canal was not very wide, so the boat could only make small adjustments. All 3 propulsion systems were at full power. Without waiting for the 2 boats in front to go far, the boat caught up. The 2 boats in front were lowering their sails, and the oars on both sides were rowing with all their might. Rush over and see who dares to do this on the river. At the old man's command, the ship quickly rushed over and retracted the stick that extended out from the first floor. Turning around, the other stick that was wrapped in iron stretched out. This was something thought up by someone from the ordnance surveillance. The purpose was not to get the other boat into the water, unless it extended from below. However, that would also get their own boat into the water. From this height, if the enemy boat was a little shorter, then this stick could directly reach the deck of the other party, sweeping left and right, causing the other party to be flustered. If the enemy boat was also high, then it could knock a hole in the other boat in an instant. Throwing things that could burn to create some trouble, then turning around was to minimize the damage when colliding with their own people. The two boats seemed to want to do the same thing again. The boat in front of Wei Wei turned to the side, but this time, the old man was determined to hit it. The people on the front deck had already retreated to a safe position, but the boat did not slow down in the slightest as it rushed over. With this kind of posture, the people on the boat in front were the first to panic. They had no choice but to turn the boat back, but this turn was a little slower, and the stick still hit the hull of the boat. After the sound of wood shattering, the position of the intercepting boat changed, but there were 4 large holes left on the hull of the boat. They were very irregular holes, and there were also thick wooden planks protruding out. After a while, the old man came out of the cabin and took out his clairvoyance to look at the deck of the other party. The people beside him also stood at the side of the boat and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you block the boat of Enchanting Guanglu?" The bodyguard shouted confidently, but the other side did not dare to answer. Enchanting Guanglu Dafu was a lower class, 3rd rank official. Don't look at how the old man had already resigned from the upper class, 3rd rank official. He was still an official, and he had a 5th rank noble title. Therefore, those who knew him did not dare to underestimate him. The people on the boat obviously knew what kind of official this was. No one came out to say anything. When the old man was about to let people board the boat, a person stood out and said, "Is that Minister Bai, Sir Bai? It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We accidentally bumped into each other and didn't manage to turn the rudder over. We are from the Ning family of Qin province, please forgive us." The Ning family of Qinzhou. Well, tell them we got it. Let's go. When the old man heard that they were from the Ning family, he naturally thought of the provincial governor of Qin province. If they were to meet again in the future, he would let them off this time. Otherwise, he would impeach him. The bodyguard shouted a few words, and the boat overtook them. As for the damaged area, no one mentioned it. Not only was the other party's boat damaged, the hole in the wooden plank was also torn open. The old man deliberately checked it and said, "Today, we bumped into each other today. Otherwise, if we were to wait for the war to start and damage ourselves, we wouldn't have time to repair it. In a while, 2 people will go down to the military station and report this matter to the Ministry of Works. Let them think of a solution. As for whether it's wrapped in iron or thickened, that's their problem." "Grandfather, isn't Qin province near where we are going? Is it near the sea? I have never seen what the sea looks like." "It must be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a boat." Xan Air, who was beside them, also heard this and said with a yearning look. Only then did the old man realize. When did the Ning family of Qin province have a boat? Moreover, it was a big boat with sails and oars. After thinking about it carefully, the old man understood. He chuckled and said to his granddaughter, "Xan Air, this is all thanks to your Uncle Zhang's family. Ever since they have a big boat to make money, other people will also be tempted. Ning family can also enter the sea over there. They just need to pass the Qin River. The Ning family also has business in other places. They must have sent people here to spread the news. That's why they bought 2 boats. They must have a lot of valuable things on them. They should also copy the Zhang family's fleet and sail close to the sea. With the 2 boats, the money they earn can buy another big boat. It's good that Ning family thinks this way. If their boat wants to go back, they will have to pass through Luzhou's Bay. Didn't the Zhang family's map show that Qin province collects tolls from them?" "I know, Grandpa. After selling the goods on their 2 boats, they definitely won't be able to buy another boat. Lu Zhou will also collect tolls from them. Unless they don't go to the Qin River and stop at another shore and change to the land route, they won't be able to earn enough money to buy a boat. It's very troublesome to travel by land. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo just put the map of Lu Zhou's game in the map book. They are surrounded by mountains. If they want to travel by land, they will have to cross the mountains. It's a waste of money and time. Grandpa, let's go quickly. When we get there, tell Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to send their boats. If 18 boats collide with 2 boats, they will definitely sink. Xan Air didn't wait for her grandpa to finish speaking. She also thought about the situation over there. She was good at games and knew how to read the map. As long as someone told her where he had played the game before, she could roughly imagine the situation over there. This might be one of the benefits of playing games. Perhaps it was because she played games, but Xan Air treated this as a game. She analyzed the business and military aspects of the game and prepared to use military means to destroy the 2 boats. The old man looked at his granddaughter and knew that she was a gamer. Sometimes, she couldn't even tell the difference between reality and games. This was especially true last month. His granddaughter took out the money she had saved with great difficulty to do business. After she earned more than 30 strings of coins, she became even more obsessed with games. Fortunately, this game sometimes required a lot of knowledge. The more difficult the game was, the more knowledge would be required. If she didn't have the ability, she would just play a lower difficulty game. Xan Air's business was simple. She sold local specialties, local handicrafts, and maps. She was playing a game of dice when she hit a lucky spot. It happened to be a fork in the map. She would have won if she continued to play, but the lucky spot said that her little character had no sense of direction and couldn't find the road. She had to turn around and go back. She followed the rules and turned around for the little character. There happened to be a shop next to it that sold everything but maps. So she took out the money she had saved and hired the students of the academy to draw dozens of maps of Sanshui County. She marked the important places on the maps. Then she used the rest of the money to buy some local specialties and handicrafts in the market and arranged for people to sell them. The price was 5 times the cost. She didn't say that some people were also bad at directions. They couldn't find the place and had to ask others. It was very difficult. Those who had some money didn't care about the cost of a map. Plus, they also bought the local specialties and handicrafts. They looked at the map while appreciating the other 2 things. In just half a month, she made 30 strings of cash, which was left after she took the initiative to pay the tax. Originally, no one asked her to pay the tax, but she insisted that she couldn't break the rules. The old man was stunned at that time. Playing a game allowed his granddaughter to make money. He didn't care about the amount of money. The main thing was that this game could let the children be exposed to new things. Although they could make money in the game and lose money in real life, the idea of the game could enlighten the children. He didn't know if the game missed something or deliberately omitted something, but there was no incident of selling maps in the game. Similarly, there was no value of maps. It was this flaw that made his granddaughter find a business opportunity. The old man thought about what happened at that time. The happiness of the family, the happiness of the servants, and the praise of others did indeed change the mood. Although the status of a businessman was not high, no one would use this to judge a little girl who was less than 10 years old. At this time, when he heard his granddaughter's analysis, he still acted militarily and quickly said, "Xin Air, you can't crash into other people's boats. This isn't a game. You have to use the same method to defeat them. Think about it carefully. Forget about the military for now." The old man felt that this was a little difficult. He didn't think of it himself, and his granddaughter couldn't think of it at the moment. This was a good way to stop his granddaughter from anxiously urging the boats to go faster. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Xin Er thought of a solution. Grandpa, the business method is very simple. As long as we have enough capital and enough boats, we can make the Ning family suffer losses. In business, there are two ways to say it, smuggling and dumping. Even if they seal off Qinzhou, they can't seal off the surrounding areas. At that time, they can send people to smuggle the same goods over. Then, they can lower the price and increase the price of the local goods. This will create a false impression that the foreign goods are not as valuable as the local goods. If the Ning family is smart enough, they can use money to buy the goods that are lower in price. Then, they can resell them. However, this won't work. They don't have many boats, so we can still make a small profit by lowering the price. If they want to buy all of the goods, then they might as well ship them from other places. We have many boats here, and we have our own docks and shipping companies. A large amount of goods can be shipped over. If they buy all of the goods, then we can lower the price again. If we lower the price for Qinzhou and raise the price for the other provinces, wouldn't they be collecting tolls from other people? Then, when they are preparing to ship the goods to other provinces, the other provinces will also collect tolls from them. If they also use smuggling methods, then we can continue to lower the price. This is a competition of wealth. We can make them feel like this business is of little value. It's tasteless, but it's a pity to abandon it. I believe that the Zhang family can definitely afford it. They have many boats, and it's convenient to transport goods. Don't underestimate this. When I was playing games with them, one of them was actually willing to pay several years' worth of profits to suppress me. The old man listened to his granddaughter's words and looked at the serious expression on his granddaughter's face when she used business methods to attack the Ning family. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Perhaps there were many loopholes in this plan, but not everyone had this kind of analytical ability, especially for such a young child. Chapter 455. The old man patted his granddaughter's head and said emotionally, "The Zhang family, this game can actually train people. You have to learn the layout of a game when you play. Otherwise, you can only play the simplest game and won't be able to improve at all. The higher the level of the game, the more important the layout is. Maybe many children can only play the simplest game, but as long as a small number of them can make it, then they will be talents in the future. This game's classification is like a staircase. Not only do you need to be flexible, but you also need to be strong. If you can't accept failure, then you can only quit. It's like a big wave washing away the sand. Those who can survive in the highest level of the game will find their own opportunities even in real life. Xan Air, if you want to play, then play. If you don't understand, ask. Don't be afraid of being defeated. It's just some small characters and items. Ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for them. Xan Air, tell Grandpa, who do you usually play with? They seem to be pretty good. Let Grandpa know. Xan had spent a lot of energy just now. For a child of her age, it was very tiring to set up a trap, and she couldn't think so thoroughly. However, she never gave up, even if she lost time and time again. Indeed, she had to lose. Her opponent was too strong. At this time, she was still immersed in her calculations. When she heard Grandpa's question, she smiled and said, "I know. That's why I want to go there early. I want to ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for things. Their family is in this business, so they must have a lot of things. I want the best, carved from jade. I also want to compete with them to see who is better. Grandpa, I don't usually play with children. They can't beat me. I usually go to the Zhang family's game store and play with the people there. They are really good. It's very difficult to force a tie. It's not bad if I can win 3 out of 10 times. Usually, I win 2 times. Recently, I've played a few hundred times, but I haven't won once. I only tied 6 times. I played with Song Jingong at the little Luoshui pier. He seems to know many patterns. As long as I use them, it will be fine. However, I can't figure out the patterns. It seems different, but when I think about it carefully, I lose in the same place. I'm analyzing these patterns. After I learn them, I can use them in real life. He doesn't know how to go easy on me. When I see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, I'll say more bad things about him. Humph. When the old man heard his granddaughter say that she went to the store to compete, he knew that his granddaughter couldn't win. How could the people there be defeated so easily? When he heard that she could win 2 or 3 times out of 10 rounds, he was proud of his granddaughter. She was indeed a little rich girl who could earn 30 strings of cash. When he heard that she couldn't win a single round even after playing a few hundred rounds, he suddenly had the urge to know who that person was and pull him to his side. That person was really capable. When he found out that it was Song Jingong, the old man felt that his granddaughter should be shown to the 2 masters of the Zhang family when they arrived at the place. Song Jingong was the person the Zhang family left behind to oversee the 2 counties' businesses, including the shipyard and the shipyard. How many businesses of the Zhang family had passed through his hands? What kind of person was he? He could be said to be a business genius. When the Zhang family didn't care, he had to hold up the sky by himself. After the Zhang family left, all the money-making methods were thought up by Song Jingong himself. Who didn't want to rope him in? Unfortunately, no matter who tried to rope him in, it was useless. One only needed to ask around a little to know that he had lost to the masters of the Zhang family. He had lost wholeheartedly. When others praised him as a business genius, he would always shake his head with a bitter smile and say to the person praising him, "You will never know how powerful that person is." With him around, no one in the Tang Empire dares to challenge him. My little idea is nothing. I am so tired after scheming once, but to that person, it is as easy as blowing off dust. If you want me to join you, then don't expect me to give you advice on the same business as the Zhang family. I don't dare. I see that I have grown up a little. Everyone understood the first part of the sentence. That was, Song Jingong was afraid of that person from the Zhang family. He didn't even have the courage to fight back. However, the last part was that he had grown up again. No one could understand what had scared Song Jingong so much when he talked about joining other forces. The old man didn't know either, but he knew Song Jingong's ability. His granddaughter was able to tie with him for 6 out of a few hundred rounds. This was already amazing. Song Jingong had always been in contact with business. He had probably been taught by the masters of the Zhang family. He actually knew several business models. How many children of his granddaughter's age could tie with him for 6 out of a few hundred rounds? Thinking of that, the old man felt a little sorry for his granddaughter. That would definitely be played on the highest level map. The rules would also change accordingly. How tired would his granddaughter be when she played? Thinking of this, the old man hugged his granddaughter tightly, kissed her, and asked, "Xin, were you tired when you played against young Master Song?" Xin took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Grandpa, it was not enough to describe it. I even wanted to die. Every step was calculated, and I didn't take it one step at a time." At the highest level, playing dice, the proportion of luck was very, very small. It was so small that it was almost non-existent. Sometimes, even if you knew it was a trap, you still had to jump into it. At the critical moment, you looked for a breakthrough, for that little bit of money. Otherwise, if you went around, the gap would be widened. Sometimes, you had to be as still as a mountain while watching others make money. Sometimes, you had to show a courageous attitude when you knew it was a trap. When playing with that damned Song Jingong, not only did you have to worry about making money, you also had to face some pressure outside of the game. At the highest level, this game was full of traps, one after another. At the beginning, you didn't know. You were clearly making money, but as you played, you started to lose money. It was inexplicable. Grandpa, to be honest, there were a few times when I was scared and wanted to give up. But I knew that you were the Minister of Revenue, and you were in charge of money. Isn't this just a game of money? I could stand it, and I persevered in the end. That damned Song Jingong even praised me. He said that I was a genius of the generation, and asked me to play with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If I could tie with Xiao Bao in a business game, and compete with Cuckoo in a military game, then he would be no match for me. Even if it was a war, as long as my soldiers were not that weak, I wouldn't have to be afraid. Oh. Is it so good to tie with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in 2 different games? Then when the time comes, I will compete with them. Xan, it must have been hard for you. Tell Grandpa, which games did you tie with Song Jingong? The last 10 games before we came out, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10. These 6 games were all ties. Xan shivered at the mention of those 6 games. It must have left a deep impression on her. The old man was moved again. The last 10 games, 8, 9, and 10 were all ties. It was definitely not because Song Jingong gave in. At that time, Song Jingong didn't know that they were leaving. He tied 3 games in a row. In other words, his granddaughter had been improving while enduring so much pressure. She wasn't afraid of losing. As long as she kept learning and improving during the process of losing, it was a gain. No, he must send his granddaughter to the Zhang family and let the experts of the Zhang family teach her. It would be a waste if he didn't find a good teacher for her. He didn't have the ability to teach her, even if he was the Minister of Revenue. The old man thought and hugged his granddaughter like he was hugging a treasure. Xan huddled in her grandpa's arms and didn't think about the last few games. She just wanted to see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as soon as possible so that she could ask for more game items. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that someone was coming. Moreover, it was someone they also missed. They were still forcefully marching. At this time, it was already afternoon. At noon, they hurriedly ate some food and rested for a while before the troops continued to advance. This afternoon, Li Sun's guards were no longer able to run to the front. On the other hand, the Zhang family's Team 0 was still full of energy and stamina. They kept running forward at the same speed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would follow them for a while when they rested. They did everything according to their physical conditions. They never showed off. They knew that their bodies were still young and they needed to wait. When they were 15 or 16 years old, they believed that no one could be better than them except for some people with good stamina. Xiao Bao, do you need to take a break? Look at our people, they are already a little absent-minded. Wang Wan sat on the horse and followed them. When she saw that Wei Wei closed the eyes of the 56 people on her side, she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that the 56 people were deliberately relaxing to save a little bit of stamina. However, this kind of relaxation meant that their stamina was about to run out. After thinking for a while, Wei Wei shook her head and said to Wang Wan, "Don't worry. Wait a little longer. Now, we have already fallen behind the guards of the Wang mansion by half a mile. Don't underestimate this half mile. This is a competition of stamina and willpower. Don't let the guards of the Wang mansion catch up. The guards of the Wang mansion can still hold on. When they can't hold on anymore, stop and rest for a while. At the same time, drink some water." Wang Wan understood as soon as she heard this. Zhang Xiaobao was helping Li Sun's guards. He wanted them to hold on and only rest when their stamina couldn't hold on anymore. In this way, some people would break through their limits slowly. They wouldn't break through while running. This would easily leave behind sequelae. There would be an imbalance between the mental and physical secretions. Thinking of this, Wang Wan nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Then let's do this." When can our people find such an opportunity? Young Masterly, this time I am helping you. When the time comes, your guards will have better patience and willpower than before. As long as they follow this training, of course, we can't control them if they quit halfway. They dare. I want to see who will quit halfway. Li Sun said. Chapter 456. Rest on the spot for an hour. Drink water and eat. Two people in a group and massage each other. Wang Wan felt that it was almost time. Some of the guards of the prince's mansion were already staring blankly in front of them. This situation showed that they no longer cared about other things and only kept the thought of alternating their feet. At this time, if there was a pit or something in front of them, they would definitely fall. The guards of the prince's mansion were indeed not ordinary. Their physical functions had reached the limit and they were holding on with their willpower. With Wang Wan's order, the 56 people changed from running to strolling. They walked around Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and took out water to sip. Some of the guards of the prince's mansion were still running forward and were stopped by others. Some bent over and retched, some covered their faces with their hands because of discomfort, and more lay there, gasping for breath while facing the sky. Only then did Li Sun know that the training methods he usually learned were not enough. After running for this distance, the difference between the two was obvious. He said to the guards, "Run, continue to run so fast and show off. Are you not convinced? Do you want to suppress the people of the vigorous protection team? In terms of fighting, they are not as good as you. But they are specially trained for this. You don't know your enemy. In the future, be smarter. Don't be silly and use your weakness to compete with others' strength. Can you win? Get up later and continue to run. You can run slowly, but you can't stop." In fact, the guards of the prince's mansion were not in the mood to listen to what the little prince said. They all wanted to die. From inside to outside, from top to bottom, there was no place that was not uncomfortable. The people of the protection team first adjusted their bodies, drank some water, ate a little jerky, and then massaged each other. After lying down for a quarter of an hour, they got up and began to help the guards of the prince's mansion. 6 people were on guard and 50 people gave one-to-one massages. It might not be noticeable if the members of the protection team had made any progress in other aspects, but they were getting more and more skilled in massaging. The guards of the prince's mansion groaned in pleasure. Even those who had a headache due to lack of oxygen earlier also relaxed. Some even fell asleep. After pressing for 15 minutes, there was still 15 minutes left before the end of the break. The guards of the prince's mansion no longer wanted to get up. They just wanted to lie down and sleep. It would be even better if someone continued to massage them. However, they knew that it was just a thought. No one dared to not get up. They all took out water and food to replenish themselves. At this moment, a few cars came from the front. They stopped in front of the crowd. There was a rice sprout logo on the cars, which made them feel slightly relieved. As soon as the car door opened, more than a dozen doctors came out of the car and ran to the front to take the pulse of more than 100 people here. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were no exception. They also let the doctors take a look. "How is it? Who can't do it?" Li Sun asked with concern. It seemed like he was the only one who couldn't do it. "They're all fine. 12 of them still need to rest for half an hour." The leader was a medical doctor. He summarized the opinions of the other doctors and gave a suggestion. "Then why don't you rest a little longer?" Li Sun turned to Xiaobao. "No need. We'll leave when it's time. Half an hour will be enough. It seems that we can't complete the journey today. Get up and move around." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want them to lie down and rest. After they finished resting, they couldn't move anymore. As soon as half an hour was up, everyone continued to move forward. The backpacks of the guards of the prince's mansion were put on the backs of the horses. The people of the protection team were still so relaxed. When the guards of the prince's mansion started to hurry, they were a little sore all over. After walking for a while, they felt a little better and gradually sped up. They also knew that it was because of their team that they slowed down and embarrassed the little prince. The group of people trotted when they had a little strength and walked when they were tired. When they ran, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would run for a while and then ride a horse. When they walked, they could get down and continue to follow. When it was dark, they rested for another half an hour and then continued their journey. The dampness and coolness of the night made them feel more energetic. When it was midnight, they took a collective rest under the command of Wang Wan. They found some branches from the roadside and weeds that were washed everywhere by the flood. After lighting a few bonfires, everyone began to eat. This is the real survival in the wild. It's like risking your life. Li Sun said with squinted eyes while eating the cooked porridge and pickled vegetables. He seemed to be able to fall asleep at any time. Compared with the survival in the wild that he had organized before, this kind of speed was the real speed of war. The people of the protection team chewed very fast when eating, but the real time they took was almost the same as the guards of the prince's mansion. After eating, they began to teach the guards of the prince's mansion how to pick up water bubbles. After walking for such a long time, it was impossible for the guards of the prince's mansion to be fine. Except for the people of the protection team. They had received more than a year of training to stand in line, swim, and hurry on the road. They did not have the skills to fight in battle, so they were very clear about some body adjustments. This was also the plan of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The skills to fight in battle could be trained later. There was no danger now, so the most important thing was to lay a good foundation. After picking up the water bubbles, they began to apply the medicine, which made the guards of the prince's mansion break out in a cold sweat. The medicine was good, but it was impossible for the flesh to not hurt when it touched other things. Seeing this situation, Wang Wan said unhappily, "It seems that it won't take 2.5 days. It will take 3 days. When we arrive, we also need to rest for 2 days." Li Sun knew that Wang Wan was talking about his guards affecting their speed. He could not say anything and could only eat silently. He also knew that the water bubbles would get worse if he did not pick them up, but it would be very painful if he picked them up, especially when they were hurrying on the road. "Xiao Bao, I'm really sorry. My people have slowed you down." Li Sun apologized to Zhang Xiaobao. Although he said so, he was very happy in his heart. He understood that it was fortunate that he followed these two people out. Otherwise, he would not know that the guards were lacking in this aspect. The water bubbles were nothing. They could just pick them up. When they came back, the 50 people would not have to worry about rushing on the road. There would be enough calluses on their feet. They could also learn some things that they did not know before. The only regret was that they did not bring all 200 people with them. They could only train them after they came back. They could learn a little bit. Zhang Xiaobao was proficient in many kinds of psychology. How could he not know what Li Sun was thinking? If it were him, he would also have the same plan. After hearing Li Sun's words, he said angrily, "That's enough. Don't pretend to be obedient after getting benefits. At this time, there is no such thing as a burden. When it is time to fight for our lives, we will naturally give up. The mission is first. You won't understand even if I explain it to you now. But your guards are really too bad. They are damaging the reputation of the Tang Empire. We are not bad. We are just not prepared for such a long journey. When it comes to killing, we are not afraid of anyone." A guard of the prince's residence who was beside Li Sun heard and finally could not hold back and shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Wang Wan ran up and stepped on Zhang Xiaobao's body to fly up. Her feet were together in the air and kicked the guard's temple. Her toes were tight. If this kick landed, it would directly knock him out. The guard's reaction was not slow. He tilted his head to the side and then felt a pain in his throat. He could not breathe and lost feeling in his chin. When his body fell back, he saw Zhang Xiaobao's outstretched foot. At this time, Wang Wan used her hand to grab Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder in the air and landed. She looked at the guard with disdain. Just now, she and Xiaobao did not use any weapons. Otherwise, this guard would have been a corpse. The people beside the guard immediately came over to massage the guard's back so that he could breathe. The guard coughed and looked in horror at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were standing there as if nothing had happened. The guards of the prince's residence always thought that the two children were very weak and took advantage of the little prince. Now, they realized that things were not so simple. Just now, the two people did not make any discussion at all. How could they act together and cooperate so well? Li Sun was also a little confused. He had seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's movements when they jumped on the horse. At that time, he felt that it was very amazing. But the attack just now was a little too fast. When Wang Wan jumped up with Zhang Xiaobao, he did not know how she borrowed the force. She was actually able to jump 10 feet into the air. Her movements were even more beautiful than when she jumped on the horse. Zhang Xiaobao did not even raise his head to look. After he lifted Wang Wan up, he immediately rushed over. The distance of 4 steps was closed in the blink of an eye. With one kick, just one kick, he kicked the guard down. The guard was just in time to receive Wang Wan, who was coming down from the sky. Although the guard was squatting there and had used up a lot of strength in a day, he did not have the strength to fight back against two children who looked 8 or 9 years old but were actually only 6 years old. You don't know the rules. You are talking to your master. Who do you think you are? Interrupting casually. This is a march. Everything is done according to the rules of the military camp. Just wait to be beaten. Remember this first. If there is a next time, kill. Wang Wan scolded with a sullen face. Although her sullen face looked cute, no one was not afraid. Even Li Sun felt that Wang Wan was different from before at this moment. She was like a general who commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. That kind of temperament that combined identity and ability made people absent-minded. Only Zhang Xiaobao was indifferent. He knew that Wang Wan's aura did not come from the child herself. It was caused by the 56 people who stood behind Wang Wan and reacted quickly. Li Sun glared at the guard and said, "Remember this matter. When you go back, you will be the commander of the staff. Those who know will think that you are the one who made the decision. Those who don't know will think that I deliberately arranged it. You are embarrassing me. Little prince, I didn't bring any weapons." The guard was still unconvinced. Chapter 457. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan showed their skills, the guards of the prince's mansion also changed their previous thoughts. It was not only because the two of them worked together to defeat one person, but also because of the little prince's attitude. It was very obvious that he was on their side. If someone was blind and offended the two of them, it would easily lead to a fatal disaster. When it was time to sleep, the guards on both sides knew that they had to take turns to keep watch. No matter how tired they were, they had to get up. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun did not need to care about this kind of thing. They just casually laid on the ground. Li Sun clearly had a blanket, but it was useless. Not only did he not use it, but he also did not allow the guards to use it. As a result, the guards had to burn the blanket, otherwise they would be tired. The guards on both sides knew that there were many mosquitoes at night, so they applied medicine to their bodies. It was not yet time to keep watch, so they seized the time to sleep. Some people could sleep, but some people could not. Lu Shaoqing tossed and turned on the bed, feeling stuffy. He asked someone to find ice and put it in the room, but he still could not sleep. He knew that it was not because the weather was hot, and it was not because they could not make so much shrimp sauce. It was because the people who came in the evening could be considered good news. However, he had been deceived once, so he had to be vigilant enough to persuade the people who came to him to leave and come back tomorrow. He wanted to use one night to consider whether this was a trap or not. If it wasn't a trap, then it was a great thing. He didn't need to worry about the shrimp anymore. He could focus on making shrimp sauce. He could use a little trick to ferment the shrimp sauce in half a month. The taste and texture would be a little worse, but it was not important. There was no mention of texture and taste in the contract, so he could not find fault in this point. If you can make 300 jars of shrimp sauce, you are allowed to owe money first. It is just that the price is a little higher. If you can make 1 jar of shrimp sauce, you will need 3 strings of money. If you can make 1 jar of shrimp sauce, you will need 9 strings of money. If you have 100 jars, you will need 900 strings of money. Wasn't it a little uneconomical to buy only 100 jars? After completing the transaction, not only did he not earn any money, but he also lost 600 strings of coins. Now, the Zhang family's marinating shop was selling a jar of shrimp paste for 15 strings of coins. If he bought the remaining 200 jars, he would be able to earn 1,200 strings of coins. After deducting the 600 strings of coins, there are still 600 strings of coins left. The jar is no longer valuable, so it can be excluded. The salt is boiled, so it can also be excluded. It's 600 strings of coins, but in that case, it will be on credit for 2,700 strings of coins. This money has to be calculated as interest, 30%. If calculated monthly, it will be 810 strings of coins a month, and 40% for half a month, so it will be 540 strings of coins. Lu Shaoqing muttered to himself as he lay on the couch. In the evening, a person who claimed to be from Lianzhou came with a lot of prawns. He wanted to make shrimp sauce and sell it here, but he found that many people had already started making it. The other side only accepted 1,000 jars, so he wanted to sell the prawns and buy something shipped from Beijing. The asking price was not low, and the prawns were more than 10 times the price. But who asked the people here to be short of prawns, especially himself? After some discussion, there was some result. He could buy on credit first, but he had to pay interest. Lu Shaoqing had already been fooled once, and he was afraid that he would be fooled again. There were 2 ways to buy the prawns that could be used to make 300 jars of shrimp sauce. Lu Shaoqing was troubled by this. First, he did not want to buy it. If he did, the money he earned would be too little. If he bought it all, then he would be able to earn more than 50 strings of coins. After deducting the interest and the money to pay the other side, he would still have to pay back half a month. Otherwise, he would continue to lose money. No, I can't buy these prawns. I have to buy more. The other side needs 1,000 jars. Here, I only have 400 jars after adding the 300 jars and my own. I have to be fast. I have to sell them first and add 200 more jars. Lu Shaoqing sat up from the couch, turned over, and opened the window. He did not care if there were mosquitoes flying in from outside. He calculated in his heart. If he bought 200 more jars, that would be 1,800 strings of coins. Half a month would be 360 strings of coins. The shrimp sauce could be sold for 3,000 strings of coins. After paying back the money, he would still have 2,640 strings of coins left. Adding the rest from before, it would be nearly 2,700 strings of coins. Only when he reached this amount would it be worthwhile. Now, he was afraid that the person had already left. He had brought the prawns, and if they were bought by someone else, then he would have to consider how to make the shrimp sauce. Someone come. Lu Shaoqing wanted to bring them here, so he shouted to the outside. When the door opened, a person came in, causing Lu Shaoqing to be slightly stunned. He thought that it would be a servant girl, but in the end, it was the steward who ran in anxiously. Master, it's not good. The prawn seller went to Master Jiang's place and unloaded the prawns. It seems that Master Jiang agreed. What should we do? The three of them also know how to make the shrimp sauce this way. As soon as the steward came in, he reported to Lu Shaoqing. Naturally, the steward had to help the master consider the matter thoroughly. In the evening, as soon as that person left, the steward sent someone to follow him. As a result, they received this information. How much did he buy? How much do you think Jiang Huancher bought? Lu Shaoqing was regretful. Why didn't he buy the prawns in the evening? No matter how many prawns that person brought, at least after he bought them, he could prepare for it the next day. He could even keep the person at home. Now, it was bought by someone else. The steward knew that the master was anxious, so he said calmly, "Master, don't worry. Master Jiang probably didn't buy much. I have already sent someone to watch over there. When the time comes, it will be clear. We will even know the price." Good job. You will be rewarded. When this matter is over, I will definitely reward you well. That person in your family still hasn't given you a son or a daughter. What do you think of the servant girl in the courtyard, little you? Pick a good time and accept her. We can't let the family line die. Lu Shaoqing was nervous. He felt that this steward was a good person. Since he didn't have money, then he should give it away. Wouldn't the servant girl and his family give it to whoever she wanted? In fact, the steward had long wanted to find someone outside. Not only could the person in his family not have children, but she also had a bad temper. Usually, he didn't dare to let others know to avoid being laughed at. This time, the master had spoken. He wanted to see if the person in his family still dared to throw a tantrum. A man should control a woman. If she didn't listen to him, he would beat her until he got the information. The steward thought and said to Lu Shaoqing, "Master, then I will go and take a look. I will come back if there is something." Go. Settle the matter. Little Yu is waiting for you. Lu Shaoqing waved his hand. The steward left excitedly, but he didn't immediately go to inquire about the news. Instead, he went back home to take a look. In the past, he always listened to the person in his family. If he didn't listen, she would make a fuss. Today was different. See how she would make a fuss. Not to mention that she was fat, she was always ordering people around. "You're back. You haven't eaten yet, right? I asked you to send someone to watch. Why are you running around? Come in quickly. I cooked noodles for you. How many times have I told you? As a steward, you shouldn't always run around. It will be troublesome if the master can't find you when something happens." The steward had just walked to the door when he heard the woman inside speak. She opened the door and pulled him in. She pressed him to the side of the small wooden table and turned around to bring back a bowl of fish sauce on top of the bowl. The fat woman put the bowl in front of the steward and handed him a pair of chopsticks. She said, "I asked someone today and found a doctor sent by the Zhang family. He gave me a prescription. I spent 2 copper coins to get the medicine. It's cheap. He said that this medicine was only prescribed by the doctor. If you don't pay 50 copper coins, no one will care about you. Other than mine, there's also yours. He said that you drank too much in the past and drank too much. In the future, even if your life is better, you won't drink so much. When the time comes, the 2 of us will raise a few children. There will be a boy to carry on the family line for your family. There will also be a girl to be considerate. Hurry up and eat, or you'll be sick in a while. This fish sauce is from the river that I dug up in the magistrate's office after I finished embroidering during the day. Their net may be big, so a lot of small fish will come out. Try it. In the future, when I have time, I'll go and catch some. It's good for the body. Don't you care too much? You're a woman, why do you run around all day? What's wrong with me drinking? You don't have the ability to give birth to children, yet you tell others about me drinking. Will the doctor from the Zhang family believe you? You don't know anything. You eat the medicine yourself. The master said that he wants to give little you, to me as a concubine. The steward slammed his chopsticks on the table and glared at her. The woman was stunned. She thought about it and said, "That's good. What if I really can't do it? I'll treat little you, well in the future. We'll talk about it later. I'm going out." The steward became impatient listening to the woman's nagging. He didn't eat the noodles and got up to leave. The woman quickly took a set of clothes from the side and said, "Change your clothes. It's hot at night. Come back and change your clothes. It's easy to get sick. Come back quickly." The steward ignored her and disappeared into the night. Chapter 458. When the person spoke, he didn't get off the horse. The Zhang family didn't care about these superficial things. At least, when there were no outsiders, they were very casual. What was the point of getting off the horse? Respect was in the heart, not on the surface. Zhang Zhong was busy. When he heard that the madam was here, he frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Why is she here in the middle of the night? It's a mess here. Why didn't she stay at home and come here? It's troublesome." "Master, should I go back and tell the madam not to come?" the person on the horse asked. "Don't, I'll go and see for myself. I haven't been home for a few days. How can the madam go back? Come down, how can you talk to the master on a horse?" Zhang Zhong hurriedly stopped him and vented his anger on the person. The person didn't dare to say anything and got off the horse. Before he could find a place to tie the horse, Zhang Zhong pulled the reins and got on the horse. He didn't care about the person who came to report and pulled the reins. The horse turned around and ran in the direction that the person came from. The person who left the message stood there in a daze and looked at the master who was going away. After a while, he shouted to the people who were watching the scene, "What are you looking at? My master is the top scholar. Not only is he good at writing, but he is also skilled in archery and horse riding. Hurry up and get to work. If there's anything you need help with, call me." Zhang Zhong urged the horse all the way. After half a quarter of an hour, he saw the madam's team. In fact, there were only 2 carriages. There were about 10 guards next to them. There was also a servant girl sitting on the shaft of the carriage, humming a song. Zhang Zhong urged the horse closer and said to the person in the carriage, "Madam, why are you here?" After saying that, he got off the horse and directly went into the carriage. There was only Jiang Wang clan and a servant girl inside. The servant girl hurriedly ran out and didn't even greet Zhang Zhong. "I missed my husband, so I came to see you. I heard from the local elders that there will be heavy rain in a few days. How are the arrangements here? It looks like you just woke up. Come, wipe your eyes. It must have been hard on you. You've also lost weight. This concubine made white fungus bird's nest soup for you. Eat it while it's still hot." Jiang Wang clan's heart ached as she looked at her man. His beard had grown long, and his eyes had become dull. She took a wet towel from the side and wiped his face. Then, she took out a bowl of warm soup from the food box beside her and fed him. Zhang Zhong happily ate 2 mouthfuls before saying, "Madam, it's foggy here at night, and it's too humid, but you still insisted on coming over. If Xiao Bao knew, he would complain. Go over there and take a look, and then come back in a while. There's nothing to do, and I don't do manual labor. Madam, why do you look so pale?" It would have been better if Zhang Zhong didn't say anything. As soon as he said that, Jiang Wang clan began to retch. She vomited twice, but nothing came out. She took out a few dried plums from the side drawer and put them in her mouth. She smiled like a flower and said, "My husband, I'm here to tell you good news. I'm pregnant again, but I don't know if it's a boy or a girl." Jiang Wang Clan's face was full of happiness as she spoke. "Ah, you have a child. Then why did you come out for no reason, you?" When Zhang Zhong heard that there was a child, his eyes widened. Before he could finish his words, he immediately became listless. He lowered his voice and continued speaking. "Madam, I'm afraid of you. You're pregnant, so don't go around blindly. Madam, are you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to find another woman when you're pregnant? Madam, don't worry. I, Zhang Zhong, in this life, other than you, I don't like anyone else. I know how much you've worked for me, and I remember it. When Madam, Qiao, ran away from home with a silly boy, that silly boy had already sworn that if he dared to do anything to hurt Qiao, he would be struck by lightning. From tomorrow onwards, I'll stay at home with Qiao, and won't go anywhere. Let my son be busy. There are so many capable girls in the house, I don't care." Zhang Zhong thought that was the case, so he began to give his promise and decided to stay at home from tomorrow onwards. The Jiang Wang clan was most satisfied with this trait of Zhang Zhong. Even if he went out, he would not go to brothels with others. He could drink, but it was useless if others invited him. It was not that she was strict, but Xiao Bao had too many spies. Not to mention that Zhang Zhong did not have such thoughts, even if he did, he could not do anything. The Jiang Wang clan fed him half a bowl and felt disgusted. She stuffed the bowl into Zhang Zhong's hands and said, "Eat it yourself. How old are you? Why are you waiting for others to feed you?" Zhang Zhong quickly took it and wanted to complain, "You were the one who insisted on feeding me. I didn't dare to not eat." But he held it in. After all, Madam was also feeling uncomfortable. When Madam stopped vomiting, he said, "Qiao, go back later. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the baby in your belly. The baby and Cuckoo are playing in the mountains. Do you think it's a boy or a girl?" The Jiang Wang clan leaned on Zhang Zhong and asked. "A girl. Give birth to a little sister for Xiao Bao, and give birth to a few little brothers in the future." Zhang Zhong thought for a while and said, "Pigs. What if it's a boy? Won't he fight with Xiao Bao for property in the future?" The Jiang Wang clan was worried again. She was not worried about Zhang Xiao Bao, but she was worried about Xiao Bao's little brother. If Xiao Bao used 20% of his ability, no one else could compete with him. Zhang Zhong was the least worried about this. He chuckled and said, "Qiao, don't think about it. Why would Xiao Bao care about this little family property? If he really gives birth to a little brother, he will see if the little brother can support the family. If the little brother can, Xiao Bao will let go. With his and Cuckoo's ability, why would they care about these things?" What Fu Jun said is right. Incompetent people will fight for the family property, while capable people can earn more money by themselves. All the things in the family now are earned by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. In the past, the family was just surviving, and there was not much living expenses. Xiao Bao earned so much for the family property in just a few years. How could he snatch his little brother's things? But I still think that my daughter is good. Xiao Bao is so busy these days that I can't see him all day. When he's finally done with his work, he went to the mountain with Cuckoo. "Hubby, there's another good news. My little sister is pregnant at the same time. Will it be like before, where a boy will be a brother, a girl will be a sister, and a boy and a girl will be husband and wife?" The Jiang Wang clan was relieved when she heard Zhang Zhong's words. She also told Zhang Zhong the other good news. Zhang Zhong shuddered. He looked at his wife and asked, "Will there be children like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo again?" Zhang Zhong was indeed afraid. His son and daughter-in-law had already made him busy all day. Although his son and daughter-in-law were more tired, the two children could not be treated as ordinary people. From the beginning of the imperial examinations to the various places, all the decisions were made by his son and daughter-in-law. If they said that he would be the top student in the imperial examinations, then he would be the top student in the imperial examinations. If they said that he would be the top scholar in the imperial examinations, then he would be the top scholar in the imperial examinations. He could be appointed as an official wherever he went. Even the emperor could not know in advance. The two children had already made all the arrangements. They even had a detailed plan of what to do when they arrived at the place. When it came to Luzhou, the flood disrupted the plan and cost them a lot of money. But, so what? When the flood happened, the plan was changed. This was called fast. When other people encountered the same disaster, they would be at a loss. However, his son and daughter-in-law were as calm as a mountain. Not only did they earn back the money they had lost, but they also earned a lot more than what they had originally planned. Zhang Zhong was worried that if there were two more children like them, what should he do then? The four of them each came up with an idea. Who should he listen to? The Jiang Wang clan was unwilling. Husband, do you think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are not good? No, they are good. How can my children not be good? I'm just afraid of causing trouble. Then, I want a daughter. I'll let Xiao Bao take care of her. Let's see who dares to bully her. The Jiang Wang clan had already made up her mind. She did not care if they would really have a daughter. Yes, we have to take good care of her first. Didn't Xiao Bao and Cuckoo specially train some people like her? If others don't dare to use them, we'll use them ourselves. From tomorrow onwards, you have to do as those people say. Zhang Zhong thought of something important. His son and daughter-in-law had deliberately trained some people. From the time they were pregnant until the child was born, they had special people and methods. This included listening to music. When they were introduced to others, others did not believe them. Now that it was his turn, even if he did not trust others, he would trust his son and daughter-in-law. He had to use them. Then, I'd like to take a look at where my husband is working. After that, I'll go back, the Jiang Wang clan said as she chewed on another piece of sour plum. Alright, we'll take a look. Chow, you're so disgusting. Why don't you let the doctor take a look at you? Now that Zhang Zhong had his own power, he had more ideas. When he had Zhang Xiaobao, he did not receive such treatment. The Jiang Wang clan shook her head. There's no need. As the saying goes, every medicine has a side effect. I don't want my daughter to be poisoned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that their mother was pregnant again. When they woke up in the morning, they were still leading the group and hurrying on with their journey. At this time, the guards of the Wang mansion finally knew the consequences of rushing on with their journey yesterday. The blisters on their feet were popped. Now, when they walked, they felt a burning pain. However, they had to persevere. In addition to the burning pain on their feet, there was also the soreness on their bodies. Not only were their legs uncomfortable, but their arms and chests were also uncomfortable. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao naturally knew about this, but they didn't say anything. It wasn't like they hadn't experienced it before. They just had to endure it and it would be over. The two of them didn't believe that the guards of the Wang mansion couldn't even endure this bit of hardship. Sure enough, the guards of the Wang mansion were not bad. Although it was painful, after they ran, they slowly got used to the pain. When they became numb, no one quit, and no one shouted in pain. This made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quite satisfied. No matter what the reason was, as long as they persevered, it was worthy of recognition. Li Sun was also happy to see the performance of his subordinates. When he ran, he also jumped back and forth, and said to the guards of the Wang mansion if there was any reward when they returned. Xiao Bao, it looks like it's going to rain, Wang Wan said when she and Zhang Xiaobao could not run anymore and rode on the horse. It's fine if it rains. It won't affect the people of the seedling protection team. In other words, the people of the seedling protection team will only make use of the weather and will not be affected by the weather. Chapter 459. Grandpa, we're about to reach the sea. Let's go. Why did we stop here? Xan Air, who had always wanted to reach the destination as soon as possible, woke up this morning and found the ship had stopped. She ran to her grandpa on the deck and begged him to leave as soon as possible. The old man chuckled, pulled his granddaughter to the front, and said, Xan Air, don't you want to bring something for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo when we get there? Ah. That's right, they had to bring something. They had to bring a gift. What kind of place was this? Chuzhou City, bring some tea. Xan Air was reminded of this by her grandpa. It was not easy to go there. How could she not bring some gifts? Tea won't work. If you send the tea balls there, they won't be able to make it in other ways. The embroidery here is good. Why don't you buy some? The old man suggested. He knew about this when he was the Minister of Revenue. The embroidery was a kind of tribute, but it also had to be handed over to the higher-ups. It was more valuable. He thought it would be more valuable in Luzhou. However, Xan Air objected this time. Grandpa, everyone knows about the embroidery in Chuzhou City. It costs as much as it costs. The local people also know about it. The price is higher. It's indeed valuable in Luzhou City, but not many people will buy it. Oh. Xan Air, tell Grandpa. Why don't people buy it? Is there a disaster? The old man asked. In fact, he really didn't know. Xan Air smiled shyly and said, it has nothing to do with the disaster. The embroidery in Chuzhou City is indeed good. People will buy it. But during the spring and summer, the embroidery that should be made has already been made and sent to various places. The rest of the embroidery is either treasured or defective. No matter what kind of embroidery it is, it's worthless. The consumer group of treasured embroidery is too small. Not to mention the high price, ordinary rich people can't even tell. When doing business, you have to target the consumer group. According to the season, according to the time, including the change of weather, you have to pay attention to every place. If you want to make big money, don't give up small money. Xan Air had come to this conclusion after playing countless top-tier commercial games. If you can't change the world, then you should take advantage of it. Instead of compromising, you should seize every opportunity. The old man suddenly felt that his granddaughter had changed into a different person. She shouldn't be nestled in his arms like a child. There should be many people respectfully waiting for her orders. It was a strange feeling, which made the old man laugh, but he had to admit that his granddaughter was right, so he asked again, Xan Air, can you tell me why? It's very simple, Grandpa. When everyone's plans to make money are in conflict and equal, whoever grasps the details will be the one who will make money. In the same environment and with the same competitors, the details will determine success or failure. Grandpa, for example, if you let me make money now, I will immediately buy a large number of umbrellas. The plum rain season has arrived. Many businessmen will do the same. Grandpa, I'm talking about now, not a game. But I won't buy an umbrella like others. It's no different from others. When I buy an umbrella and go to Zhejiang and Hangzhou, I will be attacked by the local umbrella merchants. I won't earn much money that way, and I will also offend people. Xan Air said without any modesty. Then what are you going to do? The old man couldn't think of such a situation. He also knew that it was indeed the plum rain season from here to Zhejiang and Hangzhou. Buying umbrellas would make money. Wasn't it right? For the first time, the old man had the desire to make money himself. If he didn't listen to his granddaughter, he really didn't know that umbrellas were valuable at this time. I will find a workshop that makes umbrellas, a local one. I will take out 10 strings of cash and ask those craftsmen to come up with better umbrellas, prettier umbrellas, and more convenient umbrellas. Grandpa, don't underestimate those craftsmen. In fact, they have always had ideas. Give them a chance, and they will work hard. The reward of 10 strings of cash is enough. They will definitely realize their original ideas. Then, they will make more umbrellas. In a few days, the structure of the umbrellas will be almost the same. A large number of new umbrellas can be made in a few days. With the speed of our ship, we will arrive there first, find the local merchants, sell these umbrellas to them, and let them sell them themselves. We can leave after we get the goods. I estimate that I can make 500 to 600 strings of cash if I ask them to make 50,000 umbrellas. As long as the design is good, those merchants will agree with the price. This is because we are in a hurry to go to Luzhou. Otherwise, I can make at least 1,000 strings of cash if I do some work. If it were the bad guy Song Jinggong, he would make more. There is always a gap between reality and games. Xan Air told her plan and mentioned Song Jinggong very modestly. At this time, Xan Air was really standing at the top of the game. Admitting her opponent meant that she was no longer afraid. If she didn't mention Song Jinggong, it would leave a shadow in her heart. A person who could stand in such a position would not be a vulgar person even in reality. She could be said to be the youngest player other than Zhang Xiaobao. In many cases, people at this level had already transcended the game. The old man was excited when he heard his granddaughter's words. He felt that it was very reasonable. He patted his granddaughter's head and said, "Then hurry up and do it. Grandpa will help you." Xan Air smiled, turned around, and ran to her own cabin. When she came out, she was carrying a big roll of paper. Xan Air, tell Grandpa what this is. The old man helped her take it, but he didn't open it. The topographic map of Jiangnan's East Road. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xan Air said as she opened the map. There were mountains, rivers, and plains on it. Of course, the map in the game was not as detailed as the sand table map used by the Imperial Court. Xan Air got this map from Song Jinggong in the last 2 hours of the last day. This was the reward for her 3 matches with Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong gave it to her without any complaints. He looked forward to Xan Air's growth, even though he already knew that Xan Air would lose every match with the young master. Xan Air cherished this map very much. At the same time, she had her own pride. Children of similar age were not at the same level as her in this game. This game map of Jiangnan's East Road could not be obtained by anyone except for Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang's shops. Looking at the map, the old man felt that he should write a memorial to the emperor. After all, he was an official of secondary class 3 and had a noble title. He could directly send a memorial to the emperor. He didn't care about the things in the game, but it was not easy for his granddaughter to make a plan when it came to the real world. After thinking for a while, the old man decided not to write it now. He asked his granddaughter, Xan Air, "Have you achieved the goal of knowing yourself and knowing your enemy?" "I'm actually very lonely without an opponent. It's fun with Song Jinggong here. The umbrella is actually a trap. It's not fun. It's not fun at all." Xan Air blew hard and puffed up her cheeks to vent her anger. How can it be a trap? Isn't it possible to earn 500 or 600 strings of coins? The old man really couldn't understand. They were talking about it just now, but in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Xan Air giggled, "Grandpa, it would be great if all the people I play with are like you. Unfortunately, the people in the top competition seem to be very smart. They are very serious when they play. The game itself is not important. For them, the most important thing is to know other people and discover talents. Grandpa, is 500 or 600 strings of coins, or even 1,000 strings of coins, considered money? In the game, with my current props, I can amass 100,000 strings of cash. It's all money earned from fighting. I originally had 300,000 strings of cash, but Song Jinggong won so much of it. Only now do I understand that I can't control that much money. There are too many aspects involved. 1,000 strings of coins is a small amount of money. Whoever dares to use that method to earn money can forget about doing business in the Jiangnan East Road in the future. If there is a cause, there will be an effect. If we get so many umbrellas and sell them to the local merchants, as long as there are people who buy them, there will be people who imitate them. The price will drop again and again. What will the merchants who buy our umbrellas think? At this time, as long as one of our opponents stands up and spreads rumors that we made those imitated umbrellas and deliberately tricked other merchants, should we explain or not? The opponent will spread this matter in the form of advertisements. My best choice is to leave the Jiangnan East Road. What else can we do if we harm the interests of the local business system and lose our reputation? This is business. The business world is like a battlefield. The best thing is to share the benefits and benefit everyone. It's just like playing chess. Winning the game is not a skill. Winning the game is not a skill. Winning the game is a skill. Next to the map of the top games is written, the master of the piece is the master of the piece. How is this a game? There are so many things involved in this game. What is the Zhang family thinking? No matter how magnanimous our country is, we can't let other countries learn from this game. I have to write a booklet. I have to write a booklet. The old man muttered and wanted to go back to the cabin. Xan Air was not willing. Her plan was not completed yet. How can she not give a good gift? Grandpa, no, we can't do this. I haven't finished talking. We don't want to do the umbrella business. We can do something else. Something else is more profitable and we don't have to worry about offending people. Xan Air pulled her grandpa's lapel and said anxiously. Is there a profitable business? The old man had to stop. Yes, we can buy the Taihu Lake hairy crabs here. Buy as many as you can and raise them on the boat. When we arrive there, it will be the fattest moment. Xan Air pointed at a piece of the map and said. The old man looked at it and thought for a while. It's a very common thing. Are there any crabs in the sea? Grandpa, this is the most profitable thing. On the other side of the top games, it is written, using the right and the right, using the strange to win. It is strange to be harmonious but not harmonious. No matter how many crabs there are in the sea, they are saltwater. This is freshwater. Even if the disaster is serious, the rich will not disappear. Maybe saltwater crabs are better than freshwater crabs. I don't know, but the freshwater crabs there are not for the taste, but for the location, especially when they are still alive. This is the real good thing. Don't you think so, Grandpa? Xan Air was afraid that her grandpa would not agree, so she explained it to him. Chapter 460. As expected, the old man listened to his granddaughter and bought a large number of crabs from Lake Tai. He kept them on the boat and planned to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have a taste of them when they arrived. As for how to sell them, he would leave it to his granddaughter. The two boats that the Ning family bought from other places just happened to arrive. When the people on the boat saw the very conspicuous boat parked here, they did not dare to come over and greet them. They did not stop and directly passed by. On the deck, the people of the Ning family were still looking at the strange boat. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they could no longer see it. They were afraid that the other party would come looking for them again. Young master, when we return this time, you'll have made a great contribution. You'll definitely be rewarded. Congratulations, young master. On the deck, a servant in his 20s said with a smile to a man about the same age as him who was standing at the bow of the boat with his hands clasped behind his back. Being praised like this, the young master of the Ning family was very happy. Wei Wei smiled and said, "Yes, I received a letter from my family. I started working on it and finally bought 2 boats. The Ning family can do what the Zhang family can do. They're not the only ones who know how to earn money. Once we get the goods on the boat's back, we can sell them and earn enough money for a boat. Young master, you're right. When the time comes, we'll sell the goods elsewhere. Let's see if the Zhang family can still keep the good stuff. Master did a good job and didn't let Lu Zhou's goods pass through there. Young master, do you think Lu Zhou's people can stop those goods? Why do they have to charge so much money?" The servant flattered him and said whatever he wanted to make the young master happy. When young master Ning heard the servant mention the matter of blocking the road, his face darkened. "Humph, how dare they? My Ning family is not a family that a person with no foundation can afford to offend. The Zhang family was just a small family in the past. They had only started to make some money in recent years." He did not know what a big family was. It was not enough just to have a little bit of money. It also needed people in all aspects. Did the Zhang family have that? If the Zhang family is really that capable, they won't be chased to Lu Zhou. In the letter, he said that a new pier is being built at his place. "We'll stop there when we arrive. I'll show you the power of the Ning family. Send a message to Zhang Zhong, and he'll personally come to pick me up." Yes, I came to pick you up personally." The servants were willing to flatter him, but they didn't think so in their hearts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have begged for mercy when they bumped into the original minister's boat. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. When the time came, they would just listen to the orders. As the servant thought about it, he continued to praise the young master. The young master also liked to hear it. The 2 of them spoke well, and the servant even received some extra tips. The sun hung high in the sky, and only a few strands of clouds were blown back and forth by the wind. Lu Shaoqing was in a very good mood. He bought enough prawns to make 400 jars of prawn sauce, and he owed the bill. He stood in the courtyard and watched the servants busily putting the prawns into the jars. It was as though he was looking at a lot of money in front of him. The steward who got a concubine followed beside him. He was overjoyed these 2 days, but he was also exhausted. He couldn't sleep much at night and spent all his energy on the concubine. He was happy, but he was also a little tired. He wondered if he should take a break tonight. If he did this every day, his body would collapse. However, he was reluctant to do so. This little fishy was not as good as the original one. He couldn't control himself when he held her in his arms. It was like a celestial life. When he thought about how it was all because of the prawns this time, the steward whispered, "Master, should we hurry up? The other 3 families are also doing it. They also bought a lot of prawns, but they also owe the bill." The 4 families added up to 1,600 jars, and the Zhang family only bought 1,000 jars. The extra 600 jars are gone. Yes, we have to hurry up. Let's do it like this. Go find the people in the marinating business first and discuss with them. Write down a receipt for the hundreds of jars here and tell them that after a month, they can lower the price slightly. It doesn't matter what the others do. Lu Shaoqing also thought about this matter. He also knew how much the Zhang family bought. The only competition was with the other 3 families. At this time, it was no longer like before. In the past, the 4 of them could make a fortune together and still work together. Now, each of them only cared about their own business, and no one could control each other. After several incidents, they didn't get along well on the surface. Now, they didn't talk to each other when they had nothing to do. Each of them stared at others and hoped that they could live well. If it was the Zhang family's scheme, it could be considered a success. Master, don't worry. I will go and discuss with them now. Master, should we compensate them with the previous 200 jars? It's not a lot. We can just say that they didn't make the prawns and sell these 200 jars to them. After deducting the compensation, we can still earn a lot more. The steward thought of a good idea and said with a flattering smile. After pausing for a moment, he said, Master, how much should we reduce the price? 15 strings of cash for a jar of prawn sauce. Should we ask for less than 1 string of cash? Less than 1 string of cash may not work, but 2 strings of cash. If they still don't agree, we can only give them 3 strings of cash at most. 12 strings of cash for a jar of prawn sauce is also a lot of profit. What you said before is also a good idea. We can compensate them for their loss and use this money to make up for it. Lu Shaoqing was not so stubborn on this point. After listening to the steward's words, he gave a sum of money and turned to look at those who were washing jars, loading prawns, and adding salt. He ordered, hurry up and wait for the money this time. 100 copper coins per person. The people who were working happily agreed. As expected, their speed was faster. The steward also left and went to the Zhang family to discuss the price. The main thing was to get a receipt back, in case there was no place to sell the prawns after they were made. Otherwise, they would really lose money. Lu Shaoqing's family thought so, and the other 3 families were no exception. They all knew how to make the prawn sauce quickly, but the taste was not good. There was still half a month left. Whoever could make the prawn sauce faster would make money. There was no reason to give the benefits to others. The 4 families also thought of the matter of the price reduction. The 4 families sent people out to discuss, but the result was not clear. They were not the only ones who were waiting to make money. A small number of people who had given up on work and went to the sea to catch prawn were also anxiously making prawn sauce. They did not know the method to make the prawn sauce quickly. They just hoped that others would make it slower. Even if they could make 2 jars, they would get 30 strings of coins. The people who followed the orders to work were not envious of them. Everyone had their own aspirations. These people's thoughts were simple. After the great official came, he helped them a lot and did a lot of good things. Such an official should be protected. Wasn't it just a job? He could get a salary and eat well. If he quit, when would Lu Zhou become better? As expected, Zhang Zhong did not continue to go to the front every day. He stayed at home and took care of the 2 most precious people in the family with Wang Wan's father. Zhang Zhong was better. He did not care whether the child was a boy or a girl. Now that there was a boy in the family, there would be someone to inherit the family property in the future. Wang Wan's father, on the other hand, was looking forward to the child being a boy. Then, he would not be worried. When the time came, he could ask his sister to help. After all, he could not lose the family property. He believed that his son-in-law, Xiao Bao, would agree. The 2 of them were so good at making money, why would they care about giving some to this side? In fact, the 2 of them did not need to take care of anything at all. There were professionals at home who took care of what they ate, how they walked around every day, what they could and could not touch, their sleeping posture at night, and whether it was cold or warm. These things were taken care of by the professionals trained by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They served the 2 of them well. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had just found out about this matter. Someone came over on a horse and told them that the process would take a long time. The 2 of them did not want to go back immediately. They did not need to take care of the 2 of them at home now. On this day, the group finally arrived at the foot of the Shirwan Mountains. There was a river flowing down and converging elsewhere. From here, they could see the chipmunks running back and forth. They were furry, and their tails were not as big as the usual squirrels. They were jumping up and down. When they saw people coming, they would stop and look curiously from time to time. Then, they would turn around and hide in the grass. Rest here for a day. You can sleep as much as you want. You can arrange who is on duty. When they arrived at the place, Wang Wan was also very tired. She and Zhang Xiaobao always followed the group when they had almost recovered. More than 100 people sat on the ground at the same time. Even the 56 members of the protection team were no exception. After walking for 3 days, their feet had blisters. There was no road at the foot of the mountain. When they walked in a place with a lot of sand and stones, they did not want to get blisters. They had to practice more. Xiaobao, do you think it's better to have a boy or a girl? My family should have a boy. This way, my family will not be anxious. Otherwise, we will always be worried if there is no one to inherit the family business. Wang Wan sat next to Zhang Xiaobao and talked about children. Although it was still early, they had to wait until next summer. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about this. Actually, anything is fine. When the time comes, we can take them to play. It's better for your family to have a boy. My family's daughter is fine too. If it's really like this, I will dress her up as a little princess. Well, then my family will be a man, and your family will be a woman. When the time comes, just like what the two families have discussed, your sister will marry my brother. Life isn't good. Summer is torture, so it's better to live in winter. Wang Wan also followed the arrangement. My younger sister won't marry your younger brother. What if your younger brother is that stupid? Wouldn't my younger sister be in trouble? When the time came, they would have to choose. They would find a large group of people and test them from various aspects. Whoever was capable would be accepted. Before they knew what was going on, they would give birth to whoever they wanted. We don't have that kind of technology here. Who cares about your sister? Maybe your sister is the stupid one, Wang Wan retorted with dissatisfaction. Chapter 61. Li Sun also heard the news. He was quite happy. The more people Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families had, the better. When the time came, they would be able to develop. Maybe the master would be happy and call him over to personally teach him something. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talking, he also came over and said, if you ask me, you should have a few more children at one time. Give birth to 8 or 10 children. You can have both boys and girls. When you go out, you can bring a group of people with you. It will be lively. It's not like they are pigs. In the future, it will be really lively. Let's see who is naughty, eat, sleep, and recover enough energy to go up the mountain. We can hunt some wild beasts and pick some fruits. Wang Wan did not want the two families to have too many children. Only one was enough. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. At this time, who could perform an abdominal section? After they finished talking, they picked up the food and began to eat. After they finished eating, they began to sleep. They would sleep for the whole day and wait for tomorrow to continue to go up the mountain. The 100,000 mountains was a good place. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew that not only were the mountains and rivers here good, but there were also all sorts of resources. Many of them had not been discovered yet, so they could go and search for them. Otherwise, it would be a waste. This was especially true for some plant resources, and there were even many good medicinal ingredients. The guards on both sides continued to apply medicine to their wounds. After the blisters were rubbed out, the layer of skin was gone because they continued to travel. Some of them even had blisters on their red flesh, turning into bloody blisters. Fortunately, they all persevered. Although it was impossible to completely heal their wounds after a day of rest, it could dry their feet, which was good for recovery. The food they ate was the food in the guards' backpacks. Li Sun did not let them throw it away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to stay in the mountain for half a month. They would finish the food in a few days and then think of other ways. There were some sets of bowls in the backpacks. They took them out, poured some water, and began to stew. A group of people sat around the fire and talked about the hardships of the 3 days. They talked about what the future days would be like. Of course, they also talked about the new life that would appear in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families. When a day passed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had enough rest. They called everyone to continue on their journey. This was the time for the real hardships. The wounds on their feet and the mountain road would be a greater test for them. Li Sun was also prepared for the hardships. He was surrounded by everyone and walked up the mountain. As for the horses, it was easy to handle. As long as they were released, they would go back by themselves. There was no need for others to worry. They deliberately brought 2 old horses. With the 2 of them, the other horses would follow and find the way. Half a month passed by in a hurry. It was autumn. If it was in the capital, it would be a bit cold at this time. However, it was still so hot here. It made people not feel that autumn had come at all. Only the situation of the grain, cotton, and other things let people know that it was autumn. The river channel had been dug, but the big dike by the sea had not been completed. At this speed, it would take at least a few months to make a prototype. If they wanted to completely repair it, they would have to wait until next year to continue to strengthen it. It had to be repaired every year. Zhang Zhong did not know if the successor would learn to do so. In short, he would build this place well. How others did it had little to do with him. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao also mentioned this point in his plan. In fact, it was very simple. Even if the officials did not organize the repairs, the people could do it themselves. Even if they left here, the Chamber of Commerce would always be here. There was also the docks and other places. They would need to send people here to take care of them. If the officials did not do it, then they would take some money from the Chamber of Commerce every year and hire the local people to do the repairs. In this way, they would not have to worry about being unprepared when they encountered danger. As for merchants, in Zhang Xiaobao's view, they had to repay society. After all, the Chamber of Commerce needed a reputation. And the people were the foundation of making money. Without the foundation, after a disaster, some merchants would feel that it had nothing to do with them. In fact, it had a lot to do with them. If there was another disaster and they did not take precautions, then who would provide the local specialties? After half a month had passed, some people were anxious, while others were happy. The happy ones were naturally Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In this half a month, the 2 of them led a group of people to live in the mountains. The food brought by the Wang mansion's guards ran out after a few days. The main reason was that there were many people helping to eat. Without food, everyone could only find their own way here. There were wild fruits, wild vegetables, and all kinds of animals in the mountains, all of which could be used as food. Li Sun finally understood what survival in the wild was. It was not only looking for food, but there were also some tasks that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said had to be completed. They had to compete with each other, such as hiding, searching, and so on. In this half a month, Li Sun also suffered a lot. Sometimes, he really wanted to give up and not continue to stay here. It was really unbearable, several times more unbearable than the things he did in the beginning. Especially at night, there were many wild beasts. Some came out to look for food, such as owls and wolves. All kinds of sounds were mixed together, making people feel scared. Especially there were many snakes here, who knew when they would crawl over and entangle you while you were asleep, or even bite you directly with venom. More than 100 people had to force themselves to be alert. During the day, they prepared food and were on guard. At night, they had to arrange for people to be on guard. Everyone on guard was vigilant. If it was only like this, then Li Sun would not say anything. But in the woods, it was stuffy and hot, especially when it rained twice. The feeling of being wet all over was really unbearable. If it were not for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan acting as if nothing had happened every day, Li Sun would have left. But with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's example, Li Sun felt that if he left, it would be very shameful. He was even worse than two children. After persevering for half a month, there were tasks to be completed every day. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that it was about time, so they led everyone to a large stone platform with a waterfall. They announced that they could rest for a day, then go home and come back in a few days. In half a month's time, Li Sun had matured quite a bit. More than 100 people had undergone some changes. Even the original 56 people had also gained quite a bit. They had also undergone this kind of training in the forest in the past, but that time was a little different from now. Due to the environmental issues, that time was in the mountains of Huayuan County. It was not as stuffy as here, and every one of them was drenched in sweat every day. There was no place to wash. Even if they went to a water source early, they did not dare to wash. They were afraid that they would not have a change of clothes, be bitten by mosquitoes at night, and be cut by branches. After wearing it for so many days, it became soft with sweat. When it dried, it became hard. It was very uncomfortable, but they still persevered. During this period, the group met some mountain people. The mountain people were still a little wary of the people outside, but they did not attack as casually as before. They even exchanged some things. Besides the mountain people, what Li Sun found most interesting was the wooden houses that some hunters built here. They were usually placed on trees, and there was only one door. The door was closed and the outside was tied with a rope. When they found the first house, Li Sun was very happy because there were dried bacon, some rice, things to light a fire, and even some herbs inside. Seeing these things, Li Sun's first thought was to take all of them and take advantage of them. However, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They ate the dried bacon, but did not touch the rice. When they caught some prey, they made some dried food and put it in the house. They even put some more food. Li Sun did not understand why they put things in the house. Wang Wan had seen this before, so she was very familiar with it. Many hunters would build a house in the forest when they had enough money and put things in it. There were usually such houses on all the connected mountains. One was for rest, and the other was for food when they were injured or did not catch any prey. As long as they were real hunters, they would do this. They would not only provide food for themselves, but also for other hunters. If everyone did this, no matter which mountain they went to, they would not have to worry about not having a place to rest, let alone being unlucky and starving to death in the mountains. There was a rule in this. When they needed food, they could go to such a place to find food and rest. However, after they finished eating, they had to give back the same amount of food they used. They could only give more, not less. Otherwise, what would the others do? After hearing Wang Wan's explanation, Li Sun finally understood. In the end, she bought more things and placed them in the room. At the same time, she also left behind some salt, blankets, and bowls from the guards' bags. They were about to leave. Li Sun, who was sitting on a rock and eating, was a little reluctant to leave. He looked at the waterfall in front of him and said, "The next time I come, I have decided to bring everyone and even more tools. Every once in a while, I will build a house and put things in it. When more hunters arrive, they will be able to get help." These hunters are really amazing, none of them did not return the food they ate. After going to a few places, the water in the buckets is full, the firewood is chopped, and the meat is not missing at all. It's really admirable. This is because they all know that if they don't replenish themselves, they won't be able to get help when they're in danger. This is the most simple way of thinking. It's for others, and even more so for themselves. Unfortunately, there are many people who don't know this and only do things that harm others without benefiting themselves. Even though Wang Wan already knew this rule, she still admired it. Chapter 62. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that when he was with Wang Wan, some people in the deep mountains would also abide by such rules. However, some people who specialized in exploring would not think so. They would eat other people's things and throw a lot of garbage in other people's houses. This place was still the best. After walking through so many houses, there wasn't a single one that didn't have anything inside. This was the quality that should be there. Xiaobao, when will you come again? Tell me in advance so that I can prepare more things. I saw that the axes used to chop firewood in the middle of the two houses are no longer working. Although they have been sharpened too many times, so they have become much smaller. Even the top has cracked. I will bring more axes the next time I come. This was the first time Li Sun had seen such a fun thing. He felt that when he came across these houses, it was very safe and comfortable to sleep there. It was as if he had a home to rely on. It won't be long before we come again. Don't worry, there's a lot of good stuff here. Once we've explored all the paths, it'll be more convenient for us to come again. Just like what you said, we'll build more houses. Not only is it to provide a place for the hunters to rest, but it can also be used by the villagers in case they're in a hurry. Zhang Xiaobao thought about more things. Although there were wild animals in this place, if it was properly developed, it might attract people to come here for tourism. Of course, at this time, the various famous mountains were not damaged. There were also good places elsewhere, but this was the Shirwan Mountains. The scenery was beautiful and the mountains and rivers were very good. If they used the houses to attract people, there should be people who would be willing to come here, especially those who were rich and had nothing to do. Even if they were from the capital, they could come here by boat and wait for the boat to be improved. It would only take 5 months to go back and forth, and half a year to come back. Not only here, but also the seaside in front. They could eat the local specialties here and feel the ethnic customs here. As long as it was advertised and really attracted people, it would definitely be developed. Wang Wan also knew about Zhang Xiaobao's plan. She didn't think highly of it, and felt that who would be so free as to spend half a year traveling. Even if they could see a lot of other scenery along the way, it wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, the money spent wouldn't be small either. If the ship didn't carry people, it could carry goods, and the money it could earn should be more when carrying people. Zhang Xiaobao said that he wanted to see how the tourism in the capital was doing. If it could set off a trend, then it would be enough, especially for some people who needed to go outside to experience it. For example, the children of a certain family, or the students who wanted to go outside to study. In the past, these people also brought money along with them as they traveled. Then, they could specially make 2 boats to provide them with such services. The price was not too high. If one of them became successful in the future, they would definitely remember this kind of boat. Sometimes, money was not so important. The two of them discussed this matter once. In the end, the result of the discussion was that Zhang Xiaobao would give it a try. If it was successful, then it was fine. If it was not, then it would be considered a game. Li Sun did not know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had such plans. He was preparing to turn a dangerous mountain into a safe home. This was his dream, just like the original Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi. Hearing that Zhang Xiaobao would be back soon, he happily threw a stone into the water. After thinking for a while, he said, "Also, I see that there are many rivers here, as well as waterfalls and pools. Should we find a few people who know how to build boats and put boats on both sides of the river? This way, we don't have to go around to find a place with shallow water. What if we accidentally go the wrong way and enter a deep place?" Zhang Xiaobao could understand Li Sun's way of thinking. It was a kind of builder's way of thinking. Many people had the same way of thinking. They wanted to find a stable place for themselves. The size of the place depended on one's ability. People like Li Sun who were more capable would place their thoughts on more places. This showed that Li Sun was very kind-hearted. He wanted others to live well, and he wanted to see others live well. This Li Sun seemed to be different from the one in history. That was good. This way, they could be together. Anyway, it would not cost much. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about Li Sun's money. Seeing that Li Sun had said so, he agreed. Then it's settled. In addition to these, we can also find people to pull ropes from some mountain streams. A few ropes can save a lot of walking, and we can walk directly from the mountain. Then it's settled. It's the last day. Let's go inside and see if we can find better things. Li Sun was happy to see that there was support. He looked at the water of the waterfall and looked at the directions that they had not yet gone. He suggested that they should go forward on the last day. In fact, they had already harvested a lot of things this time. For example, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had people get a lot of ginseng. There was also peppermint and so on. These herbs were good things. They were going to take them back and make some medicine according to some medical books. There were also some that were not written in the books. The two of them also discussed making other things, and when the time comes, they could sell them for money. In addition to the medicinal herbs, there were also the furs of some wild beasts. With so many people and weapons, they had hunted a lot of animals in half a month. These things were going to be transported back to the capital. By that time, it would be almost winter, and the price of furs would not be small. Li Sun still wanted to get some more things. He wanted to get something like a tiger or a bear. He could eat it in the past, but he was not sure how it was here. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Li Sun talking about tigers and bears along the way, so they knew what he was planning. They wanted to tell him that the tigers here were small, and even if there were bears, it was not the season to eat them. They were not sure if they should hibernate like in cold places before eating. After all, they did not know much about this place. Since Li Sun had such an idea, then they would follow him. It just so happened that the two of them also wanted to see more. They had not learned mining before, so they did not know what kind of minerals there were. There were also a lot of plants that they had not seen before. The two of them also asked people to bring them and wait to go back and ask. In fact, it would take 4 days to go back. After all, when they came, they walked back and forth. The distance forward was not short, although there were some times when they moved sideways. If they walked forward a little more, then they would have to walk 1 more day to come back. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. He actually wanted to stay here for a month, but he felt that these people's bodies could not bear it. After all, it was the first time they had really received this kind of training, especially the guards of the Wang mansion. He was worried that if they really stayed here for a month, someone would get sick. Even now, some of these people were dispirited because of the lack of some trace elements. They had eaten fruits and wild vegetables. Perhaps it was because they had eaten less rice. Zhang Xiaobao could only think of it this way. This time, he would first shorten the time. After he got used to it, he could come back for a longer time. Every extra day counted. Once the 3 of them decided, the others would not say anything against it. Anyway, they were already like this, so what could be worse than this? The group finished eating. There was no need to arrange any tasks for today. After a little rest, they began to move forward. They planned to walk in during the day and see if they could come back when it was dark. If they encountered a wild beast, then they could only rest on the spot. The group did not walk fast. There were people who were responsible for looking for snakes in the surrounding grass. There were also people in front who were responsible for opening the way. Because there were not many people, when they walked, they could not find any traces of the road. Many times, they would come across some vines. During the day, nothing happened. Those who needed to gather herbs did so. Those who needed to hunt animals did so. For the sake of training, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not allow the guards of the Wang mansion to use crossbows. Only the knives in their hands could be used. Otherwise, they would learn from others to set traps. Zhang Xiaobao knew a little, and Wang Wan also knew a little. The traps made by the two of them were quite easy to use, especially the pheasants, which were very easy to catch. As long as they made a vertical trap next to a tree and sprinkled some rice on the side, if the pheasant was careless, it would drill its head into the trap to eat. After it finished eating, it would not come out, so it would move forward with all its strength. When the time came, they would be able to catch it. When it was night time, everyone was extremely careful as they walked back. They lit torches to illuminate the area, and at the same time, they chased away some animals. As they walked, suddenly, a whimpering sound came from the side in front of them. Listening to the sound, it seemed to be very fierce. As they walked forward, the sound became louder and quieter. "Let's go and have a look." Wang Wan listened for a while and said to everyone. At this time, the guards of the Wang mansion would not continue to use knives. At night, they were on guard with crossbows. As they approached, the torches finally shone on something. In the grass in front of them, there was a dog lying on its stomach. At this time, the most reminded people of a wolf, but it did not look like one. Wang Wan moved forward, and the torches also moved forward. After taking a closer look, Wang Wan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she said with distress, "It's a dog. It's having a difficult birth. It's working hard there. There's already a puppy. Oh, it has no strength. Why did a dog come to the mountain? A wild dog. A hunter's hunting dog." Zhang Xiaobao also moved forward and looked carefully. It was indeed not a wolf, but a gray dog. It was working hard to give birth to the child in its belly. Maybe the second puppy was a little bigger and had a difficult birth. The sound just now was a warning. Unfortunately, it obviously had no strength. As a result, both the puppy and the big dog in the belly would die. Chapter 461. At this time, the guards of the Wang mansion would not continue to use knives. At night, they would be on guard with crossbows. As the crowd approached, the torch finally shone on something. In the grass in front of them, there was a dog lying on its stomach. At this time, the most reminded people of a wolf, but it did not look like one. Wang Wan moved forward, and the torch also moved forward. After taking a closer look, Wang Wan was stunned for a moment, and immediately said with distress, "It's a dog. It's having a difficult birth. It's working hard there. There's already a puppy. Oh, it has no strength. Why did the dog come to the mountain? A wild dog. A hunter's hunting dog." Zhang Xiaobao also moved forward and looked carefully. It was indeed not a wolf, but a gray dog. It was working hard to give birth to the child in its stomach. Maybe the second puppy was a little bigger and had a difficult birth. The bark just now was a warning. Unfortunately, it obviously had no strength. The result was that both the puppy and the big dog in the belly would die. Wang Wan turned around and said to the others, "Hurry up and cook something. Thin it out a little. You have to be quick, especially the meat. Give it to the big dog. It has no energy left. Dog, hang in there. You'll be fine soon." Wang Wan did not know what was going on with the dog, but it was clear that it had no strength. This was troublesome. She could not help to pull it, so she could only be anxious. The only way was to see if the dog could eat. If it ate, it could recover its strength. Immediately, someone did as Wang Wan said and began to cook porridge. Zhang Xiaobao first put some honey in a wild bee's nest, put it on the knife, and stretched it out to see if the dog would eat it. The big dog whined, looked at Zhang Xiaobao, and then looked at the honey on the knife in front of it. Before it could eat, it was pulled back by Wang Wan. Don't give the dog honey. Wait for the porridge. Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and didn't say anything else. However, he was still nervous about the dog. Even though it was just a dog, the birth of a new life always made people feel sacred and excited. Not only him, but the others were also anxious. Li Sun turned around anxiously and said to the dog, "Give birth to the little guy, and I will give you good food in the future. Do you hear me? You must insist on giving birth to the little guy, and then I will take care of your little dog." The dog no longer had the energy to bark at the crowd. It was still struggling, and there was a trace of sadness in its eyes. The porridge was finally ready. In fact, the meat was cooked, so they let people break it up and put it in water. There was no need to boil the water, as long as it was hot, it would be fine. A guard who used to have a dog at home was brave. He brought the porridge to the dog, tested the temperature with his hand, and put it in front of the dog's mouth. He deliberately spilled some porridge and waited for the guard to step back. Everyone looked at the dog with concern. The dog's eyes didn't have much life. It looked weakly at the people in front of it, and then at the porridge. After smelling it twice, it finally stuck out its tongue and licked it. Everyone was afraid that the dog wouldn't eat. At this time, seeing it eat, there was more hope in their hearts. They continued to watch. The dog ate half a bowl, and then lay there motionless. After a while, its stomach began to move. The puppy began to come out little by little. Wang Wan nervously grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's hand and softly shouted, come on, it's coming out soon. Put in more effort, come on, you can be a mother." Under the concern of the family, the dog on the ground used all its strength and finally gave birth to the puppy little by little. When the second dog came out, everyone continued to wait. But after waiting for a while, the third dog didn't come out. The big dog began to use its tongue to lick the puppy whose eyes were closed. The puppy also wriggled its body and crawled under its mother's belly. The two puppies and one dog found a nipple and closed their eyes to suck. The big dog also began to eat the rest of the porridge. When it looked at the people around it, its eyes were a little less guarded. In fact, when a dog gave birth, it would be guarded even if its relatives were around. It was unknown why this was. Perhaps it was because of that bowl of porridge. After the rest of the porridge was eaten, another bowl of porridge was sent over. This time, the big dog didn't stand on ceremony. After a while, it ate this bowl of porridge into its stomach. It closed its eyes and panted there, while the puppy continued to eat. A smile appeared on everyone's face. Witnessing the birth of a new life was a joyous thing, especially when it was born with their help. Oh, now you see, this dog was injured. Look at its leg, it's bleeding a lot. I don't know if it was bitten or melon. Why don't we take it back and raise it? Wang Wan had always wanted to raise a dog so that it could be a police dog or something. Naturally, the big dog couldn't, but the small dog could. If the family of 3 was brought back, the food problem of the puppy would be solved. Otherwise, they would have to feed them other things. How do we bring it back? This dog will bite. Do we knock it out first? It's easy to beat it to death. How can we tie it up? Zhang Xiaobao's 2 puppies were very fun to play with, but there was no other way. They couldn't just tell the dogs to follow them, right? Wang Wan also began to worry. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, make a stretcher and carry it. First, make the stretcher, then use a stick to put it on the stretcher. It was injured and difficult to give birth, so it shouldn't have much strength. It won't hurt others. The other people also wanted to take this family back. Otherwise, with the big dog's injury, it was very likely that the 3 of them would die on the mountain. Hearing the young lady's words, they began to make the stretcher. After a while, the stretcher was done. Wang Wan looked at it and said, "Make a doghouse and put the blanket in it. See if it wants to go in." The people next to them began to make the doghouse again. The dog just lay there and looked at the people, not moving. When the two puppies were almost done eating, the big dog took them in front of it and looked at them one by one. After a while, the doghouse was also done. It was placed on the stretcher with 2 blankets inside. They carried it in front of the big dog to see if it wanted to go in. Usually, this was impossible, but they didn't know whether the big dog felt the kindness of these people or this dog was different from other dogs. It carried the 2 children into the doghouse, and the big dog went in by itself. It went in and put the 2 puppies at the door of the doghouse, protecting them with its paws. The people who had just brought the porridge poured the rest of the porridge into a bowl and put it on the stretcher in front of the doghouse. The 2 people lifted the whole doghouse and continued to walk. The big dog might have eaten almost all of the porridge just now. At this time, it didn't continue to eat. Instead, it stuck its head out to look around, and then shrank back to protect the children. "Xiao Bao, why do I feel that it is not like a dog, but a human? It is so sensible. This is good. It is very warm inside, and the family of 3 doesn't have to worry about the problem of food. The wound is not bleeding anymore. Let's take a look at it in the morning and help to wrap it." Wang Wan walked beside the stretcher. After having a dog, she was very happy and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also had the same feeling. He didn't know what the puppy would be like with such a dog. If it was so smart, then it could be used as a life-saving dog. This animal is psychic. It is very comfortable to raise such a dog. When we go back, we can build a better doghouse. I don't know what you are going to feed it. Do you really want to eat raw meat every meal? Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan while looking at the dog on the stretcher that would stick its head out from time to time. Of course, it can't only eat meat. It also needs to eat food, but it can't eat salt. I am going to raise it as a military dog. The big dog is so smart, and the small dog won't be bad. Too, not bad. Wang Wan looked very excited. At this time, Li Sun said from the side, "2 puppies. Can you give me one too? When the time comes, we'll see who's the best." "No, if you want to raise a dog, you have to find one yourself. There are only 2 in total. Xiao Bao and I will have one each." Wang Wan refused directly. "Then I will raise one myself. When I go back and find a good dog, it will bully your dog." Seeing that Wang Wan didn't want to give it to him, Li Sun decided to go back and ask for a few dogs himself. He had to compete. The group of people walked in such a cheerful atmosphere until midnight. Then they found a good place to rest. Several bonfires were lit. Those who were supposed to sleep slept, and those who were supposed to keep watch did the night. The big dog was also arranged to be next to them for protection. The 2 puppies ate and slept very peacefully. In the middle of the night, the big dog came out and walked around. The night watchers didn't care about it. As long as the puppies were there, they didn't believe that the big dog would abandon the puppies. The big dog's leg was indeed injured, and it was limping as it walked. After walking around in a circle, it felt fine, so it peed on a tree root and returned to the stretcher. After eating more than half a bowl of porridge, it went back to its nest and fell asleep. The people on the mountain were happy, but many people at the foot of the mountain were dumbfounded. Half a month had passed, and the Zhang family had collected enough prawn paste, exactly 1,000 jars. But the problem was that the prawn paste was not collected from the local people, nor from the homes of Lu Xiaoqing and the other 3 people. Instead, it was from an outsider, the one who sold the prawn paste to the 4 families. He brought the prawn paste. Once the Zhang family collected enough prawn sauce, they stopped. No matter what the 4 families said, even if the price was lowered. Those people who didn't work but went to catch prawns were dumbfounded. What about the prawn sauce in their hands? They were still counting on the prawn sauce to make a fortune. These commoners were actually better off. At least they didn't sell their things. They didn't suffer too much loss and could still continue to work at the construction site. But Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 people were different. They owed money to buy the prawns. Suddenly, the prawns were worthless. Who could they ask for the money? Then what about the money on the note? This was troublesome. The money owed to Zhang Zhong was paid back bit by bit without any interest. But the prawns had interest. If Zhang Zhong continued to deduct their money every month, the remaining money wouldn't be enough to pay back the interest. Everyone had many jars of prawn sauce in their hands. The prawn sauce was no longer valuable. Lu Shaoqing gave away the 200 jars of prawn sauce that the Zhang family originally had and made some money from it. But his capital was too big. At this time, the Zhang family started a new round of purchases. They paid 40 copper coins for a jar of prawn sauce. Those who wanted to sell it could go over and sell it. This price was far lower than the previous one. It couldn't be compared at all. Lu Shaoqing found the person in charge and pointed to the jars of prawn sauce. He said to the person in charge, "Go and sell these at the price of 12 copper coins per jar." This was your idea, right? Then I'll leave it to you. Master, where can this little one sell it? Even if you sell this little one, you won't be able to get the money. Master, let's think of another way. We can discuss with the Zhang family and ask them to give us more money. When the person in charge came, he knew that something was wrong. Now that he heard the master ask him to sell the prawn sauce at that price, he knew that the master had put the blame on him. Chapter 64, Prawns Discuss What? What do you want to discuss? Didn't you agree when I asked you to discuss it last time? It's a pity that they didn't have a written agreement. When you went, I told you again and again that there was a written agreement. Without a written agreement, why did you come back and say that it was settled? Lu Shaoqing didn't want to admit that he didn't handle this matter well. Instead, he put the blame on the person in charge. This way, he would feel better in his heart. At the same time, it would also reduce the complaints of his family. Even if many people knew that without the master's approval, the person in charge wouldn't have done this. The person in charge really didn't know what to say now. What could he do? Not only him, but also the other 3 families. Which family didn't send someone to tell them? Which family wrote a written agreement? When he came back, the master said that the Zhang family felt that the amount of prawn sauce was too much. Now that they admitted it verbally, it was actually just to see who could make the prawn sauce first. If it was him, he would also do the same. In the end, not a single jar of prawn sauce was sold. This responsibility was placed on him. He understood, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only brace himself and bear with it. Otherwise, he would easily be beaten to death. The biggest problem now was what to do with these jars of prawn sauce. The person in charge lowered his head and pondered for a while. He said, "Master, this little one will go and discuss with the Zhang family. If they are willing to pay more, then we will sell it to them. If they are not willing, this little one is willing to personally take these jars of prawn sauce and sell them elsewhere. I will sell them 1 jin at a time. No matter what, this little one will be able to recoup some of the cost." Master, what do you think? Recoup some cost. Do you know how much the cost is? Ah. Tell me, how much is the cost? Can you even tell? It's not even enough to pay back the interest. When I owed Zhang Zhong money, I felt very sad. Now I know that I can't afford to owe him money with interest. What do you think we should do? The more Lu Shaoqing thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Ever since Zhang Zhong came, he had not had a good day. When he was given water, he felt good and was happy. Now, he owed money on both sides. On one side, it was the monthly deduction from the production of the land, and on the other side, it was the monthly loan sharks. Zhang Zhong's side was easy to deal with, but if the people here came to force him to pay back the debt, how could he refuse? If he gave it to them, how could he give it to them? What could he give to them? Even if he sold the house, it wouldn't be worth much. It seemed that he could only see if his family had anything valuable and pawn it. He would pay back a portion of the debt first. If that didn't work, he would sell the servants in the house. Otherwise, if there was no way to survive, he could just find a rope and hang himself. What was the point of living like this? The steward also knew that his idea was useless, but he couldn't just leave it like this. What would come, and there was no use being afraid. After thinking for a while, he really couldn't think of anything. He said to Lu Shaoqing, "Master, this is all my fault. I didn't do a good job. I will go to the Zhang family first to ask, and I will think of a solution when I come back." Lu Shaoqing didn't have much energy to pursue the matter with the steward. Seeing that the steward took the initiative to admit it, he waved his hand and asked the steward to leave. He stood in front of the jars and stared blankly. The steward didn't go directly to the Zhang family. Instead, he returned to his own house. Because the house wasn't worth much, he had a 3-room house. These few days, he had been at Little Fishy's place every day, and his body was getting worse and worse. Yesterday, because of this matter, he hadn't eaten all day and night. It was already noon today, and he didn't feel hungry anymore. However, he knew that he had to eat something. Little Fishy was usually the maidservant who served the madam. After she was released to do other things, she hadn't cooked for him and had always eaten in the courtyard. Today, he would let her cook for him. As the steward thought about it, his footsteps quickened. When he returned to the courtyard, he saw Little Fishy packing up. The steward thought that she was tidying up the room, but when he walked closer, he realized that Little Fishy was packing up some of the things he had brought. "My Fishy, where are you going? Are you going out? Is there someone you know here?" The steward hugged Little Fishy from behind and asked. He deliberately put his mouth next to Little Fishy's ear. Usually, as long as he did this, Little Fishy would lean on him weakly and let him take advantage of her. However, today, she didn't react at all. After packing up the bag, she said, "Just now, the head steward came over and said that you did something wrong. I have to go back and continue with my work. You can stay here by yourself." "What? Leave? You're leaving? Did the head steward say that? Why didn't Master tell me? I don't believe it. I'll go and ask now." The steward was very reluctant to let Little Fishy leave. He turned around and was about to question her, but after taking a few steps, he stopped, looked at Little Fishy, and said, "Go, there's no need to ask. Master didn't tell me, but this matter can't be fake. The head steward has been thinking about you. Go, you won't have anything to do with me." Little Fishy didn't say anything. She directly picked up the bag, turned around, and left. She didn't even look back. The steward stared blankly in the direction Little Fishy left. He turned around and looked at the house that he hadn't entered for many days. He hesitated and didn't know what to do. At this moment, the door opened. The steward's chubby wife walked out and ran to the kitchen. After a while, she came back with a bowl of noodles. She said to the steward, "Why did you bring such a woman back? You were hoping to give birth to a child. Now, people will laugh at you. You didn't seem to eat yesterday. Have you eaten today? Quickly eat these noodles. There's a lot of shrimp sauce in the yard. I took advantage of the fact that they made too much and couldn't manage it and used this sauce to fry some onions for you. Try it. Isn't it just that the Zhang family doesn't accept shrimp sauce? What are you afraid of? Come, eat quickly. What does a woman like you know? How can you not be afraid?" Do people outside know how much money they owe? Master pushed this matter to me and made noodles with zhaojiangmian. Do you only know how to make noodles with zhaojiangmian? The steward had a stomach full of anger. When he saw his wife, he vented all his anger on her. The chubby woman was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "Husband is right. I don't know anything. It's all my husband who supports this family. But my husband can't fall, otherwise, this family will be gone. Come, eat the noodles. Zhaojiangmian is quick to make. Do you want to eat dumplings? I'll make them for you tonight." In fact, this matter is very obvious. The Zhang family felt that Master and the other 3 people might pay back the money. Master and the other 3 people have committed many crimes. What can they do without evidence? Naturally, they began to torture Master from this side. Isn't this a trap for Master to fall into? Master was also tempted. Otherwise, how could he do this? It's just the 200 jars of shrimp sauce. In fact, it's not that big of a deal. The main thing is that the price of 15 strings of coins per jar is really effective. So, the 200 jars before were used by the Zhang family because they didn't think of a better plan at the beginning. When the steward heard what his wife said, he also reacted. He opened his mouth and asked his wife to feed him. That's right. The first one was the most useful. It was to divide the 4 clans. Without that strategy, the 4 clans would have banded together. That would have made things difficult for us. However, ever since the incident with the 200 jars, look at what happened to the 4 clans later on. In order to go one step further, the Zhang family even sent Master Chao's family to live a good life there. From then on, they began to break apart. This was the Zhang family's plan. After the 15 strings of coins purchase, the 4 families immediately went their own way without any discussion. In order to compete and earn money, the result became what it is now. The prawn cellar was actually arranged by the Zhang family. Originally, there was no profit when owing money, right? There will be a day when it's all paid back. Now, it's monthly interest. If there's no help, it won't be able to be paid back in a lifetime. People like us won't have a good day. As long as we have a little bit of money, we have to give it to others. As long as one person is idle, he has to work to earn money. This is the ability of the Zhang family. If we offend them, we don't know what to do in the future. The fat woman explained while feeding her husband. In a short while, the steward finished the bowl of noodles and asked his wife to wipe the corners of his mouth. He smacked his lips and said, "These noodles are good. But even if they know, what can they do? They have been deceived. The Zhang family won't admit it. So what if they admit it? By the way, I have an idea. Let's tell this matter to the people who are also making shrimp sauce. We can fan the flames behind the scenes and make those people find trouble with the Zhang family." Yes, yes, yes. Let's do it. I'll go find Master and tell him. The steward suddenly thought of a good idea. He turned around and was about to leave, but was caught by the fat woman. "Right, what? If you dare to do that, you will die on the day of the accident. Isn't it easy to make money? Listen, there is a way." The fat woman pulled the steward and didn't let him leave. She said worriedly, "What is it?" At this time, the steward also thought that if the Zhang family knew that he was the one who spread the news, he would be killed by the Zhang family. Hearing his wife say that there was a way, he asked curiously, "Why do you think the Zhang family makes so much prawn sauce?" The fat woman asked. "I don't know. Maybe they are shipping it to other places to sell." The steward thought and said, "Shipping it to where? As long as it's near the sea, there will be people who will make it. It's better to load it with other things and ship it to Zhejiang and Hangzhou to sell it. Then they can buy more prawn sauce and ship it to other places." The fat woman continued. Ah. Then what are they going to do with it? The steward thought about it and agreed. Why would they take it from this place? How would I know? But don't you know how to watch? As long as they use the prawn sauce to make something, we will do it. The fat woman reminded. Chapter 65. After the manager heard this, he really felt that this method was feasible. The Zhang family had made so much shrimp sauce, it was impossible for them not to leak any information. As long as they knew, it meant that this should be a profitable business. If they couldn't sell the shrimp sauce here, they could learn how to make it and sell it elsewhere. It was better than what they were doing now. At this time, the steward was finally happy and said, "Well, I think so too. I'll go and tell master. Make me another bowl of noodles. I'll eat it when I come back." Great, my husband is really amazing. You thought of it so quickly. The fat woman was already used to this. If it wasn't for her bad luck, she wouldn't have been in this position. Seeing the steward leave, she shook her head and went to make noodles. The steward was overjoyed. He jogged all the way, thinking about the reward he would receive if this plan succeeded. Then, he thought about little Fishy, who had already left. He sighed and muttered to himself, "What little Fishy? The people in my family are still the best. At least they can make noodles for me." When the steward came to the front and found Master, Lu Shaoqing was still in a daze. The steward directly told him what his wife had just said. After hearing this, Lu Shaoqing nodded and said, "I know it's the Zhang family's plan. They are really amazing. What you said might work. Then let's not worry about it for now. Find the things at home and see how much they can be sold for. No matter what, we have to hold on for a few days. Don't let the other 3 families know about this. Let them be unlucky. Master, don't worry. I understand. The Zhang family is buying shrimp sauce everywhere at a very low price. If they know, they won't sell it to the Zhang family. They will keep it and wait to learn from the Zhang family. Master, I will definitely not tell anyone. If one more person knows, Master will find me to settle accounts. Then I will arrange for people to keep an eye on the Zhang family now, in case we don't know what they are doing. Master, you should go back and have a rest. It's hot now. It's not good for you to be in the sun too much." The steward quickly said. He had finally gotten rid of that responsibility. When he heard Master's words, he knew that Master didn't intend to pursue the matter. After he finished speaking happily, he turned around and left. This time, he was careful and decided to only send people to keep an eye on the situation. He didn't tell the people he sent the specific situation. Otherwise, if other people knew about it and the news really spread to the other 3 families, he would be finished. As expected, the other 3 families didn't think of this. They only knew that Zhang Zhong had deceived them. He wanted them to be in debt and live a bad life. Sending people to the Zhang family to plead would be useless. Looking at the shrimp sauce in their hands, they couldn't wait to eat it all and then die there. They didn't need to think about other things anymore. The Zhang family gave a new price, which was very cheap. It made them hesitate whether they should sell it or not. If they sold it, they could still survive. If they didn't sell it, they wouldn't be able to survive at all. Just when they couldn't come to a decision, the Zhang family adjusted the price again. It was 15 copper coins per jar. They also said that there was a limit to the amount. After a certain amount, they wouldn't accept more. All of a sudden, the 3 families became anxious and went to the Zhang family to discuss again. This time, the Zhang family didn't go too far. In any case, they had already made the 4 families owe them money. They weren't afraid that they would be able to pay back. Therefore, they gave the 3 families a price of 40 copper coins per jar. The 3 families reluctantly sold all the shrimp sauce and then began to think of ways to make money. But Lu Shaoqing's family didn't sell the shrimp sauce. When the three families found out, they felt that it was very inconceivable. What was Lu Shaoqing thinking? Could it be that his family still had money? Could they still continue to pay back? With such doubts, Chao Hurui met with the other two people. Why do you think this is? Why didn't Lu Shaoqing sell it? Does his family have a way to survive this crisis? Chao Hurui said to the two people. At the same time, he also sent people to inquire about the news. He wanted to know what Lu Shaoqing was thinking. If there was another way to make money, they could follow and learn from him. Fan Jinqi shook her head. I don't know what he is thinking. I just know that Zhang Zhong doesn't want us to have a good life. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone to welcome him when he came that day. Now, everything is fine. Who would have thought that he would have these ideas? Why don't we go and beg him in person? I heard that his wife is pregnant again. We can use this as an excuse to go to him and apologize. Let him decide. What do you think? We can't go on like this. Let's not talk about the hardships of life. We are always on tenterhooks and will get sick. I don't think it's useful. I recently thought about Zhang Zhong and found that as long as his officials do something wrong, especially harm the people, he will do his best to deal with them. If we go and apologize, what are we going to apologize for? Tell him what happened in the past. That's good. He will directly use these things to deal with us. But if we don't say it, how can it be called an apology? We can say that we shouldn't have offended him. He may just smile and say that we didn't do anything to offend him. Then, he will invite us out and collect the money like how it should be. I think we can't stay here any longer. We should go to Qinzhou quickly. As long as we tell the provincial governor surnamed Ning, we can ask him for some money to pay off these debts. At most, we will listen to his surname Ning in the future and sell us. We won't be as strong as we are now. Jiang Huancher didn't agree to admit their mistakes because he found some of Zhang Zhong's style of doing things. He definitely wouldn't forgive them so easily. Instead, he would say that they were wrong and let Zhang Zhong get the evidence. After hearing what he said, the other two people also felt that this matter was troublesome. It seemed that they had to leave this time. As for Lu Shaoqing, it was up to him to think of a solution. No matter what, since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, the three of them could only temporarily unite. Although the other two people were very dissatisfied with Chao Hurui, after all, his family was taken away by the Zhang family. Chao Hurui thought about what happened these days. He looked at the scorching sun overhead and said, the Zhang family is indeed a good person. They separated the four of us when we were still united. Otherwise, if the four of us were always together, wouldn't we be able to see through their plan? Sowing discord. Sometimes, even though you know it, you have no choice but to jump in. The 30 people in my family are doing pretty well now. I reckon that they will be kicked back in 2 days. Since the Zhang family has achieved their goal, why would they help us raise those people? What I want to say is that the three of us don't have any barriers anymore. Otherwise, it will be very easy for Zhang Zhong to find another opportunity. In the future, if we have something to say, we have to say it out loud. What do you think? I'm really scared. The two listened to Chao Hurui and felt that it was reasonable. However, it seemed that it was impossible for them to be like before. After all, they used to make money together. Now, they had to pay their own money. No one felt good being suppressed by money. Fan Jinqi nodded and said, then it's settled. We will leave tomorrow. Don't look for others, just the three of us. Once we leave, our families will be very sad. I hope that Zhang Zhong won't specifically target our families. Otherwise, when I have a little chance to get rid of him, I won't let him have an easy time. The three of them discussed for a while and settled the matter. Then they waited for the news to see what Lu was doing. After a while, the person who went out to inquire about the news came back and said to the three of them, "Master, we didn't get anything. It seems that there is something special, but only Lord Lu and his steward know about it. The others don't know. They sent some people to keep an eye on the Zhang family. That's all they know." After the person who inquired about the news finished, he stood aside respectfully and didn't say anything. Fan Jinshi snorted and said, "It seems that he still has other ways. At this time, he didn't tell us about it. Don't blame us for not taking him when we go out. Let's see what he can do. Well, in this case, let's leave him alone first. Now go back and prepare. Don't let him know when the three of us leave. Otherwise, people like him will probably tell." The other two nodded their heads and left to prepare. The Zhang family was also busy. After scheming against the four of them, Zhang Zhong was in a very good mood. Just as the four of them thought, Zhang Zhong wanted to deal with them, but he couldn't find any evidence, so he could only think of other ways. After this, they couldn't expect to make a comeback. The interest was increasing every month. At this time, the Zhang family was making salted vegetables, the salted vegetables with shrimp sauce. They had already asked people to make small baskets. Most of the people who made baskets were the people who didn't work but went to catch shrimp. These people regretted now. Some of them directly waited outside for the Zhang family and then kowtowed and apologized. They wanted to continue working. These days, they didn't get a lot of wages, and they didn't eat as well as they did when they were working. In the end, the shrimp sauce was worthless, so they were all dumbfounded. Now, they hoped that the good official would forgive them. Zhang Zhong really didn't want to do anything to them. Since they knew they were wrong, he handed the task of making baskets to them. This time, the people didn't dare to blindly think about it. They were very obedient and did what they were told. Looking at them, Zhang Zhong couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. He could only sigh at how unpredictable people were. The original people who continued to work would say a few words when they met them, but they didn't dare to say anything. It was indeed wrong. It turned out that they gave up first, so they couldn't blame others. Under such circumstances, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought the team back. In the team, there was also a dog that had recovered quite well. Chapter 66, Zhang Zhong. For some reason, this dog was very sensible and very obedient. It was good to the people around it. It ate what was given. When it could get down and walk by itself, it didn't stay in the kennel all day. Instead, it followed Wang Wan. Its two children were also being carried, so it wasn't in a hurry. Ever since it followed Wang Wan, its food was better. With a gauze wrapped around its leg, it went back and forth between Wang Wan and the kennel all day. When it was time, it would go back and feed the two puppies. Wang Wan occasionally went over to take a look at the two puppies. This big dog, which was supposed to be very protective of its puppies, didn't make a sound when Wang Wan carried the two puppies. It also followed and looked at them. This made Li Sun very jealous. He thought that when the two puppies grew up, they would be as obedient as this big dog. He vowed to find a good dog like this. Xiao Bao, how do you think your plan is going now? Did they start to think of ways to raise money after being tricked? I really want to see what they look like. When I first came over, I actually wanted to give them a show of strength first. Let's see if they are still so arrogant now. Wang Wan hugged the puppies and gently stroked them there as she spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was actually also thinking about this matter. As long as his plan didn't go wrong, those four people definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Wasn't there no evidence? If there was evidence, they might be locked up. But if there was no evidence, they would be allowed to live in poverty all day. Let's see which one is better. However, Zhang Xiaobao was also worried that they would get money from other places. If that was the case, they would be able to get rid of this matter and think of ways to transfer them away. This was what Zhang Xiaobao didn't want. The four of them were able to force the previous provincial governor to such an extent, which meant that they had done a lot of bad things. How could they be let off so easily? How could there be justice in this world? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao said, according to the days, they should have already started to take action. I just don't know what the final result is. We will know when we go back. There is still a long way to go. Let's speed up. With their example, I think when my father becomes an official in other places in the future, someone will know his weight. People's hearts are always a little bit lucky. Unfortunately, they met my family and let them be lucky. Let's see what they will do. If we don't force them to disperse all the servants in the family, we will definitely not give up. I think we should teach them a good lesson. The local people all hate them. An official hated by the people is definitely not a good official, especially when there is a flood. Everyone is anxious, but they are actually gloating there. Let them be happy. Let's see how long they can be happy. Wang Wan was very happy when she thought that the four of them would be taught a lesson. Even Li Sun next to her was thinking the same. Now he was a good marquis. He was no longer the Li Sun who didn't know anything and only wanted to seize other people's things when they were good. When I have a fief, I will learn your way of doing things. Let's see who is stupid enough to bump into it. The more the better. I am worried that there is nothing to do. Hurry up, speed up. Li Sun said and shouted to the team. The speed of the whole team increased. Wang Wan also asked people to take the dog and put it in the kennel. The three of them were riding on horses. They found horses from the place where they worked. At this time, they were only a little bit away from the provincial capital. The speed of more than 100 people was now much faster than when they first came. They didn't feel the pain in their feet. During the half-month on the mountain, they finally stubbornly persevered. They were used to this kind of movement. In the future, they would find them to try a few more times. The speed of the team increased, and the dog happily ran at the side. When they saw other people on the road, the dog didn't bark. It was so calm that people couldn't understand. After an hour, the provincial capital's yamen finally appeared in front of them. Li Sun happily jumped off the horse and shouted to the place where his house was, I am back. After more than half a month, I came back alive. Li Sun was indeed very proud. He had been following the team. Although he rode a horse when he went and when he came back, there were no horses to ride on when they were in the mountain. He followed by himself. This was the real survival in the wild. Compared to the way he did before, it was like heaven and earth. The more than 100 people were relieved. After coming back, they could have a good rest for 2 days. They stayed in the mountain for so long. Each one of them was tanned and thin, but they were more energetic. Especially the guards of the Wang mansion. They had a total of 200 people. Only 50 of them went, and there were still 150 who didn't go. The 50 of them finally had something to say to the people who stayed behind. The other thing they hoped for the most was that after they came back, they would rest for a while and then immediately leave again with the other 150 people. This way, if they were to march in a hurry, they would be able to show off their strength. The 56 people on Zhang Xiaobao's side didn't think too much. They were originally like this. They were the most powerful people in the family. Even if they were more powerful, it didn't matter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran inside as soon as they came down. They wanted to ask their mothers how they were. These days, the two of them were actually thinking about their families, but they couldn't just turn around and come back. They could only continue like this. When the two of them came back, the house immediately became lively. The people in the house were also worried about them. At the same time, they wanted to tell them good news. When the two of them heard about the fate of the 4 people, they were very happy. That's great. This is the punishment they deserve. Let's see if anyone dares to do this in the future. Wang Wan said after she heard and hugged Puppy. Zhang Xiaobao also nodded. Then, did they do anything now? Did they find another backer? This matter was what Zhang Xiaobao was most concerned about. He was afraid that the four of them would have an extra backer. If that was the case, it would be difficult to deal with. Zhang Zhong looked at his son and said, "We didn't find any extra people. However, the people from the Liu family didn't sell the shrimp sauce to us. Instead, they kept it. I don't know what they are planning to do. As for the others, those 3 people didn't show up. The people from the Liu family also sent people to monitor us. I don't know what they want to do." Oh. They didn't sell it. It seems that they think that the shrimp sauce can do something else. They are monitoring us so that they can learn something from us. Could it be that there are powerful people in their family? Let's learn. Let's see how they learn. In that case, let's not talk about it first. How are my mother and Cuckoo's mother? Zhang Xiaobao came up with a rough idea as soon as he stopped. He couldn't prevent this, but he didn't need to. The things here would be shipped away after they were done. If they didn't sell them here first, even if the Liu family found out, they wouldn't have the ingredients to make salted vegetables. They wouldn't be able to survive this period of time. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned his mother, Wang Wan also waited for a reply. Zhang Zhong smiled and said, "Okay, everything is fine. Don't worry. You two suffered a lot on the mountain, right? Hurry up and wash up. Rest early. When you wake up, you can take care of other things." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were indeed tired. They nodded and left with the 3 dogs. The big dog followed Wang Wan. Even if it was the person who fed it, it didn't follow. The others couldn't figure out the reason. The next morning, the people who were monitoring the 4 families hurriedly came to report that the people from the 3 families had disappeared. It was the masters of the 3 main families. Usually, they would come out for a walk. Today, they didn't know why, but they suspected that they would suddenly leave. After receiving this news, the shrimp seller immediately went to ask when the money would be paid. After asking, the result was that the masters of the 3 families were gone. Only the others were left. Zhang Zhong didn't say anything after hearing this news. He couldn't do anything to those families. Even if those families had done a lot of bad things in the past, the real sinners were those 4 people. After sending people to investigate, they finally discovered the secret. The 3 of them had actually left through an underground passageway. After receiving this news, Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said, "It seems that the 3 of them still have people who can help them. In that case, let's wait and see what kind of people they can find. I don't believe that the people they find can be that powerful." Chapter 462. After knowing this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not take it to heart. It was nothing more than finding a rich or powerful person. In fact, if they sent people to chase after them now, it was really possible to catch up with the 3 of them. The 3 of them usually lived like princes. Where could they go in such a short time? However, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao did not have such thoughts. They just let them run and see what would happen. Liu Shaoqing did not know about this until noon. Needless to say, he also knew that the 3 of them did not care about him anymore and went to find Tang, governor of Ning, together. In this way, he would really have to deal with Zhang Zhong alone in the future. Thinking of this, he felt that he could not just let it go. Since the 3 of them did not care about him anymore, he would not keep a secret for them anymore. He arranged for his family to tell Zhang Zhong where the 3 of them went. After hearing this, Zhang Zhong frowned. He did not expect that the 3 of them would be so bold as to go to a place outside to find another governor to deal with him. Liu Shaoqing explained the matter in detail. He even told Zhang Zhong about what the 4 of them had discussed in the beginning. He let Zhang Zhong prepare in advance, especially about the tea leaves. Oh, so they used such a method. I thought it was very clever. Not to mention the tea leaves, even if we told him everything else, what could he do? Would he dare to come and snatch it? What can the family do? Anyway, last time, because they wanted to collect money, they made our caravan unable to pass. I have long since planned to be on good terms with them. When Zhang Xiaobao was told about the whereabouts of the three of them and their plan, he looked very calm. He was really not afraid of this and had long been prepared for this matter. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, the three of them can be locked up now. They left their place without permission. This is not a small crime. Although they are not allowed to do anything, they still have the position of magistrate, right? Yes, this time, they will not be able to come back without 10 days or half a month. Leaving for such a long time is not a small crime. I will tell my father now. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it made sense. Who would dare to run around without any reason? In a while, he would let his father use the excuse of the government to go to their house and ask them to do something. After a few days, the crime would be determined. Then, would they still want to see if they still had a family? In fact, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to tell him. Zhang Zhong had also thought of this matter. He had already asked people to use this excuse to go to the three families to look for them. Naturally, they could not find them. That was right. When the three families found out about this situation, they were all dumbfounded. They hurriedly sent people out to search for their masters, wanting to bring them back. However, they had been gone for so long, how could they find them? Moreover, the people at home didn't know which path they had taken. Lu Shaoqing was happy. When he heard that the government had sent people to look for them, he sat in the courtyard of his house and said to himself, "You want to send me away? Well, let's see how you do it. Now, are you going to come back? What I did today should be considered as making up for my mistakes, right? Why can't Zhang Zhong give me some face?" Lu Shaoqing thought about this and called the person in charge over. He asked him to go over there and ask if they could give more money for the shrimp sauce. The person in charge left quickly and returned quickly. He said to Lu Shaoqing, "Master, they said that they can't give more money, but they told me that I can use the shrimp sauce to make salted vegetables. They asked people to weave a small basket to hold the salted vegetables. When the time comes, it will be transported to other places to be sold. They also said that you can learn how to make the shrimp sauce. When the time comes to sell it to them, they will give more money. After this jar of shrimp sauce is sold to them, it is estimated that a jar of shrimp sauce should be around 2 strings of money." Okay, then immediately make the salted vegetables. Also, get people to weave that basket. When the time comes, sell it to them. When Lu Shaoqing heard this, he immediately began to give orders. The person in charge said worriedly, "Master, this matter doesn't seem to work. What if they lie to us again?" "What lie?" "They won't lie to us anymore. Even if they have those things, we can't pay them back. There's no need. Just do it. Maybe they will give more money when the time comes. In the future, be more honest. Don't cause trouble. The more honest the better. Also, send people from home to help with some work. As long as Zhang Zhong feels that we are too pitiful, it is very likely that he will let us go. Otherwise, there won't be good days ahead." "I hope so." Lu Shaoqing understood. He was prepared to pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy. After all, his performance today was not bad. Zhang Zhong's side would be soft-hearted. The person in charge understood and left. Lu Shaoqing stayed in the courtyard. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he said with emotion, "I didn't expect that when the three of them left, I would have found an opportunity. If I knew this would happen, I would have used it in the past." Zhang Zhong was also thinking about something. In fact, it was related to Lu Shaoqing. He was not prepared to let go of this person easily. However, today, he came over and told him. If others knew about this matter and he still forced him like this, in the future, if someone really did something wrong, would they still come and tell on him? It was because of this that Zhang Zhong told the person in Lu Shaoqing's house about the salted vegetables so that Lu Shaoqing could have a way to live. Since the three of them went to find a way to live, Lu Shaoqing would help him find it. However, he would not let go so easily. Even if Lu Shaoqing could find enough ingredients to make salted vegetables and sell them for money, it would not be enough to pay back those loan sharks. He would only feel a little more relaxed in his life. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to harvest. The rice was growing quite well here. There was also cotton. The cotton needed to be harvested later. The rice would be harvested first. The people who were building the seawall also stopped their work and prepared to harvest the rice. After harvesting, they would immediately plant again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had nothing to do. Wang Wan was there playing with the little dog. Since the little dog opened its eyes, it began to become restless. It crawled everywhere and looked very cute. Wang Wan would make some rice soup to feed it. Zhang Xiaobao sat in the yard and thought about something. In fact, this matter should not be thought about by him. It involved problems such as water pressure. However, he had nothing to do. He was waiting for the three of them to find someone to stir up trouble here. He could only use his energy in other aspects. Wang Wan led the little dog and slowly circled Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not care. Suddenly, he said to Wang Wan, who was in front of him, "When we go diving, how deep do you think we can go with the tools we can think of here?" "Diving? Who wants to dive? We don't have anything here." Wang Wan asked puzzledly. "There are many things here that can only be fished up from the sea. In other words, we need some people to go to the bottom of the sea. For example, local specialties. Isn't that the case? If we can let people dive in, it will be easy to pick them up. What do you think of blowing bubbles for pigs? Can it be used?" Zhang Xiaobao had this idea for a long time, but he had never said it. Now that he thought of it, he decided to give it a try. If he could make such a thing, then there would be more local specialties here and it would be more profitable. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, "This doesn't seem to work, right? If it is relatively shallow water, it will work. If it is too deep in the sea, the pressure will be too great. I don't think people can bear it. Then think about it. What if we use a pipe to let people go down? Will this work?" Wang Wan felt that it would be very difficult to summon qi from pigs under that pressure. She gave Zhang Xiaobao another hint. This time, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "How can there be such a long pipe? Also, there is no soft pipe. Let's think of another way. There is no rush. There is still a lot of time to do this." "I think so too. Don't worry, take it slow. The most important thing now is to harvest the rice. It seems that this rice is growing well here. The yield is not low. When the time comes, we can use this thing to exchange with the surrounding states for their poor rice. The commoners will have more food in their homes." Wang Wan also could not think of how to dive. Without the equipment, she changed the topic and talked about the rice. Zhang Xiaobao also went to see it personally. The weather here was good. The rice had a long time of sunlight. In addition, it was a slow-growing variety. It grew well. In addition to the rice, there is also cotton. This year, we can make more cotton-padded clothes. It is a pity that we can't wear them. However, it will be good for our farmers to wear. Li Sun said that he wants to plant more and submit this method to the higher-ups. Back then, he promised us a year. Now that the time has come, we will make as much money as we can this year. Wang Wan thought of cotton again. It was not easy to monopolize this thing. Old Man Pai and Li Sun both wanted to plant a large amount of this thing so that the commoners could get some benefits in certain aspects. At the same time, the most important thing was to fight. Wearing this cotton-padded clothes could withstand the cold. They could not let all the soldiers wear a set of eiderdown. Therefore, this secret could not be kept. Wang Wan was a little unhappy. It was not that she did not want to help the country and the people. If this business was handed to her, she could guarantee that she could grow more cotton. Chapter 68. Xiao Bao didn't care much about this and said, even if other people plant it, we can still make money. This cotton is a new product, and they haven't fully understood the system of making things with this cotton. Don't worry, when other people have cotton, we can make all kinds of things with this cotton. For example, cloth dolls stuffed with cotton. Zhang Xiaobao thought of this. Wang Wan's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, yes, I forgot about this. I just want to make more clothes. Besides clothes, I can use cotton for other things. In this way, I don't have to worry about other people growing cotton. Well, now help me think, what else can cotton do? That's a lot. Cotton's uses are not just what you see on the surface. For example, the cotton seeds can be used to extract oil. This is considered a good thing. Slowly think about it. I don't know when the pigeons will be produced. The hatching has actually failed. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the pigeons again. Humans, when they had nothing to do, they would start thinking about other things. Cherries had always been in charge of this. Originally, she was in charge of hatching things. Now that they were hatching pigeons, they naturally looked for her. In the end, they had tried many times and failed every single time. They had already wasted a lot of pigeon eggs. Fortunately, the old man did not care. The old man also knew that as long as this matter succeeded once, it would be simple. There would be more and more pigeons in the future. Wang Wan also felt that this pigeon was not easy to deal with, but she could not let Cherries stop. If that happened, Cherries would definitely think that she did not do a good job and make the master angry. Her enthusiasm would be dispelled. Let Cherries try. It's best to find more pigeon eggs and let her hatch them according to different methods. For example, time, temperature, humidity, etc. As long as they are met, there will always be a place where she succeeds. It is impossible for her to fail every single time. Wang Wan thought about it and decided to continue investing in Cherries. She wanted to let Cherries rest assured. This kind of thing must be encouraged, just like pomegranate's fungus. When she thought of the fungus, Wang Wan happily said to Zhang Xiaobao, pomegranate succeeded. She really grew mushrooms, and there are a lot of them. There are two kinds. One is like the golden needle mushroom, and the other one is unknown. The other one is very large. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Zhang Xiaobao did not expect that pomegranate really grew mushrooms. He was curious and a little puzzled. She just did it. Two kinds of mushrooms were grown at the same time. It happened last night. Pomegranate did not know whether it could kill people, so she did not tell others. I saw it when I was wandering around. She told me. She also asked me to help her keep it a secret. She said that when she knew that it could be eaten without killing people, she would grow more. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Wait for her to learn more, then let her grow ginseng. Anyway, there is nothing else. If they are willing to try again and again, then let them try. Don't you think it should be like this? Wang Wan felt that the money was well spent. Mushrooms, were they so easy to grow? But pomegranate was able to grow them, and cherries also had to be treated like this. Chapter 463. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The old man was looking around with his clairvoyance, but he couldn't see the pier. The pier was in the middle of the bay, so he could only see boats coming and going. They were all fishing boats. "Grandpa, Grandpa, look over there. There are many birds in the sky." All the boats are heading that way. Are they trying to catch the birds?" Xan stood at the bow of the boat and shouted happily while pointing at the sea birds flying in the sky. She had been watching the sea for more than a month, but she was still willing to watch the sea for a whole day. The old man looked over and nodded, then shook his head and said, "Xan, they are not catching birds, they are fishing." Those seabirds found a school of fish in the water below, so they gathered together to eat. When the fishermen saw this, they followed them. "Oh, why didn't I see such a thing on the road?" "I know, on the road, I saw many fishing boats. Even if there were many, there weren't so many. Moreover, they all went to sea early. Some went to sea at night and returned early in the morning. Usually, there were only a few people, so there was no chance to see it. They gathered everyone together. Some were in charge of chasing the fish, some were in charge of catching the fish, and they were divided into batches. This is better. Why didn't other places know about this? So stupid." Xan asked and began to answer on her own. She didn't need others to say anything. The old man found that his granddaughter was indeed different from before. Seeing his granddaughter ask about the cooperation, he explained, "Some people will cooperate. For example, in some fishing villages, they will cooperate to catch fish. But many times, it will be difficult to distribute the fish. If they catch too much, they will catch too little, and the distribution will not be as fair. Some people don't have the strength to catch fish, but they are experienced and know where the fish are. Then, they will bring them on the boat, and when the time comes, won't they have to distribute the fish properly? Sometimes, they will lose, and sometimes they will gain. If a person is always losing, then he will not do it." "Yes, Grandpa, I understand. In fact, it's just that they lack a prestigious organizer. This organizer must be as fair as possible. It seems that they are doing a good job," Xan said as she looked at the boats that had already dispersed. As soon as the ship entered the bay, the old man discovered that there were some sand banks on the beach. However, they weren't completely finished yet. Only 2 old men were sitting there, motionless while looking at the sea. The old man didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. Xan also saw the unfinished dike, then looked into the distance and said, "There's a salt pan over there, it's for drying salt, it's really capable, it can actually dry it, I saw it in Lianzhou, they all learned it from here. Did their people all go to collect food? I heard that the food here can grow many times a year, then they must have a lot of food." "Yes. Drying salt is much easier than boiling salt. Look at the seawall. It's a real service to the country and the people. When he finishes building the seawall, it's almost time for him to leave this place. The ones who will benefit the most are the next provincial governor and the local people. The money is paid by the Zhang family first. It's impossible to get the money back by relying on the tax of the government." The old man sighed. As long as he faced the Zhang family, he couldn't help but sigh. When it came to money, Xan became smart. She continued her grandfather's words and said, "In fact, this is why the Zhang family is so powerful. They spent money and won the hearts of the people. They also have the position of provincial governor. They also have political achievements. Naturally, the provincial governor will protect his family's business. Ordinary businessmen won't do this kind of thing because they won't get any benefits. But people like the Zhang family are suitable. They spend money to make a good place. Only then can they rely on this place to make money. It's like a fisherman throwing some rice flour, bones, and other things into the water before fishing. When the fish follow the smell, they will use better bait to catch them. Grandpa, although the Zhang family spends a lot of money, they also make a lot of money. When Uncle Zhang is no longer here, this place will also have the power of the Zhang family. They organize all the people in all the industries. They have mutual shares and management. In this way, if others want to get involved, they have to pay a high price. The most important thing is that all these things called shares are given to the people at the bottom. If you want to buy them one by one, if you want to separate all the combined industries and choose only one industry to invest in, the price you have to pay will far exceed the price of the industry itself. In other words, others can't get in at all, right? The old man asked his granddaughter. Yes, there's no industry that can't be entered. Then it depends on the method. At least, the Zhang family can't find out, and the Zhang family can't fight back. If the Zhang family isn't in charge of this place now, I can get in slowly. But with the Zhang family, if I want to get in, I have to go directly to the Zhang family and pay a certain price to get in. Xan Air said without thinking. She wasn't afraid of how firm the thing was. She was afraid that this firm thing could be moved. As long as she made a move, the Chamber of Commerce would fight back. The old man understood now. It turned out that there were loopholes in such a messy system of mutual shares. It was just that when this loophole existed, there was someone holding the fort. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that no one could compete with the Zhang family in this aspect, especially when the Chamber of Commerce was in the hands of the Zhang family. The Zhang family had all the right time, the right place, and the right people. Grandpa, look, there's a boat coming. It seems to be coming for us. It's a small boat. Xan Air's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw the boat coming over and shouted to her grandfather. The old man looked and saw that the boat was indeed coming for them. The person standing on the boat was waving at them, so he must know that they were here. Xan Air also waved happily. While waving her arms, she said to her grandfather, "Grandpa, now I can finally swim with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, right? I wanted to swim on the way here. I can swim more than 100 feet in the river. Didn't they say that swimming in the sea is more effortless? Okay, you can swim here. How far can you swim with your 100 feet? Look at the sea, you can't reach the end of it for more than 1,000 feet. If you follow Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, you can swim however you want. Their swimming skills are not ordinary. Is he asking us to get close to them? Do we have to get off the boat?" The old man said to his granddaughter. He saw that the person on the boat was waving at them again and pointing at the boat under his feet from time to time. When the boat was close enough, the man finally shouted, "Someone come down and follow me back to report the news. Oh, one of you get off. When you reach the place, tell them that I'll be there immediately. There's no need to make such a big show to welcome them. The food is more important," the old man said to the person beside him. He knew that with his relationship with the Zhang family, they would make some preparations after he went over. He didn't care about this kind of thing. He didn't need to make a big show. With his relationship with the Zhang family, it was fine as long as he saw them. Just let Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Sister Lu come over. There's no need for the others. Go do your work. Xan Air also said. She was so anxious that she wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly over there to see the few people she wanted to see. At this time, a person from the boat came over and said to the old man flatteringly, "Sir, you're such a high-ranking official. If they don't come to welcome you, it means that they don't respect you enough. Let them welcome you." The old man turned to look at this person and asked, "You're not from the Jing water boat line?" "I hitched a ride on a boat. A relative of mine took me here. I heard that there are a lot of good things here. I want to see if I can do some business," the person immediately replied. The old man nodded and didn't say anything. With his status, he didn't need to explain anything to a person who secretly took a boat. However, Xan Air couldn't accept it. She said, "What do you mean by respect? Between the clouds and the water is such a big business. Isn't it respect that you specially ordered the recipe for my grandfather? My grandfather and I wanted to come here and take a look. We transferred this kind of boat from the Jing water boat line. It only takes people and doesn't carry goods. Do you know how much money you'll lose each time? Isn't that respect?" Yes, yes. Respect, it's definitely respect. This person originally wanted to flatter this high-ranking official, but he didn't expect that after being asked a few questions, he couldn't say anything else. Xan Air continued, "People like you who secretly take a boat and use the name of a boat line should be dealt with, especially by the relative who led you on. What if you assassinate my grandfather? However, I won't pursue this matter. As the saying goes, when the water is too clear, there will be no fish. And don't talk too much. Leave as soon as you get down." Yes, yes, it should be dealt with. It's just that there are no fish. When I get down, I'll immediately. I originally wanted to do some business with the locals. I didn't expect that they were all trading companies. This is going to be troublesome." This person glanced at the bodyguards who were standing guard by the side and nodded at Xan Air. However, when he thought of the purpose of his visit, he became very depressed. Since the Zhang family had their own fleet, how could they let others interfere? What's more, his original idea couldn't be realized now. That was to discuss with the relative and come here by boat. After buying some things, they would quietly transport them to the boat and follow the boat back. This way, they could save on the cost of the boat and make a lot of money, especially the hawksbill turtles, which were very valuable in other places. Xan Air could make money by herself and played the top commercial game. As soon as she heard this person's words, she knew what his plan was. This kind of person could be considered a talent. He actually came so far to make money and even took such a big risk. Xan Air's personality was different from normal people because she often interacted with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and played the game with special rules. Normally, when people found out about this kind of thing, they would first arrest this person and then have someone send a letter back to control the person's relatives. But what Xan was thinking was how to observe such a person and then take him in for her own use when she felt that he was good enough. Therefore, she coughed and pretended to be an old woman and said, "About this, you can still take care of him. Tell me, what kind of business do you do over there?" The person was stunned when he heard this. When he looked at Xan Air's expression and the way she looked with her hands behind her back, he almost laughed, but he knew that he absolutely couldn't laugh. If he did, it would be over. When he tried to hold it in, his expression was very painful, but he couldn't not answer. He knew that this was an opportunity. Although the person in front of him was a little girl, many people would listen to her. He organized his words and said, "I do all kinds of business over there, but there is no fixed business. If I see something that is profitable, I will do it. I don't have much money, only a little more than 1,000 strings of coins. This time, I came here to buy some hawksbill turtles and shell incense, but it seems that I won't be able to get them." "Oh." Xan Air and Weiwei nodded and then asked, "Land A is a place where there is more rain and less drought. It produces rice. It is 300 miles away from Land B. There are 2 rivers in the middle, and the water flows rapidly. There is also a mountain, which is very steep. Land B is more drought and less rain, and it is rich in jujubes." Question: The weather suddenly changed. This year, Land A is more drought and less drought, and Land B is more rain and less drought. What should be bought and sold between the 2 places? It changed. The person listened and was about to interrupt to say that he could buy rice from Land A and sell it to Land B, and then buy jujubes from Land B and sell them to Land A, but he didn't expect this to be a question, and it was a sudden change in weather. The person was stumped by the question. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, I know. I can also buy rice from land A, raise the price of rice from land A, and then buy rice from land B and sell it to land A. As long as I have enough money, I can make a lot of money from farming. You only have 1,000 strings of coins. How is that enough? Didn't you just say that you have 1,000 strings of coins? Enchanting said. Then I will use 300 strings of coins to buy rice from land A, and 700 strings of coins to buy rice from land B. The person directly divided the 1,000 strings of coins. Enchanting curled her lips. Then why don't you just buy 1,000 strings of rice from land B? Can your 300 strings of coins raise the price of rice from land A? You don't need to raise the price, it's already higher. Yes, 1,000 strings of cash to buy rice in the second district. Actually, I was confused just now and blurted it out. I will buy 1,000 strings of cash to buy rice in the second district. The man quickly corrected. He was indeed confused just now and thought that he had answered correctly this time. Enchanting slapped her forehead with her hand and shook her head. I wanted to help you once, but who knew that you are only suitable for this kind of small business? Land A is dry, and there is no food or grass. Why don't you farm cows? Why do you have to buy rice? According to the previous climate of land A, there will definitely be a lot of cows. The jujubes in land B are not sweet anymore. Can't you buy jujube nectar? Then you can buy the jujubes and make them into candied jujubes. Why do you have to keep your eyes on that little bit of rice? You can continue with that kind of thinking. The person was stunned. Didn't they say that he would buy rice and jujubes? Why did he suddenly buy cows and nectar? This change was too fast. The person was about to say that it was unreasonable. The things given and the questions and answers were unreasonable. Suddenly, he felt that this question sounded familiar. He asked in confusion, where did this question come from? There are many answers, but this one is the most reasonable. There is another answer that can also be passed, and that is to use your little money to hire people. First, you sign a contract, and then you go to the 2 rivers and mountains to help others transport things. The money you earn is also more than you buy rice. But this answer is limited. Do you have to buy and sell in land A and land B? Your development is too slow. A few days ago, I used a little money and earned a few dozen strings of coins in a month. After another month, I earned more than 200 strings of coins. Now that I have invested that money in other businesses, I estimate that when I go back, I will have a few thousand strings of coins. How can you join like this? Do you know how fast the Zhang family makes money? Even if I give you a chance, you can't grasp it. At this time, Enchanting stopped pretending to be mature. She felt very uncomfortable. She was talking to a businessman who could travel so far, but he didn't understand. It was such a simple question. It was better to quickly meet with Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Sister Lu. If she asked such a question to the 3 of them, they would definitely be able to answer it easily. Enchanting stopped pretending to be mature, but this person suddenly became serious, especially when he heard that this was a question for the high-level players of the game. After thinking about what Enchanting said, he finally realized that the girl in front of him was actually a top-level player. No wonder she was so arrogant. It was said that those top-level players could earn money even in real life. After reaching the top level in the game, they would basically leave the game. Just like a business plan, they would seek benefits and collisions in the plan. The old man, who was standing at the side, heard everything. He also didn't expect that the matter between A and B would end up like this. No one would have thought that this was just a simple question. In that case, his granddaughter must have passed the exam easily. Other than the question, it also depended on the number of wins and losses and the amount of money in the game. When the old man thought of this, a gratified smile appeared on his face. He also felt a little proud. This was his granddaughter. She didn't embarrass the Minister of Revenue. At the same time, he felt even more grateful to the Zhang family. Without the Zhang family's game, without Xiao Bao and Cuckoo chatting with his granddaughter in the past, there definitely wouldn't be the current Xian heir. This person who came to speculate felt very uncomfortable. He didn't expect that after working so hard for so many years and earning 1,000 strings of coins, this girl could earn dozens of strings of coins in a month and 200 strings of coins in a month. He didn't doubt the authenticity of this matter at all. He acknowledged the methods of those top-level players. None of those who rushed to the top were poor people in real life. Xian heir, in this world, not everyone can find opportunities. The old man saw that this person's expression was ugly and said to his granddaughter. Xian understood as soon as she heard this. She had struck a blow to others and could easily make them lose confidence. She stuck out her tongue and said, "How about this? Don't be in a hurry to buy things. Just play the game with us here. When you can clearly distinguish between the game and reality, then we'll see, okay?" Okay. I'm actually just a beginner. Most of the time, playing dice depends on luck. This person understood and said gratefully. Okay, then I'll play beginner with you. I haven't played for a long time. Actually, beginner doesn't just depend on luck. It also depends on calculation. Xian heir agreed. This person felt very lucky. He didn't expect to meet such a kind-hearted girl. From this girl's words, he knew that people who could play with her were not simple people. The most important thing was that sentence, the Zhang family's money-making speed. Yes, if he wanted to cooperate with them like this, they would ignore him if he didn't have the ability. Then he should stay here for a while. Otherwise, how much money could he make? He didn't have the ability, so he should learn and see how they usually did it. This was called sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. As long as he learned something well, it didn't matter if he delayed for half a year. When the time came, he would make more money than all the other times combined. Chapter 464. When the old man's boat arrived at the dock, as expected, there were not many people who came to welcome them. Only the clan heads of the Zhang family and Wang family, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun came to join in the fun. There were also about 100 guards. In total, there were less than 200 people, including those who were still recovering at the dock. There was no gathering of the people and people in the yamen to come out and welcome them. There was no beating of gongs or drums, and no firecrackers. When the old man was waiting for the boat to dock, he observed some houses built not too far away from the dock. They were neat and orderly, and people were moving things around. It seemed to be a warehouse. When he used his clairvoyance to look further, he could see the houses. There were several bamboo houses with a front yard and a backyard. The courtyards were built in an orderly manner. It was already noon, so there was no smoke. There were only a few ducks wandering in the courtyard. They could see some vegetables planted in the front yard, as well as some grape trellis. There were 3 roads leading to the dock. Some flowers and trees were planted at the roadside. The trees were still small, and they should have been transplanted later. When he looked at them carefully, he could see that they were kapok trees. They came at the wrong time, and they were too small. Otherwise, he could see the fiery red scenery. Just by looking at it, no one could imagine that this place had been hit by both a flood and a typhoon a few months ago. Basically, all the places were washed away. When they passed by Lianzhou, the shore was still overgrown with weeds. The washed stones, wood, and mud were mixed together. It was a mess everywhere. "Grandpa, this place is so beautiful. There are wind chimes on the pillars at the dock. Is this Luzhou? Everyone says that this place is not good, but it looks good. The sky is blue, the birds are floating in the clouds, the fishing boats are coming, the waves are returning to the tide, the bamboo buildings are standing side by side, and the ducks are chirping. Life here must be good. Xan was also attracted by the scenery, especially the flowers and plants by the roadside. The flowers were still blooming. When the sea breeze blew, Wei Wei shivered. It was completely different from what she imagined. There was no picture of such a scene in the album. The old man took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He felt that this place was indeed beautiful, but it was definitely not like this. Otherwise, why would Lianzhou be different? The Thunder Prefecture wasn't affected at all and couldn't be compared to this place. Xan, this is what it means to be capable. If the same place is managed by different people, it will definitely be different. Even if ordinary officials do their best, they won't think of planting so many flowers and trees on the shore of the pier and behind the seawall. Not all places can be like Chang'an, but Zhangzhong has done it. Look at that road. As long as you stand on it and look forward, it will definitely be very comfortable. The Zhang family is considerate. In this way, the local people will work even harder. I know, Grandpa. This is what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo told me before. Infrastructure construction has a special feeling for the people. It can make the people feel united and have a sense of honor. But where are the people? Even if they are harvesting rice, there should be people at home delivering food now. There is no smoke from the chimneys. Xan knew a lot of things. When she played with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the past, the two of them often told her things. At this time, she met with them. The old man chuckled and patted his granddaughter's head. Xan, how could you forget? When the Zhang family asks people to do things, they always prepare food. Why do they need people to do it themselves? The people who are working may have already eaten. When we go down, they will also eat. I know, Grandpa. I didn't expect them to take care of so many people. I thought they would only take care of them when there were not many people. That would cost a lot of money. When we go down to eat, we have already prepared. I didn't eat in the morning. The boat is good, but the food made by the chef is not good. If I had known, I would have brought a chef from between the clouds and the water. I was waiting for this meal. The Zhang family will definitely build a restaurant here. The chef can't be bad. Actually, my favorite food is made by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I have seen them make meat floss with my own eyes. The kind that is eaten as snacks. When Xan talked about food, she began to salivate and put her hand on her stomach. The chef on the boat was not good. She had suffered a lot during the journey. When she knew that she would be arriving at the destination today, she did not eat since morning. She was looking forward to the welcome banquet prepared by the Zhang family. While they were talking, the boat docked at the pier. There was a special place for big boats to dock here. The pier's trestle was higher, so it could be adjusted. Those who were flat could use it as a springboard. Xan was the first to jump over. She rushed directly to Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, Lu, Wei Wei, and Li Sun. She played with one and hugged the other. She seemed very happy. The old man was naturally Zhang Zhong and the others went up to welcome them. They got on the carriage and walked on the flat and spacious road. They used the fastest speed to arrive at the newly built restaurant. The name was changed. It was not the original Jinlai restaurant. Instead, it was named in accordance with the scenery here. The name Between the Clouds and the Water was similar to Between the Clouds and the Water, but it was slightly more imposing. In fact, the old man did not want to eat with so many people. He only wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to accompany him. However, he had to gather with everyone for the welcome banquet. Since they were at the seaside, they naturally had to eat things from the sea. All kinds of shellfish were cooked with different methods. There were also sea snails, sea cucumbers, shark fins, and abalones. There was not a single dish that was not from the sea on the big table. The people brought by the old man were also arranged to eat at other places. It was also a sea banquet. It was not to say that everything from the sea was served, but that everything was from the sea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not think that there was a place in the world where everything from the sea could be used to cook. It was reasonable to say that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun could all eat at the main table, but the other children could not. They had to follow the rules. The three of them could only eat at the same table with the other children. The other children did not understand. Li Sun also did not know which of these dishes was the best. He only felt that the abalones and shark fins were good. Many people ate these. Xan Air was the main guest, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally had to accompany her. Seeing that others had started to eat, Xan Air also wanted to eat the abalones. She was immediately stopped by Cuckoo, who said in a low voice, "Fresh abalones, or small abalones. The big ones have been made into dry abalones. Eat this first. It's old vinegar head. It's 30-year-old vinegar. It's the best. After eating it, you can eat more other things. After eating this, eat the drunken prawns. Use Shaoxing, oh, it's the old vinegar head from Shaanxi County. The prawns have been processed, so you don't have to worry about getting sick. However, after processing, the seafood is a little less vigorous. We don't use old vinegar head either. Safety first." Of course, Xan Air did not suspect that Cuckoo was lying to her. After listening, she began to eat. It was really good. Even if the old vinegar head was indeed sour, it was comfortable. The drunken prawns were also big. They should be used to make prawns. It was very easy to eat them. In order to kill the parasites, a lot of prawns were consumed. The ones that were consumed were used to make hot dishes. When the prawns were taken out, they were first raised in a special pool. Then, they were added with increasing amounts of salt. Not many of them could survive. After raising them with salt water, they were raised with indigo and lime water. In this way, a lot of prawns would die. This was invented by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They did not care about the number of prawns that were lost. Anyway, only those that survived under such circumstances could be used to make drunken prawns. They tried their best to kill the parasites on the prawns, even if the chances of the parasites on the prawns were small. Those dead prawns were not thrown away. As long as they could not survive, they would be brought to Hai Yunjian and braised, steamed, and so on. If a lot of them died, they would definitely have a special price for today's prawn dishes. After 4 hours, if they still could not be sold, they would make prawn balls. In fact, it was a little immoral to do this. However, the amount of prawn in the pool was very small. It would not affect people's health at all. It was specially sold to merchants who came here to buy things. When one came to this place, it would be very embarrassing if they did not go to Hai Yunjian for a meal. Xan Air ate with ease. She ate 2 prawns in one go. When she was about to take the third prawn, she was a little hesitant. Such a big prawn could easily fill people up, and she would not be able to eat other dishes. She could only temporarily give up. Then, she ate a mouthful of jellyfish and took a sip of wine. She pulled a plate of crab closer. There were 8 pieces of crab meat on the table. Xan thought for a while and pushed them to the side. She stuck her chopsticks into the crab, and with a little force, the crab was opened up. She used the spoon to sweep the crab inside and found a large piece of crab meat. She ate it first, then scooped a spoonful and dipped it in a light sauce. This was the ginger vinegar, followed by the thick sauce. Different things would taste different. Li Sun ate in the same way. He had been tricked before and ate with 8 pieces of crab meat. He ate elegantly, but before he could finish eating a crab, others were already full. Here, no one cared whether the food was clean or not. He ate the good meat first. The crab was big. In addition to its big pincers, there was also a lot of meat in its small claws. He broke it off and put it aside, waiting to be eaten as snacks. Zhang Xiaobao ate and left the table. He ran to the kitchen at the back and got some shredded scallions. He put them in a bowl and sent it to the old man. "Grandpa Bai, did you feel wet and uncomfortable on the way here?" Zhang Xiaobao put down the bowl and asked. Other people would pick the good food first, but Zhang Xiaobao had to ask about this. The old man was not angry at all. He nodded and said, "It was wet and uncomfortable. Sometimes I felt sick. Fortunately, I ate the ginger slices as you said. The main thing is that I came out in a hurry and didn't bring a cook from between the clouds and the water. The food was not good. Now that I am here, I am relieved. Then eat the crab meat with this. Don't eat the ginger. Eat the scallions directly. The sauce has been mixed. You must eat at least 3 shredded scallions with every bite. Eat less crab. Eat the prawns." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the scallions in the bowl and said, "Well, eat, listen to Xiaobao. With Xiaobao and Cuckoo here, I feel that I can live for 10 more years. I will eat 2 bites of the crab and then eat the prawns." Chapter 465. When the old man arrived, the Zhang family cleared out 3 courtyards for him. At this time, it was impossible for the old man to stay in an inn. They would first arrange for the main members of the family to stay in the courtyard. The guards did not need to stay in the courtyard. After lunch, the old man and the others went to rest. After all, they had traveled for a long time. If there was anything else, they could talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to arrange the fleet. Xan Air had already leaked the news that the Ning family might arrive in about 10 days. They were going to travel by water. The 2 of them hurriedly blocked the water route. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Wasn't Qin province able to stop the caravan here and ask for money? If they forced Lu Zhou to take a detour, they would be unhappy if Lu Zhou did not stop them. It was only right for them to reciprocate. They had already harvested a portion of the rice. They did not plan to harvest the rice directly. Instead, they directly transported the rice to the neighboring provinces. After the flood, some rice was replanted there and ripened earlier than here. They would use the rice here to trade with the other provinces. The relief supplies from the imperial court had also arrived. They would be distributed according to the number of people in the household register. They would only be given 3 months' worth of rations. It was unknown what the other provinces would do with the rations, but Lu Zhou directly used the rations to make wine. Wine was easier to sell at the seaside. As long as the price was lower, it would be fine. People who went out to sea could not afford to drink wine. Usually, people who went fishing would get sick when they were old. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to distill some low-alcohol wine that had a higher alcohol content than rice wine. When the time came, they would sell it to the surrounding fishermen. They did not have to buy it with cash. They could trade it with fish and prawns. During the disaster, Zhang Xiaobao did not expect the imperial court to be able to send enough things over at the critical moment. That was simply impossible. This time, the food that was sent over was only checked and directly put into the warehouse. Naturally, the quantity was not right. It was originally old grain, but there was actually sand in it. When the old man arrived at his destination and was about to take a look around, Lu Zhou was about to finish harvesting the rice and the people were about to live a good life. Chao Harue and the other 2 finally arrived at the yamen of Qin province. Chao Harue, Fan Jinshi, and Jiang Huancher had rushed all the way here in such a short time. It had to be said that the 3 of them had the talent to be scouts. Outsiders didn't know how much hardship they had suffered. When there was a road, they could hitch a ride with other people's carriages. When there was no road, they could only walk by themselves. The three of them actually managed to walk in a straight line. When they saw the yamen of Jinzhou, the three of them cried tears of joy. At this point, the three of them were wearing tattered clothes. Their bodies were covered with countless wounds, and their faces were stained with mud. The first impression they gave people was that they had escaped from somewhere else. Let's see how much money we have. They had to change their clothes before they could meet the Tang governor of Ning. If they went in like this, it seemed impossible to meet him. I have 30 copper coins here. Jiang Huanche looked at the yamen in front of them, but she did not dare to go in. There were already people there who had noticed the three of them and were on guard. If they went in directly, they would be lucky if they did not get beaten to death. Jiang Huanche took out 30 copper coins and held them in her hand as she said to the two people. Fan Jinshi also searched her body and found 22 copper coins. The two of them looked at Chao Hurue again, waiting for a surprise or a feeling of falling into hell. Needless to say, Chao Hurue had more money than the two of them. He even had a piece of broken silver on him. In addition to the 1 copper coin, he also had 13 copper coins. The three of them were relieved. With this money, they could not buy a good set of clothes, but they could find an inn to stay in and change into normal clothes. The three of them were preparing to find an inn to rest for a day, then change their clothes and come here to find the person. Suddenly, a 13 or 14-year-old child rushed over. His speed was so fast that the three of them who saw hope and relaxed did not react in time. The child ran past them, and Chao Hurue's copper coins and silver coins were gone. Jiang Huanche and Fan Jinshi were better. They did not put on their copper coins. When the child caught them, he left behind 7 copper coins for the three of them. Catch the thief, hurry up and catch him. Don't let him run away. He stole our money. The three of them were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Chao Hurue ran in the direction of the child, shouting as he chased after him. The other two followed suit. Unfortunately, the child's endurance was obviously better than the three of them who had traveled a long distance. His explosive power was also higher than theirs. The three of them who had been pampered before could not catch up with the child at all. The people in front of them heard the three of them. If their clothes were better and the dirt on their faces were less, perhaps someone would help them stop the child. However, the three of them were in a very sorry state. The others looked at the children, who were dressed decently, and then looked at the three of them. They all ran away, afraid that the three of them would go crazy from poverty and catch them and accuse them of stealing their money. After a while, the child ran out of sight. The three of them could not chase him anymore. They sat there paralyzed, tightly holding the 7 copper coins in their hands, and looked in the direction of the child in a daze. With a pop sound, a half-eaten biscuit fell in front of the three of them. The bite was still stained with saliva. A few sesame seeds were embedded on the biscuit, letting people know that it was called a sesame seed biscuit. The biscuit was closest to Chao Hurue. After seeing the biscuit, Chao Hurue raised his head in confusion, wanting to see what was going on. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a strong man glancing at him and saying, "This biscuit is not delicious. After biting 2, you don't want to eat anymore. It's a reward for you. Hurry up and eat." After saying that, the man was about to leave. Chao Hurue could not bear it anymore. He vented his anger of being robbed and said to the man, "You snob, you dare to throw this broken biscuit to us. I should gouge your eyes out. Hey! I gave you half a biscuit and you dare to scold people? This is the first time I've seen a beggar complain that it smells bad. I'll let you scold with all your strength." When the man saw that he was being scolded, he went over and started fighting with the three of them. The three of them had already used up a lot of energy to walk to this place. After chasing after a bandit, they didn't have the strength to fight with this strong man. After a few moves, they could only hold their heads and force themselves to stand there. After all, the strong man had a good heart. Otherwise, he would not give the biscuit to others. After hitting them a few times, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. You three don't know what's good for you. Let's see who will give you something to eat." What a pity. After saying that, the strong man walked away. Chow Hurue moved his arm away and looked at the strong man's back as he walked away. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Instead, he opened his mouth wider and started to cry. The other two brothers also could not control themselves. The three of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. They were too sullen. When they were in Luzhou, they were bullied by the common people and by Zhang Zhong. They did not expect that when they just arrived in Qin province, they would be bullied twice. Their money was robbed and they were beaten up. After that, they could not find the person they wanted to find. Chow Hurue cried for a while. Then, he said to the other two, "I think we shouldn't be so polite. Let's fight and see if we can meet the person. What can we do with 7 copper coins?" Fan Jinchi wiped his snot and tears and nodded. "Then let's go. Wait for the day when we become as strong as before, no, even stronger than before. We won't let any of them go." The three of them quickly reached an agreement. Enduring the pain, they walked to the yamen. As soon as they arrived, as expected, the gatekeeper immediately came up to them and scolded, "What are you doing? If you want to beg, go somewhere else. Get lost." After that, the gatekeeper turned around and walked away. He muttered, "I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you don't want half a biscuit, don't beg." "Wait!" Chow Hurue called out. When the gatekeeper turned around, he took the remaining 7 copper coins and handed it to the gatekeeper. "Brother, I have a favor to ask. We'll go to the Tang governor of Ning and tell him that the 3 judges of Luzhou have something important to tell him. We've come all the way here to tell the Tang governor of Ning. Brother, if you don't help us pass on the message, don't blame us for not informing you in advance if something goes wrong." Chow Hurue bribed and threatened the gatekeeper, hoping that the gatekeeper would help them. As long as they could see the Tang governor of Ning, they believed that everything would be easy to handle. After all, the 3 of them were judges now. Plus, they had important things to tell the Tang governor of Ning. Unless the Tang governor didn't care about anything, he would be able to settle them down, change their clothes, prepare some food and wine, and find a place to rest. The gatekeeper hesitated. He really couldn't figure out the identities of the 3 people. The face of the person in front of him was a little dark, but when he handed over the money, his arm was exposed. Even if it was a little dusty, it was still very fair. If they really had something important to tell the provincial governor, he couldn't afford to be punished if he didn't report it. However, if they didn't, it would still be troublesome. Chow Hurue also understood the dilemma of the gatekeeper. He suggested, "Brother, you don't have to report this matter to the provincial governor first. Let's find a supervisor first. If it weren't for the fact that we were afraid of losing the seal on the way here, we would have brought the seal with us. Wait here." The gatekeeper thought about it and agreed. He didn't need to go over. He just told the supervisor that the 3 people wanted to see the provincial governor. He just needed to say that the 3 people were sent by Luzhou and asked the supervisor to come over and take a look. After saying that, the gatekeeper signaled the other 3 gatekeepers with his eyes and entered the yamen. Chapter 466. Chow Hurue and the others did not dare to leave. They waited, hoping that the steward would come out and say a few words. That way, they would be able to prove their identities. After a long while, the gatekeeper finally came out. Behind him was a man in a small coat with tight sleeves. He looked like a steward and seemed very capable. Steward Ning, it's the three of them. They said they're judges from Luzhou. Please take a look. Steward Ning, it's me. I'm Chao Harue. We've met twice. The first time, we met when Luzhou was transporting a lot of things and wanted a lot of money. The second time, we met when your young master was taking in a concubine. She happened to be a woman from Luzhou's side. We tried to stop her, but we couldn't. Steward Ning, do you remember? When Chao Harue saw the people who came out, he was overjoyed. He knew them. The 2 times they met were not on good terms. However, they had met before. It was as though he had seen his family. He shouted with all his might. Steward Ning did have an impression of these 2 things, but he was still more than 20 steps away from the 3 people, so he couldn't recognize them at all. He walked forward and carefully looked at them. Only then did he confirm that it was them. He suddenly said, "Oh." Suddenly, he said, "So, it's Magistrate Chao. I wonder why the 3 of you are dressed so elegantly today. The 3 of you are truly respectable. You must have seen the people under your rules suffer and want to know what it feels like. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Steward Ning understood immediately. The 3 of them were in trouble. However, he was not on good terms with Luzhou. What did it have to do with him if they were in trouble? He could use this opportunity to ridicule them. Steward Ning, we were in the wrong in the past, but it's not all our fault. We have the Shen family behind us. We can't afford to offend the Shen family. We were just following orders. We have something important to report to the provincial governor. We can't delay. Otherwise, Luzhou will deal with us. Chao Harue remained silent after being ridiculed. On the other hand, Jiang Huanche did not care about his reputation anymore. Steward Ning frowned. He was not sure if the 3 of them really had something important to report. However, from the looks of it, the 3 of them did not suffer along the way. How many days would it take for them to travel? After giving it some thought, he asked, "My lords, did the provincial governor order you to come here? Otherwise, you'll be punished if you leave for too long." How could Chao Harue and the others not know about this? This was especially true for Jiang Huanche. He was the judicial military supervisor. Naturally, he knew that the 3 of them would not have a good ending when they returned. However, they had no choice but to come here personally. Otherwise, it would be useless to send someone over when there was already a conflict between them. In truth, the 3 of them had already thrown caution to the wind. They had placed their hopes on Tang Governor Ning. When he heard Steward Ning's question, Jiang Huanche hastily replied, "We'll definitely be punished when we return. However, we had no choice but to come here. If we don't come, the Ning family will be in danger. To be honest, we have a grudge against Luzhou's new provincial governor, Zhang Zhong. We don't want to see him scheme against the Ning family." Only now did Steward Ning understand. As it turned out, the 3 of them were no match for Zhang Zhong. Or rather, there were 4 of them. However, it was strange that one of them was missing. If they couldn't win, they would naturally be dealt with. This was not difficult to understand. He already knew about Zhang Zhong's situation. He was a very powerful person. It wasn't strange for such a young person to become the top scorer. However, he had never heard of anyone who could become the provincial governor, no matter how bad the position was. Looking at the 3 of them, it seemed like they had something that belonged to Zhang Zhong. They wanted to come here in exchange for their safety. This matter had to be decided by the old master. When he thought of this, Steward Ning said to the 3 of them, "This matter concerns too many people. I can't make any arrangements. Why don't the 3 of you enter the mansion from the back? When the old master is free, he'll naturally call the 3 of you over. How's Luzhou now?" "He's amazing. Zhang Zhong used his family's money to pay those commoners so that they could work for him. We can use this to impeach him. That place is prosperous now, and it will be even more prosperous in the future. This place can't be compared to it. Zhang Zhong wants to do the same to Qin province. Jiang Huancher deliberately said this. The better she treated Lu Zhou, the more unconvinced the people here would be. However, since Steward Ning could be the steward of a provincial governor in such a big family, he was not an ordinary person. When he heard this, he smiled and nodded. Even if Zhang Zhong really took out his family's money, he can't be impeached. The higher-ups know this very well. Since they haven't done anything until now, it means that they don't want to do anything. Lu Zhou is in trouble, and the surrounding provinces are in trouble as well. As long as they can recover quickly, it doesn't matter who pays. When the time comes, they can just change Zhang Zhong's place. Moreover, if Zhang Zhong says that the money doesn't belong to his family and doesn't want it, who can do anything about it? My 3 lords, you must be tired from the journey. You should quickly enter through the back door. I'll arrange for someone to serve you. I'll go in first. My 3 lords, please hurry. It won't be good if too many people see you. After Steward Ning finished speaking, he turned around and walked in. He walked through the front door, but he did not allow Jiang Huancher and the others to enter. The 3 of them could not force him. They could only rub the places on their bodies where they were beaten earlier and take a detour to the back door. There were already people waiting for them there. After they entered, Steward Ning did not treat them unfairly. First, they took a bath, changed their clothes, and the dishes were already prepared. The only thing was that there was no one to accompany them. The dishes on the table were not full as well. There were only 8 simple dishes, and there were people pouring wine for them. The 3 of them did not care if the Ning family came to accompany them. They were hungry, and they did not have much energy left. Right now, they just wanted to have a good meal and rest. After drinking a few cups of wine, they began to eat. Each of them ate 2 big bowls, and the 8 dishes on the table were almost finished. Only then did the 3 of them relax and rub their stomachs. Following the servants of the mansion to the guest room, the 3 of them fell asleep immediately. They didn't wake up until the next morning. After breakfast, they just waiting for Governor Ning to find them. They were both expectant and anxious. Tell me, will the Tang governor of Ning help us take the blame for leaving the yamen without permission? Chao Hurue sat in the courtyard and looked at the birds jumping back and forth in the trees as he asked the 2 people beside him. Fan Jinchi smacked her lips. I don't think so. Tang governor of Ning will only give us some money after he finds out the news and let us pay off the debt. It's good that we can pay off the debt. At least our families won't have to worry anymore. We can just wait for our bad luck. If that's the case, why don't we think of a way to get Tang governor of Ning to help us this time? Even if we can't move Tang governor of Ning with real things, we can at least do something fake, right? He gave Zhang Zhong a few more profitable things and emphasized Zhang Zhong's plan to deal with Tang governor of Ning. Didn't Zhang Zhong plan to suppress Qinzhou after he got the goods and let the merchants here go to Qinzhou by themselves? Let's not say that. Tang governor of Ning may not necessarily deal with Zhang Zhong. Let's say that Zhang Zhong wants to submit a memorial to impeach Tang governor of Ning for driving the victims away. The evidence is the extra people over there. What do you think? Jiang Huancher didn't want to go back and pay off the debt only to be convicted. She thought of this idea. When the other 2 heard this, their eyes lit up at the same time. The 3 of them gathered together and had a good discussion. Only then did they come up with a watertight plan to deal with the governor of Ning's inquiry. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a few children were running happily. A big dog ran in front of the crowd for a while, then ran behind the crowd for a while. There were also 2 small dogs swaying their bodies. They were very clumsy. Sometimes, they would trip over themselves while running, then roll over and continue running. Xan air came from the sea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't take her to the sea to play right away. They couldn't go to the mountain now either. They could only do so in 2 days. That would be the next training session. If they let Xan air follow them, they wouldn't have to worry about encountering any danger. Right now, the only places to play were the 2 rivers and the crops. There was also the cotton plantation that hadn't been harvested yet. Naturally, the 3 dogs would follow them. Xan air actually didn't care where to play, as long as there was someone to play with her. She especially liked the 2 cute dogs. She liked them no matter how she looked at them. After running for a while, she would hug them for a while. The big dog was very sensible at the side. It didn't make a sound when it saw the child being carried. The group of people walked and walked until they arrived at the cotton plantation. At this time, there were already some well-grown cotton, but there were too few, so they needed to wait a little longer. Cuckoo, have you made the map here? When the time comes, there will be a business tycoon. When we came, there was a person who pretended to be a crew member. He wanted to buy some goods here and sell them elsewhere. He was a very stupid person. After doing business for so many years, he only earned 1,000 strings of coins. Xan air picked up a ball of cotton wool and touched it back and forth in front of the dog's nose. The dog sneezed from time to time. It wanted to break free but didn't have the strength, so it could only turn its head back and forth. While playing with the dog, Xan air said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao already knew about this matter, but there was no way to solve it. Not to mention now that the communication was not smooth. Even if the communication was smooth, they couldn't completely stop people from taking advantage of the company. After all, it was people who did things. Moreover, this kind of thing was not a big deal. If something went wrong, they would hold the person responsible. It was always like this. As long as they strengthened the economic aspect, they would arrange special inspection personnel. They could catch as many as they could. As long as the greedy people were smart enough, they could still be greedy. What Wang Wan didn't expect was that Xan air was going to take that person. This kind of person was really useless to the Zhang family. He didn't have the qualifications to cooperate with the Zhang family, and he didn't have the ability to be a subordinate. If they wanted to train him slowly, it was better to find some good people to train. There was no need to find an idiot. Since Xan air mentioned it, Wang Wan couldn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Okay, then find a few more people to play with. The place here can be built soon. In fact, we have the map, but the map of the game can't be so detailed. Xiaobao, what do you think?" "I think it's okay. We have to let the children of the people here play. It's easy to build a school, but it's hard to find a teacher. Who wants to come here? Let them play first." Chapter 467. More than 20,000 commoners had just finished harvesting the rice and started planting again. Originally, this was not the right season, but the seeds themselves were different. Furthermore, the weather here had always been good. Now that it was almost winter, it was actually not cold. This made some of the people who had originally followed here feel a little unaccustomed. The new seedlings were naturally made by the Zhang family. They had just planted the seedlings, and before they could release water from the river, a moderate rain fell. These seedlings were naturally able to withstand it, and at the same time, they did not lack water. The commoners did not know that this was a coincidence. They thought that the new good official had moved the heavens, so it rained. Originally, they had nothing else to do and should have continued to build the seawall. However, the cotton here could be picked again. Zhang Xiaobao also told Wang Wan that he wanted to make a cotton harvester. Wang Wan agreed and gave her moral support. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao changed the direction of his research and continued to develop it underwater. If the cotton harvester was easy to make, there would not still be so many places that needed people to pick cotton at that time. According to Zhang Zhong's plan, 3,000 people were assigned to pick the cotton while the others continued to build the road and replant some of the areas where the trees had been washed away. More people went to build the seawall, preparing to take advantage of the winter when there were fewer disasters to finish the seawall here. Next year, it would be useful. After the first batch of cotton was picked, a big cloth doll was immediately made for Axianer. Axianer was very happy, she had never played with such a thing before. Usually, other people would use some things, such as wood, to make small people made of wood to curse others. However, this doll was different. It was taller than her, and it was very comfortable to hold in her arms. It had a nose and eyes, which made her think of the value of this kind of cloth doll when she was happy. Perhaps many people liked it, especially a little girl like her. If she was in a large family, the maidservants would also have to wait on her in the outer room when she slept at night, and the boudoir would be very cold and cheerless. If he had these dolls, it would be even better to hold them in his arms at night. These dolls were specially made for the children of the rich. Therefore, Axianer went to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss the purchase of such cloth and cotton. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't think that the value of this thing would be greater than what they had originally thought. They wanted to use this cotton to make clothes, especially cotton-padded jackets. In fact, it was just a vest without sleeves. Real cotton-padded clothes would not be made. Firstly, it was a waste of materials. Secondly, it would look too bulky on the body. Especially cotton-padded trousers. After it was made thick, it would be very difficult to put it on or take it off. In addition to this cotton vest, it could also be used to make cotton-padded shoes. When the time came, it would be shipped to the north to be sold, and a part of it would be sent out. Li Sun would also have a part of the profits. When Li Sun came over, they had agreed that he would help to keep it a secret for a year. The main thing to keep secret was the flower arranging machine. Although the structure of this thing was simple and easy to operate, ordinary people would never think that this thing could take out the seeds in the stack of white cotton. After it was taken out, the seeds could be used to extract oil. No one ate it, but it could be used to light up the house. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that cottonseed oil could be eaten, but they didn't have the technology. Without technology, the two of them never dared to try some new food, as it was easy to eat something bad. Li Sun had been thinking about this for a long time. This year, he was waiting. He was waiting for the people who had also received last year's cotton gifts to hand over the cotton to exchange for the flower arranging machine. This was the result of the discussion later. Those people had actually already planted the cotton and were waiting for the technology. However, the Zhang family didn't want to give up and handed this matter to Li Sun to handle. The others could only think of a way behind the scenes. In the end, Zhang Zhong ran to such a remote place, so those who were ready to make a move could only wait foolishly. They were waiting to use a part of the white cotton to exchange for the technology. At most, they wouldn't make money this year. They could still wait for a year. Li Sun had already spread the news that he would tell them after he made some improvements. In fact, he had indeed made a lot of improvements. Previously, they used to shake the cotton by hand, but now, they had changed it to using wind and water. It was very simple to make a big windmill and a water wheel. The Zhang family had the technology to do so. Those who wanted to get their hands on such things could only wait for this winter. They would take out a large part of the white cotton and exchange it for something to remove the seeds. It wasn't that they didn't want to use other methods. For example, there were so many princes, but the princes themselves couldn't make a move. Li Sun's father was also a prince. The current emperor had always emphasized the deep brotherhood. Who didn't have deep connections? The other aristocratic families had too many considerations. For one, Zhang Zhong had run to Luzhou, and it was beyond their reach. Therefore, no aristocratic family would be stupid enough to deal with his foundation, which was Sanshui County. They had investigated Zhang Zhong thoroughly. They had a very detailed understanding of what the Zhang family and Wang family were doing. They also knew that there were two experts in the Zhang family who had never shown their faces. Therefore, the Zhang family was always able to come up with new things. Some were profitable, and some were useful for military purposes. If they really wanted to deal with Sanshui County, the Zhang family only needed to take out a few good things and say that they were looking for others to help them take revenge. Then, the people who did it would be attacked by many forces. The benefits would be given to others for free. The aristocratic families never doubted this. If they were in Sanshui County, they would also do the same. The only person who could control the Zhang family was the emperor. However, when the emperor was with the Zhang family, his attitude was very ambiguous. It was unknown whether it was because he liked the endless things of the Zhang family or because he liked Zhang Zhong as a person. Basically, he would not mention him in the court. When others mentioned him, he would use other topics to change the topic. He just didn't want the court officials to focus on Zhang Zhong. In this way, it was difficult for others. Li Sun had received many letters recently. Some of them were from the military station, and some were from the official station. All the letters said the same thing, that the white cotton was ready, and it was time to exchange for that technology. Li Sun couldn't take it all by himself. He could only cooperate with the Zhang family. Otherwise, the Zhang family would avoid him next time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would also not play with him. Under such circumstances, Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Xian gathered together. The four of them, who were not yet adults, began to discuss the use of the cotton. Xian insisted on joining in the fun. Usually, outsiders were not allowed to join in this kind of thing. However, the old man had been helping them, and the mutual benefits had been mixed together. Xian had also obtained the qualification to play the top game. Wang Wan wanted to train her before she agreed. I still want to make cloth dolls. I believe that they can be sold at a good price. I thought of a few kinds of cloth dolls. Some are cute, some are ugly, and the ugly kind of eyes should be embroidered to make them look very wronged. When Xian found out that there were many kinds of things that could be used to make cloth dolls, she was very insistent on her idea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally disagreed. However, when they heard Xian's last design, they nodded at the same time. Li Sun, however, did not understand. He asked in confusion, "It's fine to make cloth dolls, but why do you want to make them ugly? Can't they be cute?" "No, if that's the case, some people won't buy them. Only those who are like little princesses will buy those cute ones. Some people are ugly. They will think that they are the ugly cloth dolls that need other people's care and care. If they have an ugly cloth doll, they will be stronger. Only by becoming stronger and stronger will they be able to protect the cloth dolls that are uglier than them. I have already thought about this. I will ask someone to draw a picture book with different colors like cuckoo. Below the picture book will be a short story. It will be specially made for the children to read. First, it will make them more willing to learn to read. Second, it will motivate them. I think that as long as it is printed well and printed in different colors, not only will the children be willing to buy it, but the elders in the family will also buy it for the younger generation. After all, it is a determined thing. If the picture book and the cloth dolls are combined together, it will sell very well. When we make a new type of cloth doll, we can design some story specifically for this type of cloth doll. We can also put several cloth dolls into one story. This is a combination. When the time comes, besides the cloth dolls, we can also sell other things. For example, some toys for playing house. We can engrave various kinds of cloth doll patterns on them. Whoever has a cloth doll will buy the toy with the pattern. Xan began to explain at the side. The more she spoke, the more ideas she had. In the end, she actually came up with a system. Li Sun's mouth was wide open and Wei Wei couldn't close it. He had never thought that a discussion about cotton would lead to such a big deal. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also shocked. It wasn't that they didn't know about such a strategy. This kind of thing was not just a tactic in business, but a strategy. If either of them were in Xan's shoes, they could also come up with it. It wasn't a big deal. However, it was different when it came to Xan. Xan didn't have the same kind of experience as them. She came up with this based on her own ideas. This was definitely not ordinary. Some people succeeded because they worked hard, and some were geniuses. However, if geniuses worked hard, they would definitely be better than ordinary people. In the past, the two of them only thought that Xan was smarter because she learned more things from the old man. Now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The old man definitely wouldn't think of this. Would the old man think of something like a cloth doll? Okay, I agree. Then this matter will be managed by Sister Xan. Sister Xan, after you do this well, you will get 10% of the money earned. We will share the remaining 30% with young Master Li. After all, we provided the technology and materials. Wang Wan immediately agreed. She didn't care about losing money or making money. She just wanted to cultivate Xan. The most important thing was not the cotton she paid this year, but to get a talent. She was so young and had such a plan. If she grew up, no one dared to think about it. Li Sun also reacted at this time and said, "Is it just a game? Then starting tomorrow, I will also play. You have to play with me. Don't give in to me." Who will give in to you? You haven't been conferred a territory yet. Do you really think you are a marquis? Don't think that you can be as good as Sister Xan just because you play. Some people need a chance to understand themselves. Sister Xan is like that. Wang Wan saw that Li Sun was thinking too simply, so she said bluntly. She and Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any respect for Li Sun now. In fact, they didn't have any respect at all. They just thought that Li Sun was a person who would easily cause trouble. Now, they didn't. Li Sun didn't have any thoughts of being angry. He also knew his identity. Saying that he was a member of the royal family was not the most important thing. Saying that he wasn't, he had to always know that he couldn't lose face for the royal family. It was a very depressing position. He was very lucky to have two friends like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After hearing Wang Wan's words, he rolled his eyes and asked, "Don't many people lack such an opportunity? Do you think that as long as they are given an opportunity that suits them, they will become powerful?" I think Xan is very powerful. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao spoke, "Yes, that's right. Everyone is actually a genius." Since they were born, they were faced with opportunities again and again. However, many people have lost the opportunity to come in contact with such opportunities. For example, some people who were born blind are usually more powerful in other aspects. Heaven is always fair. When you lose something, it will always make up for it in other aspects. However, we can't provide everyone with a comprehensive opportunity to test geniuses. We can't find those methods, and we can't judge. My family has a method, but that method is not comprehensive. Fair. Comparing the children of aristocratic families to the children of ordinary families is fair. Li Sun had become a commoner's marquis. He refuted Zhang Xiaobao's words. How are aristocratic families formed? They can't be aristocratic families from the beginning, right? That's the hard work of their ancestors. When other people's ancestors were working hard, what were other people's ancestors doing? In the same place, other people can grow better crops. If you can't grow well, can you complain that other people shouldn't? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had talked about this topic before. Don't complain about others. If you think that others are good, then work hard to fight for it yourself. Li Sun didn't say anything. He knew how his family's wealth came about. Indeed, as Zhang Xiaobao said, if his ancestors didn't defeat other people, how could it be the Tang dynasty? Li Sun nodded, agreeing with Zhang Xiaobao's words. He changed the topic again. Now, let's talk about the uses of cotton. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He felt that the two masters of the Zhang family had taught Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Although bedding and clothes were taken out last year, that was definitely not all the uses of cotton. For example, Xan Air mentioned a new use today. There should be more. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't tell him all the uses of cotton. There were too many. It seemed that it could be used in all kinds of aspects and all kinds of industries. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao said, in fact, this thing is also good at fireproofing. As long as it is thick and strong enough, it will be more fireproof than silk clothes. It can be used to make clothes specially prepared for people who put out fires. It's also warm. In summer, people who sell ice cream also sell popsicles, especially popsicles. As long as you make a box, put the popsicles in it and wrap it with a thick quilt, it can be stored for a while. Also, this thing can be used as a big firecracker in a specific environment. It can be so big that it can blow up many people at the same time. Only Wang Wan understood the last thing Zhang Xiaobao said, which was dust explosion. Of course, she would look up more books and ask people to find more things. If nitrous cellulose could be made in the future, then it could really become a big firecracker. Li Sun didn't know much about it, but he had a general idea. He said, in other words, cotton can only be used to keep warm and cold, right? Another thing is to make cloth dolls. Okay, then we will start with these two aspects. When there are other uses in the future, we will slowly take it out. Li Sun was not stupid. He knew that once these things were taken out, others would learn to make them. Those who said that they would use cotton to exchange for technology would not take out the most cotton. It was nothing more than a lie. So, what they could do was to not let them know about the many uses of cotton and let them make the quilt. How much cotton did a quilt need? How much did a cloth doll need? It was very simple. The most important thing was to make the most money with the least things. The four of them discussed for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were responsible for making gloves, hats, waistcoats, and other things at home. Li Sun took the job of making cotton shoes. Xan Air was naturally in charge of the cloth doll. 10% of the profit was already a lot for her. Otherwise, other people would not work with her. She did not have cotton anyway. As for the quilt, mattress, and other things, only a small part was made. They were not to be sold, but to be given away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also preparing to compress the cotton and finally make a thick blanket. This thing was not to make money. It was too humid here, especially when it often rained. The two of them were going to put this thing in the mezzanine of the house to absorb the moisture. After absorbing enough, they would put it in the sun or wash it. When it was soft, they would continue to put it in the mezzanine. Even if it was used too many times, they could still use it for other purposes. It was not to make black cotton, but to make paper. No matter how bad the cotton was, the paper made was better than the usual paper. With a little bit of lime, perhaps the paper made could be written with a pencil. It was not that the two of them did not know how to use a writing brush, but a writing brush had its own limitations. It was very inconvenient to carry around. It was easier to use a pencil. They only had to carry a small notebook with them. When they encountered something to write down, they could take out the pencil at any time and write it down. If they were to use a writing brush, they would at least need ink and water. They could use saliva to write a few words, but not enough saliva to write a few hundred words. The two of them used the cotton as much as possible, especially in terms of enjoyment at home. Other than blankets, there were also cotton blankets. The main thing was that the cotton could be used to make fishing nets. It should be good to mix it with hemp, and it should be stronger than the current nets. The four of them had a small meeting, and then they went to do their own things. Lee Sun and Xan Air were busy with simple things. Xan Air was mainly painting. She had ideas, but the painting was not very good. The main thing was that the painting method was different. She was learning Wang Wan's painting method. If she had not met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she would have felt very lonely. She was not yet 10 years old, and none of the children around her age could understand her. Other people could not understand what she said, and the adults who could understand would not play with her. After she returned to the place arranged for her family, she called some of the people in her family over, mainly the servants. She told them about this matter and asked them to help think of ideas on what kind of cloth dolls to make that would be liked by other children. But a day had passed, and the servants did not have any suggestions at all. If they had to say that they had suggestions, they would advise her not to do it. Xan Air suddenly felt that everyone was very far away from her. Just like the lyrics of the song Wang Wan usually sang, she saw the distance. She stood in the clouds, but she found that there was no one around her. She was alone. Fortunately, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still there. The two of them came up with some ideas. Wang Wan drew several kinds of cartoon perspective figures from cartoons and sent them over. When Xan Air saw those cute little animals, she was happy. She felt that she was not so lonely anymore. There were people like her. In fact, she did not know that this was the suggestion of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with this aspect. He knew that no one could help her after she came back, because those people were not good enough. So he discussed with Wang Wan and sent some drawings. He believed that those drawings would soon become real objects. In fact, this was the most vulnerable part of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hearts. If one came here alone, no one could understand, and they could not tell everything to others. That kind of loneliness was the most terrible. It was like at night, there were many people around, but one person had to carry a lantern and walk alone. Xan Air began to think according to the drawings drawn by Wang Wan. She also drew the things that she thought of. She was very busy. Lee Sun was not relaxed. On one hand, he had to provide some technology to those people. On the other hand, he had to keep the good technology. Through improvement, the efficiency of the flower stringing machine could be improved. Naturally, this could not be handed over to others. In addition to these two things, he had to try his best to get those who wanted to take advantage of the situation to hand over the benefits. For example, they wanted more cotton. If they could not get this, then he had to let those people compensate in other ways. There were many ways to compensate. Giving money was one way. Lee Sun did not want this. He was not short of money. Now that he was doing business with the Zhang family, it could be said that he now had the most money among his peers. Even the crown prince could not compare. Fortunately, his status was clear. If others dared to scheme against him, as long as he did not get involved in politics, there would be no danger. Another way was to help put in a good word for Zhang Zhong. This was very important. If everyone agreed, even if someone wanted to scheme against Zhang Zhong, they would have to think twice. Another way was that some people had other businesses in their family and did not allow others to join them. This time, he could join them. If he joined, it would mean that the Zhang family and the Wang family would join as well. As long as there was a little gap, Lee Sun did not have to worry. He believed that with the experts of the Zhang family, the gap would soon become bigger. Xan Air and Lee Sun were indeed busy. However, the people who were really busy were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They had too many things to do. First was the matter of the sea. The two of them would not only focus on Luzhou. The reason they came to this place was so that Zhang Zhong could get more political achievements. Another reason was that the bay here was really useful. The two of them were preparing to build a bigger boat and go to further places to get some things that they didn't have here. As long as it was good stuff from Southeast Asia, the two of them wanted it all, especially coconuts. When they came here, they actually didn't have them. It looked like a species, but it had many uses. It could be used for many things. There was also a kind of honey. That kind of honey was different from other places. It could be used as a very good medicine. In other words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to get everything that was not available here. In this way, the construction of the dock had to be put on the agenda. The most important thing was the technology. The two of them knew how the sea breeze blew, and they were not unfamiliar with the flow of the tide. However, without an iron ship, it would be very risky to go to sea. It was easy to talk about a wooden ship, but when it was really made, they had to choose good wood from the 100,000 mountains. Especially the mast, it was a big piece of wood. It could not be pieced together. If they encountered a dangerous storm, they would have to cut the mast. Why were many captains reluctant to do so? It was because this piece of wood was too difficult to find. In addition to the matter of the dock, there was also the matter of the local infrastructure. It seemed that the construction was almost done, but in fact, it was far from enough. The two of them planned to build roads in Luzhou that extended in all directions. There could be fields or villages on both sides of the roads, but the roads had to be divided into sections. The surrounding trees could not be less to prevent soil erosion. As for the future, it would depend on what the new provincial governor thought. However, as long as they built the necessary infrastructure, the next provincial governor would not change, especially when the Chamber of Commerce was still here. This infrastructure required planning. Fortunately, the land here was big and the population was small. Every family could live in the bamboo buildings above the ground. They could also build a big courtyard for each family. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to gather all the homework together. They could plant rice, vegetables, and cotton together. Wang Wan had the same idea. The two of them already knew too many things. They did not want to let this place suffer while they were still in control. This was the planning of a province. The two of them had never come into contact with such things. To be precise, Wang Wan did not know anything. Planning was not her field. Zhang Xiaobao knew a little about it. Even though he had never really planned a city properly, he had cheated before. When a liar did not want to continue lying, he would still know the pros and cons. This was one thing. There was also the conspiracy that they would face. Even though Zhang Xiaobao was used to conspiracies, he had to think about it. He hoped very much that there were no conspiracies in this world. That way, he would not have to waste his energy. However, this was definitely a dream. Where there were living things, there would be benefits. When there were benefits, there would be competition. In the process of competition, all kinds of methods would be used. Just like what was said before, without darkness, there would be no light. Zhang Xiaobao was planning for any possible situation and divided it into several steps. There were defenses, roping in, counterattacks, and deterrence. All of them had to be considered in advance. Otherwise, he would be flustered when the time came. Wang Wan could not help much with these plans. She could only focus on organizing people. In fact, the provincial government did not have any military forces. All the people who could fight were the guards of the two families and Li Sun's people. This was very unreasonable. Without soldiers, how could they go out to explore in the future? When Wang Wan saw that there were more people now, 3 times the original number, she wanted to recruit soldiers. This money had to be paid by the provincial government and not by the Zhang family or the Wang family. The Tang dynasty had not reached that stage yet and could not openly raise private soldiers. The current military system was good and could be directly recruited. However, the strength of the recruited soldiers was hard to say. Wang Wan wanted to use the provincial government's name to recruit people. Then, she and Zhang Xiaobao would pay for the welfare. When it was time to leave, she would take these people away, just like the previous provincial governor. This was very simple. She just had to dismiss the recruited people and let them join the fleet. Then, she would find a few new people. Anyway, this was how it was here. If the new provincial governor was willing to find people himself, then he could find them. The original people could not be given to him. Then, Wang Wan would make some training plans. At the same time, she would wait for Zhang Xiaobao's side to get more money. The provincial government still had some money now. The four people did things flawlessly and matched the money in the treasury. It was indeed very impressive. Wang Wan was busy with the recruitment and training plans. This training plan was different from the one for protecting the Seedlings Zero team. This was to train a special force. Quality was more important than quantity. In addition to these matters, there was also the selection of cotton seeds and rice seeds. The selection of rice seeds was not just about the same, but had many people look for them one by one. Although it took a lot of time, the probability of finding a good rice seed increased. Although the rice had been planted, these rice seeds were not the special seeds that had been selected. The special seeds naturally had their own characteristics. One was that they matured first, and the other was that they did not have a high yield. These selected seeds would be planted later. There was also the selection of cotton seeds. This kind of seed could not be pierced with a flower-piercing machine. That would cause damage. While the four of them were busy, the Ning clan's fleet arrived. There were only 2 ships, and no one knew what they had encountered on the way. In any case, the masts had been lowered, and they were completely relying on manpower to row. There was not a single sail to be seen. Zhang Xiaobao was not a good person. Especially after the other party bullied him first, he would not let them go easily. The 2 ships were planning to enter this bay and then return to Qinzhou through Xinjiang. Unfortunately, when the 2 ships appeared outside the bay, the other side was ready. Li Sun sent 100 of his guards and the Zhang family's team of protecting the seedlings also went over. When the 2 ships were about to reach the dock, they were about to pass by the side. There were already 4 large ships waiting to load and leave, blocking the road. Before they left, they could still make a contribution. Young master, it's not good. They won't let us pass. They used 4 ships to block the road. When the steward saw the situation, he quickly ran to the cabin and reported to his young master. Young Master Ning was calculating how much money he could make this time. When the steward rushed in, he forgot the numbers. He looked at the steward unhappily and said, "How big are 4 ships? How could they block the road? The road over there should be very wide, right? Can't we just go around it? You can't even do this well. When we came over, you said that we were following that special ship. Look at it now. They are fine, but we encountered a storm. If we had known this would happen, we would have stopped more. Who knows how much money it would cost to repair these 2 ships? Did you see clearly that the Zhang family's ship is blocking the road? Their courage is not small, they actually dare to block my Ning family's ship. Did they see the people on the dock? Is Shang Zhong here?" The steward was a little confused by young master's words. He shook his head and said, "Young master, there are only people working at the dock. Zhang Zhong isn't here. If Zhang Zhong is here, he will definitely bring a carriage. It seems that Zhang Zhong doesn't take us seriously. Young master, don't think of using the Ning family's power to pressure him. As for that ship, under normal circumstances, 4 ships wouldn't be able to block it. However, the 4 ships aren't close to each other. They're separated and connected to each other by iron chains. If our ship wants to go over, we'll have to fly or dive into the water. By doing this, it's obvious that they know we're coming. The steward was very depressed. Why couldn't young master see the situation clearly at a time like this? The other party was taking revenge. Who asked Lu Zhou to accept so much money from Qin province when he shipped goods out? Do you think that if you accept money from others, they won't accept yours? Young Master Ning was stunned. He didn't expect to be stopped this time. Needless to say, he knew that the other party was going to collect a toll, just like what they did to him in the past. However, he didn't want to pay. The Ning family was a big family. It was normal for them to collect tolls from others. In his eyes, Zhang Zhong was nothing. Why should he pay Lu Zhou? With this thought in mind, young Master Ning ordered, "Stop the ship, turn around, and go back to the shore at Lianzhou. I'd rather spend more money on land transportation than give Zhang Zhong a single copper coin. You should learn more in the future. Don't panic when you encounter a problem." At this time, the steward didn't know what to say. When he came here, he said that when he was in Lianzhou, he suggested to dock at the shore nearby and send the things on the ship there. Then, he would find someone to repair the ship. However, young Master Ning said that he didn't know how to do it and that he didn't think it through thoroughly enough. He said that he should learn more in the future. But now, didn't he still have to do as he said? Again, he was told that all the wise decisions were young Master Ning's, and he had to take the blame for the bad things. The steward was very depressed, but he didn't dare to refute. He could only agree and said, "Young master, then I'll arrange it this way. But I don't think the Zhang family will let us go easily." "Not let us go? What does Zhang Zhong want to do? Does he dare? Don't you think more when you do things? Does Zhang Zhong dare? Can't we just go? Can't we leave? You should learn more in the future. Why are you so stupid?" Young Master Ning's face darkened and continued to scold the steward. The steward quickly nodded and said, "You're right, young master. I will learn more in the future. I won't lose face for young master." After saying that, the steward left to arrange the docking of the ship. However, after a while, the steward came back and once again changed young Master Ning's plan. "Young master, they sent a lot of small boats to block the road behind us. Moreover, those boats also threw out a lot of fishing nets. If we want to force our way through, our oars will be entangled. Young master, what should we do?" The steward wanted to mention what he said just now to prove that he wasn't wrong, but he didn't dare. He could only repeat what he encountered. "Ah. The road back is also blocked. Let's go there and see what they want." Young Master Ning finally couldn't sit still. He didn't think about how much money he could make. When they reached the deck, young Master Ning stood at the bow and looked down. Sure enough, as the steward said, there were a lot of small boats with fishing nets. The people on the boats also stood there and looked at them. He turned his head and looked to the other side. There were indeed 4 big boats anchored there, connected to each other by iron chains. "Which one of you is in charge of this? Stand up and answer this, young master. Do you know what 2 boats are? They belong to the Ning family. They belong to the Ning family of Qinzhou. What are you doing here? Are you rebelling?" Young Master Ning still had the bearing of an aristocratic family. He stood at the bow and questioned the people below. In the past, not to mention stopping them, the people here would have respectfully escorted the 2 boats to the estuary of Qinzhou River. However, things were different now. On one of the boats below, a person said loudly, "I am a 5-star steward of the Zhang family. I don't know anything about the Ning family. I only know that this is Lu Zhou. All boats and vehicles that don't belong to Lu Zhou must be inspected. If there is nothing on the boat that can be used as goods, you just need to pay a toll fee. If there is something that can be used as goods, you must pay a toll fee. Put down the rope ladder. We will go up and take a look. How dare you? You dare to check the Ning family's boat? I will make you die without a burial place. Do you believe it or not? Where is your Zhang? Tell him to come and see me. Let's see if he has the guts to check the Ning family's boat. Young Master Ning had never been bullied like this before. If he wanted money, he might have given a few strings of coins. However, the people below actually wanted to check the boat. If they really came up, where would the Ning family's face go? In fact, he wanted to see Zhang. When the time came, it would be easier to talk. After all, both sides were provincial governors. He had to give them some face. That was why he said that. At the same time, he also wanted to scare the people below. He was afraid that those people would directly rush up. Even if he didn't put down the rope ladder, they would still have a way. They could just throw a rope up. If they dared to cut the rope, the person with the crossbow next to them would very likely attack. This was not something he wanted to see. What if the other party was cornered and fired a fire arrow? He just wanted to see Zhang. Who knew that the people below wouldn't give him the chance? It was the same person who spoke just now. He said to him, "Do you think you can see the master just because you want to? Are you going to put down the rope ladder or not? If not, we will go up ourselves. If there is resistance, kill. Come on, let's go up." The person said to young Master Ning and ordered the others to get on the boat. As soon as he finished speaking, ropes with hooks were thrown up and hung on the side of the boat. Immediately, people climbed up along the ropes. What should we do, young master? Should we cut the ropes? Otherwise, if they come up, we may not be able to keep the things here. Seeing this situation, the steward hurriedly asked for young Master Ning's opinion. Young Master Ning felt that this trip had not been easy. Previously, they met the former minister, but the boat was damaged. After they repaired it, they encountered a storm. Now that they finally came here, they were stopped again. He was angry. Hearing the steward's question, he said with dissatisfaction, "Are you an idiot? There are so many ropes. Can you cut them all? What if the people below attack? At first, we said to stop at Lianzhou, but you insisted on coming here. Now that we are here, I said that someone is stopping us, but you didn't believe me and insisted on turning around. What about now? I'll punish you when we get back." Hearing this, the steward understood everything. Young Master Ning had prepared for the worst. When the time came, he would have to take the blame. Since that was the case, he could only take the blame. If he helped young Master Ning take the blame, young Master Ning might help him. If he didn't, young Master Ning would be punished and he would be punished more severely. The steward, who thought things through in an instant, immediately said, "Young Master Ning is right. It's my fault. I should have listened to you. Young Master Ning, why don't you have a rest in the cabin first? I'll deal with the things here. Even if they want to investigate, they can't investigate you, right?" Seeing that the steward was so understanding, young Master Ning nodded with satisfaction and turned back to the cabin. In this way, even if something was taken away, it could be said that the steward was weak. Such a steward should be protected. Who knew if he would encounter something difficult to deal with in the future? With such a steward, young Master Ning was less worried. After young Master Ning went back, the steward found a few people to stand on the deck and wait. After a few seconds, people all around the boat climbed up. The steward greeted them and said, "This is the Ning family's boat. You have to think about it carefully. What will happen after you really investigate? Zhang can protect himself and his family, but do you think he can protect you too? When the time comes, don't blame the Ning family for turning against you. The manager deliberately emphasized the severity of the consequences in hopes of scaring these people. His reason was indeed correct. No one would protect a real soldier. As such, he believed that these people would casually say that there was no goods when they checked. There were only people, and they could be let go after paying a small sum of money. In this way, although they would lose face, they would get the money and it would be easy to go back. As for the matter of face, it would naturally be taken care of by the Ning family. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, the person opposite him burst out laughing. The other people who came up also laughed. After a while, the person stopped laughing and said, "We are the guards of the prince's mansion. When did we need Governor Zhang to protect us? Hurry up and open all the cabin doors." As the person spoke, he grabbed the steward's arm. With just a little force, the steward felt that his bones were about to break. He endured the pain and said, "Which mansion are you guards from?" "This is Lu Zhou." "No matter which mansion you are from, you can't interfere with our business. We are guards from the Prince Ning's mansion. We brought the little prince here to recuperate. Governor Zhang has rented this place to our young master. Do you think we can't interfere with your business? Men, search this place for me. Take out everything and drag out everyone. If anyone dares to resist, kill them." The guards of the prince's mansion weren't afraid of the Ning family at all. The Ning family wanted to retaliate against them, and retaliate against the people here were two different things. They just obeyed the orders of the guards. Following the orders of the guards, the surrounding people quickly started to search. This time, their harvest was huge. There were 2 ships. One of them was filled with food and a small portion of goods. The other ship was filled with goods. Naturally, these things could not be left behind for the Ning family. According to the situation where the Ning family intercepted the goods in Qin province, they should leave some things for them so that they would not suffer a loss. However, Zhang Xiaobao did not think so. They were the ones who made the first move. Why should he follow the rules of others? Since the people in Qin province dared to withhold the money, he would leave all the goods behind. Even the food was only left behind for the other party so that they could return alive. Zhang Xiaobao had always been like this. If you scolded me, I would give you a stab. I would never wait for you to slap me and only return the favor. If you felt that you couldn't take the stab, then you'd just have to be scolded. Zhang Xiaobao's character had already infected the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family. In fact, Wang Wan's character was also like this. She was originally from a family that appeared later on. If there were no benefits, she would never take the initiative to provoke others. However, once someone provoked her, she would never give the opponent a chance to turn the tables. Li Sun was even more so. As a result, the guards of the prince's mansion had been in contact with the Zhang family and the Wang family for a long time. Their characters were not very good either. They were all like fierce gods. They dragged everyone onto the deck, including young Master Ning. They also took away the goods. They did not even let go of the sails that had fallen during the storm. After searching for a while, the people on the 2 ships disembarked one after another. They greeted the 4 ships in front of them, and the iron chains on those ships were released. "You're from the Ning family, right? You can leave now. Remember to consider the consequences before you do anything in the future." The prince's mansion's guard warned them again before they disembarked. This is too much. This is too much. Do they really think that I'm that easy to bully? Do they think that the Ning family can be bullied just because they want to? Let's go back quickly. When we reach home, I'll see what they can do. Chapter 468. The construction of Lu Zhou's infrastructure was still going on, so there were not many people harvesting cotton. Moreover, the cotton was not something that could be harvested in a day. The common people did not have much time to do their own things, so they were constantly following the notice. Lu Zhou's small merchant's business was affected. When the common people were busy, they did not even have time to go home. Naturally, the merchants could not have so many customers. Fortunately, these merchants had joined their respective chambers of commerce. At this time, the chambers of commerce's main customers were from the surrounding provinces. These customers even included smugglers who secretly came from Qin province. Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about the diving. He knew that it was impossible to have oxygen tanks in terms of equipment, but he wanted to think about other aspects, especially the nail incense. In fact, it was a kind of shellfish. If it was when he and Wang Wan came here, they could already be artificially raised. Coupled with the conditions of mining, it was not that valuable. However, it was different now. They could only rely on people to swim underwater and get the nail incense from the cracks of the reefs. It was too dangerous. Therefore, the value of nail incense had increased infinitely. Li Sun was also thinking about a solution. He did not know if this was something that Zhang Xiaobao should consider himself or the expert behind the Zhang family should consider. In any case, he wanted to help them. If they came up with a solution, they might be able to gain the expert's favor. He regarded this as a test for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan by the expert behind the Zhang family. Can we train a group of people to go underwater more often? That way, we can get more nail incense. Li Sun thought for a full hour before he proposed his idea. Wang Wan glanced at him and said nothing. Zhang Xiaobao said, "People who can catch fish with their bare hands in the Yellow River are trained from a young age. However, there are still people who will die, and many of them will die. The sea is not calm. You don't know when the undercurrent will come. Without any protection, the undercurrent can kill people." Li Sun really did not know about this. He only learned about it a few days ago. The surface of the sea looked very calm, but it was not necessarily so under the water. The temperature under the water was different. If one could hold his breath on the shore, he could hold it for 50 breaths. If one put his head in the basin, he could hold it for 40 breaths at most. However, the deeper he went under the water, the shorter the time would be. Under normal circumstances, one could go down to a depth of 100 feet. However, if there was an undercurrent at that time, it was not just a matter of whether one could hold it or not. It was very likely that one would die in the water. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was drawing something on the blackboard with chalk, he complained, "Then the nail incense that the people here hand in is exchanged with their lives. It can be used as incense and medicinal materials. It's okay to use it as medicinal materials. After all, it is used to save people. However, there is no need to use nail incense for incense, right? When those rich and powerful people are enjoying life, don't they know that these things are exchanged with their lives? No, I have to write a letter to my father and tell him not to use nail incense in the future. There are also some other people." Li Sun, who wanted to be a commoner, finally could not bear the enjoyment of exchanging lives. He went to the table and prepared to write a letter. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished drawing a rough picture. When he heard Li Sun's words, he stopped and said, "It has nothing to do with whether other people use nail incense or not. When collecting rent, nail incense can replace a lot of rent. The people are willing to go down to collect shells, not forced by others. For the sake of wealth, for the sake of a better life, and for the sake of future generations, they wanted to accumulate some money. A single jia xiang could cover a lot of rent. They were also doing it for themselves. Otherwise, they could just call it rent. They had that kind of craftsmanship. If others didn't use it, would they continue to pay rent? If you want to help them, it is not to let others not use nail incense, but to raise the price of nail incense. There is land to rent, and there is fishing. If a small amount of nail incense can replace a year's rent, then their risk is worth it. Yes, you can't let others lose the opportunity to be rich just because their lives are in danger. Some people buy nail incense, not because they are sinners, but because they need it. Wang Wan spoke at this time. She also agreed to let others continue to collect nail incense. This could be said to be a speculative business. As long as one wanted to be rich, they had to be prepared to bear the danger. One of the poems she hated most was Min Nongyi. She did not care about other times, but she had learned this poem when she was young. At that time, she did not understand. What did it have to do with farmers when she spent money to buy things? It was a kind of income from her own family's labor. If one really thought about the difficulties of food, one should not think about the dripping of sweat, but the hard work of one's own family. Unless the food was planted by the farmer and given to them for free, then they should cherish the farmer's hard work. The food that was thrown away was not cherishing the fruits of one's own or family's labor. It had nothing to do with the farmer at all. If the farmer surnamed Zhang did not farm, then Li would. If they did not farm, then there would be a shortage of food, and the price would go up. Naturally, there would be people who would farm. Min Nongyi was not bad. It showed that the farmers had to pay too much tax on the food they grew, and the price of the food was cheap. This system was not right. It was too exploitative. Therefore, Wang Wan did not think that there was anything wrong with others risking their lives to collect nail incense. You could choose not to do it. Wasn't it all for the sake of profit? It was just that the value of the profit was small. As Xiao Bao said, the price of nail incense should be raised. Li Sun was momentarily at a loss for words. The shock he received was a little too great. He clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the two families, took great care of the commoners and were willing to give them a good life. But how could they watch people die for the sake of obtaining Jia Xiang without doing anything? Li Sun was lost in thought. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about him. This kind of thing could not be explained clearly in a sentence. If they really wanted Li Sun to understand, they had to explain it from the perspective of demand and purchasing power. They even had to analyze the form of society, the relationship between productivity and production, and human nature. It was too complicated. If Li Sun were to explain to him that this world was a world of benefits, then he would definitely ask why so many people were willing to help others. This would involve the benefits on a spiritual level. Helping others was not selfless, it was also a type of selfishness, in order to obtain spiritual benefits. Of course, this kind of selfishness to oneself was selflessness to others. But there were too many things that needed to be explained. It was already a profound philosophy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have so much energy to explain to Li Sun. The two of them finally found a new way. To be precise, it was an idea. The picture that Zhang Xiaobao drew on the blackboard with chalk was actually a round sphere made of iron. There was glass in one place, which was transparent glass. This thing was called that here. It was not a real glass. After all, the formula was different. According to the water pressure, as long as they did not dive too deep, there would be no problem at all. It was very easy to dive down to 100 meters. It was impossible to crush it. The inside of the sphere could be illuminated with mirrors and candles. There was no need to illuminate too far. There were too many nail incense underwater here. Without high-tech mining technology, they could find a lot of nail incense diving more than 10 meters in the water, let alone 100 meters deep. The only thing to solve was the problem of sealing. As for the oxygen, there was no need to worry. With candles, including the breathing needs of people, a sphere with a diameter of 2 meters was absolutely no problem for a few hours. Besides, it did not need to take so long. Once an hour would be enough. Zhang Xiaobao was going to use bearings to seal it. In other words, the people inside could complete the collection of nail incense by manually controlling the mechanical arm. Wang Wan opposed. She thought that the technology was not up to this level. How could a sealed bearing be so easy to make? Even the propellers used for ships were filled with water. How could it be sealed? Would it be damaged so much? Not to mention, it was 100 meters deep. Wang Wan wanted to use some fish glue and fish skin to seal it. It was to make a big glove, the kind that could even put one's arm into it. When the time came, they could go down to the water and grab one. They could also connect a rope to the outside. In case the glove was scratched, they could pull the rope and the people above would know. They could also use their hands to touch the nail incense. After all, the distance through the glass and the water was too short. If the distance was too far, they could only increase the number of candles and thin the thickness of the glass, which was more dangerous. The two of them did not have any data to calculate. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to calculate this kind of thing, and Wang Wan did not have instruments. The two of them could only use their own imagination and then experiment. It was very simple. They first made the object and then put it into the water again and again. They did not put people in it first. They only burned candles to see how long the oxygen inside could last. Another problem was the pressure. They put the metal sphere at different depths. The two of them muttered there. Li Sun was almost done thinking at this time. He listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk about density, water pressure, air pressure, oxygen, and so on. He was very confused. He often heard the two of them talk about some strange words, which were also in the book of nature. However, it seemed that the things involved today were different. You are right. I also understand. We can't let everyone not use the armor incense just because others are in danger. It's not bad to raise the price of the armor incense. But how do we raise the price? Li Sun came in front of the blackboard and asked. At the same time, he looked at the picture and felt that it was a little awkward. It was very different from normal pictures. He did not know that this was a three-dimensional picture. There were dotted lines and realized lines. If you want to raise the price, it's easy. Sister Xan Air can tell you. Ask Sister Xan Air. Wang Wan was there perfecting the picture. She did not have time to talk about such simple things. Li Sun saw that she was busy and did not disturb her. After looking at it for a while, he really did not understand. He had to look for Xan Air. To him, she was not Xan Air's sister, but his younger sister. Xan Air was still designing the doll. When she heard Li Sun ask, she blinked and said, "We can make a lot of money again. If we do this well, we can make a lot of money." Chapter 469. The weather gradually cooled down. Even if it was cold, one only needed to put on an extra layer of clothing. Furthermore, it was still possible to wear a thin layer of clothing during the day. This was how the temperature here was. Apart from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the other family members who came with Zhang Zhong were curious about this kind of weather. Even though they already knew it would be like this when they came, the furs transported from the capital could not be made into clothes, but they could be made into various kinds of furniture. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally planned to make a spring to make a big comfortable bed. In the end, they found that it was possible to find hard steel, but it was difficult to find elastic iron. The two of them discussed for a few days and found Li Sun, wanting to continue working with him to open up a business. There was no need to care about Xan Air, she was still there to continue studying the cloth doll. Although it was just a cover with cotton stuffed inside, it was not simple at all when it was actually made. The main thing was that when other people were making a cloth doll, they would not just hold it, they might even fiddle with it and make all kinds of movements. The cotton stuffed inside was not as good as the technology at the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came from. It could roll and roll. A lot of wire nets were needed to fix it in place, and they could not affect the doll's movements on the outside. Xan Air felt that this was the beginning of her success. It was more profitable than the thing she did before, so she was very invested in it. She was determined to make this cloth doll into a human body. She also planned to make more improvements in the future. Li Sun did not follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around these 2 days. Instead, he stayed in the cotton field to see if planting this kind of cotton was more beneficial than planting grains. He was afraid that some people would occupy the good fields for the cotton. If that happened, he did not want this thing. After observing for 2 days, Li Sun found that it might not be good to plant in other places, but it was a good idea to plant in Lu Zhou's place. This place was vast but sparsely populated, which was far worse than Chang'an. A lot of land was uncultivated, and some places were still covered with trees. Those with a large family might cut down those trees and turn them into fertile fields. That way, they would not have to pay rent for a few years. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent people to find Li Sun was already covered in cotton. Without cleaning up, he brought the cotton to one of the 2 rivers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were at this place, thinking about how to raise fish. As soon as Li Sun arrived at the place, he said excitedly to the 2 of them, "I've decided to plant more cotton here. There is a lot of unused land there. We can also cut down the trees on the mountains and continue to plant them. There are so many mountains behind, we can't use up all the trees." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already discussed this matter. The 2 of them would not stop others from cutting down trees, but they did not want to do so, especially the 100,000 mountains behind. Although the area of the 100,000 mountains was not small, and there were many kinds of animals and plants in it, it was far from what it was now. The 2 of them wanted to protect this place and leave it to their descendants. It was not that there were no other ways to make money, so why should they destroy it at the cost of it? The 2 of them originally wanted to talk to Li Sun about the sofa. The leather they brought from the north was very good. If they could make sofas, they could sell them to the rich people here. In this way, they could cooperate with the cotton business and make some cotton cushions or pillows to cooperate with the sofa. Not only were they comfortable to sit on, but they could also use the cotton cushions to absorb sweat. When the time came, they could change the cushions. They could even provide some local people with jobs, such as flicking cotton. When the 2 of them heard Li Sun's idea about the 100,000 mountains, they looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao said, "You can cut down trees, but you can't cut down the trees inside. Remember, you can't just leave the trees outside alone after cutting them down. We can only make money from the trees and use them to make paper or furniture. You have to calculate the growth time of the trees and divide them into pieces. If you cut down a piece, you have to plant another piece. Forget about the cotton. There is a lot of open space here. We can improve these fields. You don't have to worry about the alkali soil. You can use a lot of water to wash it repeatedly. It's enough to grow cotton." "Ah. You can't cut down the trees to grow cotton? You have to plant more trees. There are so many trees taking up space. Instead of leaving them to grow, it's better to make money. If you want to wash the alkali soil, it will take at least 3 years. By then, your father won't be here anymore." Li Sun didn't understand environmental protection. He couldn't understand why they couldn't cut down the trees and turn them into fertile fields. Now, the imperial court was encouraging the people to do so, but Zhang Xiaobao was against the imperial court. "You're just thinking about yourself." Wang Wan spoke at this time. When she saw Li Sun looking at her, she continued, "Do you know why so few people died in the flood this time?" "I know. It's because Xiaobao's father was here. Otherwise, many people would have died." Li Sun didn't deny Zhang Zhong's contribution, but this didn't seem to have anything to do with what he was talking about, right? What washed down from upstream was water and trees. There was only a little bit of sand. If all the trees were cut down, a lot of sand would wash down the next time there was a flood. At that time, not to mention wooden rafts, even iron rafts wouldn't be able to block it. They would all be buried. The roots of the trees will hold on to the soil. Only when there are many trees will the mountain be stable. If they are cut down and planted over a few years, they will be able to continuously obtain the resources of these trees. Don't underestimate these trees. They can be used to make boats, paper, and furniture. Every year, a part of them will be cut down and planted again. This way, they will never die out. Otherwise, if you cut down some, and others cut some. If you just cut down some but don't plant them, when our descendants cry and curse our ancestors, you won't have the chance to regret even if you want to. Even if there is a provincial governor here, it doesn't matter. We can buy these places when Xiao Bao's father is still in office. Our families will pay for it, and these places will be ours. The money will enter the provincial yamen and be used to build the infrastructure. In this way, we won't have to worry in the future. Don't you want to use this place as a place to play? Wang Wan really didn't want to touch the 100,000 mountains. That would be too wasteful. How many people were there in the Tang Empire now? How much land could be used? The land here could be rested in rotation. That was to say, 1 year of farming and 1 year of rest. With so much land, wouldn't it be enough to grow food? Now that the grain output was low, there was no need to worry. There was research by the Sinongxi Temple and the Zhang family. When the time came, it would be good to combine the research results. It was said that the Sinongxi Temple had researched a lot of good seeds. However, one was that transportation was not convenient, and the other was that the seeds would degenerate. With development, these would not be a problem. Transportation could be solved. Wasn't it just a matter of building roads? It was a simple matter as long as they were willing to pay. In a few years, when he and Zhang Xiaobao earned more money, they would start to build roads all over the country. After building a section, they would open shops there and guide the local logistics. Everything was done by people. He and Xiaobao knew what would happen in the future. It was a kind of pain that they couldn't bear. People now didn't have such awareness, so they had to cultivate it. They had to leave something and rules for the future generations. Li Sun's mind still couldn't understand for a while, but this was not important. He believed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words would not be wrong. Since the two of them had such plans, he would listen to them. Thinking of this, Li Sun said to the two of them, "Then we will do as you said. Now, we will start to lead the water from the 2 rivers to some alkali soil. Soak it first. When it's almost soaked, we will plant things. If it's not enough, we will go somewhere else to plant." Yes, go somewhere else to plant. For example, in other countries, buy a piece of land, or buy a place with trees, cut down the trees, and then turn it into a good field. The wood can be used to make things, and the field can also produce things. Zhang Xiaobao still agreed with this aspect. He was not a member of the Environmental Protection Association. He just felt sorry for his own country. Whether other countries were good or bad had nothing to do with him. He was not selfless to the point of taking the world's peace as his own responsibility. As long as he had a good life, so what if other countries died? Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and knew what he was thinking. It was too early to talk about this kind of thing. It was better to do what should be done first. "Young Master Li, this time I asked you to come here to discuss something. We already know the approximate location of the alkali soil. We are not going to soak it with fresh water immediately. Instead, we want to dig a big pond in that place to raise the fish here." Wang Wan saw that Li Sun mentioned the place to plant cotton in alkali soil, so she talked about this problem first. The real matter of making the sofa could be postponed. Li Sun did not expect that the two of them called him here to discuss the matter of raising fish. He asked puzzledly, "Raising fish in the sea? Then do we have to move the seawater there? There are already fish in the sea, so what is there to raise? There are so many that we can't catch them all. Raising rare species is not a fish that can be seen casually. For example, Some fish are red, some yellow, and some fish that can't be caught in a few days. Then we should raise them. Wang Wan introduced the matter of raising fish. She felt that there were new species born every day, and there were original species dying every day. Even if human beings did not destroy them, it would still be the same. It was just that human beings' development accelerated the process. It included animals, plants, and some microorganisms. Since there was no ability to keep all the species, they should try their best to cultivate new species and then sell them for money. This was the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan here. Zhang Xiaobao added, "The water in this river is fresh water. We can use a net to block the big freshwater fish, so people can eat two kinds of fish that come out of the water here. When it comes to the part of the sea, we don't have to worry about it. If the fish can withstand the seawater, they can swim over. If they can't, they will naturally stay here. The same is true for the fish in the sea. The two sides can be merged together. When it's time to lay eggs, there may be new fish. Especially the fish with different colors and shapes, we can raise these fish separately. When the fish lay eggs, the small fish that grow will be the same. Then we can cultivate them little by little and turn them into ornamental fish. As long as they are done well, it will be easy to sell them for thousands of strings of coins. Is Mr. Li willing to join in? Maybe the initial investment will be very large, and there won't be any profits for a few years. If you are willing, then Mr. Li can take out 2,000 strings of coins, which will be 10% of the profits. 2,000 strings of coins for 10%. Li Sun was attracted by this plan, but when he heard about the money, he hesitated. If he took out 2,000 strings of coins for 10%, it meant that the Zhang family and the Wang family had to take out at least 18,000 strings of coins. He didn't know if 20,000 strings of coins was appropriate for raising fish. It seemed a little expensive. Xiaobao, you spent so much money just to raise fish. Even if we eat fish with this money, it will be enough for us to eat for a lifetime. How can we use 20,000 strings of coins? Li Sun continued to ask. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said confidently, 20,000 strings of coins is not much. This is taking into account that there will be output while we are doing it. Otherwise, we will need more. This is because not only do we need to raise fish in this place, but also in some other places. This requires a lot of manpower and material resources. How can it be simple? At this moment, Li Sun understood that the Zhang family wanted to open up the business directly. If they were going to do it, they wanted to do it on a large scale instead of doing it bit by bit. The Zhang family was rich. Perhaps, they did not care if they failed or not. When he thought about the previous deals that the Zhang family had done, it seemed that they had only lost a portion of their profits because of the natural disaster when they first arrived in Luzhou. They had not lost money at all. Li Sun had an idea. He nodded and said, "All right, it's settled then. I'll get someone to prepare 2,000 strings of coins in a while. Remember, it's 10%. Don't regret it when the time comes." Although Li Meng said that, he already understood that the other party was helping him out this time. Otherwise, if the other party did it himself, he would earn more money. Why would he need to share 10% of the profits? Although it was only 10%, when this business was done on a large scale, the 10% would be more than all the money they had invested. Don't worry, young Master Li. We won't regret it. When our glass industry is established, we won't only be selling fish alone. Although glass is good, it's expensive, and it's not easy to make it completely transparent. It's better to have glass than to raise fish. Zhang Xiaobao did not care if Li Sun agreed or not. It was better if he did not agree. He could earn the money himself. However, if he did not say it out loud and let Li Sun choose, he would appear to be disloyal. Li Sun would find fault with him. When Wang Wan thought of glass, she had a new idea. She said, "We can spend a lot of money to buy a glass factory. When the time comes, we can try to make glass that can match the color of the fish we buy. That way, we can sell it at a higher price. Do what you want. After all, it's up to the two of you. Oh, there's something I need to talk to you about. My imperial uncle wants to build a canal and connect more places. However, the imperial court is short of money now. I'm going to send 100,000 strings of cash. Are you willing to send some over with me? As Li Sun spoke, he brought up this matter. He had just received the news. His father knew that he had money and did not have much to spend. His father wanted him to take out the money and give it to his younger brother, Li Longji. This matter needs to be discussed. Young Master Li, please wait here. I'll be back in a while. Zhang Xiaobao left with these words and pulled Wang Wan away. The two of them rode for about 10 li before stopping. They let the horses find food for themselves. The two of them sat under a big tree and discussed the matter. Xiaobao, did the Tang dynasty build a canal at this time? How come I don't remember? And this flood, it seems that there's no record of it in the books I've read before. Wang Wan pulled up a few strands of grass from the ground and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was weaving a small rabbit. There are many things that are not recorded in the books. How can it be possible to write down everything? But I feel that the matter of building the canal should be because of us. We made several trips to the other side, so we must have made a lot of money. The emperor was jealous. Fortunately, we gave him enough gifts. Moreover, my father's ability was great enough. He might think that this road is not bad, but there are too few places connected by the canal. Thus, he wants to build more. Although this is the Kaiyuan period, it is not the most prosperous period. The imperial court does not have much money. I've decided to fork out the money. I don't know how much money we can fork out if we add up all the transactions over there. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed. The flood was not easy to say, but the canal did seem to have something to do with them. The emperor was not only thinking about how much money they had in the national treasury, but also how much they could make the lives of the common people during this process. The current Shaoli was not bad. He knew how to treat the common people well. In the future, he would be too old. Otherwise, no one would judge him like Xiao He. His success was because of Xianzong, and his failure was also because of Xianzong. Wang Wan also knew that if she could contribute now, she would receive more in the future. Thinking of Li Longji, she sighed and said, Yang Guang is actually not bad. At least he built the canal. Many people say that he did it for fun, but that is not the case. There is no one who does not want to rule their country well after becoming the emperor. It is only because of different abilities and different levels of effort that the results are different. The Grand Canal. Perhaps when Yang Guang was building it, he could not imagine what a person with a bad reputation like him would leave behind for future generations. The Grand Canal, there are countless stories about it. It is a dream that has spanned thousands of years. The ancient people are no longer here, but the water in the canal is still surging. I've decided to build the dam in Hangzhou. I won't wait for Susher anymore. When the time comes, it will be called the Cuckoo Dam. Why not call it the Baodi? Zhang Xiaobao was in a relaxed mood. Then let's call it the Cuckoo Dam. No, it should be called the Cuckoo Dam. It is all because of you men. When people think of a name, they unconsciously put men's names first. Wang Wan had just said a name when she suddenly changed it. She felt that even though there were many times when men would listen to women, men and women were still not equal, especially in some of the top industries. There was also the choice of officials. Although there were many women who became officials, there was no such thing as a woman who could reach the best level of an official. Zhang Xiaobao had a more thorough understanding of this. He said, a capable man will never be equal to a woman. Only an incapable man will be suppressed by a woman. This depends on the ability to obtain productivity and a woman's status in the family. At that time, we had to look at the background and the amount of production resources obtained. If a man obtained less and did not have the ability, he would naturally listen to a woman. Wu Zetian was so powerful. How much did she pay when she obtained her position? If it was a man, he might not have the same opportunity as her, but if he really had the same opportunity, he would have to pay less than her. A man without capability will treat a woman as a person, while a capable man will treat a woman as a resource that can be exchanged or bought. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about how much money we can take out. No matter what, it can't be less than Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was meaningless as he spoke, but Wang Wan did not think so. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Then are you a capable man or a man without capability?" "I feel that you are a capable woman. Although I said that, I am a rather traditional person. This so-called tradition is not an ancient tradition, but a modern tradition that should not be a tradition. That is what I mean. I respect myself, and at the same time, I respect women. After all, my mother is also a woman." Zhang Xiaobao did not directly answer Wang Wan's question. Instead, he went around in a circle to express his thoughts. "That's more like it. Then let's donate 110,000 strings of cash. Some of the industries over there should have made a lot of money. There are also the goods that are shipped over. I think we can raise this money." Wang Wan was satisfied. The money she offered was 10,000 strings of cash more than what Li Sun had offered. She knew that this money would not be spent in vain. She might be able to obtain some benefits, such as taxation. She might also be able to obtain some political benefits, which would be given to her father and Zhang Xiaobao's father. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel bad about this small amount of money. As long as he could do something for the good people of the country, he was very willing to invest money. He had already invested a lot in the past. When he was about to come here, he had also arranged for several funds to be operated. When the time came, he could help the country do many things. It was not that he was selfless, but that people always had a spiritual pillar in their lives. The capable people would put this pillar in their hearts for the sake of the whole nation, and also for themselves. The incapable people would believe in various religions and seek a pillar in these religions. Seeing that Wang Wan was willing to pay 10,000 strings of cash more, Zhang Xiaobao agreed. "Well, then let's do it. Li Sun will not be angry. After all, he is not on the same level as us. His identity determines that his efforts and returns are not proportional to others' efforts and returns. Even if he only pays 10,000 strings of cash, he will be more appreciated than us." Yes, identity is sometimes like this. Whether it is fair or not, there is no way to explore. Then we have to wait a while. When it is about time to go back to the state capital, we can go back and see Li Sun. After all, we can't directly decide such things. Well, Li Sun thinks so. Wang Wan put the woven rabbit in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and looked at the grass in front of them that was blowing by the breeze. The two of them estimated the time and sat there looking at the surrounding scenery. There was still a certain distance from the sea. They could not see the sea, but it did not affect the feelings of the two of them to feel the sea. Li Sun was just as Wang Wan had predicted. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left to go home. He had to ask his family about this matter. After all, it involved too much money. If it was a few thousand strings of cash, the two of them would be able to make the decision directly. While waiting, Li Sun thought about the effect of giving out the money this time. It was 100,000 strings of cash. How many people would be jealous? At the very least, his cousins would miss him, but so what? Even if they were jealous, he would not give it away. With the imperial uncle there, he could not rob openly. He could not fight secretly either. As long as he was caught and sent to the imperial uncle, whoever made a move would be punished. Other than the crown prince, if others made a move, the imperial uncle would definitely not show too much mercy. After all, this was considered fratricide. The crown prince would not dare to do so. What did it mean to make a move on him? He had not become the emperor yet, but he had already made a move on his own brother. What good would it be when he became the emperor? Yes, that was it. When the time came, he could ask for more benefits. For example, if he had a fief somewhere else, and others wanted to stay in the capital, he did not want to. He could use benefits in exchange for the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to follow him. He could also transfer Zhang Zhong to the fief to be an official. With the Zhang family's people, why would I be afraid that the fief would not be well managed? As Li Sun thought about it, he said the words in his heart. At this time, a fish jumped up from the river, shook its tail, turned around, and dived back, leaving only the water droplets that had not yet fallen into the water and ripples in the air. After waiting for about 4 hours, it was already past lunchtime. Li Sun still did not leave. He knew that the two of them would not be back for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also calculated the time and rode over. When Li Sun saw the two of them, he asked with his eyes. Young Master Li, my family can take out 110,000 strings of coins this time, but the new canal cannot let people go back and forth for free. We need to charge a certain fee. After all, digging the canal also costs money. How about this? We have thought about it. According to the size of the boat, there are 4 classes. For the smallest ship, if it's a local ship, you can apply for a monthly card. As long as you pay 30 copper coins a month, you can pass by as you please. If it's not a local ship, you have to pay 1 copper coin for each pass. If it's a medium-sized ship that's slightly bigger, you have to pay 10 copper coins. If it's a big ship, you have to pay 100 copper coins. You have to pay both ways. If it's a ship like ours, you have to pay the same amount. After all, they are all businessmen. If we don't ask them for money, wouldn't we be helping them dig the river for free? You tell this matter to the emperor. When the time comes, the emperor will take more and we will take less. Under Li Sun's questioning gaze, Zhang Xiaobao began to tell him about his and Wang Wan's plan. Don't underestimate this little fee. As long as there were enough boats going back and forth, the money accumulated would not be small. It would take more than 10 years to get this money back, or even less. Li Sun was stunned when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. He had never thought that they would have to pay for passing by. However, when he thought about it, this money would not be paid by the imperial court, but by his and Zhang Wang's families. It was not a big deal to ask for some money. As for whether it would succeed in the end, it would depend on the imperial uncle's plan. However, when he thought about the increase of 10 times the fee for each of the 4 classes, he asked worriedly, could it be that the big boats feel that it is too expensive and don't go to the place where the fee is and specifically look for the local boats to transport the goods? Yes, as long as the goods are small, it will be like this. However, if there are a lot of goods, they will have to pay a lot more money to hire the boats. At least they are not fools, they will know what to do. If the local boats want to make money, then let them make money. When more small boats can make money, we can ask the local government to collect taxes and issue a tag. Those who don't pay taxes won't be issued. When those big boats hire small boats, if there is a tag, then the goods can be guaranteed to be delivered. If there is no tag, then the price may be lower, but the government won't care if the goods are lost. When Zhang Xiaobao thought about the fee, he had already considered these things. When Li Sun asked, he directly said it. Li Sun did not dare to guarantee that this matter would work, but he could try his best to fight for it. As for the result, it was hard to say. Thinking of this, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, I will write a letter to tell you about this matter. Whether it will work or not, I don't care. I understand what you said. The cost of hiring boats is not less than the toll. Moreover, if the people who hire boats can make money, the local government can also make money. Another thing is, as long as the canal is built, no matter if it's the ships that carry the goods or the merchants that drive the ships over, there will always be people who have to pay. Otherwise, if they take the land route, the transportation cost will be more. Is that what you mean? That's what I mean. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. He did not want to spend the money without any benefits. Of course, the people who are passing by to do business have to take out this part of the money. Otherwise, it would be a waste of money. Even if it was a passenger boat, it was not directly collected from the customers. It was all paid by the boatman. Although this kind of thing might not be possible in this era, he still had to give it a try. If the emperor agreed, then he would do it. If not, then forget it. He could not go against the emperor for this matter. That would not be worth it. While Zhang Xiaobao and the others were discussing how to get rich, the two boats of the Ning family finally returned to Qinzhou Prefecture at the fastest speed. Young Master Ning stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the river in front of him. He did not know what to feel. Originally, he had planned to transport some valuable things from the other side to sell here. But in the end, the things at the bay were all robbed. Although it was said that they were robbed, they could not report it to the authorities. After all, the other side said that they were collecting toll fees. If they really reported it to the authorities, they would have to report it as well. Wouldn't that cause trouble for the Ning family? Moreover, the Ning family had collected the toll more often and for a longer period of time. The other side had only collected it once. If they used this reason to write a memorial to impeach them, the other side could just quibble and say that there was no such thing. If they did not believe it, they could ask others. Even if the higher-ups sent people to investigate, it would still be the same. They could just find a random reason to shirk this matter. However, if the other side also wrote a memorial and told the authorities about the Ning family, then the people in the imperial court would immediately understand that the Zhang family was taking revenge on them. If they took revenge once, and it was the Ning family's boat, then no one would say anything. However, if they stopped all kinds of people, then it would be a big crime. When the time came, not only would they not be able to move the Zhang family, but they would also be implicated. Thinking of this, young Master Ning did not know who to vent his anger on. If these responsibilities were really investigated, then he would have to bear it. However, since the steward was willing to bear it, then he could breathe a sigh of relief. As for what would happen in the future, he first had to protect the steward. Then, he would take it slow. With this contradictory thought, young Master Ning got off the boat and went to the yamen by car. Without his order, the steward on the boat directly took all the responsibilities. Young Master Ning was actually an ordinary member of the family. The Ning family was a big family, so it did not matter whether he was there or not. However, his task this time was more important, which was to see if he could succeed in learning from the Zhang family. In the end, the two boats that came back were empty. Except for people, there was no food. This was really unacceptable. Young Master Ning was naturally reprimanded, and the steward was whipped. Fortunately, the Ning family also knew that the steward was taking the blame for this child. It was rare to see a steward like this, so they did not want him to be injured. However, the Ning family was very dissatisfied with the Zhang family's actions. Even though they had taken money from the merchants who came from Luzhou, they did not think so. They felt that the money they took was only a part of the money, and they did not take all of it. However, the Zhang family took away all the goods on the boat this time. That was not right. This was the Ning family's idea. Perhaps many people thought this way, but Zhang Xiaobao definitely didn't think this way. As long as you show hostility, I will directly beat you until you don't have the slightest strength to fight back. Tang, Governor Ning received some news from Chao Harue and the others a few days ago. He was very angry, but he did not think those words were very credible. However, when he saw the 2 empty boats coming back today, he felt that those words were somewhat credible. It was with this thought that he decided to make a move on the Zhang family in advance. The Ning family was a big family. Naturally, their foundation was not bad. If they wanted to make a move on someone, they would have to think carefully. They were also the kind of people who would not show mercy to others when they made a move. As long as there was a chance to kill the enemy, they would not give the enemy any chance to turn the situation around. Someone, call Chao Harue and the other 2 here. I have something to say to them. Tang, Governor Ning thought about it and ordered the servants before he made a move. He needed to meet the 3 people. He had to understand the situation on the other side before he could make a move. In fact, he had already sent some people to take charge of this matter. However, when those people came back, the information they gave was not what he wanted at all. They said that they planted rice, planted white folded rice, dug the river, and built the seawall. These things were not useful at all. From these methods, he really could not find any fault. If he really used these things as a reason to impeach Zhang Zhong, then not only would he not be able to impeach Zhang Zhong, but he would also implicate the entire Ning family. If the people in the imperial court heard this news, they would definitely reward Zhang Zhong. Because of this, he did not make a move for a long time. At the same time, he did not look for Chao Harue and the other 2. He always felt that these 3 people were scheming against him and Zhang Zhong. They wanted to watch the 2 sides fight so that they could vent their anger or get some benefits from it. He also knew that the 3 people were talking about the Shen family. Wasn't it just that there was a prince behind them? The emperor had many sons. He was not the crown prince, so there was no need to consider these things. After waiting for a while, Chao Harue and the other 2 came over. These days, they had a good life here, but they were not in the mood to enjoy it. They had been waiting for Tang, Governor Ning, to make a move. The problem was that they did not know what Tang, Governor Ning, was thinking. He had no intention of going over. The 3 people were worried about their family. They were afraid that after they left, their family would be wronged. However, they did not get any news. The only thing they could do was to wait. They had asked to see the provincial governor several times, but they were rejected with various reasons. Today, they finally got the chance. First, they wanted to fan the flames again. Second, they wanted to ask the provincial governor if there was any news from that side. Tang, Governor Ning, was waiting for the 3 people in the study. When the 3 people saw him, Tang, Governor Ning, said with a smile, "I've been busy in the mansion these days. I really didn't have time to meet you. Now that I have time, I wonder if the 3 of you have any other thoughts about Zhang Zhong. My lord, you are busy for the country and the people. You don't have to worry about us. My lord, are you asking about Zhang Zhong? Then we know a lot. Zhang Zhong doesn't care about the face of the imperial court. He actually took out his family to help the people in Luzhou. Isn't this inviting the people without permission? This place is so remote." "Oh, I'm not talking about my lord's place. I'm talking about Luzhou's place. It takes a lot of time to send a letter. Zhang Zhong is taking advantage of this and taking advantage of the fact that the imperial court doesn't know about it. If things go wrong, Zhang Zhong is likely to use this place to start a rebellion. My lord, you should be more prepared. Don't let Zhang Zhong be the first to attack. Also, why was Zhang Zhong so hostile towards his colleagues? Why was that? The 3 of us know a lot of things over there. He must be afraid that we will see through his plan. That's why he did that. Also, when there was a flood, he didn't ask the people to divert the water away. Instead, he asked the people to tear down the houses. I see that the houses here are still intact. Zhang Zhong deliberately let the people live in the place he set. This is not a small crime. My lord, you must tell the imperial court about Zhang Zhong's ambition. Then, let the imperial court deal with Zhang Zhong. Otherwise, there will be endless disasters. Chao Hurui kept talking at the side. He described all the good things that Zhang Zhong did as bad things and waited for the provincial governor to make a move. Tang, Governor Ning initially wanted to find out something from the three of them. He wanted to find out something that was correct and not biased. However, when he heard Chao Hurui's words, he knew that his hopes were dashed. What nonsense was this? Could Zhang Zhong still rebel? With his small number of people? If he really wanted to rebel, wouldn't it be better for him to go to the land of Sichuan? It was right next to Tubo. When the time came, he could even get the support of Tubo. If he rebelled in Luzhou, was he trying to get the support of the sea? Others could talk about this kind of thing, but he definitely could not use it to attack Zhang Zhong. Otherwise, he would be the first to be unlucky. When he saw Chao Hurui and the other two looking at him, Tang, Governor Ning pretended to listen and nodded. His expression changed, and he said angrily, Zhang Zhong, how dare he do such a thing? I can't just stand by and watch. Do the three of you have any other evidence? Hand them all to me. When the time comes, I won't forget about this. When the three of them heard this, they were a little dumbfounded. They did not dare to say these rumors and implicate themselves in it. If this kind of thing was investigated, it would be a false accusation. The three of them shook their heads at the same time. Chao Hurui continued to speak. My lord, the three of us can't get involved in this kind of thing. I think it's enough for my lord to do it alone. Oh, my lord, you're asking if Zhang Zhong has anything else. Yes, I do. Zhang Zhong asked his family members to change their identities and lend usury to the common people. Not only that, but Zhang Zhong also didn't care about the lives of the common people. He asked them to work more during the day and at night. I saw with my own eyes that 2 common people died of exhaustion there. It's so pitiful. But those common people couldn't do anything. Even the 3 of us couldn't persuade them. As a result, we provoked Zhang Zhong and took away our real power. Also, Zhang Zhong actually let people dry the seawater at the seaside. This clearly showed that he didn't care about salt at all. Who didn't know that salt had to be boiled? Not only could you get salt by boiling it, but the salt that was boiled would also be fine if people ate it. However, if he dried it out, it might even kill people. Also, in order to get more tributes, Zhang Zhong asked the common people to risk their lives to get them from the sea. Many common people died because of him. Well, Magistrate Chao is right. I'll remember all these. Is there anything else? Tang, governor of Ning, saw that Chao Hurui was getting more and more suspicious, so he quickly interrupted him and looked at the other 2 people. When Fan Jinshi saw the governor looking at him, he immediately said, yes, yes, and Zhang Zhong used the name of an official to make other merchants listen to him. God knows how many benefits he got from it. He even took out his own family's money and combined it with the local merchants to deceive the common people. I've seen it 3 times. They asked the common people to give them good things, saying that they would help them sell them. In the end, not only did they not give the common people money, but they also said that the common people didn't give them anything. They also seriously injured the common people who went to look for them. The 3 of us wanted to find the seriously injured common people and help them. Unfortunately, we don't know what Zhang Zhong did, but we couldn't find the common people anymore. My lord, in addition to these, Zhang Zhong deliberately asked the common people to make shrimp sauce with prawns. He said that he would take them for 15 strings of coins per jar. However, when the common people were about to finish making the shrimp sauce, he didn't take them. In this way, the common people delayed their work and couldn't sell the shrimp sauce. Oh, it's so infuriating. That Zhang Zhong should die a horrible death. In that case, I will definitely seek justice for the common people of Luzhou. It's a pity for those people who made the shrimp sauce. They have done so much, and some of them even owe money and can't pay it back. How can they live like this? Tang, governor of Ning, had already found out some things after sending people out. The three people in front of him were obviously out to get revenge on Zhang Zhong. They actually turned many of the good things that Zhang Zhong did into bad things. This ability was really not ordinary. At the same time, such people couldn't be kept. Otherwise, they might betray him one day by spreading rumors. After Tang, governor of Ning, finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Huanshe, who had been silent all this time. He wanted to see what he would say. When Jiang Huanshe saw his lord looking at him, he forced a smile and said, "My lord, it's not just what the two of them said. Zhang Zhong also destroyed the people on the other side of the mountain. Even the people on our side of the mountain were harmed by him. He asked the mountain people to leave the mountain and said that he would give them a lot of good things. However, when the mountain people really came down, he didn't give them anything. That's a big deal. Those mountain folks are already hostile to us. Now that they've been tricked by Zhang Zhong, they'll definitely be angry. When they escape to the mountains, they'll tell the other mountain folks about this. It'll be too difficult for us to persuade those mountain folks to come down. My lord, you must also write this down. Otherwise, if so many mountain people come down with weapons one day, who can bear the responsibility? And all of this was caused by Zhang Zhong. Oh right, my lord, did you send someone to ask around? When the three of us came out, we were in a hurry. We don't know what's going on at home. Jiang Huanshe added fuel to the fire. Finally, he couldn't hold back his longing and worry for his family and asked about this matter. The more Tang, governor of Ning, listened, the more disappointed he became. It seemed that everything was expected from the three of them. Looking at the three of them, Wei Wei nodded and said, "The three of you can rest assured that I will take care of this matter. As for your family, I have sent someone back to report that they are fine. However, Zhang Zhong has already sent someone to your home to look for you. He said that he has something to do. If you don't go back now, I'm afraid that you will be punished even more severely. How about this, the three of you go back first. This official will write a letter to Zhang Zhong to protect you. I believe that Zhang Zhong will give me face. What do the three of you think? If you think it's okay, then this official will write a letter." "My lord, we can't do that. That Zhang Zhong wants us dead. If the three of us go back now, then we will really be finished. If my lord is willing to help, why don't you think of a way to bring our families here? That way, we won't have to be afraid. At most, we can just write a memorial to the imperial court. In fact, we have already written it, but unfortunately, Zhang Zhong actually sent people to block it, and didn't let it pass at all. My lord, please quickly think of a way." When Jiang Huanshe heard that the three of them were going to be driven away, he was frightened. At this time, the two sides hadn't started fighting yet. If they just left like this, then once they went back, they would definitely be arrested first. Even if they had to wait for the imperial court's judgment, who knew what kind of suffering they would have to suffer if they were really locked up in prison. After he said this, the other two people also said the same thing. On one hand, they expressed that they didn't want to go back. On the other hand, they wanted the Tang, governor of Ning, to bring their families here.